Chapter 51. Shen Yueyue had initially intended to ask Ning Xiaoyu for help applying some of the repellent powder. She still had plenty of the repellent powder provided by the production team, but after the incident with Mu Jiejie, her trust in it had significantly diminished. However, upon seeing the way Ning Xiaoyu applied the powder to Lu Jingde's hands, she decisively dismissed the idea. To treat the movie king's hands, those beautifully sculpted, artwork-like hands, as if they were pig trotters. Probably only someone like Ning Xiaoyu could do that in this world. At the very least, Shen Yueyue knew that if it had been her, she could never have remained so calm and natural. If she had held the movie king's hands, she would have definitely blushed a little, just to show some respect. This was Lu Jingde, the top-tier visual of the entertainment industry, the man crowned most kissable male celebrity for 2 consecutive years. How could anyone treat his hands like pig trotters? But thinking of pig trotters made Shen Yueyue suddenly realize that she was hungry. Once she returned to Friendship House, she swore she'd eat a whole pig trotter. She didn't even care if it made her gain weight. Roya Lu Jingde lowered his gaze to his hands. At that moment, his hands carried the faint scent of repellent powder. It wasn't exactly pleasant, but it was tolerable. Although Ning Xiaoyu's movements weren't particularly gentle and in fact, showed a distinct tendency to treat his hands like actual pig trotters, Lu Jingde accepted it without complaint. Seeing him inspecting his own hands, Ning Xiaoyu held back her heartache and added a brief explanation. Once it's on, you'll be safe. With the scent as a deterrent, even if the powder wasn't applied elsewhere, venomous snakes would instinctively avoid him. Lu Jingde lowered his hands and smiled slightly. I know. Then he added, I like it. That damn familiar vibe of getting soft rice again. The movie king is getting more skilled at being pampered. Honestly, with his looks, he's really well suited to being pampered. Doge.jpg movie king. Top tier pretty boy. And that's a compliment. Now that the love mission was completed, Ning Xiaoyu said, let's head over and check it out. None of the other guests had any objections. They all wanted to see how Mu Jiejie was doing. When Ning Xiaoyu, Lu Jingde, and the others reached Mu Jiejie, the medical team had only just arrived and were treating her wound with saline solution. There was a clear bite mark on Mu Jiejie's lower leg. Her injury looked horrifying. It was slightly blackened, obviously critical. Tear streaks covered Mu Jiejie's face as she muttered desperate pleas for help. The accompanying doctor from the medical team immediately took out an antivenom serum. Just as he was about to administer it, Ning Xiaoyu interjected. The venom looks strong. Are you sure your antivenom serum will be effective? Had it not been for the love system assigning her a mission earlier, Ning Xiaoyu would have quietly watched the doctor give Mu Jiejie the antivenom injection, and she would have fully trusted the production team's preparations. But because the love system had not only given her a mission but also mentioned Mu Jiejie in the task context, Ning Xiaoyu now knew that the serum likely wouldn't work. The love system might have no tact and assign missions at the worst times, but in some ways it was useful, like now. If the antivenom was ineffective, there would only be one outcome for Mu Jiejie, which meant that tiny detail the love system had casually mentioned might actually determine Mu Jiejie's life or death. The doctor froze briefly at Ning Xiaoyu's question, then answered seriously. The antivenom serum I have is effective against most snake venoms except for the king cobra. Mu Jiejie hadn't seen what kind of snake bit her, and even if she had, she might not have recognized it. But hearing the doctor's answer, Ning Xiaoyu was certain. With confidence she declared she was bitten by a king cobra. Since the love system had already revealed that the production team's antivenom wouldn't work on Mu Jiejie, then regardless of the reason, using this serum wasn't safe. The love system had never lied to her. And it had no reason to, especially about something like this. Mu Jiejie was still in critical condition. What? She even knows that? What kind of terrifying creature is the salted fish queen? She really is chill when it's time to chill, but when it counts she's solid as a rock. Our Xiaoyu is so cool. Okay, but serious question. How the heck did the salted fish queen know it was a king cobra? Sobbing. I'm head over heels for her now. New. Someone already claimed the spot at the salted fish queen's thigh. I want to hug the salted fish queen's leg too and cry, big sis, I don't want to try anymore. Hearing Ning Xiaoyu's statement, the production crew, medical team, and other guests were all stunned. Especially Mu Jiejie, her emotions were on the verge of collapse. She cried out, take me to the hospital. Hurry. But the nearest hospital was over 30 minutes away. Everyone knew Mu Jiejie wouldn't make it that long. The director looked heavy-hearted. Xiaoyu, how did you know it was a king cobra? Ning Xiaoyu had pieced it together from the clues dropped by the love system, but she obviously couldn't say that. So she casually replied, based on the traces in the grass and the size of the wound. But that's not important right now, ladies, she really knows her stuff. Ah, too cool. The director was completely taken in, nodding quickly. Right, that's not important. What matters is the anti-venom. After confirming with the love system that it couldn't just conjure up effective anti-venom, Ning Xiaoyu said, "I'll go find the tribe leader from the native village. He might have a way." Yes, go find him. The locals will definitely know what to do. Ning Xiaoyu motioned for the medical team to place Mujejia on a stretcher and followed alongside her. Mujejia cried with tears streaming down her face. She gripped Ning Xiaoyu's hand tightly and said in a trembling voice, "Xiaoyu, I haven't always been nice to you before. I was wrong. It was all my fault. Thank you so much this time. No matter what the outcome is, I accept it." Ning Xiaoyu patted her hand. "It's okay." Perhaps it was the calmness in Ning Xiaoyu's voice that had a soothing effect. Though Mujejia still wept, her emotions gradually settled. When the group arrived at the entrance of the tribe, they nearly startled the natives again. At that moment, Ning Xiaoyu brought out everything the show crew could still offer: flashlights, compasses, GPS devices, sleeping bags, lighters, various food supplies, and more. This had been discussed on the way over, something she had negotiated with the director. If they wanted help from the natives, it wouldn't be right to offer nothing in return. Seeing Ning Xiaoyu take out so many supplies, the leader stepped forward and muttered a few words in his native tongue. Ning Xiaoyu couldn't understand him. But understanding wasn't necessary. She pointed to Mujejia's injured leg, then used her arms and palms to mimic the slithering motion of a snake. Her gestures were vivid and expressive, making it easy to grasp her meaning. She was explaining that Mujejia had been bitten by a snake. The salted fish queen's gestures are incredible. Even I could understand her. "Mujejia, you owe our salted fish queen big time, remember that." I don't know whether to feel happy or furious. Happy because our salted fish queen is genuinely trustworthy. Furious because hello? Is the production crew just here to eat and watch? When something serious happened, they were useless production team. At least we provided the supplies. Doge.jpg. Thinking about it that way just makes it even more ironic. Yeah, the production team's usefulness ends there. The leader stepped forward to take a look. When he got a clear look at Mujejia's wound, his expression grew particularly grim. Uho. Judging by the leader's expression, it's definitely a king cobra bite. If not for the salted fish queen, even with the anti-venom serum the show crew had, Mujejia would have been done for. That's basically saying the salted fish queen saved a life. Let's not celebrate too early. We're still not sure if the natives can treat her. Everyone anxiously waited for the leader's reaction. After observing Mujejia's condition, the leader signaled to a young boy behind him to fetch something. Before long, the boy returned with a vial of anti-venom serum specifically for king cobra bites. This serum had been provided periodically by local authorities to protect the tribespeople. The bottle even had instructions printed in 2 languages. After reading the directions, the doctor exclaimed with excitement, "This is it. We can use this." Due to strict storage requirements, the tribe didn't have many vials. If multiple people had been bitten today, they wouldn't have had enough serum to go around. Fortunately, only Mujejia had been bitten. The doctor who had read the directions administered the injection. Once the anti-venom was administered, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, and Mujejia also began to calm down. Afterward, the production team arranged for her to be transferred to a local hospital specializing in snake venom treatment for further care. An hour later, the guests received good news. The snake that bit Mujejia had indeed been a king cobra. And because her wound had been treated in time and she received the appropriate anti-venom serum, her life was not in danger. With a bit of rest, she would make a full recovery. On the phone, the director sounded overwhelmed with gratitude and repeatedly thanked Ning Xiaoyu. If not for Ning Xiaoyu's kind reminder, and if Mujejia had only been given the serum provided by the show crew, her condition might have taken a turn for the worse. Had something happened to Mujejia, the production team would have been in deep trouble. Ning Xiaoyu, wearing her usual blank expression, calmly accepted the thanks. Roya, due to this unexpected incident, the guests of Hi, my friend delayed their return. It wasn't until 6 hours later that they finally boarded the plane home. The moment they got on, Shan Yueyue shouted, "We're finally going home." Most of the others felt the same. This survival trip had been truly exhausting, and Mu Jiejie had narrowly escaped death. Though the other guests weren't injured, they were still shaken. The image of Mu Jiejie's desperate cries for help was burned into their memory. Since being accused by Mu Jiejie, Ning Yue has remained quiet. Even after getting on the plane, she said little, sitting silently in her seat with Su Chang keeping her company. Every now and then, Su Chang would gently comfort her. Mu Jiejie must have been mistaken. Don't overthink it, Wei Wei. Ning Yue gave a soft nasal in reply. Because of what happened to Mu Jiejie, the cast of Extreme Survival would be heading to a new location next. Everyone felt a swirl of emotions. Even though their bodies were screaming with fatigue, none of them could fall asleep. At that moment, the salted fish queen had already dozed off in comfort. In a world full of troubles, sleep reigned supreme. And sitting behind her, the movie king, who was protected by repellent powder, didn't have to worry about venomous snakes. After a chaotic day, he too shut his eyes and drifted off. Other guests, jealous. Whether it was the salted fish queen or the movie king, they were deeply, sincerely envious. Chapter 52. When they arrived in the capital, it was already the early hours of the morning. After the group of guests reached Friendship House, they immediately returned to their rooms to take a hot shower. Once they finished, each of them collapsed into bed and fell asleep. Many of the guests had nightmares throughout the night. In their dreams, they were chased by venomous snakes without pause. Only Ning Xiaoyu slept soundly and dreamlessly. The next day, she woke up a little after 6 as usual. After a simple breakfast, she informed the director and headed off to the hospital alone. It wasn't until she reached the hospital entrance, about to step through the doors, that she suddenly remembered her father was already awake. He was no longer the man who lay in bed with closed eyes, unable to respond, and could only listen to her mutter about her daily life. Just as she was about to take that step forward, her foot felt impossibly heavy. The love system couldn't understand Ning Xiaoyu's complex feelings at that moment. Girl, your father has woken up. Isn't that a good thing? Of course it was. It was undeniably good. But after 7 years, the love system wouldn't comprehend the complex human emotion of being shy in the face of intimacy. When Ning Zhan had been unconscious, Ning Xiaoyu had missed her only remaining family deeply. But now that he was awake, she suddenly didn't know how to face him. Perhaps he had once been a deeply devoted husband, but he was definitely not a qualified father. Ning Xiaoyu wasn't ready to go in just yet. Instead, she wandered around near the hospital, debating whether or not she should see him. It was the heart of winter now, and snow was falling heavily over the city. Near the hospital was a small park. At this time of day it was nearly empty. After Ning Xiaoyu entered the park, a sudden wave of laziness swept over her. She pulled up the hood on her down jacket and let herself fall backward into a thick pile of snow. The snow exploded into the air around her. She gently closed her eyes. Snowflakes landed softly on her lashes and cheeks. Some of them melted into droplets of water, but more kept falling. Before long, her eyebrows were dusted white. Just then, a little boy happened to run over. Seeing someone lying in the snow, he tilted his head in confusion, then crouched down and did something countless fans online had always dreamed of doing. Curious, he extended a hand and gently placed his fingertip under Ning Xiaoyu's nose. Feeling her warm breath, the boy exclaimed in surprise, "She's warm. She's still alive." Only a child could say something so innocent and direct. Ning Xiaoyu. She slowly opened one eye and responded, "That's right. Still alive." The little boy was startled and immediately turned and ran, shouting for his mother as he went. He had seemed brave when checking her breathing a moment ago, but just a few words from Ning Xiaoyu were enough to scare him off completely. After that interruption, Ning Xiaoyu couldn't lie there any longer. She got up, brushed the snow off her clothes, and slowly walked toward the hospital ward. The door to the ward, she ran into Ning Xiuchen, who had come to visit Ning Zhan. He was there to discuss the exact timing for hosting the banquet. When he saw her, he greeted her first, "Xiaoyu." Ning Xiaoyu immediately felt a wave of relief. "My dad. Is he all right?" Ning Xiuchen gave a warm smile. "Second uncle is in good condition." She nodded. "That's good. Then I'll head back now." Just as she turned to leave, Ning Xiuchen called out to stop her. He sighed softly. "Xiaoyu, aren't you going in to see him? It's been years since you've spoken. Don't you have a lot you want to say?" Ning Xiaoyu was about to respond when Ning Xiuchen, through the thick down jacket, suddenly grabbed her arm. Come on. Even before they entered, Ning Xiuchen raised his voice and announced, Second Uncle, Xiao Yes here. Ning Xiaoyu had no choice but to brace herself and call out, Dad. Ning Xiuchen tactfully gave the father and daughter some privacy. One stood, the other lay in bed. They were barely more than a meter apart, but it felt like a vast distance separated them. Upon seeing his grown daughter, Ning Zhan was instantly filled with emotion. He let out a heavy sigh. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. Hearing those long-awaited words after 7 years, Ning Xiaoyu's emotions suddenly found an outlet. There were things she had to say, things that would never sit right with her if she didn't voice them. You think you're so devoted, don't you? But in the end, your devotion only moved yourself. Is love the only thing that matters in life? So, then why did you bring me into this world? You think I wanted to be the product of your so-called love? Don't kid yourself. You thought they'd stay just because you tried to hold on to them, right? Don't be naive. You probably don't even know this, but in the past 7 years they haven't come to see you even once. They don't care whether you're alive or dead. They've been busy living the good life. Who would still think of you? Only you kept clinging to 2 people who wanted nothing more than to leave. And look where that got you, ending up in a coma. Overwhelmed by emotion, her words came out a little jumbled. But the meaning was clear enough. Wasn't this exactly what it meant to please no one on either side? That was the situation Ning Zhan found himself in now. His ex-wife and youngest daughter had long abandoned him in pursuit of wealth, perhaps even wishing he had never existed. And the eldest daughter, who had cared for him for 7 years, harbored deep resentment toward him. Ning Zhan's eyes turned slightly moist. He averted his gaze and repeated, I'm sorry. This middle-aged man looked weak and old now, completely stripped of the pride and vigor of his youth. Who would have thought that he had once been born into privilege and wielded influence like the wind and rain? After letting out her long-suppressed frustration, Ning Xiaoyu felt her emotions calm significantly. 7 years' worth of confusion and sadness seemed to melt away in that moment. She immediately returned to her usual calm and lazy demeanor, wearing her signature deadpan expression. Ning Xiaoyu said blandly, Since you've woken up, then live well. If there's no Ms. Zhang, there's still Ms. Wang, Ms. Liu, and so on. If all else fails, you still have other relatives. There was no need to keep clinging to life and death over one Ms. Zhang. If he wanted a second spring, she could even help him find someone. Ning Zhan heard the implication behind Ning Xiaoyu's words, and at that moment, he deeply felt the weight of his failure as a father. 7 years had passed, and he was no longer young. After a car accident and spending 7 years in a coma, his mindset had inevitably changed during those years. He had only occasionally sensed faint traces of the outside world. It seemed he had only vaguely heard Ning Xiaoyu's voice in recent times, likely just this year. He forced out a smile. Don't worry. Dad will live well. If he didn't appreciate things now, wouldn't that just waste the time and energy his eldest daughter had devoted over the past 7 years? This second chance at life had not come easily. Even if not for himself, just for Ning Xiaoyu, he would treasure it well. Seeing that Ning Zhan had taken her words to heart, Ning Xiaoyu nodded. Good. Then have a good rest. I'm heading back to film the show. Just as she turned to leave, Ning Zhan spoke from behind her. Your 23rd birthday is coming up in a couple of days. Your grandfather, your cousin, and I discussed it, and we've decided to throw a banquet that day to announce your identity as the young lady of the Ning family. Before Ning Xiaoyu could say anything, Ning Zhan added, Don't be in a rush to refuse. This matter I never said I'd refuse. Ning Xiaoyu replied calmly. Ning Zhan let out a sigh of relief. Since you don't mind, then keep your schedule open the day after tomorrow. Also, you can invite a few close friends to attend. Ning Xiaoyu let out an in acknowledgement. Got it. When she left the hospital room, Ning Xiuchen was still outside. Seeing her come out, he asked with a smile, How did the talk with your father go? Ning Xiaoyu shrugged. Not bad. Ning Xiuchen laughed. Not bad. That's good to hear. After a brief exchange, the two went their separate ways. By the time Ning Xiaoyu returned to Friendship House, Ning Xiuchen had already sent her the digital invitation for the banquet via WeChat. It was likely not designed by him personally but by his secretary. She had to admit the invitation was done with great care and was quite beautiful. All the photos used were screenshots of her from Hi My Friend. In every image she was smiling softly. She hadn't even realized she smiled that much during the show. She had always thought her expression was mostly emotionless. Love system, girl, you're quite self-aware. You don't smile often. That secretary spent quite a bit of effort just to get these few frames, so this digital invitation must have been prepared quite some time ago. Love system. Girl, you should smile more in the future. Ning Xiaoyu casually sent the digital invitation to Lu Jingdu and Shen Yuei. The moment, aside from Mu Jiejia, the other 11 guests were all in the main hall of the house. As soon as Shen Yuei received the digital invitation, she instinctively asked, Xiaoyu, a banquet? Then she noticed the immediate attention from the other guests and quickly added cautiously, this is something you can talk about, right? Ning Xiaoyu responded with a simple it's fine. Hearing that, Shi Ruei quickly asked, a banquet? Xiaoyu, you're having a banquet? What kind of banquet? A birthday banquet. Ning Xiaoyu explained. With Mu Jiejia absent, no one could help Ning Yue speak. So she had to chime in herself, asking curiously, Teacher Ning, you're going all out for your birthday this year. Kiske. The way she said that made it sound as if our Xiao Yes gone arrogant just because she's become famous. That I am telling you, Ning Yue is definitely jealous of our Xiaoyu. Definitely. Hearing that, Ning Xiaoyu replied coolly, oh, my family's organizing it. Family. For those familiar with her background, that word revealed more than enough. What family did Ning Xiaoyu even have? Ning Yue had never seen any relatives from Ning Zhan's side. As for Zhang Shue's relatives, after the divorce between Zhang Shue and Ning Zhan, none of them had maintained contact with Ning Xiaoyu. In that case, who could the family Ning Xiaoyu mentioned possibly refer to? Looking stunned, Ning Yue blurted out, your father woke up. What does that mean? What happened to Xiao Yes' dad? Ning Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, he woke up. At that very moment, Ning Zhan himself was watching the live stream. Hearing Ning Yue say your father so indifferently, he let out a bitter laugh. Ning Zhan, in just a few more years you'll be 50. It's time to grow up. Chapter 53. This was Ning Xiaoyu's private matter, and the guests found it inappropriate to ask too much. Still, hearing the words father woke up sounded like good news, so many of them offered their blessings. Congratulations. Everything will get better and better, Xiaoyu. Ning Xiaoyu accepted the blessings. Only Ning Yue appeared somewhat uneasy. But gradually, she let it go. After all, Ning Zhan was just a middle-aged man who had accomplished nothing. So what if he woke up? It had been his own carelessness that led to the car accident back then. It wasn't her, nor her mother, who made him chase after the car. Now that he had woken up, hopefully he could live quietly and stop disturbing her and her mother. Otherwise her current father would mind. Recently Shi Ruei had been trying to cozy up to Ning Xiaoyu, so she jokingly yet half-seriously said, Xiaoyu, are you only inviting Shen Yueyue to your birthday party? There's also me. Lu Jingda's calm voice came from the side. Ha ha ha, I don't know why, but that just made me laugh. Totally get it, Shi Ruei said with a laugh. Why not invite everyone? The more, the merrier. Before Ning Xiaoyu could respond, her phone chimed with a new message. It was from Ning Xiuchen. Agree to it. The more, the livelier. Since Ning Xiuchen himself had spoken, how could Ning Xiaoyu refuse? She nodded. All right. Then she sent out electronic invitations to each of the guests present. After reading the invitation, Shi Chao noticed something unusual. Why doesn't it say where the party is being held? Ning Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, oh, maybe it was just forgotten. I'll go with you all when the time comes. The other guests exchanged glances and understood the unspoken truth that no address probably meant the venue was too low class to be mentioned. As for the forgot to include it excuse, no one who had been in the game this long would believe that. Who would forget to mention something as important as the venue? In truth, Ning Zukan's secretary hadn't forgotten. It had been left out on purpose. Of course. This was exactly what Ning Xiuchen wanted from his point of view. None of Ning Xiaoyu's friends knew about her relationship with the Ning family. This time, her birthday banquet would be held at Ning Xilang Manor, a private estate named after their grandfather, who was also the chairman of the Ning Group. If the address had been included, anyone paying attention could easily guess her connection to Ning Xilang. Even if the guess wasn't exactly right, it would be close enough. They both bore the surname Ning, so anyone with half a brain would suspect a blood relationship. And what fun would that be? What Ning Xiuchen wanted was to create surprise and impact. One had to admit that he had a bit of a wicked sense of humor deep in his bones. He wanted to see that expression of shock and disbelief on his so-called younger cousin's face. And someday in the future, He also wanted to see that mother and daughter pair kicked out of the Shen family, full of regret. Of course, none of this needed to trouble Ning Xiaoyu. As her cousin, he would take care of it behind the scenes. He could also handle the face-slapping matters himself. As for Ning Xiaoyu, she just needed to happily live as a carefree salted fish. Roya, since the birthday party was the day after tomorrow, today and tomorrow's activities still had to go on. The director smiled and said, "Let's not talk about Xiaoyu's birthday party for now. You can discuss that in private." Back to the main topic. It's winter now, and what's winter without skiing? Today we're all heading to a snow-capped mountain to ski. Yay! I love skiing the most. Let's go, let's go. 2 hours later, all the guests except for Mujejia arrived at their destination. It was an outdoor ski resort that had been open for many years and always had heavy foot traffic. The show provided the skiing gear, including different styles of skis, goggles, bindings, and ski outfits. The guests were split into 2 groups. One group was for beginners, skiing in flatter areas. The other group was for experienced skiers, heading to more challenging slopes. Ning Xiaoyu had never skied before, so naturally, she stayed in the beginners group. What surprised her was that Lu Jingdu was also in the same group. She had thought he would join the experienced group. After all, he didn't look like someone who couldn't ski. Once Ning Xiaoyu had changed into her gear, fastened her feet to the skis and was about to try gliding a little, the sweet voice of the love system rang in her ears again. "Girl, how could you miss out on a romantic sport like skiing? Right now, the movie king is skiing in the same group as you. You can let the movie king hold you as the two of you experience the joy of skiing together. B. You hold the movie king and experience the joy of skiing together. C. Hug each other and do an airborne spin together to capture everyone's attention." Ning Xiaoyu? Pair skiing? That was a thing. Was that not just asking for death? Did the system think skiing was like ice skating, just hold hands and glide? The love system sounded full of anticipation. "Girl, this is the final mission before the system upgrades. After the upgrade, the long-awaited system store will open. If you run into another situation like being poisoned by snake venom, you'll be able to exchange for antidotes using love points. There was nothing the system couldn't provide, only things you hadn't yet thought of. As long as you complete your love missions diligently, the world will be in your hands. In the beginning, Ning Xiaoyu had converted all her love points into real-world currency. But now that she no longer lacked money, the love points she had accumulated remained untouched. "Ning Xiaoyu, thank you kindly." The love system continued. "After the system upgrade, girl, the love points you earn will double under certain conditions. Keep going and charge ahead. You're the sweetest one." As soon as it finished saying that, Ning Xiaoyu felt the urge to quit. This task she truly wanted to give up. There wasn't a single viable option among choices A, B, or C. Especially option C. What kind of trash option was that? Spinning through the air together. Love system. Rest assured, girl, the system will absolutely not endanger your life. The movie king's skiing skills are top-notch, and with the system's buffs he can definitely flip through the air while holding you. Even without the buffs, he'd still manage it. You two will be the sweetest and most dazzling couple on the slopes. This wasn't a matter of capability but a matter of permission. As she had said before, skiing was not figure skating. Who even did pair skiing? Ning Xiaoyu had originally planned to wait for the countdown to finish and just accept the penalty. But right then the system offered her a piece of information. "Girl, the movie king's uncle is about to make his move. Every extra day he lives is a threat to his uncle. To that man, the movie king is a thorn in his side. After all, wealth stirs the heart and this involves a huge sum of money. Originally, none of this existed in the timeline. If you hadn't intervened earlier, the movie king would have been ruined during the obsessive fan incident, and his uncle wouldn't pose any more threat. But in truth, that attack also had his uncle's fingerprints all over it. This moment, his uncle has already started taking action. He's even bribed someone important on the movie king's team. I can't reveal more just yet. But don't be afraid. Once the system upgrades, all you'll need is to buy either a misfortune removal talisman or a misfortune rebound talisman, and the crisis will be resolved. Each only costs 10 love points. Girl, don't just be tempted, take action. Go for it." Ning Xiaoyu checked her love points. Great, 9 points. Just one short of buying a misfortune removal talisman. And that 1 point? It would come from completing this mission. The system clearly wasn't even trying to be subtle. It was ramming the CP agenda forward by brute force. Ning Xiaoyu nodded. Alright. You win. With 3 seconds left on the countdown, she quickly chose option B. Then, before Lu Jingdu could react, she threw her arms around him. The two of them hugged through thick layers of ski clothing like two giant white bears hugging, oddly cute and funny. Then Ning Xiaoyu pushed off gently with her feet. With a soft scrape, they slid about 10 centimeters on the flat snow. About 10 centimeters. 10 centimeters. Love system. Wait, what? This counts. How did she keep finding loopholes in every mission? Why did every single love mission fail to achieve the sweet effect it intended? Why did she always beat the system at its own game? In its vision, the pair skiing scene was supposed to be elegant and romantic. Not like this, where they look like two complete newbies sliding awkwardly on flat snow for a whole 10 centimeters. Noticing that the system hadn't yet given the signature sound of mission completion, Ning Xiaoyu looked up through her goggles and asked, "Was skiing with me fun, Lu Jingdu?" He had no idea why she asked such a random question, but he replied obediently, "Yes, it was fun." Ning Xiaoyu nodded. "I had fun too." Love system. It had been worn down by its host to the point of being completely docile. Option B said, "You hold the movie king and experience the joy of skiing together." Well, she did hold the movie king. And they did ski together. Even if it was just 10 centimeters. As for the joy part, she had gotten Lu Jingdu to say it was fun, and she herself also said she had fun. Was that a superficial kind of joy? Maybe. But as far as mission criteria went, it counted. They were happy, so what was there to argue? Even if the system grumbled internally, it still had to stamp the mission as complete. With a ding, the system began upgrading immediately. Once the upgrade was complete, it would no longer be this passive, sugar-starved version. It would be Neohura 1 Neohura Zhenhuan, the female lead in the television series Empresses in the Palace system. It would get its dose of sweet couple moments. Roya. After the mission ended, Ning Xiaoyu let go of Lu Jingdu without hesitation. Her use and toss attitude made Lu Jingdu laugh out loud. So, he was just a convenient tool now? Ning Xiaoyu had meant to walk away immediately, but then remembered what the system had told her and turned back to say, "Don't use your staff for the next few days. Stay in Friendship House. If anything comes up, contact me." During those 3 days of extreme survival, Lu Jingdu had mostly coasted through without issues. So naturally he replied, "Alright." Wait, why did that sound so natural coming from you? Chapter 54. After Ning Xiaoyu finished saying everything she needed to, she planned to leave and find a place to slowly learn how to ski. Because of her sudden hug earlier, her livestream room was suddenly flooded with a bunch of haters. LMAO. No wonder she rose to fame so fast. Turns out she's just a cheap, flashy seductress. What now? How does it feel to ride on my idol's popularity? No wonder my Ruirua's career has been lukewarm for years. Clearly. She just doesn't have that green tea energy like you. Hugging my idol out of nowhere, only a shameless woman like you could do something like that. Ning Xiaoyu naturally couldn't see the barrage of comments in the livestream, and even if she had seen them, she wouldn't have cared. She was the type who was laid back. Frankly speaking, she was someone who never took anything to heart. Or, to put it another way, she had a very strong mental fortitude. At the moment, Ning Xiaoyu just wanted to ski happily by herself and didn't feel like wasting more time with Lu Jingdu. But just as she turned around, Lu Jingdu quietly held her from behind. Ning Xiaoyu? The CP fans and solo stands who hadn't been able to fight back against the haters earlier suddenly lit up with excitement at the sight. Lu Jingdu stood over 186 centimeters tall, while Ning Xiaoyu was 168 centimeters. For CP fans, that 18-centimeter height difference was absolutely the most adorable kind. Adorable? Absolutely. Super adorable. Did you see that? How can this be called clout chasing? This is clearly mutual affection. One frontal hug, one back hug. As a CP fan, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Although our movie king has never played the male lead in an idol drama in real life, he totally is one. Who would have thought our movie king was this smooth? Haters, stay mad. You're just jealous. I'm happily shipping this. Ning Xiaoyu turned around with a confused look. What? Lu Jingdu released her and smiled faintly. Happy. She nodded along. Happy. Yes. Happiness is the most important thing. I'm so happy I could go crazy. At this moment, the one who should have been the happiest was the love system. After all, this was its favorite kind of moment. But right now, the system was undergoing an upgrade and couldn't connect to the outside world, completely unaware of what was happening. And so, it missed out on this precious, long-awaited sweet moment. It didn't know either that this piece of sugar had been offered willingly by the movie king himself. Roya, when Ning Xiaoyu went skiing alone later, she still hadn't figured out why Lu Jingdu had suddenly hugged her. Since she couldn't figure it out, she decided not to bother thinking about it. Anyway, Lu Jingdu had said happy just now, and she really did feel quite happy at the moment. Because the system had gone silent. Normally, at a time like this, her ears would be tortured by its annoying voice. But now it was quiet, peaceful. She calmed down and gradually immersed herself in the joy of skiing. Half an hour later, Ning Xiaoyu successfully blended in with the kids group aged 6 to 12, becoming the oldest one among the little skiers. She also became what fans affectionately called the adorable kid leader. This group of children had a professional coach teaching them. Maybe it was because the coach noticed the cameraman following Ning Xiaoyu. He didn't charge her at all and instead taught her patiently for free. After all, they were filming a variety show and it was like getting free advertising. From a long-term perspective, it was a win-win. And so, Ning Xiaoyu started learning to ski alongside a bunch of 80-year-olds. Oddly enough, she didn't seem out of place at all. Just like the other kids, whenever the coach gave a command, she followed with a clumsy move. Awkward and chill, she looked exactly like a well-behaved primary schooler. Girls, did you notice the sugar? Noticed it? I noticed it too. What are you all talking about? Tell me. I'm dying here. Babe, look to the right side of the screen. When some viewers shifted their gaze to the right side of the camera, they finally spotted Lu Jingdu. He had his arms crossed while leaning lazily against a tree trunk and watching Ning Xiaoyu ski with the children. His expression full of ease and amusement. He wasn't skiing. Nor did he join any other group, he just stood there and watched Ning Xiaoyu ski. She was learning, and he was smiling. That I ship it. I really ship it. Ooh, our CP is giving us candy. I feel like it's New Year. And once again, the love system still upgrading missed out on another sweet sugar moment. When the lesson ended, the kids reluctantly waved goodbye to Ning Xiaoyu. Big sis, let's learn together again next time. Big sis, the next class is on Saturday at 3 in the afternoon, don't forget. Big sis, as expected, the salted fish queen is super popular with kids. Who wouldn't like such an adorable salted fish queen? The children's skiing lessons had come to an end, and the guests' skiing trip was also wrapping up. The other guests were chatting enthusiastically about their skiing experiences. When it was Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu's turn, the two had nothing much to share. After all, one of them had been following the kids around learning the basics, while the other had simply stood by and watched the entire time without skiing even once. Upon hearing that Ning Xiaoyu had been learning the simplest moves with a group of children, the other guests showed mixed reactions. Shi Rui teased, "Take your time learning, Xiaoyu. If you need help, Big Sis can give you a hand." Ning Yue smiled gently. "I'm pretty good at skiing. I can teach you." Su Chang chimed in, "That's right, Wei Wei is truly skilled at skiing." After speaking, he glanced at Ning Yue beside him. "I heard that you've been skiing in Switzerland with your family every winter since you were a teenager." Ning Yue nodded. "Yes, my dad really enjoys skiing. He also loves golf and flying helicopters. Looks like Wei Wei's dad is pretty impressive. Wei Wei is so good at protecting her family. We've never even seen them. But from what she's shared, it's obvious she's from a wealthy family. She's known the movie king for years. Their families are old friends. Only a truly nice family could raise someone like Wei Wei." Ling Zijie looked surprised. Uncle's hobbies are really that diverse. Ning Yue's smile grew even more radiant. "Yes, actually what I just mentioned is only a small part. My dad also enjoys sea fishing, horseback riding, and all kinds of leisure activities." Ning Xiaoyu had always had a good temper. The variety show had been filming for quite some time now, and throughout it, she had been too lazy to deal with Ning Yue. After all, she had long stopped viewing Ning Yue as family earlier. When Ning Yue said your father, Ning Xiaoyu hadn't argued. But now, hearing her repeatedly say my dad while praising Xiaoshen like some flawless deity, even someone as easygoing as Ning Xiaoyu couldn't hold it in anymore. She couldn't help but speak up. "Oh? Your father. That Mr. Shun?" Ning Yue had never openly flaunted her family background. But her fans all knew she was a true rich second generation. However, none of them knew which family she actually came from. Some industry insiders like Shen Yue knew everything about Ning Yue and her mother. In fact, Shen Yue had once admired Zhang Shui a great deal in her eyes. Zhang Shui was practically a legend. A divorced woman with a child from a previous marriage, Yet she had managed to hold the position of Mrs. Shun for a full 7 years. Most people wouldn't have been able to pull that off. Industry insiders knew what was going on, but the audience didn't. They didn't know that Ning Yue was only a stepdaughter. They didn't know that she and her mother had abandoned her biological father, resulting in him becoming a vegetative patient. They definitely didn't know that her mother had cheated during her marriage in pursuit of a better life. And the man she had cheated with was the same good father Ning Yue kept mentioning. When Ning Xiaoyu made that statement, the audience was stunned. Even the guests were stunned. This Ning Xiaoyu's sudden revelation was completely unexpected. Everyone was dumbfounded. What does that mean? Ning Yue's dad isn't surnamed Ning. Why does this smell like drama? Take out the like, it is drama. So does she take her mom's surname or what? Well, I heard her mom's surname isn't Ning either. Not totally sure, but pretty confident. Wait, so is Father Shin just her godfather? That's a very special kind of godfather. Ning Yue shot Ning Xiaoyu a sharp, vicious look. A few seconds later, she smoothed her expression back into something calm and harmless. Teacher Ning, what are you talking about? Did you hear some kind of baseless gossip? Rumors are never reliable, you know. You're in the industry too, Teacher Ning. How can you believe such unfounded things? Even as she said those things, Ning Yue was filled with resentment. Back then, when her mother remarried, CEO Shun refused to let Ning Yue change her surname. Her mother had worked for years before CEO Shun's attitude finally softened. She was about to officially become his daughter, and now everything had been ruined by Ning Xiaoyu. But Ning Xiaoyu understood the importance of moderation. After Ning Yue tried to defend herself, she didn't press the issue any further. Zhang Shui and CEO Shun were still deeply in love. Even if some negativity came out about Ning Yue, CEO Shen would probably step in to protect her. Let it be for now. Ning Xiaoyu had always been a lazy salted fish and she never rushed anything. But her sudden silence, this refusal to push further, left the issue hanging awkwardly, which made Ning Yue feel increasingly uneasy. As soon as the day's recording ended, Ning Yue immediately called Zhang Shui. After listening to Ning Yue, Zhang Shui didn't seem concerned at all. She casually blew on her fingernails, speaking with a lofty confidence. Didn't Ning Zhan recently wake up? I'll go have a little talk with him. If she won't listen to me, surely she'll listen to her own father. Ning Zhan held a special place in Ning Xiaoyu's heart. Otherwise, Ning Xiaoyu wouldn't have taken care of him for 7 years. Most people would have walked away from such a burden ages ago. Zhang Shui never tried to manipulate Ning Xiaoyu directly. For her, manipulating a man was far more satisfying than dealing with another woman, so she planned to control Ning Zhan, and through him, control Ning Xiaoyu, making sure she didn't dare run her mouth outside. In fact, she even intended to make Ning Xiaoyu apologize and take back what she said on the show. Wearing a smug and confident smile, Zhang Shui said, "Don't worry. Mom will take care of this for you. Just wait and see." Ning Yue finally relaxed completely. "Thank you, Mom." Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was Ning Xiaoyu's birthday. Chapter 55. Early in the morning, Ning Xiaoyu was awakened by a call from Ning Xiuchen. She checked the time. Good grief, it was only 5 o'clock. Thinking something urgent had happened, she picked up the phone, only to hear Ning Xiuchen calmly tell her to wake up and slowly start getting ready, because the styling team would be arriving soon. 5 o'clock? A styling team at her door. That was the kind of thing brides did on their wedding day. If she weren't the person involved, she would have thought she was getting married today. She immediately protested, "That's really unnecessary. I can do my own makeup and hair. As for the styling team, they could just go back to wherever they came from." She had only just fallen asleep a few hours ago after finishing a recording late at night. She was still tired and just wanted to sleep a bit more. Ning Xiuchen clearly didn't trust Ning Xiaoyu's idea of doing her own makeup. In fact, he was sure that if she didn't have professionals helping her, she would show up at her own birthday party looking exactly the same as she always did. But for such an important occasion, he naturally wanted Ning Xiaoyu to appear dazzling and radiant in front of everyone. It was the Ning family's young lattice first formal appearance. She had to make it impressive, even breathtaking. Ideally, she could deal a heavy blow to that ungrateful mother and daughter. Ning Xiuchen was well aware of the things Ning Yue had said on the variety show. Things like, "Your father is awake? And my dad likes this or that." The dad in Ning Yue's mouth wasn't her biological father, it was Xiao Shenatio, the Ning family. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face. She completely ignored her own father, clinging instead to a stepfather. What kind of behavior was that? Ning Xiaoyu even felt sorry for Ning Zhan that he said mildly. It's fine. You can keep sleeping while they do your styling. Just leave it to the professionals, I really don't need hello? Hello? Ning Xiaoyu must have expected her refusal because he hung up right after saying his piece. Ning Xiaoyu threw her phone aside and buried her face in the pillow. She hadn't expected that just as she got rid of the love system, her cousin would take its place. Even though the love system and her cousin had different motivations, their goals were the same. That was to make her steal the show. Just like Ning Xiaoyu said, 20 minutes later, the styling team appeared in front of Friendship House. Ning Xiaoyu informed the director and let them in. Soon enough she was surrounded by a whole crew of stylists. The director, stunned by the scene, scratched the back of his head and asked, "Is it really your birthday party today?" Ning Xiaoyu yawned and replied, "What else could it be?" The director chuckled. At this rate, you could be walking the red carpet later. Because Ning Xiaoyu took leave every week to visit Ning Zhan, the director had a rough idea of her family situation. He knew she had a father who had been bedridden for years. There was no one else in the family to help. She alone bore the medical costs for her comatose father. Anyone looking in, Ning Xiaoyu's family seemed modest if not outright pitiable. Recently, her father had woken up, and the director had silently felt happy for her that he had assumed this birthday party would be a small, warm gathering. A reunion with her father, with a few guests celebrating quietly. But seeing this spectacle made him question that assumption. What kind of birthday party would warrant such a large and professional styling crew? If she were dressed to the nines and ended up dining at some hole-in-the-wall eatery, it would be quite the mismatch. Not that he looked down on small restaurants, it just didn't seem to match the effort being put in. It all felt a bit excessive. After watching the chaos for a while, the director went back to sleep. It was still only 5:30 in the morning. Ning Xiaoyu let the stylists do their thing. She rubbed her empty stomach and asked, "Do you have anything for me to eat?" One of the stylists took out a steaming hot pork bun from a bag and smiled. "Don't worry, CEO Ning told us to bring breakfast for you." After handing her the bun, the stylist also gave her warm soy milk and a small portion of century egg porridge. The level of care was truly thoughtful. While Ning Xiaoyu ate, 3 hairstylists worked on her hair. Once she was done, 2 makeup artists took turns applying her makeup. The team had already finalized the makeup and hair plans before arriving. They had tailored everything according to Ning Xiaoyu's features. And both the hairstyle and the makeup were designed especially for her. With the whole team working in sync, they quickly finished her styling. All that remained was the dress. Naturally, Ning Xiaoyu had also prepared for that. He had thought of every last detail. Although he hadn't asked a designer to take Ning Xiaoyu's measurements, he had already obtained them. As for how? Well, he had gotten them from Kingston's stylist. When Ning Xiaoyu had posed in formal wear for Kingston's promotional shoot, that stylist had learned her approximate measurements, and of course experienced designers had sharp eyes. Even without exact numbers, they could make pretty accurate estimates. With that data in hand, the designer confidently created a custom-made dress for Ning Xiaoyu. Ning Xiaoyu herself had no idea any of this was happening. But Ning Xiaoyu had actually started planning everything long ago. Ever since he found out Ning Xiaoyu was his cousin, he had begun arranging everything he deemed necessary, and as it turned out, all the preparations he had made were finally proving useful. Just look, the dress was already being put to use. Because the designer was currently studying abroad, the dress had only been finished recently. It arrived via international express delivery just yesterday. After changing into the dress, Ning Xiaoyu didn't even have time to check her reflection in the mirror before she was ushered into a black Maybach. The luxury car was the same brand as the one that had picked up Ning Yue and Zhang Shui all those years ago. But this one looked roomier, sleeker and deeper in its shade of black. Back then, Ning Xiaoyu had watched helplessly as Zhang Shui and Ning Yue drove away in that car. Now she was sitting in one herself. But her heart felt calm. She didn't really feel much of anything. "Miss Ning, your styling is complete. We'll now take you to Ning Xiaoling Manor. There are a few people Chairman Ning would like you to meet in advance." Ning Xiaoling Manor. She immediately spoke up. "Wait, I invited a few guests to come with me." The lead stylist smiled and said, "I know. CEO Ning had already instructed us about some matters. Miss Ning, please rest assured, your friends and guests will be escorted by another driver. They will arrive at your birthday party safely and on time." Since someone would be taking the guests to the banquet venue, Ning Xiaoyu had nothing more to say. The lead stylist then asked Miss Ning, if you don't have any other questions, shall we depart now? Ning Xiaoyu nodded. Alright, then I'll get some rest. Hearing that, the stylist considerately took out a sleeping mask for her. Sweet dreams. Ning Xiaoyu. This level of service felt a little too thoughtful. Roya. Not long after Ning Xiaoyu left, the guests began to wake up one by one. Because the variety show recording had gone late into the night, the guests all got up later than usual. It was already 8 o'clock when Shi Chao, the first guest to wake up, came downstairs. As he was about to eat breakfast, the other guests trickled into the living room one after another, exchanging greetings. Morning. While Ling Zige was eating a bun, he suddenly asked, aren't we supposed to attend Xiaoyu's birthday party today? The other guests immediately chimed in, yeah. Where's the birthday girl? Haven't seen her. Don't tell me Xiaoyu's still sleeping. Ha ha ha, who's going to wake her up? At that moment the director spoke up just in time. Xiaoyu already left for the banquet venue earlier. Ning Yue put down the glass of milk she was drinking, pursed her lips, and asked with a look of feigned curiosity, then what about us? The digital invitation didn't include the address, did it? Right as she finished speaking, a refined-looking man seated on the sofa stood up and smiled warmly. No need to worry, everyone. I'm your exclusive driver for today. I'll be responsible for taking you safely to the banquet venue. My surname is Xiang, but you can just call me Xiao Xiang. The guests had been too focused on eating breakfast to notice the unfamiliar man sitting on the sofa. Once he spoke, they instinctively turned to look at him, and upon seeing his face clearly, quite a few of them became visibly intrigued. He looked elegant and scholarly, dressed in a neatly tailored suit, with an extraordinary air about him. They had assumed he was a newly arrived staff member, but it turned out he was the driver invited by Ning Xiaoyu. Xiao Xiang, what do you usually do for a living? Did Xiaoyu invite you specifically to drive for us? What's your relationship with Xiaoyu? Xiao Xiang merely smiled in response to their questions and gave no direct answers. You'll find out soon enough. Shi Rui said with a teasing tone. Oh? Keeping us in suspense? Xiao Xiang kept smiling gently and harmlessly. Shi Rui grew increasingly curious about him. He really didn't look like any ordinary driver. In fact, he resembled a high-earning elite who sat in an office all day, raking in millions a year. She had met plenty of people and considered herself quite good at judging character. She figured her guess couldn't be too far off from his real occupation, which made things all the more puzzling. Where had Ning Xiaoyu met someone like this? And had even come all this way just to drive guests for her? Of course, Xiao Xiang wasn't someone Ning Xiaoyu had known personally. He was a capable secretary working under Old Master Ning. Highly competent, he had graduated from a top university in M country, fluent in multiple languages, and currently earning an 8-figure salary annually. Today, Old Master Ning had specifically assigned him to act as the driver for this group of guests. It was, frankly, a bit beneath him. The guests naturally had no idea about this. But they would soon learn that this was the personal secretary of Chairman Ning of the Ning Group, not some ordinary passerby, much less a full-time chauffeur. After breakfast, Xiao Xiang led the guests to a long, luxurious Lincoln limousine. He said courteously, please, get into the side of the car. The guests couldn't hide their surprise. A refined, well-spoken driver, paired with such a high-end vehicle, this birthday party clearly wasn't going to be simple, which brought up a new question. Wasn't Ning Xiaoyu from an ordinary background? Where did she get the resources for all this? The guests instinctively looked at Lu Jingdu. The movie king's expression remained as calm as ever, no different from usual. No one could read anything from his face, with all their doubts unanswered. The guests boarded the car one by one. After getting into the limousine, Ning Yue suddenly felt a bit uneasy for some reason. The car, the driver, everything had gone against her expectations. It felt like something had happened without her knowing. She lowered her head and sent a message to Zhang Shui, asking if she had met with Ning Zhan yet. Zhang Shui replied with a simple, don't worry, I'm almost at the hospital room. Ning Xiaoyu won't be able to stand in your way. Upon reading the message, Ning Yue exhaled a long breath of relief. Thank you, Mom. Roya. On the other side, Zhang Shui had finally arrived at the hospital room door. She didn't bother knocking and opened the door casually. To her, it wasn't difficult to find out which room Ning Zhan was in. Just sending someone to ask around had been enough. It had been 7 years since they last saw each other. Zhang Shui had long cast Ning Zhan out of her life. But in her eyes, Ning Xiaoyu's feelings toward her probably hadn't changed much over the years. After all, while she had truly lived life during these 7 years, to Ning Xiaoyu, it had been as if he had merely taken Annika. As soon as she opened the door, she smiled calmly and said, "Ah, Jean, we meet again." Upon hearing that alto familiar voice, Ning Xiaoyu instinctively raised his head. The air in the room seemed to freeze. He lay weakly on the hospital bed, old and weary, while the woman standing not far away looked glamorous and even more beautiful than before. During his coma, Ning Xiaoyu had been right. Zhang Shui had been doing just fine. She had lived well, so well, in fact, while Ning Xiaoyu had suffered so bitterly. Ning Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Zhang Shui didn't sit down. She was busy and didn't have much time to waste on Ning Xiaoyu. Once she finished saying what she had come to say, she planned to leave immediately. So, she had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. She got straight to the point. "Xiaoyu said some things on the variety show that weren't good for Wei Wei. They've caused considerable damage to her reputation. I hope you, as Xiaoyu's father, can rein her in. Tell her to take back what she said and issue a public apology to Wei Wei." And Zhang Shui's mind. Ning Xiaoyu didn't even need to think before agreeing. After all, the man from 7 years ago had been so humble and so deeply in love with her, like a groveling dog. Whatever she asked, he wouldn't dare say no. She believed he would act exactly the same now. Zhang Shui had that confidence. When she finished speaking, she looked down at Ning Xiaoyu from above. "If you've got time now, you can give her a call. I'm very busy, so you'd better move quickly." Hearing that, Ning Xiaoyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhang Shui frowned slightly, displeased. "What are you laughing at?" With effort, Ning Xiaoyu spoke. "At the man I used to be." After days of treatment, he could finally speak a little, though it was still difficult. Recovery was a slow and painful process. "Huh?" Ning Xiaoyu stopped laughing and word by word said with effort, "I used to be blind and foolish. But not anymore. After all these years that Xiaoyu has taken care of me, what right do I have as a father to tell her what to do? Besides, she wasn't wrong, was she?" Chapter 56. Zhang Shui clearly hadn't expected Ning Xiaoyu to refuse her. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly and a trace of displeasure from being defied appeared on her beautiful face. "What did you say? Are you trying to go against me, Ning Xiaoyu?" Ning Xiaoyu gave a bitter smile and closed his eyes. Zhang Shui looked down at the man she had once loved. She had once been young and naive, believing that love outweighed money. But the grind of daily life, meals, groceries, oil and salt had worn away all the affection she had once had for Ning Xiaoyu. Eventually, she had grown tired of those repetitive, mundane days. Carrying designer handbags every day, frequenting high-end venues, traveling in luxury cars, and living the life of a wealthy lady, wasn't that far more appealing? Why should she spend her days enduring hardship with Ning Xiaoyu? Could love satisfy hunger? What a joke. Now, looking at Ning Xiaoyu again, there wasn't a single trace of leftover emotion in her heart. She had never once regretted her decision. The only thing she regretted was not meeting Shenke earlier. She had wasted the best years of her life on Ning Xiaoyu. With a cold sneer, Zhang Shui said, "Ning Xiaoyu, I'm ordering you to call Ning Xiaoyu right now and make her apologize to Wei Wei in front of the livestream audience, or he'll get angry." "Ning Xiaoyu, I want a branded bag. Will you buy it for me? If you don't, he'll get angry." "Ning Xiaoyu, does this coat look good on me? If you say no, he'll get angry." "Ning Xiaoyu, you have to do all the housework at home. I don't know how to do it." "Ning Xiaoyu, this place is so dirty. Clean it up now, or he'll get angry." Fragments of memory suddenly flooded Ning Xiaoyu's mind. Back then, every time Zhang Shui said he'll get angry, he would immediately lower himself to coax her. No matter what she asked for, whether he could do it or not, he would agree without hesitation and try his best to fulfill it. The only thing he had failed to give her was the life she wanted. It wasn't until he left his family that he realized, without their support, second young Master Ning couldn't even afford a Maybach. Yet in the past, a Maybach's price had only equaled 2 months of his allowance. Once so proud, second young Master Ning had turned into someone even he didn't recognize, all for the sake of so-called love. Ning Xiaoyu closed his eyes, unwilling to look at the woman who evoked both love and hate in him. He reminded himself not to soften, not to hold Ning Xiaoyu back anymore. He had already been wrong for too many years. He couldn't continue making mistakes. His tone turned cold as he forced himself to speak. "I won't make that call. No matter what she does, I will support her." Zhang Shui was momentarily stunned, thinking she had misheard. This is utter rebellion, isn't it, Ning Xian? She sneered and crossed her arms. I'll give you one more chance. Think carefully about how you want to answer me. Suddenly, Ning Xian felt exhausted. Why had he ever found Zhang Shui beautiful and adorable? Now that the illusion had shattered, he realized she was nothing more than an aggressive and unreasonable woman. He assumed a posture that clearly meant please leave. I'm tired. I need to rest now. Zhang Shui looked at him in disbelief. Ning Xian, you. At that moment the doctor happened to arrive on rounds. Ning Xian immediately said, Doctor, please see her out. Since marrying Shin Ku, Zhang Shui hadn't suffered this kind of humiliation. She let out a cold laugh and pointed a perfectly manicured finger at the man in the hospital bed. You're doing just fine, Ning Xian. I'll come back later. In the meantime, think carefully about your decision. As she turned to leave, Ning Xian spoke lightly, Doctor, please help me contact some security guards. Thank you. Zhang Shui gritted her teeth, then turned on her 10-centimeter heels and walked away with sharp, clicking steps. As soon as she left, Ning Xian finally exhaled, the tension in his body easing. He suddenly seemed to have aged several years. The doctor said, CEO Ning previously mentioned transferring you to another hospital. It's quieter there. No one would disturb you, and it would help with your recovery. What are you thinking? Ning Xian kept his eyes closed, his voice weary. Let's go with his suggestion. Alright. Roya. Elsewhere, the show's guests were in the car, trying to get information from the driver. Xiaoxiang, where are we going now? Xiaoxiang smiled. Don't worry. With so many of you, there's no way I could sell you off, right? Shi Rui chimed in. We're not worried about that. Just curious. Xiaoxiang gave a flawless response. It's just a birthday party. What's there to be curious about? Shi Chao ran a hand over the seat beneath him. Is this car rented or borrowed? Xiaoxiang. He merely smiled and didn't respond. This limited edition car, could it even be rented? Which rental agency had one? He'd love to know. People who could borrow this kind of car probably had a garage full of luxury vehicles. They wouldn't need to borrow anything. Shi Rui held her face in her hands. How much longer? Xiaoxiang replied patiently, very soon. When they pulled up outside a small convenience store, Xiaoxiang suddenly stopped the car. Ning Yue spoke up right away. Is it that little restaurant next door? She had sharp eyes and had been observing the eateries nearby. The other guests quickly noticed the small, somewhat yellowed restaurant beside the convenience store as well. Some of them began to open the car doors, preparing to get out. Su Chang looked out the window. Is Xiaoyu inside? Xiaoxiang maintained his composed demeanor. I'm just stopping to buy a bottle of water. We haven't arrived yet. Please be patient. Ning Yue bit her lip. Are we still not there yet? It's been going for quite a while already. The manor was built in the suburbs, so naturally the drive took some time. But Xiaoxiang couldn't be bothered to explain that he got out of the car to buy a bottle of water, took a few sips, then got back in. Once the car started moving again, the guests' curiosity faded a little. They couldn't help it. After sitting in the car for so long, they were starting to feel tired. Liu Jingdu had been resting with his eyes closed ever since getting into the car, showing not the slightest interest in where the driver was taking them. Shen Ye's eyes were sparkling, though no one knew what she was thinking about. Ning Yue lowered her head and sent a message to Zhang Shui. Mom, how are things going? This time Zhang Shui didn't reply immediately. Ning Yue's heart grew uneasy again. Roya. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoyu had arrived at Ning Xilang Manor before the other guests. It had to be said that the manor was truly grand and impressive, but her face didn't show any sign of the wide-eyed awe or envy one might expect from someone stepping into such a lavish place for the first time. She still wore her signature deadpan expression, calm and composed. To be honest, there wasn't much to be envious of. That was just the salted fish mindset, tough as nails. What was meant to be hers would eventually be hers. If it wasn't, there was no need to force it. There was no need to envy others. Envying others was exhausting. It was enough just to live well as oneself. As soon as Ning Xiaoyu stepped into the manor's grand hall, the butler led her to Old Master Ning's side. At the moment, Old Master Ning was surrounded by several old men who looked to be around the same age as him. Lao Ning, is this your granddaughter? She's beautiful. How old is the child? Does she have a boyfriend? As it turned out, no matter their age or social standing, elderly people loved to ask if the younger generation was dating. Hearing that, Old Master Ning immediately waved them off. Go, go, go. I still plan to keep my granddaughter around for a few more years. No marriage. Absolutely no marriage. One of the gray-haired old men laughed heartily. Fine, no marriage. But Lao Ning, you should let your granddaughter meet more peers. Who knows? She might just run into someone she likes. Old Master Ning was already prepared for this. Didn't I ask you all to bring your grandsons and granddaughters today? Introduce them to Xiaoyu later. Of course. So her name's Xiaoyu? Easy to remember and sounds nice. Lao Ning, your granddaughter is truly something. Ning Xiaoyu sat quietly to the side like a mascot. Thankfully, old Master Ning hadn't intended to marry her off. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed there at all. Old Master Ning had originally assumed that his granddaughter would find chatting with their group of elderly men boring, but to his surprise, in just a short while, she had seamlessly blended into their circle. Ning Xiaoyu said, my hobbies? Normally, I enjoy fishing and walking birds. But most of the time I like sunbathing and taking naps. As soon as she mentioned fishing and birdwalking, the other old men lit up and had plenty to talk about with her. Xiaoyu, your hobbies are really something else. Xiaoyu, if you've got time. How about joining us old men for some fishing? Xiaoyu, Old Master Ning. Old Master Ning was stunned. Weren't young people these days into clubbing, concerts, skiing and karaoke? How had it come to fishing and bird walking with Ning Xiaoyu? Those hobbies, they were actually pretty great. As her grandfather, he shared the same interests. In the future, they could organize group fishing outings with all the old fellows. Roya, just as Ning Xiaoyu was hitting it off with a bunch of old men, the limousine carrying the guests was drawing closer to the manor. Shi Chao, a rising filmmaker from a good background, realized something as soon as they entered the area. This part of town was a tacitly acknowledged district for the wealthy. Anyone who lived there was either rich or influential. If Ning Xiaoyu's birthday party was being held there, then it probably meant she had recently latched onto someone powerful. Clinging to someone's coattails wasn't rare. Still, felt like a bit of a waste. Ning Xiaoyu, such a laid-back girl, had bowed her head to reality after all. While Shi Chao was silently sighing in his heart, the manor finally came into view. Shi Rui let out a gasp. Xiaoyu's birthday party is being held here. Su Cheng's face was full of barely concealed astonishment. What estate is this? Ning Yue's face turned slightly pale. She didn't look good at all. The limousine cruised smoothly into the estate, and the manor's grand and majestic view unfolded before the guests' eyes. The place was extremely beautiful. At that moment, Xiao Xiang's calm, strong voice came from the front seat. Allow me to introduce this place. This is Ning Xiaoyu Manor. It was built 20 years ago, expanded 5 years ago, and has changed hands twice. The current owner purchased it at the beginning of this year for a 9-figure sum and renamed it Ning Xiaoyu. The guests exchanged glances. Ning Xiaoyu? Who's that? His surname's Ning. Same as Xiaoyu. So, Ning Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu are. After the introduction, Xiao Xiang fell silent, not answering their questions. Some guests weren't short on connections or sources, but the name Ning Xiaoyu was genuinely unfamiliar to them. When had such a wealthy person suddenly appeared? Ever since entering the estate, Ning Yue's mood had plummeted to rock bottom. Chapter 57. After entering the manor, aside from the guests from the variety show Hi My Friend, several other invited guests also arrived one after another. The guests strolled around the spacious and magnificently decorated hall, which had been arranged with impeccable taste. Of course, once someone reached a certain level of wealth, taste often came naturally. And even if it didn't, the team of assistants around them would always be ready with all sorts of suggestions. Each of the 4 corners of the hall had been set up with a variety of snacks and beverages, free for the guests to help themselves to tea first. Shi Rui and the others had walked around calmly, but gradually, their composure began to crack, because the guests who came to this birthday party were increasingly high profile, each one more impressive than the last. They even spotted several familiar faces who often appeared on financial news channels. Shi Rui instinctively covered her mouth and whispered, "A birthday party like this is something I can actually attend." Meanwhile, the online viewers had started joking around. A birthday party at this level and I get to watch it. A birthday party at this level and I get to indirectly participate. This is Xiaoyu's birthday party, right? Right? Mom, our Xiaoyu really made it big. Su Chong and the others stood frozen in place. This scene was completely different from what they had imagined, and no, there wasn't a single part of it that matched what they had envisioned. They had thought it would be nothing more than a small birthday dinner. A few people gathering casually, having some food, sharing a birthday meal, and then leaving. But what they were seeing now was clearly a grand, high-profile birthday banquet. Shen Yueyue pressed her lips together and muttered, "What do I do? The gift I prepared suddenly feels too embarrassing to give." The other guests fell silent when they heard her words that at least Shen Yueyue had prepared a gift for Ning Xiaoyu. As for them, they had shown up empty-handed, with absolutely nothing prepared. What's more, they were dressed plainly today, without any special effort. Compared to the elegantly dressed guests in suits and gowns, they stood out awkwardly. The others were confidently mingling with drinks in hand, while they were left bewildered on the sidelines. It was painfully awkward. Well, not everyone had come unprepared at Liu Jingdu. For one, he was dressed in a deep navy suit, his leather shoes polished to a shine. His hair had been styled with wax. And he looked every bit the handsome gentleman that he fit right into the banquet atmosphere, and there was nothing incongruous about him at all. It was as if he had prepared for this event well in advance and could easily blend in with the crowd, toasting and socializing with ease. Su Chang couldn't help but tease with a laugh. Movie King Lu, don't tell me you already knew. What exactly he might have known was left unsaid, but everyone understood. After all, in this variety show, aside from Shen Yueyue, Liu Jingdu was the one most familiar with Ning Xiaoyu. If he had known in advance that this birthday banquet would be extraordinary, it made perfect sense that he had come prepared. Liu Jingdu tugged the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. His tone was calm, yet somehow carried a trace of mockery. When attending someone's birthday party, dressing up a little is basic courtesy. The unspoken implication was that if they hadn't dressed properly, that was their own faux pas. The so-called kept man is standing up for himself. That clapback was on point. Attending our Xiaoyu's birthday banquet, even if it were held at a roadside diner, you should still put some effort into your appearance. LOL, you dress like you're going grocery shopping, and then complain the movie king's too formal. These people are so shameless. Su Chang gave a sheepish laugh, clearly embarrassed by Liu Jingdu's words. He had assumed Ning Xiaoyu's birthday party would be held in some ordinary little restaurant and hadn't even considered dressing up. There was no need. If he had worn something fancy, it would have just gotten ruined anyway. And yet Ning Yue bit her lip. At this point, she just wanted to see Ning Xiaoyu in person and ask her what was going on. Where's teacher Ning? Why hasn't she come out to greet us? Just then Xiao Xiang, who had been standing nearby, spoke lightly. Young Miss Ning is probably busy right now. Roya, and indeed, Ning Xiaoyu was busy listening to a group of elderly men sharing all sorts of fishing stories. My best haul was catching 2 giant koi in a single afternoon. I'm not as lucky. I usually just get small fish. Xiaoyu, since you're so patient, why not join this old man for a round of golf sometime? With a deadpan expression, Ning Xiaoyu replied, I don't know how to play. That's fine, Grandpa will teach you. Old Master Ning deliberately put on a stern face and grumbled, who's the real grandpa here, huh? This group of elderly gentlemen, all well over 70, had decades of revolutionary friendship behind them. It was normal for them to tease one another now and then. The others quickly played along. It's you, alright? Old Master Ning glanced at his watch. It's getting late. Time to head down. The stylist, who had been quietly standing by like background decor, immediately stepped forward to touch up Ning Xiaoyu's lipstick, then adjusted her overall makeup. Once the touch-up was done, Old Master Ning extended his arm toward Ning Xiaoyu. For a moment, she didn't move. She blinked, looking at him. Old Master Ning put on his stern face again. Come on now. That was when Ning Xiaoyu realized he wanted her to link arms with him. It was her first time walking arm in arm with someone. She had never had the opportunity before. For Ning Xiaoyu, linking arms with a family member like this was a novel experience. The other elderly men had taken the elevator down on the other side. Ning Xiaoyu, holding onto Old Master Ning's arm, began descending the grand spiral staircase slowly from the second floor to the first. It was a bit of a struggle for her to support Old Master Ning on her own. Seeing this, Ning Xiuqian, who had been waiting nearby, immediately stepped up to help, taking the other side. The trio moved slowly down the stairs. Halfway down, someone from the crowd below suddenly shouted, "She's here!" That one announcement was like flipping a switch, and everyone at the venue immediately turned their heads toward the spiral staircase. And with just a single glance, many of the guests were utterly stunned. The crystal chandelier overhead shone with dazzling brilliance, and the hall was magnificently decorated. Yet even that splendor paled in comparison to the diamond crown atop Ning Xiaoyu's head, and the shimmer of tiny diamonds adorning the hem of her gown. Ning Xiaoyu was dressed in an intricately designed, luxurious gown. The hem was studded with countless tiny diamonds, and as she walked, it was as if the Milky Way itself was flowing behind her. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, her makeup flawless, and with the diamond crown on her head, she looked just like a princess slowly stepping into everyone's line of sight. The guests of Hi My Friend didn't recognize Ning Xiaoyu, but they knew CEO Ning. After all, the production team had previously done a crossover with Hello Dad. CEO Ning had appeared with Ning Xiaoyu, supporting an elderly man as they entered the scene together. Chao murmured instinctively. This situation was completely different from what he had imagined. He had previously thought Ning Xiaoyu must have latched onto some wealthy benefactor for the sake of resources, but judging by this setup, it clearly wasn't that simple. Apparently, he had completely misjudged things before. Shenhua immediately glanced down at her cocktail dress. It was formal enough and certainly appropriate for a birthday banquet like this. Then she took a small mirror out of her purse to check her makeup to attend Ning Xiaoyu's birthday banquet. She had woken up early that morning to get ready good, no smudged makeup. Only her lipstick needed a slight touch-up. She promptly pulled out a tube of lipstick and applied a quick layer. Liu Jingdu stood with both hands in his pockets. His expression unreadable, but his gaze quietly followed Ning Xiaoyu the entire time. The other guests of Hi My Friend instinctively took a small step back. If it were at all possible, they would have had their managers deliver more formal attire right that second to change into on the spot. Everyone else looked sharp and radiant, yet they were the only ones still in casual wear. What kind of impression did that give? At that moment Xiaoxiang smiled and announced, Chairman Ning and young Miss Ning are coming down. Ning Yue responded instinctively, Chairman Ning. Xiaoxiang nodded slightly. Yes, Chairman Ning. The man on his left, you should be more familiar with him. That's CEO Ning, Chairman Ning. CEO Ning. Ning Xiaoyu. 3 people with the same surname Ning. The guests of Hi My Friend couldn't help but connect the dots. What was the relationship between these three? Everyone began to speculate inwardly. But no one dared to believe it outright. What the hell? This wasn't some melodramatic idol drama, right? Shirue pursed her lips, face full of curiosity. So, what's the relationship between CEO Ning and Chairman Ning? Some things no longer needed to be kept hidden. After all, they were all going to find out soon enough anyway. Xiaoxiang smiled and replied, their grandfather and grandson. Then what about Ning Xiaoyu and Chairman Ning? A certain answer was already surfacing, on the verge of becoming obvious. Chao asked aloud, how come I've never heard of Chairman Ning before? Xiaoxiang replied cheerfully, Chairman Ning only shifted the company's focus back to the domestic market this year. Before that, Ning Group operated mainly in Europe. Then he added, you might not follow the financial world too closely, so you probably didn't know this Ning Group's overseas registered company name is Ningface. Most guests of Hi My Friend didn't know much about Ning Group. But once Xiaoxiang mentioned Ningface, everyone suddenly knew what he meant. There was no way anyone there wouldn't recognize such a famous company. Ningface was a globally renowned conglomerate. Its chairman was Chinese. But while many people were aware of the company, they had no idea that the chairman was Ning Xiaoyu. After all, in media coverage this powerful figure was always introduced as David. Who would have known his Chinese name? So no way, right? No way. It couldn't really be that melodramatic. Was Ning Xiaoyu really connected to the founder of Ningface? As it turned out, real life could be even more dramatic than the cheesiest idol drama. Scenes and plots that had never shown up in TV shows were now unfolding in reality. When Ning Xiaoyu walked arm in arm with Old Master Ning to stand on the elevated stage at the front of the hall, the entire room instantly quieted. The guest of honor had arrived. Out of respect, everyone stopped their conversations and turned their attention toward the trio on the stage. Ning Xiaoyu immediately stepped back, giving the spotlight to Ning Xiaoyu and Old Master Ning. Old Master Ning stood before the microphone and smiled as he said, "Thank you all for giving this old man the honor of your presence, and for attending my biological granddaughter's 23rd birthday banquet." That one sentence exploded like a thunderclap, and every guest of Hi My Friend present stood stunned. What? Biological granddaughter? Ning Xiaoyu was the biological granddaughter of the founder of Ningface. Then did that mean this entire birthday banquet, hosted by Chairman Ning himself, was a public display of recognition? Was she also being acknowledged as an heiress? Chapter 58. The entire venue erupted into murmurs. What? Did I hear that right? Oh my gosh, our salted fish queen is incredible. She truly deserves the title queen. So our Xiaoyu being a salted fish queen is really just the mark of a true champion. The guests of Hi My Friend exchanged looks of disbelief. Ning Xiaoyu was actually the biological granddaughter of the founder of Ning Face. This development had completely blindsided everyone. At first, Shi Chao had assumed Ning Xiaoyu was just clinging to someone powerful. But when she appeared arm in arm with Chairman Ning, he started questioning that assumption. He had begun to speculate, but even his guesses hadn't been this outrageous. He had only thought Ning Xiaoyu might be some distant relative of Chairman Ning, recently reconnected and there to curry favor. But in the end, she turned out to be the real deal, a biological granddaughter. That was absolutely beyond belief. Shen Yueyue looked excited and genuinely happy for Ning Xiaoyu. But Ning Yue, Su Chongling, Zijie, and the other guests of Hi My Friend wore much more nuanced expressions. They looked surprised, envious, and conflicted by turns. But none of their emotions could compare to the storm churning inside Ning Yue. Her feelings were a true mess. What was going on? She was a Ning Tuda. If Ning Xiaoyu was the biological granddaughter of the Ning Face founder, then so was she. She should have been the one standing on that stage, basking in the spotlight. But she still couldn't do that. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain things to her father's side. So what exactly was going on? How had Ning Xiaoyu suddenly ended up with a blood connection to the founder of Ning Face? Just then, Old Master Ning raised his hand, signaling the guests to quiet down. I know everyone must be confused about how I suddenly have another granddaughter. That. The other guests instinctively held their breath. There was gossip coming. A nostalgic expression appeared on Old Master Ning's face. In my life I had 2 sons. The eldest passed away a few years ago. As for the youngest, we had some disagreements. So he hasn't been by my side these past years. He let out a long sigh. Maybe it's age catching up to me, but I just want my whole family reunited. It was only after returning to the country that I managed to find my youngest son and Xiaoyu. Though we were separated for years, Xiaoyu being my biological granddaughter is an indisputable fact. There was a lot hidden in that sentence. Most notably, if she was his biological granddaughter, then she had the right to inherit. Some of the elder guests who had known Old Master Ning for years started recalling the gentle, well-mannered second young master of the Ning family. Come to think of it, back then I even wanted to marry my daughter off to the second young master of the Ning family. Now that you mention it, I remember too. That second son really was refined and good-looking. Tons of young girls liked him. His personality wasn't like the rest of the Ning family. Most of them were tough and decisive. But him, even though he studied finance, his true love was art. People who love art are romantics deep down. That doesn't quite align with a business-driven upbringing. Listening to this, Ning Yue almost laughed. What did they mean? That useless father of hers was the second young master of the Ning family they were all reminiscing about. So he had once been that impressive. Then why had he let her and her mother live such bitter lives? And now, he had been found by Chairman Ning. Chairman Ning had even thrown this so-called birthday banquet, which was clearly a recognition banquet, to officially announce Ning Xiaoyu's identity to the world. All the glory was going to Ning Xiaoyu, while she and her mother were left with nothing. After finishing his speech, Old Master Ning handed the stage over to Ning Xiaoyu. Next, I'll let my granddaughter Xiaoyu say a few words. Ning Xiaoyu honestly had little patience for these kinds of occasions. She was used to being laid back and had no interest in playing nice with others, nor did she enjoy these social settings. But she knew this was her grandfather's way of showing love, so she reluctantly suppressed her salted fish instincts and spoke into the mic. I'm very happy to be standing here today. I hope everyone will guide me well in the future. Our salted fish queen has straightened her spine. Of course we will support you. Go Xiaoyu, go. Right after Ning Xiaoyu finished speaking, a 6-tiered birthday cake was wheeled out by the staff. They lit the candles for her. As the last candle was lit, the main lights in the hall suddenly went out. Only a few dim lights remained, just enough for everyone to see on stage. The soft yellow candlelight became the brightest glow in the entire room. Ning Xiuchen led the applause and started singing Happy Birthday. Some staff began handing out microphones in the crowd. Shan Yueyue, quick as lightning, snatched one up. Unfortunately, she only got one, and the next second, she handed the mic to Lu Jingdu, gesturing for him to use it. This is hilarious. Even Xiaoyu's friends are CP shippers. CP fans really put in the work to in the public eye. The movie king is now confirmed as a kept man. The staff had been too far from Lu Jingdu, so he hadn't had time to grab a mic, only to have Shen Yuyu hand him one instead. He went with the flow, turned the mic on, and began singing Happy Birthday with the music. Instantly, his deep, magnetic voice filled the hall. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. It sounds amazing. Sounds so good. I started singing along too. Sending birthday wishes to Xiaoyu from afar. The cheerful melody echoed endlessly throughout the venue. Except for a few guests who briefly opened their mouths just for show, the rest of the attendees sang the birthday song in full cooperation. The atmosphere on site was both warm and lively by the time the final line of the song came. Several distinct voices were heard over the microphone. Liu Jingdu said, Xiaoyu, happy birthday. May all your wishes come true. Ning Xiaoyu said, sister, happy birthday. May you be happy every day. A lucky passerby who had gotten hold of the mic chimed in, Miss Ning, happy birthday. You're getting more and more beautiful. Among the chorus of well wishes, one startled cry sounded out of place. However, the atmosphere was so enthusiastic that no one paid it any attention. Wei, your hand is hurt. It was only after Su Cheng pointed it out that Ning Yue realized her palm had been scratched open by sharp nails at some point. But she didn't seem to feel any pain. Why did so many people send their blessings to Ning Xiaoyu? All these years Zhang Shui had been married into the Shen family, and not once had anyone ever gone to such lengths to throw Ning Yue a birthday celebration. Not once. Xiao Shen had been married more than once. Before he married Zhang Shui, he had already been married twice. His wives from the first two marriages had all given birth to more than one child. Although she was known as the second young lady of the Shen family, in truth, aside from one older sister, she also had several older and younger brothers and sisters. With so many children in the family, there was constant fighting for affection and inheritance. Xiao Shen had no shortage of offspring. As a stepdaughter with no blood relation to him, he treated her mildly out of respect for Zhang Shui. But to say he treated Ning Yue well? That wasn't true. She had gone to great lengths to win the favor of this stepfather. Yet no matter how much effort she put in, she never received any truly good treatment. There were just too many children in the family. Even his own kids were hard for him to keep up with. How could he possibly spare time for her, a mere stepdaughter? What's more, the eldest brother was slowly beginning to take over power in the family. Ning Yue's presence in the house had always been weak. She couldn't compete with her eldest sister in emotional intelligence, nor could she compare to the youngest daughter from Xiao Shan's previous marriage in terms of being well-behaved. In this moment, Ning Yue admitted that she was jealous. She was actually jealous of Ning Xiaoyu, someone she had always looked down on. Roya, at that moment Ning Xiaoyu stood like a princess in the spotlight, surrounded by everyone's blessings. Amid all the well wishes, Ning Xiaoyu made a wish and blew out the candles in one breath. Cheers erupted in support. Happy birthday! No one was so tactless as to ask what wish Ning Xiaoyu had made. After all, if you said a wish out loud it wouldn't come true. But in reality Ning Xiaoyu hadn't made any wish at all. She simply closed her eyes, waited for 3 seconds, and then opened them again. She already felt her current life was good enough. The salted fish queen was easily satisfied after the wish was made. The lights in the hall came back on with Ning Zukan's help. Ning Xiaoyu began to cut the cake for the guests. Liu Jingdu was the first guest to receive a slice. He took it in one hand and with the other, presented the gift he had prepared. It was a small box, its contents unknown. Ning Xiaoyu thanked him as she accepted it, and Ning Xiaoyu took over to hold onto the gift for safekeeping. The variety show guests who hadn't brought gifts did not come forward for cake. The guests at the birthday banquet arrived with male or female companions, or with their families, smiling as they came forward with gifts. Xiaoyu, happy birthday! I hope you're happy every day. Old Master Ning was tired. After Ning Xiaoyu made her wish, he sat down in a chair behind her. Ning Xiaoyu took over as host to help introduce the guests. This is CEO Liu and Madame Liu from XX International. Ning Xiaoyu said, nice to meet you. This is CEO Wang from XX Entertainment. Hello. CEO Wang smiled and said, Xiaoyu, I hope we get the chance to work together. Ning Xiaoyu replied, sure. She was introduced to many people. At first, she could remember who was who, what their names were, and what they did. But later on, she began to feel numb. The faces before her passed through her mind like water, forgotten as quickly as they appeared. She maintained a faint smile and numbly repeated, hello. Socializing really was exhausting work. There were too many guests at the banquet today. Fortunately, the 6th-tier cake was large enough for everyone to have a share. Just as Ning Xiaoyu finished cutting a slice of cake and was about to hand it to the next person, a sickly sweet voice rang out beside her. Sister, happy birthday, Ning Xiaoyu. After taking the slice from Ning Xiaoyu, Ning Yue didn't begin eating right away. Instead, she headed over to where old Master Ning was sitting behind Ning Xiaoyu. There were no cameras over there. Nor was that area being watched by others. Coincidentally, only a few guests still hadn't gotten their cake. Ning Xiaoyu set down the knife and fork and casually glanced behind her. Ning Yue squatted beside old Master Ning and smiled as she said, "Grandpa, it's me, Wei Wei. I'm also a Ning." Old Master Ning looked down at the girl with the dazzling smile from her face. He vaguely saw a shadow of a young Zhang Shui, but he responded indifferently, "Well, I guess we must been family a few hundred years ago." Chapter 59. When Ning Yue heard those words, her entire body stiffened. What did that mean? Did old Master Ning not know that she was also his granddaughter? No, that was impossible. Since they had managed to track down Ning Zhan and Ning Xiaoyu, there was no reason they wouldn't know about her existence. Then was old Master Ning refusing to acknowledge her? Just then, a passing guest overheard the conversation and laughed, saying, "What a coincidence, my surname is also Ning. Going by that logic, I guess the old master and I were family a few hundred years ago." Old Master Ning let out a hearty laugh. "That's right, we were all one family a few hundred years ago." Just like that, Ning Yue's identity had been reduced to that of a passerby who happened to share the same surname. She didn't even know how she left that place. All she knew was that she felt completely out of sorts, as if her soul had left her body. Why? As soon as she reached a quiet corner, she immediately pulled out her phone. Her hand trembled slightly as she dialed Zhang Shui's number. The repeated beeping from the receiver seemed to stretch endlessly. Each sound felt like a blow to her heart, making it hard for her to even breathe. After a while, Zhang Shui finally picked up at a leisurely pace. "Hello? Wei Wei." Ning Yue spoke with a slight sob in her voice. "Mom, did you watch the variety show live stream?" Zhang Shui's voice was calm and indifferent. "No, I didn't." "Why? Did Ning Xiaoyu bully you again?" Ning Yue shook her head silently. Ning Xiaoyu hadn't bullied her directly, but today Ning Xiaoyu had been the center of attention, admired and surrounded by everyone, while she could only look up from the sidelines. That feeling hurt even more than being bullied. With a nasal voice she said, "Mom, do you know? Dad is actually the youngest son of the founder of Ningface." As soon as those words left her mouth, a voice filled with disbelief came from the other end of the phone. "What? That's impossible. That useless ex-husband of hers, who had nothing going for him besides his looks, how could he possibly be the son of the founder of Ningface? Wei Wei, you must be mistaken. Your father couldn't possibly be for the first time ever." Ning Yue forcefully interrupted Zhang Shui. She raised her voice slightly, her sobs growing clearer. "It's not impossible. The founder of Ningface just said so himself. He said he had some disagreements with Dad, so Dad hasn't been with him all these years. I'm at Ning Xiling Manor right now, the estate named after Grandpa. He's here throwing a birthday party for Ning Xiaoyu." Zhang Shui couldn't quite make out the rest of Ning Yue's words. Her ears seemed to be ringing, as if thunder had exploded in her mind. "What? The founder of Ningface personally admitted that Ning Zhan is his son. Ning Zhan is a rich second generation. Ha! How could that be? Him? But then, memories from when they first met slowly resurfaced in Zhang Shui's mind. It was during their second date. Ning Zhan had shown up in a well-fitted, handsome white shirt. He looked sunny and dashing. The white shirt and jeans he wore looked simple, like any ordinary brand. But even the plainest clothes looked different on him. While she waited in line for milk tea, she overheard two girls whispering about the brand of Ning Zhan's clothes. She hadn't even heard of those brands. As for the price, she had even less of a clue. It seemed to be some foreign custom-made label. She had forgotten the name almost immediately. When she asked Ning Zhan about it later, he casually brushed it off, saying it was just a knockoff. At the time, she thought he was like her, a person who liked to dress up and put on appearances. Back then, she also liked to buy knockoffs. She thought they were a perfect match with similar tastes and temperaments. But looking back now, those clothes on Ning Zhan were probably real, not fakes. If he truly was the second young master of the Ning family, how could he have worn counterfeits? So had Ning Zhan been lying to her from the very beginning? Ha ha ha! Tears welled up in Zhang Shui's eyes as she let out a laugh, sensing her odd behavior. The housekeeper walked over, her face full of concern. "Madam, is everything all right?" Zhang Shui pressed her lips together and quickly schooled her expression into calmness. "It's nothing." But the slight redness in her eyes still betrayed her true emotions. The housekeeper nodded. "Sir's driver called earlier. He'll be home in about 30 minutes. Zhang Shui gave a soft then said, "All right, I know." After the housekeeper left, Zhang Shui hurriedly said a few words to Ning Yue before hanging up. If it had been before, hearing that Shun Ku would be home in half an hour, she would have gone to her room to take a hot shower, dress up carefully, and finish it all with a spritz of light perfume. But now she had no desire to dress up. She needed to see Ning Zhen immediately and get to the bottom of everything. She wanted to confront him face-to-face and ask whether he really was the youngest son of the Ning Face founder. She wanted to know why he had pretended to be an ordinary man in front of her. Was it because he had been guarding himself against her from the start? Afraid that she'd covet his wealth? More than anything, she wanted to know when their living standards dropped to middle class and he couldn't afford the bag she wanted. Had he ever thought of telling her the truth? Had he ever considered reconciling with his family for her sake? Those questions only Ning Zhen himself could answer. Zhang Shui threw a coat over her pajamas and ran out, ignoring the housekeeper's repeated calls behind her. "Madam, madam, where are you going?" Zhang Shui got into a bright red convertible in the garage, slammed her foot on the accelerator, and drove off without a second glance. Ning Zhen. Ning Zhen. She had to ask him face to face. After a wild breakneck drive, Zhang Shui's car finally screeched to a halt in front of the hospital. She jumped out without hesitation and dashed toward the inpatient ward. Along the way, many passers-by turned to look at her in astonishment. She knew she must have looked like a complete mess. She was still wearing her thin pajamas, hastily covered by a long down coat, her hair was unkempt, and she hadn't bothered with perfume. She knew she looked far from elegant and nothing like the graceful and refined Madame Shun. But none of that mattered anymore. Winter in the capital was bitterly cold. She hadn't dressed warmly enough and her body was starting to feel the chill. But no amount of cold could compare to the ice in her heart at that moment. Zhang Shui had thought her heart was already frozen. But she never expected it could grow colder. When she arrived at Ning Zhen's hospital room, she had planned to storm in and confront him directly. But the door wasn't fully shut. Through the narrow gap, she caught sight of a stranger inside. It was a face she had never seen before. She pushed the door open at once, her breath ragged. "Where is Ning Zhen?" The patient had casts on both arms and legs, clearly suffering from multiple fractures. He stared at her in confusion, letting out a bewildered "huh." Slowly, he asked, "What?" Zhang Shui suddenly felt like she was unraveling. She screamed hysterically, "I asked where is Ning Zhen? The patient who used to be here, where did he go?" The patient had no way to answer. He had just been admitted today and knew nothing about the previous occupant of the room. It was a hurriedly arriving doctor who finally gave her an answer. "To ensure Mr. Ning has a better recovery environment. He's been transferred to another hospital." Transferred just like that without a word. He had transferred. Was this hospital not good enough? Or did he believe that her presence was hindering his recovery? 7 years really had changed so much. The Ning Zhen of the past would never have left without a word and would never have treated her with such cold indifference. Zhang Shui suddenly laughed loud, unhinged laughter. And as she laughed, tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. Her perfectly maintained and delicate face seemed to age dramatically in that moment. She had always believed that the Ning Zhen who once loved her so humbly, who lowered himself into the dirt for love, was the clown. Only now did she realize that she was the clown all along from beginning to end. She had always been the clown Roya. While Zhang Shui was losing all composure in the hospital, screaming with hysteria, Ning Xiaoyu and Ning Xiuchen were slowly wheeling old Master Ning back to his room. On the way, Ning Xiaoyu couldn't stop yawning. She had woken up early that morning, and after the emotional roller coaster of identifying relatives, she was truly exhausted. Old Master Ning noticed her teary eyes from all the yawning and chuckled. "If you're tired, go to bed early." Ning Xiaoyu nodded. When they reached old Master Ning's room, he handed her a thick stack of documents he had prepared in advance. Ning Xiaoyu took them in confusion. "What's this?" Old Master Ning explained, "These are equity transfer documents, property gift agreements and so on. Sign them when you have time. If anything confuses you, ask Xiuchen, he'll help you." Ning Xiaoyu instinctively glanced at Ning Xiuchen beside her. Old Master Ning having another granddaughter meant Ning Zuken's share would shrink. Originally, all of this should have been his. Sensing her gaze, Ning Xiuchen waved a hand and smiled. "Don't look at me like that. I already have more than enough." Old Master Ning continued, "The company used to be inherited by your uncle, but after an unfortunate accident he passed away years ago. From then on, Xiuchen had been managing it. You'll receive a large dividend every year, just like your father used to. Ning Xiaoyu had just come into a sizable fortune, yet her expression remained calm. It was as if she were holding a stack of regular papers, not documents transferring equity and gifting real estate. She rubbed her sore eyes from fatigue and replied, "All right. Though it's fine even if I didn't get any of this. No. If it's yours, then you should take it." That came from Ning Xiaoyu. Old Master Ning smiled. "All right, Xiaoyu, go back to your room and rest. You've brought Grandpa this far, that's enough." Ning Xiaoyu nodded. Just as she was about to leave, Old Master Ning reminded her, "Don't forget to sign that." If it were anyone else, gaining so much all at once would have left them overjoyed and spinning in delight. No need for a reminder to sign. But this was the salted fish queen herself, unmoved by fortune or misfortune. Even after suddenly becoming a little heiress, she still wore a deadpan face, her expression so calm it was almost frightening. Okay. When Ning Xiaoyu reached the door of her room, she unexpectedly ran into the cameraman from the show who had been waiting for her there. "The princess has returned. Congratulations to the salted fish queen on her new title, Little Princess of the Ning family. What's that in her hands?" The cameraman shared the same curiosity as the viewers. He immediately noticed the thick stack of documents in her hands and blurted out, "Xiaoyu, what's that?" Some things couldn't be hidden. The news that she had received a significant portion of the Ning family's assets would get out sooner or later. So Ning Xiaoyu answered calmly, "Oh, just some equity transfer documents. And property gift agreements and stuff. Just that thick stack. She must have gotten a lot of properties." "Ah, I'm just a bystander and am already this excited. How is the salted fish queen staying so chill?" Chapter 60. After nothing more than the time it took to hold a birthday banquet, Ning Xiaoyu had already become familiar to most people within the social circle. Second young Master Ning's daughter, and Old Master Ning's granddaughter. And in that same short span of a birthday banquet, Ning Xiaoyu had become a wealthy woman worth hundreds of millions, a rich lady. There had once been a popular motivational phrase, "Let's just make our first 100 million. That sentence had circulated widely among netizens. At the start of each year, people would jokingly set their goal by saying, "This year I don't want much, just 100 million." But everyone knew, of course, that it was just a joke. After all, how easy could it be to make 100 million? Most people could work their entire lives and never come close. But Ning Xiaoyu was different. She didn't even need to strive, and she already had assets worth several hundred million. What did it mean to strike it rich overnight? This was exactly it. It was something most people wouldn't even dare to dream of. After Ning Xiaoyu casually said those words, the audience couldn't calm down for a long time. "I need to go ask my dad if he's a runaway heir to some wealthy family. I just asked my dad if my grandpa is waiting for him to come home. My dad smacked me on the head and asked what nonsense I was thinking." Same here. I told my dad to stop pretending already and just confess that he's a rich second generation. My dad said he's also been waiting for his dad to say that. The comments above are killing me with laughter, ha ha ha. After saying goodnight to the livestream viewers along with the cameraman, Ning Xiaoyu calmly headed back to her room to sleep. She remained composed. While the cameraman was still lost in the gossip-filled buzz of the night, back in her room, that thick stack of documents awaiting signature was casually placed on the bedside table by Ning Xiaoyu. That stack of papers might have been treasure to someone else, but to Ning Xiaoyu it was just a headache. Signing her name wasn't enough, she still had to run all sorts of procedures at various offices. That process couldn't be wrapped up in a single day. Just then, her phone started buzzing non-stop. She glanced at it lazily and discovered that in a matter of moments, she had received hundreds of messages. Her phone, usually ignored by the world, suddenly lit up with attention. Some messages were congratulatory, some were digging for gossip, and most were just people trying to get close to her. Though Ning Xiaoyu had been in the entertainment circle for a few years, it was the first time her phone had been this lively. "Xiaoyu, today was your birthday banquet. Such a pity I couldn't be there in person. Happy birthday. Xiaoyu, it's been a while. How have you been lately? Xiaoyu, free sometime soon. Want to book a spa together?" Xiaoyu. Ning Xiaoyu skimmed through them and then put the phone down. Just a bunch of irrelevant people not worth replying to. She took a hot shower and was just about to lie down and sleep when someone knocked on her door. When she opened it, she saw it was Ning Xiaoyu standing at the doorway with a cheerful smile. He placed a large box in front of her room. "These are all your birthday gifts. The names of the senders are written on each one. Alright, it's getting late. You can slowly open them tomorrow. Rest well. Ning Xiaoyu hadn't expected to receive this many birthday presents. It was her first time getting over 100 gifts. She nodded. Thanks, brother. After Ning Xiaoyu left, she had originally intended to sleep and open the gifts the next day. As a proud salted fish, she usually had the patience to wait. But at that moment her eyes accidentally landed on a gift sitting right on top of the pile. If she remembered correctly, that one had been given by Lu Jingdu. She picked it up to check and sure enough, the name on it was Lu Jingdu. Since it was already in her hands, she figured she might as well see what was inside. With that thought, Ning Xiaoyu unwrapped the present in just a few quick motions. When the content was revealed, she looked at the gift with a bit of surprise. Inside was a small crown, more like a hair accessory that could be clipped into her hair. Unlike the diamond crown she had worn earlier that day, this one was petite. Though it also had diamonds, it was more understated and suitable for everyday wear. She held it up and examined it closely. She had to admit that the little crown was exquisitely crafted, dainty and delicate. It looked absolutely adorable, and the diamonds sparkled brilliantly. Just playing with it in her hand, she was nearly blinded by the dazzling shine. Even someone like Ning Xiaoyu, who had zero girlishness, found herself genuinely liking the gift. If it had been a girl with a heart full of pink dreams, she probably wouldn't have been able to sleep tonight from excitement. Ning Xiaoyu was about to put the gift away when she felt something unusual near the clasp. The surface there wasn't smooth and it felt rough to the touch. She instinctively flipped it over to take a look, and that's when she discovered the truth that it wasn't a flaw in the clasp but an engraving. Etched into it, in tiny but clear letters, was her name, Ning Xiaoyu. If the love system had been around, it would have screamed. The movie king's attention to detail is off the charts. He really put his heart into this gift. Unfortunately, the love system wasn't there, so Ning Xiaoyu was only mildly surprised before calmly and neatly putting the gift away. As for the rest of the huge box of presents, she'd open them whenever she had time. At Roya the next morning, Ning Xiaoyu dragged Ning Xiaoyu out bright and early to start running around for all those procedures. As for her variety show filming, Ning Xiaoyu had already arranged a leave of absence for her to be. By the time they finished all the exhausting formalities, Ning Xiaoyu was nearly wiped out. After the final step, Ning Xiaoyu patted her on the shoulder with a big smile and said, "Xiaoyu, congratulations. You're officially a little rich lady now." Ning rich lady, Xiaoyu replied, "Thanks." Ning Xiaoyu even cracked a rare joke. Only a rich lady can afford to keep a boy toy. Ning Xiaoyu let out a lazy o and said, "Not keeping one. What would be the point? Too much hassle, and no one should dream of scamming a single cent out of her." Ning Xiaoyu just laughed heartily and didn't press the topic. Roya, while the Ning family was enjoying this harmony, the Shun family, on the other hand, was in utter chaos last night. Shun Ku had an unexpected dinner engagement, so he returned home a bit later than usual. By the time he arrived, Zhang Shui had already tidied herself up impeccably. There was no trace of anything unusual on her face, and no one could tell she had been hysterical just hours earlier. She was wearing a beautiful, seductive nightdress, looking sweet and alluring. Shan Ku and Zhang Shui spent a wonderful night together. The next morning, when Shan Ku went to the office feeling refreshed and energized, he received a message from CEO Wang of a rival company. The message was short and seemingly normal, just a question showing concern. "Yo, Shan, is this your wife? You're always so busy with work. But you should still show your wife more care from time to time." Shan Ku read the message with a blank expression. His wife? What happened to Zhang Shui? Wasn't she perfectly fine? They had just spent a tender night together and he hadn't noticed anything wrong with her. But just seconds later, a second message from CEO Wang arrived. It was a photo. And the woman in the photo, he knew her all too well. They had shared the same bed for 7 whole years. It was Zhang Shui. Yet in the photo she looked completely different from her usual self. She wore a messy pajama set with a long down coat thrown over it. Her hair was disheveled and her eyes slightly red, looking like someone who had escaped from a mental facility. The background appeared to be a hospital. Shan Ke's first reaction was Zhang Shui sick? Otherwise, why would she look so unhinged? Just as he was about to call her to ask about her condition and show some concern, another message came in from one of his competitors. "Zio Shan, you really ought to show your wife a bit more care." Only then did Shen Ke sense something was off, and his brows furrowed slightly. He knew these people weren't that kind-hearted. If Zhang Shui had truly fallen ill, they wouldn't be sending him messages of concern. which meant that something must have happened without his knowledge. He quickly gave a cold order to his assistant, "Go find out what the madam did yesterday." Yes, Xiao-shun. His assistant worked efficiently and soon had everything investigated. But when he reported the findings, he felt a bit uneasy because no matter how one looked at it, it seemed Xiao-shun had been cuckolded, and no wonder those two competitors had messaged Xiao-shun this morning with such seemingly friendly concern. Underneath it all was ridicule and amusement. He could already picture how Xiao-shun would react. Sure enough, once Shenke learned that Zhang Shui had gone to the hospital to visit her ex-husband only to find he had already been transferred, his fury erupted. Man or woman, few could tolerate being made a fool of in such a way. Especially someone like Shenke, who had a strong sense of pride. He sneered coldly, and no wonder that group had suddenly become so kind-hearted. They were just there for the show. And yet he, the person at the center of it all, had been completely kept in the dark. After handling a few important matters, Shenke hurried back home. Zhang Shui was surprised to see him come home before lunchtime. Just as she was about to approach him as usual, Shenke shoved her away with a single push. She fell to the floor instantly. It didn't hurt, but the humiliation was overwhelming. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Honey, what's wrong?" Shenke exploded. "What's wrong? You have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? Did you go see your ex-husband yesterday? You did great, didn't you? You made me lose face completely in front of all my competitors. Zhang Shui, did you forget what I told you back then?" Back then, he had made it very clear that she was to sever all ties with her ex-husband, never to see him again. Later, Ning Xiaoyu became comatose, and all this time Zhang Shui had done quite well. But now, in their 7th year together, she had taken the initiative to visit her ex-husband. This to Shenke was completely unacceptable. Separation or divorce, pick one. Zhang Shui looked at him, pale-faced. "Honey, please don't treat me like this." Shenke made the decision without hesitation. Well, separate first. If they divorced right away, it would be too obvious, and people might start talking. He had to endure for now. In front of others, he still needed to maintain some grace. Let the situation cool down first. Before Zhang Shui could react, Shenke had already turned and left without a trace of hesitation. She remained frozen, as if turned to stone. Her lips trembled, and only now did the tears begin to fall uncontrollably. Roya, just as Zhang Shui struggled to recover from the shock, a familiar ding sound rang in Ning Xiaoyu's ears, and the long-lost voice of the system returned. "Dear girl, long time no see. I Hu Han-san am back again," won the villain's line in the movie Sparkling Red Star. "Ning Xiaoyu, thanks, but honestly I was doing just fine without you." "Really?" Chapter 61. The love system was so excited it could barely stop rubbing its hands together. During its system upgrade, it felt like it was going to explode from holding everything in. The days without any sweet moments had been far too hard to endure. In that time it had been completely cut off from the outside world, with no idea if its fellow CP fans were still active or not. Its digital little heart was full of bitterness, desperately craving something sweet. Thankfully, the system finally completed its upgrade. Now, with a brand new look and even sweeter, more refreshing love missions, it was ready to embrace each bright and beautiful day. Let the sugar rush come even harder. This version of the system was no longer the greasy, outdated one that used to hand out stale love missions. Now it was Neo-Huru's system, issuing love missions that were romantic, heartwarming, and thrilling. With a loud laugh, the love system shouted, "I, Hu Han-san, am back again," and immediately assigned a new love mission. "After days apart, I missed you dearly, girl. In this world, what brings the sweetest feelings? It's a fluttering heart. It's love. It's the sense that it must be you and only you. Within half an hour, please tiptoe and give the movie king a kiss. Go for it, girl. Ning Xiaoyu?" It took Ning Xiaoyu a few seconds to react. When she realized the system wasn't providing any other options, she couldn't help asking, "You spent days upgrading just for this?" The love system replied sweetly, "Yes, girl. Doesn't it feel more thrilling and even sweeter now?" In the past, whenever it gave her a mission, it always came with 3 options. At least she used to have some room to choose. But now, after the upgrade, the system has removed all choices. It gave her only one. Was it planning to force-feed itself soft candy now? Afraid that Ning Xiaoyu might go on strike, the love system quickly opened up the newly launched system shop for her to see. Everything it had mentioned before, like the misfortune rebound talisman and misfortune removal talisman, was available now, and there were even more tempting items on display. Rather than calling it a store, it was more accurate to describe it as a cheap menu for real life. The only problem? Everything was incredibly expensive. In fact, those earlier mentioned talismans were the cheapest things available. If it had been anyone else, they would have gone wild with excitement after seeing things like the Youth 1 talisman and Beauty 1 talisman, eager to do missions non-stop. But unfortunately for the system, it had bonded with the Salted Fish Queen, who had no ambition whatsoever. Even worse, the Salted Fish Queen was now worth hundreds of millions. She wasn't short on money or attention. She casually glanced through the shop, then closed it without hesitation. The love system still sounded confident. "Hee girl, are you tempted?" Action speaks louder than heartbeats. Before it could even finish its line, Ning Xiaoyu interrupted flatly with her usual deadpan expression. "Nope. Love system? How could she not be tempted? What kind of salted fish host had it bonded with?" Still, the love system remained full of confidence. "Girl, someday you'll see the benefits of having me around. In real life, no one could last 8 times in one night. That would be fatal. But in the system shop, not only could you go 8 times in one night, it even had a 3 days and 3 nights talisman." What is 8 times? 7 days and 7 nights is the real king. This was something the system had prepared especially for its beloved CP. Only one store had it. You wouldn't find a second one in the entire world. Ning Xiaoyu had no idea what kind of fantasies the system was dreaming up, nor did she care to guess. "So if I don't do the mission, I still get punished?" The love system chuckled mischievously. "How could that be called punishment? It's clearly just some flirty fun between a couple." Hearing that, Ning Xiaoyu had a hunch. So even the punishment missions got upgraded? The system rubbed its hands again. "That's right. They'll be more varied and more fun. Girl, hurry and give it a try." Ning Xiaoyu didn't respond. She simply opened the door and went to find Lu Jingde. It wasn't that late, but most of the guests were already resting in their own rooms, not out and about. She found Lu Jingde's room and knocked 3 times on the door. A few seconds later, he opened it from inside. Without even looking at him properly, Ning Xiaoyu tiptoed and leaned in. The love system instantly transformed into a screaming chicken. "Aha! She's gonna kiss him. She's really gonna do it." The newly upgraded love mission was so thrilling that the love system's digital heart was pounding wildly. But in the next second, its scream was cut off. "Huh. That's it. You made me drop my pants, and this is what you showed me." All she did was slightly tiptoe and plant a kiss on the movie king's pajamas. Love system. Wordplay? She was playing it like that. Normally, when people saw the mission prompt, their first reaction would be to kiss the movie king's lips. At the very least, they'd kiss his cheek, his forehead, or the corner of his mouth. Either way, as long as she kissed his skin, it would count. Wouldn't that have maxed out the sweetness level? But what did its host do? Its host had kissed the movie king's pajamas. Smile.jpg. No, the love system could no longer smile. Who on earth would even think of doing such a thing? Who would actually kiss pajamas just like that? Probably only its host was capable of such behavior. Where was the sweetness it had been promised? Why, even after upgrading, was it still firmly under its host's control? Ning Xiaoyu had kissed the silky pajamas that Lu Jingdu wore. To be fair, the texture of the pajamas was incredibly smooth, and kissing it had felt surprisingly nice. There was even a hint of fragrance lingering on it. It wasn't unpleasant. It was faint, cool, and elegant. Just like Lu Jingdu himself, cool and refined. Ning Xiaoyu's lips had only brushed the fabric lightly before she pulled back almost instantly. After completing the mission, she took a small step back. Lu Jingdu had instinctively reached out his hand, then lowered it again quickly. Before he could speak, Ning Xiaoyu said, "Oh right. Thanks for the birthday gift you gave me." Lu Jingdu's lips curved slightly. "You're welcome. Do you like it?" He hadn't said the gift, but Ning Xiaoyu understood what he meant. She nodded. "I like it as long as you like it." The love system hadn't gotten the scene it wanted and had been sulking, but upon hearing this exchange, it wanted to say that it was back in business. It really was back. "Do you like it, me?" "Yes, I like it you. As long as you like it, me." It was obsessed. After imagining the scene in its head, it was completely hooked. Just then, an awkward voice sounded nearby. The director spread his hands. Did I come at a bad time?" Ning Xiaoyu shrugged. "No. I was just about to leave." Her love mission had been completed, so she could definitely make her exit. The director made a gesture like he was ready to leave too. Honestly, he could go now as well. But Ning Xiaoyu didn't wait for them. She simply turned and left. Once she was gone, The director let out a dry chuckle. He really hadn't expected to walk in on that moment. He truly hadn't come to stir up trouble. Liu Jingdu asked, "What is it?" Even though there was no change in Liu Jingdu's expression, the director knew to tread carefully and forced a laugh. "Actually, it's nothing major. Just that the head chef of the five-star hotel is going overseas for a week. So for the next few days, there'll be a different chef in charge." That Liu Jingdu nodded. "Got it. Anything else?" The director shook his head. "No, that's all." "Haha. I'll get going then. Good night." It wasn't until he turned the corner that the director finally let out a long sigh of relief. Interrupting someone's romance was definitely the kind of thing that would get you struck by lightning. Elsewhere, the love system was drowning in its sugar high and couldn't pull itself out of it. Sure, this sweetness was entirely imagined by itself. But even imagined sugar was still sugar, right? Ning Xiaoyu only heard the gossip about the Shen family from Shen Yueyue the next morning. Word is, the two of them had a huge fight. No one knows the reason though. Kinda rare, right? Even the model couple in the industry is arguing now? With a fight that bad, the conflict must be serious. Shen Yueyue looked utterly amazed. Ning Xiaoyu just listened to the gossip about Zhang Shui without much reaction. Whether Zhang Shui was doing well or badly had little to do with her. After all, they hadn't kept in touch over the past 7 years. The love system, on the other hand, had gone all in on the gossip. With its recent upgrade, its capabilities had expanded, and digging for gossip like this was child's play to it. With the air of someone ready for a good drama, it reported, "Girl, Zhang Shui's visit to your father at the hospital was discovered by her current husband. Xiao Shen is furious. He feels like he's been cuckolded and totally lost face in front of his business rivals. They're apparently separating now. Who knows, maybe they'll even get divorced." Misfortune had finally found Zhang Shui. Upon hearing the news, Ning Xiaoyu didn't feel particularly happy, nor was she completely indifferent after all. Even if she was the ultimate salted fish queen, she was still human, and humans have emotions. That if it had been 2 years ago, she might have laughed out loud and said something like, she finally got what she deserved. But now, after 7 long years of caring for her father alone, her father was finally awake. Her naive teenage years were long behind her, and she had grown a lot more matured. So upon hearing the news, she neither gloated nor tried to kick someone when they were down. She simply nodded and gave a fair assessment. Makes sense. Given Zhang Shui's personality, how could she possibly not confront Ning Zhan in person after learning he was a rich second-generation heir? And if she did, it was only a matter of time before Shenke found out that if they really did separate, then there was no way Zhang Shui wouldn't start looking for a new partner. And honestly, she might even try to get back with her ex. Some things did taste sweeter the second time around. The love system found this delightfully entertaining. Girl, who knows, Zhang Shui might even come crawling back to you someday. Ning Xiaoyu didn't comment on that. Roya, while Zhang Shui and Xiao Shen were caught up in their drama. The show Hi, My Friend welcomed a new female guest that very day. Mu Jieja had officially withdrawn from the variety show. Maybe it was the snakebite or the near-death experience, or maybe she'd just seen through Ning Yue's true nature and didn't want to keep pretending to be besties. Either way, she made a clean and decisive exit. The new female guest was Ning Yue's best friend, someone born into a wealthy family, pampered from a young age, and who held the script of a sweet romance heroine. A drama queen princess to the core. The love system gave Ning Xiaoyu an enthusiastic pep talk. Girl, this is Ning Yue's new backup and your biggest rival on the show. Salted fish queen versus drama queen sweetheart. I believe in you. You're going to be way more popular. Let's go. Chapter 62. Ning Xiaoyu. I have no such worldly desire. There was no way she would strive for anything. Not in this lifetime. It was just too troublesome. If they could mind their own business and not cross paths, then why stir up trouble? The salted fish queen would never understand Ning Yue's vain and conceited heart. Someone she had always looked down on had, one day, suddenly taken a sharp turn and overtaken her. Ning Yue's mindset instantly crumbled. If she could stay out of drama, then she wouldn't be Ning Yue. The love system, seeing that the salted fish queen had no intention of rising up, had no choice but to speak up and remind her, girl, I once showed you a glimpse of the future. You already know you're just a cannon fodder character in a novel, and the movie king is cannon fodder too. Since there are cannon fodder roles, there must be protagonists, right? Ning Xiaoyu recalled it carefully. That had indeed happened, but the future had already changed, so she didn't take it to heart. Life had already started to gradually improve. The salted fish queen asked lazily, isn't Ning Yue the female protagonist? Based on the usual tropes in novels, she as the older sister was meant to be a foil to the younger one, someone who got constantly slapped in the face. If it wasn't Ning Yue, then who else could it be? Love system, Ning Yue at most is just an important supporting female character. As for who the female protagonist was, the answer was already obvious. Ning Yue's best friend made a grand entrance. As the only daughter of CEO Lu of a media company, Lu Shui had grown up pampered and privileged. She lacked neither money nor attention, nor people to flatter her. Because of her flashy arrival, the male guests also underwent a reshuffle. Two male guests who had little presence in the show were directly replaced by a pair of twin brothers from a prestigious family. The older brother, Pei Yi, was cold and handsome, while the younger brother, Pei Xian, was sunny and cheerful. Woo-woo, the older brother looked so devoted. Insider scoop. The older brother has been chasing Shui for 6 years. What? About the younger one? Does he like her too? Yes. The younger brother has been chasing her for 3 years. A pair of twin simp dogs. What kind of sweet novel female protagonist is this? Doge.jp. The love system's face twisted with rage. Girl. I will not allow you to lose to Lu Shui. Even though the spoiled dramatic princess persona is super popular right now in my heart, you are the one and only true female protagonist. Ning Xiaoyu. Then thanks. As she spoke with the system, Ning Xiaoyu spent 10 love points in the system store to exchange for a misfortune rebound talisman. After spending them, she had 4 love points left. Just like the love system had said, after the system upgrade, the love points earned from completing a mission had increased. Previously, she had spent 1 yuan on Pinduoduo to buy a scented sachet pouch. Now that pouch could come in handy. Ning Xiaoyu placed the misfortune rebound talisman into the pouch and handed it to Lu Jingdu. She kept it brief, a return gift at all. Lu Jingdu clearly hadn't expected to receive a return gift and looked slightly surprised. The love system was thrilled. I ship it. The movie king's face says 1 part surprise, 2 parts joy, 3 parts happiness, and 4 parts ecstasy. Ning Xiaoyu ignored the love system and simply reminded him, make sure to always carry it with you. Alright. After giving the gift, Ning Xiaoyu no longer intended to concern herself with Lu Jingdu's matters. With that talisman, no matter what he encountered, he would always find a way out of danger. But Shen Yue, witnessing this scene, leaned in with a gossip-loving expression. The movie king gave you a small crown worth 6 figures, almost 7, and you gave him a piece of paper and a sachet that looks like it cost just a few yuan. That little crown is 6 figures. Shen Yue had asked Ning Xiaoyu to take a photo of Lu Jingdu's gift before, so she knew what he had given and its general price. Yup. Don't be fooled by its size. It's a custom piece, priced between 850,000 and 950,000 yuan. In Shen Yue's view, this price range was probably well considered. Too expensive, and Ning Xiaoyu might not accept it. Too cheap? And that wouldn't make sense either. Given the bro relationship they had now, a gift in that price range was just right. Shen Yue didn't mean any harm. She just worried that Ning Xiaoyu might not know the value and would return a gift without thinking. But clearly, the salted fish queen wasn't someone whose logic you could predict. Ning Xiaoyu gave a calm "oh" and answered lightly, then what I gave him is worth more. Shan Yue. Ning Xiaoyu didn't explain much. The misfortune rebound talisman she gave could help Lu Jingdu survive a major catastrophe. If he lived, he could go on to earn countless more 950,000 yuan paychecks. But if he died, not only would he earn nothing, he wouldn't be able to take a single penny with him. That was why Ning Xiaoyu said her gift was worth more. And it was indeed true. Roya, even though 3 guests had been replaced in one go, the variety show still continued. But with the change in cast, the vibe of the show subtly shifted. Lu Shui sat on the sofa with a bored expression. So, is there any activity planned for today? Beside her, Ning Yue smiled and said, Shui's schedule is packed every day. Ning Yue then casually listed a few examples. For instance, early one morning Lu Shui went out to sea with Pei Yi. The two spent the whole morning on the water, enjoying the sea breeze and watching the sunrise. After lunch, Pei Yi had to go to work. Once Pei Yi left for work, Lu Shui was then accompanied by the younger brother, Pei Xen. Pei Xen would take her shopping, horseback riding, or to get beauty treatments, and in the evening, Lu Shui would go on a date with the older boy next door. They would watch operas together, go clubbing, or catch a movie. In short, no matter the time of day or what she wanted to do, someone was always there to accompany her. To put it in more elegant terms, the dramatic princess was heading out with a designer bag from A, escorted by B, while heading to a dinner party hosted by C. This time, for certain reasons, only the Pei brothers Pei E and Pei Xian participated in the variety show. This is the kind of treatment a princess gets? So jealous, seriously. This seems even more badass than the salted fish queen? I'm in love instantly. Xiaoyu, please allow me to climb the wall to stand someone else for a bit. The love system was so furious that smoke nearly came out of its circuitry. It had originally only wanted to ship its CP, but after being bound to Ning Xiaoyu for so long, it had grown somewhat attached to her. Seeing Ning Xiaoyu's fans talking about climbing the wall, Ning Xiaoyu herself hadn't even reacted yet, but the system, just a bystander, was already fuming. And so, a love mission promptly followed. Girl, who wouldn't want to be a little dramatic princess? If Lu Shui can do it, so can you. No, you can do it even better. You can be more dramatic, more pampered, and cuter than her. At this moment, you can look at the movie king with an expression full of accusation, silently asking why he doesn't have the awareness of the twin brothers. B. Give the movie king the look and let him grasp the essence of being an obedient simp. C. Ask the movie king, what do you think? Ning Xiaoyu was a little taken aback when she saw the options. Why are there multiple choices again? The love system mumbled and refused to speak. In truth, even before it upgraded, it could issue missions without options. The mission format depended entirely on its mood. This time the upgrade was partly to refresh the love mission formats, but mainly, it was to launch the system multi in the original storyline. Ning Yue was an important supporting character. She led a smooth life, enjoyed love and career success, and lived in comfort with her mother for their entire lives. But now, the fate of both Ning Yue and Zhang Shui has changed. Forget about love and career, they were probably about to be kicked out of the Shen family. And their shift in fate would in turn affect the female protagonist because Ning Yue was close to her. They had been best friends for years. Eventually, Ning Xiaoyu and the female protagonist were bound to cross paths. In fact, the female protagonist was the very bridge between Zhang Shui and Shenke. If it weren't for Lu Shui's matchmaking, Zhang Shui would never have connected with someone from the Shen family's social circle. After all, Zhang Shui had become a full-time housewife after marriage and had no job. She relied entirely on Ning Zhan's income. Her social circle was limited, filled only with ordinary people. Being able to marry into a wealthy family was entirely thanks to Ning Yue's best friend, Lu Shui. So by nature, Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Shui were destined to be rivals. But the love system couldn't be bothered with all that. In its mind, nothing was more important than sweet moments. Besides, it had already given Ning Xiaoyu cheats, and no matter what happened, she wouldn't be a cannon fodder character again. Faced with the options, Ning Xiaoyu chose the simplest looking one. Option B. Give the movie king the look and let him grasp the essence of being an obedient simp. So Ning Xiaoyu turned her face slightly and quietly looked at the movie king, giving him a subtle glance before quickly looking away. The love system couldn't help but give her a pointer. Girl, your eyes need to be full of grievance, 3 parts lingering affection, 3 parts sorrow, 4 parts charm. Your eyes need to speak. That's the only way the movie king will get your message. Ning Xiaoyu replied with a casual "oh" and said, did you forget I'm just an 18th line actress? Love system. Love system. Did you forget that? With your current follower count, you're already on the 3rd line. Ning Xiaoyu gave another casual "oh" and said, did you forget I've never played a lead role? How much acting can you expect from a background extra? Love system, that actually makes sense. Damn it. Why hasn't any director offered you a lead role yet? At that moment, the director assigned that day's friendship task Eighteenth-tier of the capital. The director smiled and said, since Yue just described Shui's typical day, let's switch it up. Today, each guest can plan their own itinerary. Lu Shui asked, can I invite other friends to join us? After all, there were only 2 people with her on the show. That wasn't nearly enough. Every day in a little princess life had to be lively. The director thought it over and replied, sure. Anyone who could hang out with Lu Shui likely wasn't an average person. The more high-profile her other friends were, the better for the show. All in all, Lu Shui's friends wouldn't have a negative impact on Hi My Friend. Once the task was announced, the guests sprang into action. Ning Yue and Lu Shui naturally teamed up. Including the male guests, they had a group of 6. The remaining 6 also grouped up. And so the 12 guests split into 2 teams and began their Eighteenth tour of the capital. While the others went back to change clothes, Ning Xiaoyu had nothing to do. She simply took out a bag of melon seeds and started snacking as she waited to be. By the time she finished her seeds, the movie king appeared in the living room wearing a long black coat, looking nothing like his usual self. The usual slicked back hair he did for formal events now fell loosely in a tousled Korean hairstyle. His usually cold and handsome face now wore a perfectly charming smile. His aloof aura had transformed into gentle warmth. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Xiaoyu. Ning Xiaoyu?" Meanwhile, the love system was shrieking loud enough to shatter the sky. "Ah, the movie king got your signal." He actually got it. Everyone present had understood what Ning Yue meant earlier to us. Lu Shui was a little princess, always surrounded by simps. No problem. Let her be the queen of flirtation with simps orbiting around her. But as for Ning Xiaoyu, she only needed one person by her side. Whether it was the gentle male lead from a Korean drama, the overbearing CEO, the cool and refined school heartthrob, or the aloof movie king playing himself, he alone could handle all those roles. The love system inwardly screamed at full volume. That's what it meant, right? Right. It had to be. Chapter 63. It was Ning Xiaoyu's first time seeing the movie king dressed like this. To be honest, the moment he appeared just now, it felt like a male lead from a Korean drama had stepped out of the screen and into reality. This is where that special snowy day BGM should start playing. And what a coincidence, snow is falling in the capital. Black coat, black sweater, black leather shoes. He had the full standard outfit of a drama male lead. With snow swirling through the air, the romantic atmosphere hit its peak. Before long, the other guests arrived. The moment they saw the movie king in his new style, everyone looked slightly stunned. After all, wasn't this why Lu Jingdu was called the movie king? Normally, when an average person changes their outfit, they still feel like the same person and there isn't much change in their aura. There was rarely that striking wow moment that made you want to scream in excitement. But the movie king was different. He was still Lu Jingdu, but his aura, his clothes, and his overall vibe, they had all shifted noticeably. He was undeniably still himself. But something about him had changed, enough to make people want to scream like fangirls. Shan Yueyue broke the silence. "So shall we head out now?" Ning Xiaoyu gave a soft Shan Yueyue continued cautiously, "Then where are we going?" Lu Jingdu glanced at Ning Xiaoyu and said, "Let's go out to Sai." In Ning Yue's earlier example, there had been a case where Lu Shuyi and Pei went out to sea together. Hearing the rare drama-style gentle tone in the movie king's voice, Shi Rue couldn't help but munch on the gossip. Out to see the snow. Yes. Shi Rue pursed her lips. So everything Lu Shui had, Ning Xiaoyu was getting too? Thinking that but still in gossip mode, she asked, "Then a yacht?" Lu Jingdu replied, "Yes. The movie king is stepping up his game. This gentle vibe is lethal. I am used to seeing the aloof movie king, and now he's suddenly a warm drama male-led? I can't handle this. Girls, his smile is so sweet. No wonder he has so many fans. I'm switching from a passerby to a fan right now." On the other side, Lu Shui's group had originally planned to head to a mountain to view the snow. But when they heard that the other group was going out to sea for it, Lu Shui changed her mind. "Let's go to sea too." And so, both groups set out from the same place and headed for the same sea. Roya. Naturally, the movie king's yacht was nothing short of impressive. In fact, even Lu Shui's yacht looked somewhat inferior next to his. Viewing the snowfall from the sea had its own unique charm. Snowflakes danced through the sky. All around was a vast expanse of white. Standing on the deck against the wind was a true test of endurance as the cold wind stung like needles against their faces. But the view made it all worth it. Watching the snow fall over the ocean somehow made everything feel even more romantic. Lu Jingdu stood tall with both hands tucked in the pockets of his black coat. Snowflakes landed softly on his hair. And before long, his whole body was dusted in white. He turned back to Ning Xiaoyu with a smile, his beautiful eyes seemingly glowing with light. "It's a bit cold. Let's go inside." "This is love, isn't it? It has to be love. He's got us completely wrapped around his finger. Damn it. From aloof movie king to warm drama male lead. It's a seamless transition without a hint of awkwardness. Is this the magic of a movie king? I'm totally smitten." Everyone slipped inside the yacht. Unlike outside, it was warm and cozy inside. They sat with the heater on, snacked on fruit, drank fruit tea, and played cards completely at ease. Since it was a live stream, the guests didn't go all out. Just some light fun. Maybe it was the warmth, but Ning Xiaoyu got sleepy quickly. After playing for just 2 rounds, she flopped onto the side like a salted fish and dozed off. When she woke up, The other 4 guests were still excitedly playing a game of staring contest. She checked the time. It was already close to noon lunchtime. Ning Xiaoyu stood up and asked, "What's for lunch?" "How about German food?" The voice was clear and youthful, refreshing and clean. Yet somehow it sounded unfamiliar. Ning Xiaoyu instinctively looked toward the voice, expecting to see some staff member she didn't recognize, only to find that it was the movie king, now in a completely different outfit. Love system. He changed again. The movie king's OS1 overlapping sound, internal monologue. "I can be whatever style you like, so you'll never get tired of me. Me. This is too much stimulation." Ning Xiaoyu? Unlike the gentle drama vibe from that morning, the movie king now wore a black bomber jacket and matching cotton trousers. His hair had been trimmed shorter, and the color changed to a bold platinum blonde. He looked just like a college student, fresh, clean-cut, and boyish. College boys forever supreme. Who doesn't love a college boy? With that face, he'd be the campus heartthrob at any university. Seriously, who can resist this? I'm asking, who can resist this? Lu Jingdu has been in the industry for years, and never took a campus idol drama role. I always thought it was a pity. But now, in this variety show, my dream has come true. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. First time seeing him with platinum hair. He used to always keep it black and said he didn't like dyeing it. Simple, convenient. He must really like her if he's willing to dye it now. Brother, I won't unfollow you, I'll only send you blessings. Wishing you happiness. Woo, I suddenly feel like crying. I don't even know why Liu Jingdu had one hand in his pocket while spinning his car key with the other. His strikingly handsome face carried a hint of playful mischief as he smiled. "So, shall we go now?" The other guests. "Oh, love system." "Ah?" Ning Xiaoyu nodded. "Let's go. I've never had German food before." Liu Jingdu's smile deepened, and his platinum blonde hair shone even more dazzlingly than the morning sun. "Then make sure you savor it later." Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu walked ahead, while the other guests followed behind. Shen Yueyue placed her right hand over her chest and pulled an exaggerated expression. "Is this the sour stench of love?" Shi Rui looked amused. She sniffed the air and joked, "Sour stench? It smells pretty sweet to me." Shen Yueyue let out a dramatic sigh. He's just too good at this. Once the movie king started stepping up his game, no one else stood a chance. In terms of presence, who could outshine the movie king? After all, that face of his was the very pinnacle of attractiveness. Shi Rui burst into laughter. Taking advantage of the fact that the cameraman wasn't paying attention, and their conversation wouldn't be heard by the audience, she teased with a smile. "Our salted fish queen hasn't awakened to love yet." She whispered a word of encouragement to Lu Jingdu. "Go for it, movie king. Once you've played through most of the popular boyfriend tropes that girls adore, you should be very, very close to success. So far you've only done 2 personas. Keep it up, go, go, go." Roya. After leaving the yacht, the guests spotted a bright yellow sports car parked nearby. Although Lu Jingdu was dressed rather lightly, he stayed indoors most of the time. Wearing only a black jacket didn't seem to be a problem. Liu Jingdu pressed the car key, and moments later, the door slowly opened. He tilted his head toward the car. "Come on, I'll take you." "Got it." This time he's playing the rich college guy, always ready to take you for a ride. Cheer you up. Take you out to relax. "I can't handle this, girls. I'm falling hard." That platinum hair is such a bonus, especially on someone with a stunning face. A new hair color really does change everything. So jealous of the salted fish queen. Climbing back the wall. "It smells better here." "Ooh." Ning Xiaoyu looked at the bright yellow sports car and said, "But this car only has 2 seats. Shan Yueyue, trailing a few steps behind, laughed. "No worries, we'll ride with the production team. We're heading to that German restaurant nearby, right?" Lu Jingdu nodded. "Yeah." Shen Yueyue showed herself to be tactful. "All right then, see you later." The cameraman reminded her, "Xiaoyu, don't forget to stream from your phone later." Since there was only space for 2 people, he couldn't ride along, which meant he couldn't live stream either. They'd have to switch to another method. Ning Xiaoyu nodded and started a live stream on her Douyin account. She held up her phone and signaled to the cameraman. "It's on." After getting into the car, Lu Jingdu casually helped her buckle her seatbelt and asked, "Want some music?" Ning Xiaoyu nodded. "Sure." During this whole time her ears had been filled with excited screaming. Love system. Aya. The movie king looks insanely hot in this look. Full marks for the details. He's so attentive. Damn, I didn't want to be charmed either, but he's driving with one hand. Ning Xiaoyu hadn't noticed at first. But once the system pointed it out, she instinctively glanced over at Lu Jingde's hand. Sure enough, he was steering with one hand. Unlike the love system, which was going nuts with excitement, Ning Xiaoyu just calmly reminded him, "You should still be careful when driving?" Steel Straight Girl Salted Fish Queen confirmed. He's driving with one hand. Isn't that cool? Paired with the car logo, it's totally cool. Super cool. And yet Xiaoyu is just tuned into a different frequency that I am dying laughing. Seriously. The movie king probably just wanted to show off a little. Driving with one hand totally fits the rich college heartthrob vibe. But our salted fish queen. She doesn't care one bit. Though honestly, salted fish queen in this situation driving one-handed is fine. Totally safe. Lu Jingde's smile flared brightly at her words. The car interior was dim, but his grin seemed to light up the whole narrow space. It's fine. I'm not going fast. Besides, Ning Xiaoyu let out a soft HM, indicating she was listening. The young man's voice was clean and clear, tinged with the self-assuredness of youth. You should trust my skills. What skills? Say it clearly. We won't mind the extra traffic. Did he just suddenly start driving to talking about or implying something sexual or explicit, especially in a playful or teasing way? Yeah, he's driving literally. LMAO. Love system. Aya. I really want to witness the movie king's skills. Ning Xiaoyu? Love system. Driving skills. Driving, okay. Girl, what are you thinking? Ning Xiaoyu, who's the one with the dirty mind here? Roya elsewhere. Ning Yue had only just learned that Lu Jingdu had switched personas twice today. First, he played a gentle drama male lead, wearing a stylish long black coat and walking through heavy snow with his hands in his pockets. It was enough to make anyone's heart race. Then, he became a platinum-haired rich college student. It was an archetype that could sweep girls off their feet regardless of and no matter the role. He slipped into character so naturally that it felt like he was that person. But in reality, outside of acting, Lu Jingdu had always kept his emotions tightly restrained. His expressions were cold and distant. Whether on or off screen, he had never dyed his hair. Yet today he had dyed it platinum blonde. Could Ning Xiaoyu be Lu Jingde's one exception, his preference? Just thinking about it made Ning Yue's chest tighten with frustration. At that moment, Pei Xian smiled warmly and said, "Shuyi, what do you want for lunch?" Pei chimed in, "How about German food too?" Lu Shuyi had once felt a little smug about having two guys fawning over her. What girl didn't have a bit of vanity? Who didn't want to be pampered and treated like a little princess? But after seeing Lu Jingdu in his various personas, Lu Shuyi suddenly felt that the movie king was just too irresistible, while Pei Yi and Pei Xian didn't seem quite as appealing anymore. Chapter 64 Music from You're the Most Precious One by Francesca Cao and Jackie Chung began to play inside the car, and the romantic slow-tempo love song flowed gently through the air. Although Lu Jingdu had just turned the steering wheel with one hand in a move that looked undeniably cool and stylish, in reality, he wasn't driving fast at all. Despite driving a top-tier sports car, his current speed did not live up to the prestige of those 4 words. Some cars, overtaking them from the side even, deliberately rolled down their windows to sneak a look at the sports car. However, Lu Jingdu didn't open the windows, so no passing vehicle could see the 2 people inside. They say a man is most attractive when he's focused on driving. Xiaoyu, give us the girlfriend's perspective. Yes, the girlfriend's view. I really want to see. Xiaoyu, please show us. Girlfriend's perspective. Ning Xiaoyu instinctively turned the camera toward Lu Jingdu. Like this. That's it. This is the girlfriend's view. Maximum beauty impact at close range. Damn, the movie king's side profile is ridiculously handsome. It's just a change in hair color, but somehow he feels completely different. With platinum blonde hair, he instantly looks 5 years younger. So handsome and adorable. Lu Jingdu had naturally pale skin, and after dyeing his hair, his complexion appeared even fairer. Seen from the side, his eyelashes looked long and his skin was flawless. If someone said he was a 21-year-old junior in college, no one would have doubted it. At that moment, they happened to hit a red light. The supercar came to a stop, and Lu Jingdu rested his left elbow on the window, his left hand propping up his cheek slightly, while his right index finger tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel. There were still over 40 seconds left on the red light countdown. He turned to glance at Ning Xiaoyu beside him and asked with a smile, "There's a milk tea shop nearby. Want one?" "Ah, why is the movie king suddenly so smiley?" Still the same person but completely different. He's even more charming now, damn it. The only one who can attract me is an even more irresistible Lu Jingdu. Xiaoyu, say yes, say yes. Ning Xiaoyu shook her head and answered honestly, no. She didn't like overly sweet things. A chorus of wails erupted in the livestream chat. But the next second, Ning Xiaoyu's lazy voice came through again, "But I do want stinky tofu." Well then, what else can we even say? No wonder she's the salted fish queen. Facing such a stunning face, and she just wants stinky tofu. To be fair, stinky tofu does smell bad, but it tastes amazing. Liu Jingdu gave a slight nod, the platinum hair against the snowy scene outside the window making him look like the brightest streak of color in winter. Okay. Just then, the red light countdown ended. Lu Jingdu turned the wheel with one hand and drove slowly and steadily to a nearby stinky tofu shop. This stinky tofu place sells a variety of other foods, and they also sell Chinese flatbreads. One could eat stinky tofu inside a flatbread. Ning Xiaoyu happened to be craving it, so she ordered a flatbread stuffed with stinky tofu, and her mind, no matter how good foreign food was, it still couldn't beat a good flatbread with stinky tofu. While frying the tofu, the shop owner asked, "How much stinky tofu do you want in the flatbread, miss?" Ning Xiaoyu held up two fingers. Then she turned to Lu Jingdu and asked, "Do you want some?" Lu Jingdu glanced at the menu and said, "Just give me a scallion oil flatbread." Alrighty. 2 yuan gets you 6 pieces of stinky tofu, and the flatbread is 5 yuan each. You've got 2 flatbreads, so that's 12 yuan total. Beep.it was the sound of Lu Jingdu scanning the QR code with his phone. The salted fish queen is truly easy to please. Lu rich second-gen college student Jingdu, wealthy, but with nowhere to spend. To be able to eat stinky tofu in front of such a gorgeous face. Only the salted fish queen can do it. If it were me, no way I'd eat stinky tofu. Ever. Ning Xiaoyu had no idea what the viewers were thinking. After receiving the flatbread from the owner, she added some sauce herself. The sauce was the key. Whether a flatbread tasted good or not depended entirely on how the sauce was mixed. Customers could add it themselves. Ning Xiaoyu added a little sweet sauce, then a touch of chili sauce and started eating. Even though stinky tofu looked unappetizing and smelled bad, it tasted truly delicious. At that moment, the scallion oil flatbread was also ready. The two of them stood in the cold wind, eating their hot flatbreads together. Maybe because Lu Jingdu was so good-looking, a few pedestrians instinctively slowed down nearby, pulling out their phones and openly taking photos. Since Head changed his hair color, no one recognized him as the national movie star. They assumed he was just a student from a nearby university. Bits of conversation drifted by. What school is he from? No idea. But it looks like he has a girlfriend. Woo-woo, good-looking guys are rarely single. Just enjoy the view. Perfect. The first date between the salted fish queen and the rich college boy ends with eating flatbread. I am dying laughing. Why does this feel so funny? Our salted fish queen really doesn't treat the college boy like a stranger at all. Ning Xiaoyu happily finished one flatbread. Just as she was about to grab a napkin from her pocket, Lu Jingdu reached out naturally and wiped a bit of sauce off the tip of her nose with his finger. After wiping it, he smiled calmly and said, "All done." This warm and proactive college boy is way more charming than the movie king version. I don't want to fangirl, but his smile is seriously too good. The viewers were stunned by how sweet the movie king had become. The only ones not surprised were Ning Xiaoyu and the love system. Ning Xiaoyu didn't care much about anything and paid no mind to the movie king's change in behavior. The love system, however, had already expected this. Lu Shui had clingy admirers all around her. In the future, the salted fish queen would only have more. Just like that time at the previous birthday banquet. If Ning Yue hadn't deliberately tried to draw attention to herself and spoiled old Master Ning's mood, he would have already introduced several outstanding young men from his circle to Ning Xiaoyu, letting her make a few more male friends. That if the movie king didn't start working harder, there might really be no place for him beside the salted fish queen in the future. As for the movie king's thoughts, the love system, now running with slightly more memory capacity, had its own guesses. A beautiful girl who had saved you once, helped you out of trouble more than once, showed no interest in you whatsoever, and when by your side, either munched on melon seeds or dozed off falling asleep in seconds, no less. She was more interested in stray cats and dogs on the street than in you. She drank a spiked drink in your place and showed no reaction at all. She was cool-headed and untouched by desire, with not even a hint of physical interest in you. Would you not be curious about her? And curiosity was the beginning of every story. Once curious, you'd want to know more about her. To speculate on her thoughts, her motives, her preferences, and in that process, stories would unfold unknowingly. To sum it up in one sentence, the love system was still useful. It's not entirely useless. If you didn't take the initiative, there would be no story. With Ning Xiaoyu's personality, she definitely wouldn't have stepped up to help Lu Jingdu out of trouble on her own. But after taking on a love mission, she saved him once, and not long after, she'd use a misfortune rebound talisman to save him again. She helped him out several times, resolving multiple crises for him. Come on. Ning Xiaoyu was the first person to treat Lu Jingdu so well without expecting anything in return. Even if the love system had nudged things along, the Salted Fish Queen's intentions were plain as day. Even when the movie king promised to grant her any request, all she wanted was a piece of cupcake. If it were someone else, would it be that easy to satisfy them? Would they not ask for the moon? This kind of pure, straightforward kindness, Lu Jingdu had never experienced it in his life. For the first time, someone didn't care about his family background or his looks, only cared about him as a person. Even for the movie king, it must have been hard to stay unmoved, especially when Head had so little warmth growing up. So the love system thought it was perfectly normal for the movie king's attitude toward the Salted Fish Queen to change. But that change in attitude was only the first step. Next would come liking, then deep love. The love system thought sweetly that if his attitude had already started to shift, then all the sugar in the world couldn't be too far behind, could it? Roya, by the time Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu arrived at the German restaurant, an hour had passed. The other guests all knew they had gone off to eat street-side flatbreads, so no one rushed them. Lu Jingdu pulled out a chair for Ning Xiaoyu. Only after she sat down did he take his own seat. Before long, the table next to them filled up too. Familiar faces, no less. It was Ning Yue and her group. On the surface, both parties were still friendly. After greeting each other, they went about ordering their meals. When the food arrived, the guests were already quite hungry and finished the meal quickly. After eating, Shen Yue wiped her mouth and asked, "What should we do this afternoon?" Shi Rue glanced at Lu Jingdu and suggested, "Why don't we go visit the university campus?" Shen Yue immediately caught on. "A good idea. How about we rent a few bikes on campus and ride around while sightseeing? Xiaoyu, what do you think?" Ning Xiaoyu had no objections. She nodded and said, "Sure." Lu Shuyi, sitting nearby, chimed in with a smile. "What a coincidence, we were planning to go to the campus this afternoon too. How about we all go together?" Ning Xiaoyu glanced at her and replied, "Whatever." The university campus gates were open and anyone could go in. There was no need and no valid reason to stop Lu Shuyi and her group. Roya, while the group was planning their campus visit, Zhang Shui was hysterically dialing Shen Ke's number. Unfortunately, the line was always busy. She had been blocked. All the bank cards under Zhang Shui's name had been frozen. That meant, aside from the jewelry, bags, and shoes Shen Ku had previously given her, she had not a single cent of liquid assets left. She didn't even have the cash to buy herself a meal. She wanted to beg Shen Ku not to be so ruthless, but she had forgotten that these past years everything she ate, wore, used, and lived in had been provided by him. The moment Shen Ku discarded her, she no longer had the ability to survive. After these 7 years, ever since she married Ning Zhan, she had lost the ability to survive on her own in society. She could only rely on her husbands. Before they got married, she and Shen Ku had signed a prenuptial agreement. But life had been too comfortable over the years. She had completely forgotten that agreement even existed. Once they divorced, she wouldn't be able to take any of the shoes, bags, or jewelry with her, which meant her life as a wealthy housewife would soon vanish like a soap bubble. No. She couldn't accept that outcome. She was so used to living the good life that she couldn't go back to hardship. She really couldn't. Once Shen Ku became ruthless, he showed no mercy. However, she still had an ex-husband who had once loved her deeply. If she lowered her head to Ning Zhan, would there be a chance for them to start over? With that thought, Zhang Shui instantly perked up. She didn't know which hospital Ning Zhan had been transferred to, but Ning Xiaoyu definitely did. After all, Ning Xiaoyu is her daughter. If she went to look for her, Ning Xiaoyu would tell her, right? Thinking that, Zhang Shui rummaged through drawers, found a few dozen yuan in change, grabbed a bag and called a rideshare car, heading determinedly toward Ning Xiaoyu's location. Roya Ning Xiaoyu didn't know that Zhang Shui had watched her livestream and was on her way to find her at that moment. A stylish bicycle stood in front of her. Liu Jingdu sat on the bike wearing black sunglasses. He had one foot on the ground. His smile was bold and dazzling. In a breezy, youthful voice full of energy and a hint of mischief, he asked, "Wanna hop on? I'll take you flying." Chapter 65. The cold wind whipped at Liu Jingdu's jacket, sending his platinum blonde hair flying freely in the snow. He wore oversized black sunglasses, revealing only his high-bridged nose, alluring lips, and the smooth lines of his jaw. Even without seeing his eyes, it was easy to sense the superiority of his bone structure and the uniqueness of his aura. Damn. The movie king got me again. Wearing sunglasses in the middle of winter is a bit much. But he really is that handsome. Whispers from both male and female students buzzed around them. Before Ning Xiaoyu could respond, a male student jogged up to Liu Jingdu, grinning as he asked loudly, "Bro, what department are you from? What year? A female friend of mine wants your contact info and asked me to come ask. Would that be okay?" "Kid, that's the movie king. The national movie king. Don't you recognize him?" "Honestly, even if Liu Jingdu is standing right in front of me now, I probably won't recognize him either." "Stop playing. This isn't the movie king. This is obviously a college guy. He's so hot I can't even." Totally crushing a little bit, I tell you, Jingdu's clean and youthful voice rang out. "Sorry, that's not convenient." The guy wasn't ready to give up. He pushed further. "What's up, bro? Do you already have a girlfriend?" He had noticed the cameraman nearby but never considered that the guy in front of him might be a celebrity. He just assumed he was some popular internet personality. After all, these days it wasn't uncommon for college students to double as influencers. Liu Jingdu let out a soft chuckle. "Not yet." That laugh was too attractive. How could someone like this be unknown on campus? The male student got even more excited. "Then come on, bro, give her a chance. Otherwise, I won't know how to explain it to my friend." He started rattling off details. "She's 168 centimeters tall, likes gaming and drama series, and she's got a bit of that sweet girl next door vibe. I mean, adding a new WeChat friend doesn't hurt, right?" "No," Liu Jingdu replied flatly. Then he turned to Ning Xiaoyu, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. "Xiaoyu, come here. Love system. Girl, get on the bike. Let the movie king take you to fly." Ning Xiaoyu, wearing her usual deadpan expression, declined, "Thanks. But no need." Though the campus was huge, she felt her own 2 legs were good enough. With that, she turned and began walking in a chosen direction. The other guests either sat on the sidelines, eating up the gossip, or silently fuming. At that moment, Pei also showed up with a bicycle. He cheerfully offered, "Shui, come on, I'll give you a ride. Wanna hop on? I'll take you flying. Shui, come on, I'll give you a ride." Though both lines meant essentially the same thing, they gave off completely different vibes. The second sentence felt ordinary, something you might hear anywhere. But the first one radiated youthful confidence, brimming with a kind of electric charm that made hearts race. As the saying goes, comparison is the thief of joy. After hearing both, Lu Shui glanced at Pei again, and suddenly nothing about him seemed right. She responded with clear disinterest, "Forget it, I'll walk to the zoo." The rest of the guests began wandering around campus on foot. Snow was still falling, and the campus looked beautiful under the white veil. Ning Xiaoyu strolled leisurely while Liu Jingdu pushed his bike beside her, neither too close nor too far. Just then the group happened to pass by the sports field. Pei Xian spoke up, "Why don't we hit the basketball court and shoot around a bit?" Pei immediately caught on to Pei Xin's intention. He clearly wanted to challenge Liu Jingdu. So Pei played along. "We're already here, let's do it. Come on." Shi Rui glanced around at the others. "But there are 12 of us. Basketball usually only requires 10 players. Pei Xian quickly offered a suggestion. "Boys versus boys, girls can have their own game. If we're short on players, we'll grab some students." In a university setting, the one thing you never lacked was people. Couldn't find folks to play ball with? No way. Even referees could be pulled from the school's basketball team. Ning Xiaoyu had no interest in playing basketball in the freezing weather. Neither did Lu Shui nor Ning Yue, so the female guests sat on the sidelines and watched the guys. Pei Xian, Su Chang, and Ling Zijie formed one team. Liu Jingdu and Shi Chao made up another. Basketball teams needed 5 players each, so they pulled extra guys from the crowd of male students gathering around the court. There were plenty of volunteers, and even more students came running from the dorms to watch. Very soon, both teams had full rosters. Ning Xiaoyu had never been enthusiastic about basketball. She rested her chin on her hand and lazily sat beside Shen Yueyue, watching the guys play. Back when they collaborated with Hello Dad, Lu Jingdu had played a game of basketball on the show. But that time he had simply leaped up, flicked his elbow, and landed a clean three-point shot. It was steady and understated, no flashy moves, no showing off. It was totally in line with his aloof movie king image. Straightforward and clean. It earned applause, but not the kind that made people scream out loud. But this time, the Lu Jingdu on the court was nothing like that calm, low-profile movie king. He dribbled, passed, broke through defenders, and jumped for slam dunks. His movements were flashy yet fluid and full of aesthetic beauty. As he jumped, the hem of his shirt lifted slightly, revealing glimpses of his abs. The wind caught his platinum hair, revealing his sharp, spirited features. Low profile? Steady? Non-existent. His youthful flair and unrestrained confidence were on full display. The cheers from the audience grew louder with each play. Which department is that senior from? Or is he a freshman? Gotta be a freshman, right? Yeah, he's so cute and handsome. Definitely a little brother. Probably a first-year student. If he were a senior, no way we wouldn't have heard of him before. Wait, isn't he playing with some celebrities? So what you're saying is our school's freshman is hotter than actual celebrities. Some students only knew a reality show was being filmed on campus, and that celebrities were playing basketball with selected male students. But for those who didn't follow the entertainment industry, they couldn't even tell which of the 10 guys on the court were students and which were stars. Everyone could clearly distinguish Su Chong and Ling Xiaoyu, but as for the rest, they honestly couldn't tell who was who. Pei Xian and Pei looked to be around 25 or 26, definitely too old to be university students. Shi Chao appeared to be nearing 30, so that was a clear no as well. But Lu Jingdu, with his platinum blonde hair, looked barely 20. The girls naturally assumed he was a fellow student from their university, a male student whose looks rivaled that of celebrities. When Lu Jingdu came off the court to drink water, several girls nearby began cheering for him. Go, junior brother. You're even cooler than a celebrity. Charge ahead, junior brother. You're the best. Junior brother, I'm cheering for you. Love you. Lu Jingdu, whose brows were up slightly. Ha ha ha, the movie king looks completely lost. He was still being called senior earlier, so how did he suddenly become a junior now? Because only juniors have that youthful, fiery vibe. Junior brother Lu really doesn't give off a greasy feel at all. He's clearly different from those upperclassmen, so full of youthful energy with zero awkwardness. Is this the power of a movie king? Truly terrifying. Terrifying indeed. Ning Xiaoyu was handed a bottle of water by Shen Yueyue, who then wiggled her eyebrows playfully. Aren't you going to say something to our junior brother? All the girls were shouting junior brother, and since Shen Yueyue was older than them, she naturally joined in too. She had, quite openly, taken advantage of the movie king along with everyone else. Seeing her only friend on this variety show getting into character, Ning Xiaoyu played along, saying, "Here, junior brother, drink some water." With that, she handed the bottled water to Lu Jingdu. Lu Jingdu took it naturally. The corners of his lips lifted slightly, and a glint of light seemed to flicker in his eyes. "Thank you, big sister." Ah, he actually said it. He really said it. This movie king is a real friend. You can count on him to say big sister when the time comes. Big sister? Not even senior sister. They didn't go to the same school anyway. But honestly, big sister hits way harder than senior sister. Ooh, that big sister was way too cute. Still, I'm more looking forward to the day he calls the salted fish queen little sister. That day will come. We're only on character number 2 so far, that if it's the movie king saying little sister, I bet it wouldn't sound greasy at all. That one word big sister was just too adorable. There wasn't any sort of boyish falsetto or soft baby voice, but it still sounded incredibly sweet and obedient. A few of the female guests nearby couldn't handle it anymore. If he said that on stage, the impact would probably double, so the movie king was this good. As expected, once the movie king took the lead, his impact was overwhelming. No one else could compare. Only one person remained calm, Ning Xiaoyu. With her deadpan expression, she simply said, "You're welcome." The love system roared in frustration. "Girl, you have no girlish heart. Not even a little." Ning Xiaoyu looked confused. "Didn't you already realize that a long time ago? Why bring it up again?" Love system. After giving out missions for so long, it thought it would have some effect, even a little. To its surprise, it turned out to be utterly useless. At that moment, it felt the urge to drag out Ning Zhan's name and give him a thorough verbal lashing again. That it was all his fault. Entirely his fault. Roya. Right then, the second half of the match began. Ning Xiaoyu had drunk too much water earlier and felt the urge to go to the restroom. She informed Shen Yueyue and left the field. Naturally, a school wouldn't lack restrooms, so she casually asked for directions and headed toward one of the teaching buildings. Some of the girls wanted to accompany her, but Ning Xiaoyu politely declined. She wasn't a grade schooler. She didn't need company just to go to the bathroom. At the same time, Zhang Shui also arrived at the university campus. After getting out of the car, she kept a close eye on the live stream while scanning the surroundings carefully. The moment Ning Xiaoyu's figure disappeared from the camera, Zhang Shui let out a breath of relief. She was still technically Mrs. Shun and didn't want to air their family's dirty laundry in public. Plus, Ning Yue was there too. If Ning Yue found out she had actively gone looking for Ning Xiaoyu, Ning Yue might start asking questions. And if Ning Yue learned she and Shen Ku were on the brink of divorce, things might spiral. If she could avoid running into the other guests and just have a brief word with Ning Xiaoyu, that would be ideal. Zhang Shui's luck was pretty good. After looking around a few nearby buildings, she quickly spotted Ning Xiaoyu. The moment she saw her, she called out loudly, "Xiaoyu, wait!" To Ning Xiaoyu, that voice felt completely unfamiliar now. In fact, she didn't even recognize it, as Zhang Shui's voice. 7 years had passed and Zhang Shui's tone had changed considerably. So it wasn't strange that Ning Xiaoyu couldn't place it. After all, they hadn't interacted in years. Still, Ning Xiaoyu instinctively paused in her steps. Zhang Shui hurried over. "Xiaoyu, it's me, Mom. I came to ask you something." Once Ning Xiaoyu realized it was Zhang Shui, her first instinct was to leave immediately. But then a sliver of curiosity crept in. What exactly did Zhang Shui want to ask? So Ning Xiaoyu remained silent and waited patiently for the woman to speak. Zhang Shui exhaled and got straight to the point. "Xiaoyu, which hospital did your dad transfer to?" With that, she looked at Ning Xiaoyu expectantly. Ning Xiaoyu immediately understood that Zhang Shui was probably trying to go back to her father again. With a blank expression, Ning Xiaoyu replied, "Ma'am, we're not that close. I'm afraid I can't help you." Chapter 66. When she was still in her teens, Ning Xiaoyu had imagined countless times what it would be like to reunite with Zhang Xuan in those imagined scenarios. She thought she might break down in tears and scream at Zhang Shui, asking her why she had done such a thing, or perhaps she would glare at Zhang Shui with resentment and question her coldly if she was satisfied after seeing how things had ended up. But unfortunately, before turning 20, she hadn't even caught a glimpse of Zhang Shui's shadow. All she knew was that Zhang Shui was living a better and better life, having long since tossed aside the eldest daughter born to her ex-husband, so all those cries and accusations had nowhere to go. Gradually, Zhang Shui's thoughts and feelings became irrelevant to Ning Xiaoyu. Whatever she thought didn't matter anymore. What was done, and there was no point in chasing answers now. It wasn't until today, when she finally stood face to face with Zhang Shui, that Ning Xiaoyu realized she could say that sentence so calmly, "Ma'am, we're not that close." After saying those words, she felt most of the stifling air in her chest dissipate at once. Even the air around her seemed fresher. The love system chattered excitedly in her ear. "Nice one, girl. That was savage. You nailed it." After all, Zhang Shui had come asking Ning Xiaoyu for help. But was this how one should act when asking for a favor? She still held that lofty air of Madame Shen. What, did Zhang Shui only pick on the soft ones? Did she think its host was easy to bully? The love system had been annoyed by Zhang Shui for a long time. Thankfully, its host was finally standing up for herself. It was thrilled that Ning Xiaoyu had learned to fight back. Zhang Shui was utterly stunned by what Ning Xiaoyu said. Her voice turned sharp and shrill, cracking at the edges. "Ning Xiaoyu, what kind of attitude is this? I'm your mother. Is this how you treat me?" Ning Xiaoyu responded with perfect calm. "In my heart. My mother died the moment she stepped into that luxury car 7 years ago." That sentence completely ignited Zhang Shui's fury. "Ning Xiaoyu, what do you mean by that? Are you cursing me to die? If not for me, would you even exist in this world? Ungrateful brat. Not only do you not thank me, but you actually curse me? I knew it. You're a white-eyed wolf, one ungrateful person. One that can never be raised properly." Ning Xiaoyu gave a calm smile. If I had a choice, I wouldn't have wanted to be born by you either. But unfortunately, this kind of thing has never been in my hands. The more Ning Xiaoyu spoke, the more unbearable it became for Zhang Shui. Her face twisted in hysteria. Ning Xiaoyu, you unfilial girl. Today I, your mother, am going to teach you a good lesson. As she shouted, she raised her palm high. Just as she was about to bring it down hard, a hand suddenly reached in from the side and grabbed her arm tightly. The next second, a crisp, youthful male voice rang out, "Big sister, do you need help?" Ning Xiaoyu instinctively looked up and saw a striking, handsome face. Tiny flakes of snow had settled on his flamboyant platinum hair, on his long curled lashes, and on the edge of his slightly pursed lips. The snowy winter scene was beautiful, but not as beautiful as him in that moment. Even Ning Xiaoyu had to admit that Lu Jingde's looks were truly top tier. She could even see a glimmer of light in his eyes, that must have been the reflection of the snowy landscape. Unfortunately, she wasn't interested in younger boys. Upon hearing her thoughts, the love system scoffed, "Not interested in younger boys? Don't tell me you're into older ones then. The movie king is no little brother, he's a big brother. He's just pretending to be a rich second-generation college puppy right now. Anyone else would be blushing and swooning being called big sister by such a gorgeous guy. Who wouldn't be moved by such a handsome boy standing in front of them? But you? Totally unmoved. You're a total steel straight girl, Ning Xiaoyu," she said. "Well, thanks." The love system was so annoyed by her bland response that it didn't even want to keep talking. Ning Xiaoyu had thought Lu Jingdu came alone, but when she turned her head, she noticed Shen Yueyu, Shi Rui, and two cameramen nearby. Shen Yueyu and Shi Rui looked awkward. They were probably embarrassed to have witnessed everything, which meant that what had just happened had likely been seen by quite a few viewers as well. Ning Xiaoyu didn't really care. She didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. But Zhang Shui couldn't take it. She couldn't bear for her negative image to appear on camera. Even more so, she couldn't tolerate the family's ugly mess being exposed to outsiders. So, without even asking any questions, she turned on her heel, ready to leave. But her arm was still being firmly held by Lu Jingdu. Ning Xiaoyu had no intention of letting Zhang Shui go that easily. If she did, she would be betraying the 7 dim and dull years she had endured. Looking straight at Zhang Shui, she spoke coolly, "Madam Shan, please don't come looking for me again. There's nothing left for us to talk about." "Madam Shen? Is that who I think it is?" But didn't she just say your mother? So what exactly is her relationship with Ning Xiaoyu? This woman just tried to hit the salted fish queen. Could she actually be Ning Xiaoyu's biological mother? Ordinary people don't just claim to be someone's mom. Okay, let's stop. Focus on the salted fish queen, not her private matters. Stop prying into private affairs. One after that, Ning Xiaoyu turned to Lu Jingdu and said, "You can let go of her now." Lu Jingdu slowly released his grip on Zhang Shui's arm. Zhang Shui didn't cause any more trouble. She left in a hurry. Just then Ning Yue, who had come out looking for the restroom, spotted Zhang Shui at a glance and blurted out, Mom? Ning Yue? Ning Xiaoyu? Did you notice? They both have the surname Ning. Let's think this through carefully. So these three, are they mother and daughters? Sisters? But isn't Ning Yue a rich second generation? Why did she live in luxury while the salted fish queen had such a hard life before? Could it be possible that her mother had remarried, but only took Ning Yue with her, and left Ning Xiaoyu behind? It had to be said that netizens were all little Sherlock Holmes. Some of them had indeed pieced together the truth from the few subtle clues revealed in the variety show. Ning Yue had chased after Zhang Shui and left. As for Ning Xiaoyu, facing the gossiping netizens, she had no desire to explain anything. What was there to explain? She wasn't the one who had been cheated on. She wasn't the one who got into a car accident trying to win someone back. She wasn't the one who had been in a coma for 7 years. Nor was she the one who had silently loved that person for over a decade. In that marriage, the person with the most right to speak wasn't her, the daughter, but Ning Zhan. Even if one day someone wanted to expose the disgraceful past of Zhang Shui, it shouldn't be her. That person should be Ning Zhan. Roya. Because of the minor interlude, no one felt like continuing the game. The match ended without a winner, but judging from the current score, Lu Jingda's team held a slight lead. The mood turned a little gloomy. A group of guests wandered aimlessly around the campus. While wandering, they unintentionally ended up near a bar just outside the university grounds. Shen Yueyu suggested, "Why don't we go in for a drink?" It was broad daylight, and the bar was nearly empty. Aside from them, there shouldn't be anyone else around. The others all agreed. Ning Xiaoyu had no opinion, so she followed them into the bar. In the daylight, the bar was quiet and empty. Only the bartender was present. Seeing such a large group of celebrities walk in, the bar owner appeared both flattered and panicked. The DJs are still sleeping. Shirue cut him off. No need, we're just here for a drink. Got it. I'll mix your drinks right away. What would you like? Before opening the bar, the owner had been a locally well-known mixologist. The guests ordered according to the drink menu. While preparing their drinks, the owner also called his still sleeping bartenders to hurry over. Otherwise, he'd really have a hard time handling everything alone. Noticing Lu Jingdu glancing around, the owner chuckled and called out, "Hey young man, looking for something?" Lu Jingdu raised an eyebrow slightly and walked over to exchange a few words with him. About 10 minutes later, the blue Hawaii cocktail Ning Xiaoyu had ordered was ready. She picked up the glass and took a big, refreshing sip. A burst of slightly sour sweetness exploded on her taste buds. A light dizziness crept in immediately. Ning Xiaoyu gave a small shake of her head. Just then, a heavy dance beat suddenly blasted through the bar. Shan Yueyue exclaimed. Huh? Why is there music now? The bar owner chuckled mysteriously, hiding his contribution. Turning on the music hadn't been his idea. It was suggested by that platinum blonde hottie. For what the guy wanted to do, well, that was none of his business. He, as the owner, had done all he could. Just as Ning Xiaoyu was about to take another sip through her straw, the excited voice of the love system rang in her ear. Girl, how can young people not enjoy life? When you're young, you should indulge freely. Come on, let loose. You're feeling a little gloomy inside, aren't you? Sure, it felt great putting Zhang Shui in her place earlier, but deep down you still feel a bit troubled, don't you? After all, those 7 years are gone for good. After all, once upon a time you admired Zhang Shui. But girl, look forward. Your future, now free from the influence of Zhang Shui and Ning Yue, will only get better and better. At this time you can pull the movie king in and hit the dance floor together. B. Jump in solo and wave it out, steal the spotlight. Be the queen of the day. C. No DJ? Then you get up there and be the DJ. You carry the whole vibe. Maybe it was the overload of events today, maybe it was the big gulp of alcohol, or maybe the love system's passionate tone had finally gotten to her for the first time. Ning Xiaoyu thought this system wasn't so annoying after all, that if not for those options, she wouldn't have even considered going to dance. Ning Xiaoyu casually picked option B. Then, to the rhythm of the dance track, she walked onto the floor and hit a few waves. Ah, salted fish queen. I'm losing my mind. She's incredible. How can the salted fish queen make wave dancing look this good? She looks absolutely irresistible with those tipsy eyes. That moment, rainbow lights lit up the dance floor. The flickering multicolored lights washed over Ning Xiaoyu, adding a charm to her that wasn't normally seen. The vibes were soaring. Just as the audience was completely captivated by her dance, they saw a flash of platinum blonde hair follow her into the dance floor. Before today, the viewers never expected that someone's slow grooves could be this iconic. And that someone was Lu Jingdu. Just then the music shifted into a hip-hop beat, slow and steady. Lu Jingdu nodded his chin, rolled his shoulders, and his platinum hair swayed gently in the air. He followed with a few smooth waves of his own. What is happening today? Are they forgetting the cameras exist? Platinum blonde college guy dancing, he's so hot. I'm losing it. College guys are forever gold. As the beat changed again, Lu Jingdu reached out, stood in front of Ning Xiaoyu, locked eyes with her, and moved his shoulders in rhythm. So skilled? Lu Jingdu, explain yourself. Just how many bars have you danced in before? There was no helping it. Lu Jingdu's moves were too smooth. Add that naturally handsome face and the damage was enough to knock people flat. Most importantly, it looked like he only wanted to dance for Ning Xiaoyu. As for the rest of them, they were just lucky to witness it. Chapter 67. How could one even begin to describe the atmosphere at this moment? Lu Jingdu's slow body roll, subtle yet suggestive, teased without being crude, seductive without being blatant. Whether it was the wave of his arms, the sway of his shoulders back and forth, or the rhythmic motion of his hips, every move struck that perfect balance. Multicolored lights shimmered dreamily over his figure, and the flirtatious devil-may-care smile playing on his lips flickered in and out of the shadows. It was just enticing. Utterly and irresistibly enticing. Some of the guests looked utterly stunned, and the live stream audience? They were equally dumbfounded. A moment passed before the viewers snapped out of it and flooded the screen with comments. Help me. I can't handle this anymore. Someone save me. My tears are trickling from the corners of my mouth right now. Slurp slurp. I'm losing it. So this is what the movie king is like when he sheds his cold exterior, bold and utterly captivating. Honestly, I never saw what the hype was about before. But now? I get it. I really get it. I've never seen Lu Jingdu like this before. Turns out the only thing more attractive than aloof Lu Jingdu is a fiery, seductive Lu Jingdu. The only one who can outshine Lu Jingdu is Lu Jingdu himself. Pei had just returned from the restroom and hadn't seen the two people on the dance floor under the twin beams of shifting rainbow lights. He grinned as he called out to Lu Shuyi, "Shuyi, let's go dance." Pei Xian looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end he stayed quiet. He didn't want to boost others' morale while undermining their own. Sure, Lu Jingdu was impressive, but were he and his brother really any worse? Lu Shuyi took a deep breath when she heard the invitation. She set down her wine glass, ready to decline outright, but Pei didn't even give her the chance. Before she knew it, he had pulled her toward the dance floor. The music blared louder and louder. Lu Shuyi had to raise her voice to be heard. "Pei, I don't want to dance," she shouted, trying to wrench her hand from his grip. Pei smiled brightly and enthusiastically, shouting back, "Why not? Dancing is so fun. You used to love it." Lu Shuyi was livid. Used to was used to. Now was now. Unfortunately, Pei couldn't hear her thoughts. He was already dancing with wild abandon. He tossed his head, his whole body radiating commitment. After a bit, he turned and shouted again, "Come on, Shuyi. Join me." He started jumping even higher, trying to spark some energy in Lu Shuyi. He raised his arms and twisted his waist dramatically. Honestly, it's not like Pei dances badly. It's just, comparisons are brutal. That I don't know why, but I really want to laugh. I have to hold it in. Pei's moves are fine, really. But his competition is just too strong. That I hate to say it, but Pei got absolutely crushed by the movie king. Worst part? He doesn't even realize that I am dying of laughter over here, haha. Dead. Ha ha ha. Pei truly had no idea that the movie king, who had never danced in front of outsiders, had chosen today to make his debut. Even more so, he didn't realize that some people just had a natural gift. Just a few glances at others dancing, and they could go from novice to master. Lu Shuyi's eyes turned red with frustration, her whole body trembling slightly. In all her years, this was the first time she truly understood what it meant to be humiliated. Lu Jingdu danced masterfully. While Pei looked like a clown, she used to take pride in having both Pei Xian and Pei Yi as her admirers. But today she just wanted to pretend she didn't know Pei Yi. Shen Yue coughed awkwardly. "So shall we go dance too?" Shi Rue covered her mouth with a giggle. Of course. Why not? Didn't they see? Lu Jingdu's attention was all on Ning Xiaoyu. They were all just background extras to this visual feast. Who knew when they'd get a chance like this again? If they didn't savor this moment up close, wouldn't it be a waste? With that in mind, Shi Rue waved her arms enthusiastically and joined the dance floor. The other guests followed suit. One after another. Everyone dove into the party spirit. As long as you weren't the one feeling awkward, the awkward one would always be someone else. And just then Lu Jingdu truly found his rhythm. If earlier the atmosphere had been a blend of flirtation and restraint, then now it was turned all the way up. Every sway of Lu Jingdu's hips was timed to perfection. Every motion and every sultry glance overflowed with sensuality and allure. The innocence of youth and the boldness of adulthood collided perfectly in that moment. If gazes could speak, then Ning Xiaoyu would have heard him brazenly seducing her with every look. His striking platinum hair made him the undeniable center of attention on the dance floor. Even the bar owner forgot how to mix drinks, standing frozen as he stared at the scene. Deng He, a grown man, found himself blushing and short of breath, just looking at that platinum-haired figure. Who could possibly resist this? The love system had been screaming in a cracked voice ever since it started. CPU temperature overload. Not good. My chips are literally about to explode. I'm gonna explode. Girl, he's seducing you. He's seducing you. Despite the love system being one glitch away from passing out, its host, aside from a brief flutter of emotion at the start, quickly returned to her usual calm. That moment of heart thumping? Entirely natural, most girls would have crumbled under Lu Jingda's explosive charm, the blatant confidence, the unapologetic sexiness, and the wildfire of desire he unleashed, like a universe exploding in male pheromones. Who could resist? Unfortunately, after witnessing Ning Zhan's nearly tragic fate, though Ning Xiaoyu hadn't encased her heart in cement, she still found it hard to let herself fall. It wasn't that she couldn't feel, but her survival instincts forced her to suppress that flicker of emotion when she finally averted her gaze. Focusing instead on an empty corner of the room, the love system, unwilling to give up, issued another mission. Girl, you only live once, so why not love and hate without restraint? You're not Ning Zhan. You'll never become him. And you certainly won't share his fate. And if you never try, how will you ever know if he could be the one? Right now you can, get closer to the movie king and dance with him intimately. B. Place your hand on his shoulder and boldly join in the wave. C. Turn into a little cat and perform a cute cat dance. The alcohol that Ning Xiaoyu had just drunk was slowly taking effect. A faint flush spread across her fair cheeks, giving her a slightly tipsy appearance. Fortunately, though the alcohol was getting to her head, she still retained a sliver of rationality. She still remembered the formula etched in her mind. Movie king trouble, attractive movie king, super trouble. If the former movie king had once been a problem, then the now vastly more charming one could only bring her even more trouble. For example, his waves and waves of admirers. With what remained of her sober mind, Ning Xiaoyu made her choice. Option C. Roya on the other side. Ning Yue finally managed to shake off the cameraman and quickly caught up to Zhang Shui. She grabbed her mother's arm, disbelief written all over her face. Mom, what are you doing here? Today Zhang Shui looked nothing like her usual elegant and polished self. Not long ago, she had still looked like a stunning beauty in her early 20s, full of charm and allure. But today, her well-maintained face seemed to have aged significantly. Looking closer to someone in her 40s, she looked haggard, her complexion dull, as if she hadn't slept well the night before. A wave of unease stirred in Ning Yue's heart. Mom, what happened? Where's the driver? Where is he? I'll tell him to take you home now. Zhang Shui could only let out a bitter laugh. Driver? What driver? That man had even frozen her bank card. Naturally, the driver assigned to her had been withdrawn as well. She had always known how that man treated his two ex-wives. But she had believed that such a day would never come for her. So even when Shunku had been ruthless toward his previous wives, she had felt nothing but security, because the last thing she wanted was to see Shunku entangled with either of his exes. She never thought that one day, she would become one of them. Forcing herself to stay composed, Zhang Shui said, "There's no driver. I took a taxi here today." Ning Yue immediately sensed something was off. As Zhang Shui's daughter, she knew her mother better than anyone. Someone so obsessed with quality of life and appearances, how could she willingly ditch her driver and hail a taxi? Unless something had happened. Something she didn't yet know about. Slowly unfolding behind the scenes. A hint of anxiety appeared on her face. Mom, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Zhang Shui had not intended to tell Ning Yue the truth. Ning Yue might resemble her in appearance, but she hadn't inherited her skills as so many years had passed. Yet she still hadn't managed to secure Lu Jingdu. What use would it be even if she knew? But now Zhang Shui changed her mind. She took a deep breath and said, Wei, listen to me. Shenke wants a divorce. Divorce? How could that be? Ning Yue clutched Zhang Shui's hand tightly, her sharp nails digging into her skin. Why is he suddenly asking for a divorce? Mom, did you do something wrong? You should go apologize to Dad. Zhang Shui flung her hand away. Shenke is not your father. Your father is Ning Zhan. Ning Yue had been calling Shenke Dad for 7 years. She had long forgotten about her real father, that pathetic man from the past. Wei, go plead with your father. He's the youngest son of the founder of Ningface. He must own some shares in the company. You're his biological daughter. No matter what, you should be able to get a portion. With that, we wouldn't have to worry for the rest of our lives. With that reminder, Ning Yue slowly came to her senses. That's right. She had a real father. And her real father was from a better family background and wealthier than Xioshan, but Ning Yue bit her lip hard. I don't know where he is. If she didn't even know his whereabouts, how could she plead with him? Zhang Shui gritted her teeth. You don't, but Ning Xiaoyu definitely does. She'll visit Ning Zhan sooner or later. When she does, all you need to do is follow her just far enough not to be noticed. Back when Ning Zhen was still in a coma, Ning Xiaoyu visited him every week. Now that he was in recovery, there was no reason she would stop seeing him, so as long as they kept a close eye on Ning Xiaoyu, they would eventually find out where Ning Zhen was staying. Ning Yue clenched her fists and nodded firmly. I understand. At first she had resented getting into the same program as Ning Xiaoyu. But now she was simply thankful. Good thing they were in the same show. As long as she kept a close watch, she'd soon be able to meet her real father. Roya, while Ning Yue and Zhang Shui were racking their brains for a chance to see Ning Zhen, Ning Xiaoyu was trying to recall the cat dance through her hazy, alcohol-clouded mind. Why had she chosen option C? Because compared to options A and B, option C was the least likely to cause trouble. As for options A and B, they simply weren't suitable for a salted fish like Ning Xiaoyu. She had seen the cat dance before, but never danced it herself, so she needed a bit more time to remember. Big sister? Ning Xiaoyu. At that moment the party music shifted again. The cheerful, upbeat rhythm jolted Ning Xiaoyu's memory awake. She raised her right index finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Liu Jingdu took half a step back, showing he would cooperate. Then, Ning Xiaoyu clenched both hands into fists, placed them against her cheeks, and moved them slightly downward. The signature sound that signaled mission completion hadn't played yet. Ning Xiaoyu then curled her fingers into claws and mimed a cat pawing gesture in slow motion. Still no sound? One more then, still no sound? Well, she had already done this much, so quitting halfway would be unacceptable. With the alcohol emboldening her, she did something she would never normally do. She opened her mouth and tentatively said, meow. The next second the sound of the mission being successful chimed. And at the exact same time Liu Jingdu's low flirtatious voice followed with, Big sister, you're so cute. Chapter 68. The colorful lights flickered in his eyes, and in that instant, Ning Xiaoyu truly felt as if she could see starlight shimmering in Liu Jingdu's eyes. Ah, adorable, super adorable. I recorded it. That meow from the salted fish queen was so cute I can't handle it. Big sister, please do it again. Craving.jpg. Ning Xiaoyu felt a bit dizzy. When she first tasted that glass of drink she had earlier, it was just sour and astringent, nothing more. But after a while it gradually went to her head. But she wasn't completely drunk, and her consciousness remained relatively clear. Ning Xiaoyu knew exactly what she had done. It was just a simple meow at most. It counted as acting cute, not a big deal. Her expression even looked quite normal. But with that deadpan salted fish face, paired with a soft meow from her lips, the contrast was precisely what made the others feel it was overwhelmingly adorable. Rubbing her temples, Ning Xiaoyu quickly turned and left the dance floor. Upon seeing this, Liu Jingdu also left shortly afterward. Big sister, are you upset? Ning Xiaoyu replied plainly. No, she truly wasn't upset. On the contrary, after dancing for a while, the frustration in her heart had already completely dispersed. She returned to the bar and ordered a glass of lemon water for herself. As she sipped the lemon water, she watched the other guests dancing in the distance. After a few sour gulps, her mind cleared up quite a bit. The love system sounded regretful. None of them dance as well as the movie King. Girl, why didn't you dance a little longer just now? You two were definitely the brightest stars on the floor. When Ning Xiaoyu and Liu Jingdu had been dancing earlier, the other guests felt a bit restrained, and understandably so. After all, they were celebrities too, and they cared about appearances. None of them wanted to be completely outshone by the two. Only when the two of them left did the rest of the guests start to loosen up a little. Ning Xiaoyu didn't respond to the system. She had danced enough, so naturally, she came over to rest. The guests continued dancing with enthusiasm. By the time Ning Xiaoyu finished her fourth glass of lemon water, Shen Yueyue and the others finally walked over, still looking reluctant to leave the dance floor. Shen Yueyue ordered a glass of lemon water as well. After a few quick gulps, she asked Ning Xiaoyu, who was next to her, should we head to the next place later? Ning Xiaoyu casually said whatever. The two of them went to the restroom together, and as they came out, Shen Yueyue asked with a puzzled expression, where's the movie King? I haven't seen him for a while. Ning Xiaoyu had no idea either. She casually replied, maybe he went to the restroom. The love system roared, girl. The movie King left a long time ago. Don't tell me you didn't even notice. Ning Xiaoyu. Honestly, she really hadn't noticed. He left as soon as you started your second glass of lemon water. Girl, you don't care about him at all. Ning Xiaoyu responded with an oh. He was the movie King after all, a busy man. Leaving early was nothing unusual. When he first joined this variety show, he barely even showed up. Compared to that, he was much more active now. Even the director didn't push him much, let alone the others. Lu Shuyi took the initiative and suggested, "Why don't we go to Feng Mountain for dinner and enjoy the snow scenery while we're at it?" As she spoke, she looked at Ning Xiaoyu and asked, "Teacher Ning, what do you think?" Ning Xiaoyu didn't care where they went, so she simply replied, "I'll go along with the team." Shirue and Shan Yueyue discussed for a moment and agreed that Feng Mountain sounded nice. Just like that, the group decided to head there. Lu Shuyi lifted her chin slightly. "Oh, by the way, a friend of mine will be joining us later." Ning Yue had returned by then. Upon hearing that, she teased, "Boyfriend?" Lu Shuyi quickly waved her hands. No, just a close big brother. Don't misunderstand." Ning Yue dragged out her tone. "Oh, a big brother." As the group prepared to leave the bar. The movie king still hadn't returned. Shan Yueyue pressed her lips together and glanced at Ning Xiaoyu before asking again, "Our team's movie king still isn't back. Should we wait a bit longer?" Ning Yue bit her lip hard at if Lu Jingdu wasn't there, what was he doing? A nearby staff member overheard the question and said with a smile, "Oh, the movie king? He's already waiting for you all outside." "Already outside?" The group bustled out in a flurry. They chatted and laughed as they walked, but as soon as they stepped outside, they suddenly fell silent as if they had seen something unbelievable. Their footsteps also halted. Shi Chao asked Shirue, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop?" Shirue stared blankly for a few seconds before she came back to her senses. "Oh, that." She instinctively stepped aside, leaving just enough space for Ning Xiaoyu to pass through. Ning Xiaoyu walked forward slowly. She lifted her head, wanting to check the surroundings, and in the very next second, she saw Lu Jingdu, who was standing quietly in front of a Rolls-Royce, holding a black umbrella in the wind and snow. Just like every time before, the love system's shrill scream rang out right on cue. Ayaha! As evening approached, Lu Jingdu had changed into a different outfit. His once flamboyant platinum blonde hair was now a deep shade of black-purple. The impractical jacket had been swapped for the classic style three-piece suit. Over it all, he wore a long black overcoat. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses now adorned his face. The cold detachment in his eyes was now entirely hidden behind those glasses, refined and elegant, with a reserved abstinence that carried just a hint of dangerous allure. Only one phrase comes to mind. Refined scoundrel. Really want to peel off that suit of his. The movie king hasn't taken roles like this before. This kind of persona, he's never tried it until now. And the audience was absolutely right that Lu Jingdu had always starred in male lead roles. He had taken on Republican-era films, spy war dramas, cultivation films, interstellar sci-fi, and had even gone to Hollywood to play an esper. But there was one genre he had never touched: idol dramas. Nor had he ever played a domineering CEO. His career fans one focus primarily on an idol's career development rather than their personal life, appearance, or romantic relationships. Never imagined that, after watching his entire body of work, the very genres he had never stepped into would be revealed in such a variety show. What could they even say? They were nothing but shocked. Completely shocked. Roya snow fell in flurries. By nightfall, it had grown even heavier than it had been in the afternoon. The world was blanketed in pure white. Before Ning Xiaoyu could react, a black umbrella had already been opened above her head, shielding her completely from the cold snowflakes. She looked up instinctively and saw Lu Jingdu standing beneath the umbrella. It was only at this close distance that she noticed beneath his thin golden wire-rimmed glasses, near the corner of his eye, there was a rouge-colored beauty mark. It was small, yet added a touch of sultry allure to his otherwise ascetic face. In short, the Lu Jingdu standing before her now still doesn't resemble the aloof movie king. He was still the same person, but different, completely different. The love system chirped sweetly, "Girl, now you feel it, don't you? This is the charm of the movie king." No matter what kind of persona Ning Xiaoyu liked, Lu Jingdu could always surprise her. He could do it better than anyone else, so she would never grow tired of him. The warm-toned lighting fell on Lu Jingdu, casting a glow over his rich black-purple hair and enhancing its unique charm. Black was too ordinary, platinum blonde was too flamboyant. But this shade of black-purple suited his current look perfectly. It was steady, without being dull. The corners of Lu Jingdu's lips lifted slightly. When he spoke again, it was no longer the clear and refreshing tone of the afternoon, but a low, sexy voice with a bubbling allure that could easily mesmerize. Where to? I'm in love with this voice. I've completely fallen for him. So the movie king isn't just a master of roles, he's a voice actor too. All-rounder movie king seducing us live. Though it might not be about seduction. Maybe he just wants to give Xiaoyu some face. That new girl on the side had been hyped way too much. See Queen to a woman who keeps many romantic interests or suitors in rotation, charming them, texting multiple people at once, and not committing to any one person. It suggests she's the continue reading is one thing, there are plenty of those, but even among them, there are levels. And clearly this one is a high-tier sea queen. The fish in her sea are all premium quality. Given that, it wouldn't be strange if the movie king wanted to help Xiaoyu reclaim a bit of presence. Yeah, I think he's just helping Xiaoyu save face. That no one could guess what Lu Jingdu was truly thinking. But for the audience watching the live stream today, it had been an absolute feast. In less than a day, they had already seen Lu Jingdu in 3 completely different looks. 3 personas, each with their own charm. Some loved the gentle drama male lead. Some preferred the bold college guy. But no one could deny the universal appeal of the domineering CEO. Who didn't love that refined dominance reserved only for you? When asked the question, Ning Xiaoyu gave the answer they had discussed earlier, Feng Mountain. That impossibly seductive, bubbly voice sounded again. Let's go, Xiaoyu. Ning Xiaoyu didn't forget to call her friend. Yeah, come with us. Shen Yueyue glanced at the movie king deliberately. Is that okay? In the afternoon the sports car only had 2 seats, so they went to the German restaurant with the crew. But the Rolls-Royce they had now could actually fit them. Lu Jingdu gave a small nod. It's fine. As they walked toward the car, Lu Jingdu kept his umbrella tilted toward Ning Xiaoyu. Not a single snowflake landed on her. Shan Yueyue headed to the back seat while happily shipping the pair. In the afternoon, it had been a typical rich college guy setup with a flashy sports car. By evening, it had become the classic black luxury car of a domineering CEO. Ordinary people couldn't pull off such a transformation. Only Lu Jingdu could match every need Ning Xiaoyu might have. Hadn't Lu Shuyi just brought up her big brother? Well, now Ning Xiaoyu's big brother had shown up too. It wasn't like Lu Shuyi was the only one with a big brother, right? The movie king really knows what he's doing. So jealous. As soon as Ning Xiaoyu got in the car, a wave of warm air embraced her. Inside was cozy, completely isolating them from the snow and wind outside. While Shan Yueyue and Shi Rui were quietly marveling at the movie king's thoughtfulness, Lu Shuyi was glaring at Pei Yi and Pei Xine with a sour expression. Where's your car? Pei Yi and Pei Xine looked totally innocent. How could they have thought of bringing a car over? Pei Yi offered. Should we ask Brother Gu to send a car? Brother Gu was the person Lu Shuyi mentioned they'd be meeting soon. He was the one who always accompanied her to plays, concerts, clubs, and on various trips abroad. Lu Shuyi took a deep breath. Forget it. By the time Brother Gu sent a car, Ning Xiaoyu and the others would already be at Fengshan. Chapter 69. Before joining the variety show, Lu Shuyi had always been the center of attention among the socialites and envied by everyone. But ever since she joined this show, it wasn't the first time she had been overshadowed by Ning Xiaoyu. She had always been arrogant by nature, and now that she had been outshone twice in a row, the temper she had previously kept under control was starting to slip. Before she came, her father had specially reminded her to avoid direct conflict with Ning Xiaoyu. As much as possible, fine. She wouldn't start trouble with Ning Xiaoyu. But getting into conflict with others, surely that was allowed, wasn't it? The production crew drove the nanny van over. When they invited her to get in, she stood her ground with her arms crossed, clearly showing no intention of boarding. Lu Shuyi slightly lifted her chin and said, I only ride in a Rolls-Royce. The staff exchanged awkward glances. But we don't have one. Where were they supposed to find her a Rolls-Royce out of thin air? Pei Xine looked at her helplessly. Lu Shuyi gave a fake smile and replied coldly, I don't want to hear useless words like no or there's no way. If others could manage it, why couldn't Pei Yi or Pei Xine? Were they that far beneath Lu Jingdu? Couldn't they think of some other solution? She used to be the one that others envied. Pei Yi hesitated for a moment, but eventually walked off to call Gu Xian. A little while later, Pei Yi came back and said, Shui, there's no Rolls-Royce, but one of Brother Gus' friends happens to be nearby. He has a sports car we can borrow. A sports car? Lu Jingdu had already driven a sports car earlier that afternoon. That was already outdated. What was the point of showing up in one now? Pei Yi had to remind her, Shuyi, it's already almost 7. Brother Gu has already left for Feng Mountain. They had agreed to meet Gu Xian at 8 p.m. And the drive to Feng Mountain would take about an hour. And if there was one thing Gu Xian hated, it was people being late. Lu Shui turned to look at Pei Yi, who had been speaking this whole time. Her expression was cold as she said, I'm really disappointed in you. Being told that to his face made Pei Yi's expression change at once. But due to years of habit, he didn't argue back. Roya at that moment, Ning Xiaoyu and her group had already driven a short distance ahead. They happened to hit a red light that lasted a minute. Lu Jingdu turned his head slightly and asked Ning Xiaoyu, "Want some snacks?" The red light shone in from the front, illuminating the beauty mark at the corner of his eye and making it appear all the more vivid and captivating that if the former movie king had always been cool and indifferent, like a flower on a high mountain, then the current Lu Jingdu looked like a painting done in rich, bold strokes, a strange blend of restraint and allure. Ning Xiaoyu wasn't fond of eating snacks in the car, so she politely declined. The love system sighed beside her. The movie king never keeps snacks in his car. He specially prepared a bunch for you, and you turned him down just like that. Lu Jingdu leaned over and pulled out a small bag of red dates and another of melon seeds from a cabinet in the car. Your favorites. Then, as if pulling off a magic trick, he produced a small portable trash bin, the kind that could sit on one's lap. This is new. You can use it. Seeing how meticulously Lu Jingdu had prepared everything, Ning Xiaoyu didn't bother to reject him again. It just so happened she hadn't eaten melon seeds in a long time and was starting to miss them. She placed the trash bin on her lap, opened the bag of melon seeds and said, "Thanks." Lu Jingdu chuckled softly. "No need." He didn't forget to speak to the two in the back seat. "Help yourselves to the snacks in the cabinet." Shen Yueyue and Shi Rui were caught off guard by his generosity and quickly said, "Thank you." Roya. By the time they arrived at Feng Mountain, it was already 7:45 p.m. There was only one Hong Kong-style restaurant nearby, so the four of them went in first. They sat down in the warm interior and waited for their two teammates to arrive. The heating inside was turned up high. Lu Jingdu took off his suit jacket and vest, leaving only a white dress shirt. He tugged at his tie with his right hand, loosening it before unbuttoning the top button of his shirt. "Ah, is this the kind of bonus content we get for watching Hi, my friend?" That ascetic vibe is gone, but he seems even more like a domineering Sa. Shen Yueyue and Shi Rui kept their heads down, studying the menu, not daring to even glance up, too good-looking for their own safety, but unfortunately, such beauty wasn't meant for them, so the less they looked, the better. 15 minutes later, a large group of guests flooded into the restaurant. They had all arrived at the same time in the production crew's nanny vans. As soon as Shi Chao entered, he said loudly, "Starving. Have you guys ordered yet?" Lu Jingdu closed the menu and nodded slightly. "Most of it. You can add a couple more dishes." When Shi Chao caught sight of Lu Jingdu's stunning face, he instinctively looked away. That beauty mark was simply too eye-catching to ignore. With the movie king setting such a high standard, how could ordinary entertainers like them possibly compete? Sometimes, a man just had to admit his own mediocrity. Shi Chao chose to give up as he lowered his head to add a few dishes. Lu Shui walked in with a beaming smile. Her arm wrapped around Gu Xian's. It was the first time the other guests got to meet the big brother Lu Shui had mentioned repeatedly. And sure enough, the man Lu Shui had bragged about, Xiao Gu, was indeed handsome. Though he was a notch below Lu Jingdu, he was still enough to outshine every other man in the room. In the dead of winter, this Xiao Gu wore only a thin pink dress shirt. It was unbuttoned halfway, and a loosely knotted tie hung around his neck, giving off a lazy and seductive vibe. Collision alert? It's a collision. Aside from their hairstyle, hair color, and the fact that one doesn't wear gold-rimmed glasses, they look way too similar. Whoever's less attractive should be embarrassed. But it definitely won't be the movie king. Honestly though, this Xiao Gu really suits this look. There's a bit of a spicy edge to it. Watching the live stream today is totally worth it. Gu Xian and his group sat at the table right next to Ning Xiaoyu's. Aside from Gu Xian, there was also a blonde, blue-eyed young man. Apparently, he was Gu Xian's friend who had come along for fun. According to Lu Shui, the young man's name is John. He is mixed race. Since Ning Xiaoyu's group had ordered earlier, they also finished their meal first. After finishing their meal, the group headed to the scenic viewpoint on Feng Mountain to enjoy the snowy landscape. By the time Lu Shui and the others came out of the restaurant, fireworks suddenly burst forth in the night sky above Feng Mountain. The fireworks were dazzling, illuminating the entire sky with a brilliant display of colors. It was quite a sight to behold. Unlike the city, There was no ban on fireworks in Feng Mountain. Anyone could come and set off fireworks whenever they pleased. Yu Xian stood with both hands in his pockets, looking up at the night sky, his tone carrying his usual laid-back nonchalance. Who set them off? Pei Yi went to ask and returned shortly after, reporting a name directly. Lu Jingdu. It wasn't exactly a surprising answer. After all, they had already heard fireworks going off outside while they were still eating inside the restaurant. Ordinary people wouldn't keep fireworks going for that long. Lu Shui clung to Gu Xian's arm and swung it back and forth a few times. In a sweet, clingy voice she pouted, "Brother, I want some too." Yu Xian played along cooperatively. Got it. And so, the only two scenic viewpoints on Feng Mountain both erupted in a thunderous cascade of fireworks. The same types of fireworks. The same chaotic beauty in the sky. The same overwhelming display of wealth. The fireworks lasted more than 20 minutes, and they still showed no signs of stopping. Tourists visiting the area had no idea what was going on. They just knew they were getting a free fireworks show. Of course, they weren't going to let it go to waste. They quickly took out their phones to record it. Some even began calling friends and family to tell them about the free display. Ning Xiaoyu looked up at the fireworks, but after a while, her neck began to ache. She couldn't help asking, how much longer will the fireworks go on? Lu Jingdu didn't give a direct answer. Instead, he asked, aren't they pretty? Ning Xiaoyu replied honestly, well, yeah, they are. Changing the subject, she turned to look at Lu Jingdu, voicing a question that had been bothering her. Aren't you cold? Lu Jingdu paused for 2 seconds before replying. Not really. It had just snowed in the mountains. The temperature was very low, and the snow on the ground was still fresh and untouched. Lu Jingdu was still wearing the same outfit from the afternoon, and the buttons he had undone in the restaurant hadn't been fastened back up. Just looking at him made Ning Xiaoyu feel cold. Surely the wind would get in through that gap, right? Was he not really feeling cold? In any case, she was afraid of the cold and had bundled herself up in a thick down jacket. The love system clicked its tongue. Our movie king's competitive streak has officially kicked in. Who said only women compared themselves to each other? Men did it too. Why hadn't the movie king fastened his buttons? Why hadn't he tightened his tie again? Why were the fireworks still going off at both viewpoints? This was a silent showdown between two proud men. The question was who would back down first. This kind of competition remained under the radar, subtle, unspoken, and invisible to the unaware. But those who understood could see it clearly. Yu Xian wore even less than Lu Jingdu, his posture radiating heat and confidence. If Lu Jingdu added more layers or buttoned up now, wouldn't that just make him look weaker in comparison? Sometimes details made all the difference, and these details had to be carefully maintained. Shen Yueyue called out to Ning Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, come sit here. Watching fireworks from this angle won't hurt your neck. Among everyone present, only the easygoing salted fish queen remained oblivious to the tension in the air. It wasn't that she didn't understand, she just didn't care enough to bother. Shan Yueyue quietly snacked on the couple's sweet moment. Now it had become a battle of wealth between the two proud men. Anyway, Shen Yueyue had only one thought: she didn't want the movie king to lose. Ning Xiaoyu sat in a chair, legs crossed, snacking on melon seeds. Watching fireworks while cracking seeds under a sky ablaze with light was a first for her. Since the other guests hadn't said anything, she had no particular reason to speak up either. When the fireworks had been going off for 3 full hours, a staff member approached with a distressed look on his face and said, we've run out of fireworks. Their stock had never been large to begin with. Setting off fireworks simultaneously at both scenic spots for 3 hours had completely depleted their supplies. Lu Jingdu nodded to show he understood that. On the other side, Gu Xian also learned the news from a staff member. It wasn't great news for him. Though on the surface, the fireworks had stopped at the same time on both sides, in reality, Lu Jingdu had started earlier and used more fireworks than he did, which meant that he had lost this round. Yu Xian clicked his tongue in annoyance. Oh well, there would be other chances. Meanwhile, the phrase Feng Mountain fireworks skyrocketed to the top of the trending search list. Sisters, the fireworks over Feng Mountain lasted for more than 3 whole hours tonight. The kid is stunned. Honestly, I never thought I'd get tired of watching fireworks. Seriously, the entire sky over Feng Mountain was filled with them from around 9 p.m. until past midnight. I don't think I want to see this style of fireworks again anytime soon. Under that post, many bystanders commented that I was also at Feng Mountain. This is all true to no idea who is rich enough to burn fireworks for that long. Hi, my friend Superfan here. The answer is in the variety show. Come join the fandom and find out who the fireworks maniacs are. Thanks to some viewers promoting the show, many netizens started watching Hi, My Friend that very night. And soon, they all learned who the two ridiculously rich and ridiculously competitive men behind the night-long firework extravaganza were. Chapter 70. Some of the comments were promptly seen by the love system. It completely disagreed with the terms they used. These people didn't understand. How could making the salted fish queen happy be called being a spendthrift? That was clearly romance. After Gu Xian joined the fireworks display, Lu Jingdu naturally extended the duration of the show. This move aligned perfectly with his current image as a domineering CEO. After all, a domineering CEO would never admit defeat. The system had no idea what others thought, but it was completely smitten. Sugar. So sweet. By the time the 3-hour-long fireworks ended, Ning Xiaoyu had also finished 2 small bags of melon seeds, a small bag of red dates, and a small pack of hawthorn. Maybe the staff had worried about them getting cold, because shortly after the fireworks started, they delivered heat packs and portable heaters. Sitting at the mountain peak with warm air blowing on her and heat packs stuck to her body, Ning Xiaoyu didn't feel cold at all, just a bit sleepy. When she heard the staff say that all the fireworks in storage had been used up, she picked up the plastic bag beside her and asked, "Can we head back now?" A staff member glanced at the other guests and replied, "Yes." Ning Xiaoyu yawned. After sitting there for so long, she was sleepy too. "Then let's go," she said, taking the lead as she walked toward the nearby hotel. Since it was already late, the production team had booked rooms for them at the local hotel. As a tourist destination, Feng Mountain certainly had no shortage of accommodations. And with the rising popularity of the variety show, the production team had become more generous with the guests. Where they used to assign 2 people to a room, now each guest got their OWI. As soon as Ning Xiaoyu entered her room, she turned on the heater. Then she went into the bathroom to take a hot shower. After the shower, she slipped comfortably into bed, ready to sleep. It was already quite late. Time to rest. Roya. Meanwhile, both Lu Jingdu and Gu Xian returned to their respective rooms and immediately drank a dose of cold medicine as a preventive measure. They were both in good physical shape and still relatively young, but having their collars wide open while standing in the cold mountain wind for an entire night, unless they were superhuman, any regular person would easily catch a cold, especially Gu Xian, as he had dressed particularly lightly. Sure, his fashion sense was great and the pink looked good on him, but it had definitely been cold. Lu Jingdu's manager looked at him with an amused expression. The cold medicine had been specially brought over after the manager received a message from Lu Jingdu. Watching fireworks for 3 hours at the mountaintop, that's really something. Lu Jingdu pinched the bridge of his nose. After standing in the cold wind all night, he felt slightly dizzy. Like head had too much imaginary alcohol. Tonight's move was a bit reckless. Holding the cup of cold medicine, Lu Jingdu said, "The fireworks were fine, but we could have let people go back to their rooms to rest. I made her stand in the cold all night." In reality, Ning Xiaoyu hadn't felt that cold. She had dressed warmly and had both heat packs and a portable heater, not to mention the hood on her down jacket shielding her head. The cold wind didn't stand a chance. The manager teased, "You made sure they had heat packs delivered, but you didn't use any yourself." Lu Jingdu gave a light cough. "Not suitable." The manager burst into laughter. The old Lu Jingdu used to be aloof and cold. This version, who considered all these little details, now felt a bit more human. Seeing that Lu Jingdu had finished the cold medicine, the manager tactfully left without disturbing his rest. On the other side, Gu Xian also drank his cold medicine promptly. Roya. The next morning, when Ning Xiaoyu was having breakfast in the hotel dining area, the other guests gradually came downstairs too. After picking up their buffet breakfast, several of them sat at nearby tables. Within moments, Ning Xiaoyu heard several coughs. They came from 2 different people, Lu Jingdu and Gu Xian. Had they not taken cold medicine last night, their condition today would probably have been much worse. Even though both tried hard to suppress it, their coughing couldn't be held back. Lu Shui looked at Gu Xian with concern. "Brother, did you catch a cold?" Gu Xian immediately lowered his hand from his mouth and casually replied, "No." If only he hadn't coughed twice right after saying that, the answer might have been more convincing. "Brother, did you take any medicine?" Gu Xian waved his hand. "It's nothing, just a small issue." The love system clicked its imaginary tongue. Look at him acting all tough. A small issue? Really? As the two chatted, Ning Xiaoyu quietly continued eating her breakfast without saying a word. It wasn't her business anyway. Just then the love system let out a pained sigh in her ear. Girl, the movie king has a slight cold. It's not serious, just some coughing. But even Gu Xian has Lu Shuyi checking in on him. Don't you care about the movie king at all? He lit fireworks for you last night. Gu Xian got attention, so how can the movie king get none? Right now you can, bring him some medicine. B. Dissolve the medicine and feed it to him. C. Do what Lu Shuyi did and ask, brother, did you catch a cold? Honestly, Ning Xiaoyu thought it was all for the show. There were so many guests, and only Gu Xian and Lu Jingdu got sick. Why? Because they wore the least. The wind had been strong, the mountain temperature low, yet they walked around with open collars, letting the cold wind blow freely. If they didn't get sick, that would have been the real miracle. Coughing was already getting off easy. The love system spoke with a deep tone. Girl, you don't understand the competitive pride of two stubborn men. How can a man admit he's cold? How can a man back down? You don't understand the movie king's painstaking intentions. Ning Xiaoyu? How is this a matter of painstaking intentions? Think about it. Lu Shuyi kept flaunting herself in front of you, clearly trying to outshine you. Gu Xian was obviously on her side. They were working together. But the movie king, he stood firmly with you. He refused to back down against Gu Xian. He was holding the line for you. Back then, the movie king would never have done something like wearing so little in the middle of winter. Back then, he'd never have overdone it and launched 3 hours of fireworks straight. Ning Xiaoyu might be lazy and indifferent, but she wasn't completely oblivious. She knew he had prepared the fireworks for her. She also knew about Lu Shuyi's veiled comparisons, she just didn't bother to react to it. Last night, Gu Xian had simply been trying to ride the wave. Even so, Lu Jingdu had won by a slight margin. With 10 seconds left to make her choice, Ning Xiaoyu looked once more at the options, then casually selected option B. There was no way she was choosing option C. Calling someone brother? That just wasn't her style. Option A was fine too. But between options A and Bright now, she felt more inclined toward option B. After selecting, Ning Xiaoyu asked the love system, where's the medicine? The love system replied sweetly, girl. 1 love point. Ning Xiaoyu had quite a few love points saved up. Ever since the system upgraded, she earned 5 to 10 love points with each completed task. She purchased a dose of cold medicine from the system mall and then excused herself to get some hot water. Temporarily leaving the scene, when she returned, she held a steaming bowl in her hands. The liquid inside was thick and dark, almost like ink. Back in her seat, she scooped up a spoonful with her right hand and turned to Lu Jingdu. Lu Dalong, it's time to take your medicine. One-eyed deceptively gentle line used by a wife offering poison medicine to her husband, often symbolizing hidden betrayal in classic Chinese literature. I'm dying of laughter, ha ha ha. The domineering CEO looked so confused. Why is he suddenly called Lu Dalong? Ha ha ha. What is that stuff? Looks so questionable. Lu Jingdu was momentarily stunned. Then, going with the flow, he leaned his head slightly forward and said, okay. As he leaned in, the crimson-colored beauty mark near the corner of his eye became even more distinct. That tear mole, paired with his light brown eyes, created a mesmerizing contrast, shimmering like stardust. Ning Xiaoyu clearly remembered that Lu Jingdu used to have deep black eyes, yet now they were a light brown, and the light brown shade matched his tear mole even better. So not only was he wearing gold-rimmed glasses, but he also had colored contact lenses on. Right then, the love system suddenly burst into song. This is love. Lu Jingdu had never dyed his hair or worn colored contacts, yet now he had done everything he used to avoid. And for whom? That didn't even need to be asked. There wasn't much medicine in the bowl. After Ning Xiaoyu fed Lu Jingdu 2 spoonfuls, the bowl was empty. Lu Dalong, all done. She had deliberately called him Lu Dalong as a reminder to not be so childish again. Catching a cold just to satisfy a man's sense of competition? Totally not worth it. All right, he replied. Shen Yueyue, who had been watching the drama unfold, asked from the side, hey Xiaoyu, what was that in the bowl? Cold medicine. Ning Xiaoyu answered. Shen Yueyue let out a small "oh." That bowl of cold medicine really did look a bit cursed dark and mushy like sludge. And yet, the movie king had drunk it all without a word. More astonishingly, he hadn't even asked what it was. It could have been a prank, right? But then again, the salted fish queen probably couldn't be bothered to play pranks. Still, if it were Shen Yueyue, there's no way she would have drunk that stuff. Seeing Ning Xiaoyu's actions, Lu Shuyi hurriedly followed her lead and left. A little while later, she returned carrying a bowl of cold granules dissolved in water. Brother, take your medicine. No matter the situation, the one who acted second would always seem like they were copying. Of course, Lu Shuyi was doing it for Gu Xian's sake. The attention-seeking little princess had personally prepared cold medicine for him. But after Ning Xiaoyu gave Lu Jingdu medicine first, Lu Shuyi's gesture looked slightly less sincere, almost like she was imitating Ning Xiaoyu. Some comparisons happened without a word being spoken, and once again in this second round of silent competition, the movie king had Wong Gu Xian actually disliked taking cold medicine in front of everyone as it made him look frail. But Lu Shuyi was a younger sister he had spoiled for years, so he couldn't bear to reject her. In the end, he still drank the cold medicine. While Lu Shuyi was feeding Gu Xian, John seemed quite interested in Ning Xiaoyu. He took the initiative and said, "Hi. Nice to meet you." Ning Xiaoyu responded casually with a soft I'm a designer for the D fashion brand. I think you've got what it takes to make it in the fashion world. That luxury brand was well known internationally. But Ning Xiaoyu wasn't short on money these days and she couldn't be bothered with networking or forming connections. She replied flatly, "Then your instincts are wrong." John said, No, I really think we could work together." Ning Xiaoyu answered, No, you really think wrong." John insisted, "I trust my eye for talent." Just as he said that, Lu Shuyi immediately cut in, "John, what's going on with you? Didn't you say I am your muse?" She finished her sentence with a graceful eye roll. John murmured, "But can't someone have two muses? And honestly, I think she suits the role better." Lu Shuyi hurried to call for backup, whining, "Brother, did you hear that?" Gu Xian replied coolly, "John, knock it off." Ning Xiaoyu couldn't be bothered to get involved in the drama between John and Lu Shuyi, so when John kept pestering her about collaboration, she simply ignored him. Just then, breakfast had ended. The guests were allowed to return to their rooms for a brief break. After the break, it would be time to check out. Roya when Ning Xiaoyu appeared again. She was no longer wearing the long down coat from the day before. She had changed into a completely different outfit. As she waited near the stairs, a passing housekeeping auntie stared at her openly for a long time. A ding sounded, signaling that the elevator had arrived. Ning Xiaoyu stepped in and pressed the button for the first floor. By the time she stepped out of the elevator, she was the last guest to arrive. Everyone else had been waiting for her. She had spent quite a bit of time online shopping for clothes earlier, which made her late when the other guests caught sight of her. Several of them didn't recognize her at first. It wasn't until Lu Jingdu walked toward her that they spoke up. "Xiaoyu? Are you teacher Ning?" Ning Xiaoyu nodded. "It's me to this moment." She wore a bright red scarf wrapped around her head, leaving only a small part of her face exposed. She had on a floral cotton jacket, floral cotton pants, and a pair of black cotton shoes. She looked just like a rural village belle, tacky and old-fashioned, but oddly captivating. She drew all eyes effortlessly. Didn't Lu Shuyi want to collaborate with John? Wasn't she afraid of being outshined? Well, Ning Xiaoyu used her actions to make one thing clear: the salted fish queen wanted to shine on her own. She didn't want to collaborate. What others were fighting for she didn't care about at all. Chapter 71. In the entertainment industry, there has never been a shortage of people tearing each other apart for access to fashion resources. But what exactly counted as being rich? Everyone had a different definition. Being rich has always been a relative concept. Each year, the rankings of the world's billionaires shift. Once someone had money, they wanted even more. Human desire knew no bounds. Many years ago, the ancestors had already summed it up in a profound saying, but the salted fish queen could easily turn down an invitation from a D fashion brand designer. When it came to being indifferent to fame and fortune, if the salted fish queen claimed second place, no one dared to claim first. Look at Lu Shuyi's face, ha 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 ha. Some people said no just to play hard to get. But once Ning Xiaoyu refused, it truly meant refusal. The salted fish queen never bothered with pretentious antics. She had no interest in playing games like "I'm not really saying no, I just want to act aloof to raise my value." It had to be said that Ning Xiaoyu's appearance this time was truly shocking. The bright red scarf wrapped around her head was eye-catching, and the garishly colorful floral padded jacket she wore was over the top. However, the outfit looked very warm at a glance. John stood there in a daze and muttered, Well, when something's tacky to the extreme, it becomes fashion. Your look is very nice. Was he still trying to win her over? Ning Xiaoyu couldn't be bothered to respond. She stepped forward in her black cotton boots, hands in her pockets, and strolled lazily toward the hotel entrance. Today, the production team had booked a horse ranch for the entire day. The guests boarded 2 separate vehicles, one for male guests, the other for female guests. That on the ride, Lu Shuyi and Ning Yue occasionally exchanged a few words, while Ning Xiaoyu looked half asleep. Don't ask. If you must know, the salted fish queen was being lazy again. Just as Ning Xiaoyu was about to doze off, the car suddenly screeched to a halt. Lu Shuyi's face twisted with displeasure. Are you trying to get us killed? The driver apologized from the front. I'm sorry, Miss Lu. I just received word that the vehicle behind us got into an accident. I panicked and Lu Shuyi's voice became slightly urgent. The car behind us? The one from the show. Shi Rui frowned slightly. Is it the one with the staff or the one with the male guests? By then, the driver had already started turning the car around. It should be the one with the male guests. The situation isn't clear yet. I'm heading back to check. Lu Shuyi's voice rose, her face filled with shock and anxiety. The male guest's vehicle? My brother and 2 of my friends are in that car. Hearing their conversation, Ning Xiaoyu finally opened her eyes groggily. Shan Yueyue grabbed her hand anxiously. Xiaoyu, do you think? Ning Xiaoyu shook her head. It's fine. If something serious had really happened, the love system would have started wailing by now. The love system let out a cold laugh. The movie king's uncle finally lost it and made his move. Because the movie king's driver hadn't had a chance to work lately, he got desperate and resorted to stupid tricks. Then the system added gleefully, still he's going to suffer now. Back then, Ning Xiaoyu had given Lu Jingdu a misfortune rebound talisman. Lu Jingdu could avoid the accident using it, but that meant someone else would end up in trouble. Ning Xiaoyu despised the other party's malicious intentions. After all, if that person hadn't planned to harm Lu Jingdu, the misfortune wouldn't have rebounded on him. Still, a human life was a human life. Wearing her perpetually deadpan expression, Ning Xiaoyu asked, is he going to die? The love system snorted coldly. No. But he sure won't be living comfortably either. Ning Xiaoyu nodded after hearing that. Yes, it should be. Someone who tried to kill another couldn't just walk away like nothing had happened. After the driver turned the car around, they quickly saw the vehicle carrying the male guests. There were scratches on the body, and the front was a bit dented, but it didn't seem too serious. As soon as Lu Shuyi saw Gu Xian, she rushed over anxiously. Brother, are you okay? Gu Xian was frowning slightly, as if he were lost in troubling thoughts. He looked rather unhappy. When he saw Lu Shuyi approaching, he relaxed his brows slightly and said lightly, I'm fine. Lu Shuyi acted coquettishly. You're not lying to me, are you? Gu Xian let out a small scoff. I'm really fine. But Lu Shuyi's curiosity was piqued. But what? Pei picked up the thread. But the truck that crashed into us hit a wall. We still don't know the condition of the driver. Lu Shuyi didn't really care about the truck driver. As long as the people she cared about were fine, she could finally breathe easy. Shi Rui stepped over and asked what happened. Pei Xian glanced in the direction of the wall and said, we're not sure what went wrong with that truck. It suddenly veered straight at us. If it had been just a bit closer. Lu Shuyi immediately spat 3 times to ward off bad luck. Soon after getting off the car, Ning Xiaoyu saw Lu Jingdu. There was a small scratch on his face, but he didn't look disheveled. In fact, the trail of blood added a shocking, almost poetic kind of beauty to him. The love system started howling again. The 2 of them, however, tacitly chose not to talk about the accident. Lu Jingdu spoke in a low tone. It's a shame about that sachet the moment of the crash. He had clearly felt the warmth emanating from the sachet he always carried. When it was all over and he reached for it again, he only found ashes. Ning Xiaoyu responded blandly, no need to feel bad. I bought that thing online for 1 yuan. Super cheap. Lu Jingdu was stunned for a second before lowering his head and laughing softly. Typical salted fish queen answer. Blunt, with not a trace of romanticism. She's even more direct than he used to be. But the stifling frustration that had been weighing on Lu Jingda's heart lightened significantly after hearing her response. He had already guessed that this car accident might have something to do with his uncle. Even so, he had been lucky enough, hadn't he? Everyone had their own theories about what exactly happened in that crash, but the full truth would have to wait until they heard the driver's testimony. Assuming he could be rescued in time. Fortunately, emergency services arrived quickly. The driver was taken to the hospital immediately. As for the guests, they continued with the day's schedule. Perhaps because of the earlier incident, many of them weren't particularly enthusiastic, but many didn't include Lu Shui. Head held high, she was the first to head to the dressing room to change into riding gear. When she came out, she spoke confidently to the camera. Horse riding is one of my best sports. My family even owns a private ranch with several rare breeds. Ning Xiaoyu chimed in supportively. Yes, the ranch at Shui's house is really big. There are so many horses. Lu Shui smiled and said, Wei, how about a little competition? Ning Xiaoyu waved her off playfully. Why don't you get Brother Gu to keep you company? I'll stay out of it. Lu Shui turned to Gu Xian with a proud look. Brother, come ride with me. Gu Xian answered nonchalantly. Sure. The two of them began galloping around the ranch. It had to be said that they looked amazing on horseback. As they rode freely across the field, even the viewers watching through the screen felt their blood boil with excitement, wishing they could ride too. Gu Xian, tall and lean, rode with a wild flair that drew gasps from the onlookers. After a few laps, Gu Xian left the field first. Then Lu Shui slowly brought her horse to a stop. She glanced around and asked, Why are we the only ones riding? Where's everyone else? A staff member replied, Some of the guests are resting in the lounge. Lu Shui dismounted from her horse, leading it by the reins as she said, Since we're already here, why not have some fun? The staff members only smiled without saying a word. Lu Shui tilted her head and guessed, Is it because they don't know how or because they're afraid? Ning Xiaoyu chimed in, But most of the guests should know how to ride horses, right? Lu Shui tapped her chin thoughtfully and said after a moment, What about Miss Ning? She had to take care of her father who was in a vegetative state. And after reuniting with her family, she's been busy filming a variety show. She probably never had time to learn horseback riding. Ning Xiaoyu put on an expression of sudden realization. In her case, probably not. Lu Shui cupped her face and said, How pitiful. It was unclear whether she meant it was pitiful that Ning Xiaoyu had to care for her unconscious father in the past, or that it was pitiful she didn't know how to ride a horse. With a regretful look, Lu Shui said, Miss Ning came to the ranch but can't ride horses. It must be so boring for her? No need for that, seriously. The salted fish queen is the best at entertaining herself. How could she possibly be bored? Everyone go watch the live stream next door. It's way more fun. Ning Xiaoyu had no idea what the viewers in the livestream chat were saying. She simply shrugged and didn't respond directly. Instead, she said, Shui, let's go ride 2 more rounds. Sure. Roya. Most of the other guests were resting and chatting in the lounge, but the bored Ning Xiaoyu that Lu Shui mentioned was, in reality, anything but bored. That moment, she was completely surrounded by a group of middle-aged women. Around the ranch, there was a scenic viewing area with beautiful landscapes. It was a popular spot for tourists and photography enthusiasts. Too lazy to ride horses, Ning Xiaoyu had wandered off for a stroll. Nearby, Lu Jingdu had no intention of riding either, so he accompanied her. She hadn't been walking for long when a group of ants, charmed by her festive Redan green outfit, came up and surrounded her. Sweetheart, you're dressed so festively. Sweetheart, want to take a group photo with us? Sweetheart, I just like you so much. Let's snap a few pictures together, okay? Unable to refuse their overwhelming enthusiasm, Ning Xiaoyu was dragged into their group photos. Meanwhile, Lu Jingdu was promptly recruited as their photographer. The ants hadn't brought a designated photographer with them. They had planned to ask a random passerby to snap a few quick shots. They hadn't expected to run into Lu Jingdu. Although he was an actor, Lu Jingdu wasn't unfamiliar with photography. While he wasn't at the level of a professional photographer, his skills weren't bad either. He knew how to work angles and lighting. More importantly, he was very patient. Right now he was seriously taking pictures of Ning Xiaoyu and the ants. Ning Xiaoyu, wearing her signature deadpan expression, tilted her head slightly, spread her arms and held her bright red scarf in both hands. The scarf fluttered in the wind behind her. The other ants mimicked the same pose. Standing in a line with a dramatic flair. It was one of the classic poses among photo-loving ants. They all wore wide, happy smiles. 3.2.1. Click. The photo was perfectly captured. Soon after, the ants switched to another pose. They wrapped their scarves around their faces and all reached their hands forward. The ones in the front crouched down, while those in the back stood up. Together, Their arms formed the shape of a blooming flower. It was another iconic pose among the ants. LOL. I'm dying. This is way too funny. Way more entertaining than watching a certain try-hard girl ride horses. So goofy, so old-fashioned, but so fun. Salted fish queen. Forced to engage. JPG salted fish queen. Dead inside. JPG Xiaoyu is posing while the movie king is taking pictures. I'm shipping this. By the time Lu Shuyi and the others realized that most of the viewers had flocked to Ning Xiaoyu's livestream, she had already taken a ton of photos with the ants. After all, with such an enthusiastic group and a patient photographer, the ants only grew more excited and just kept snapping more pictures. What surprised Ning Xiaoyu the most was that their posing repertoire seemed endless. They hadn't repeated a single pose so far. Many of the poses involved flashy scarves and other brightly colored props, like red fans, for example. The ants had even brought extra fans just in time for Ning Xiaoyu to use one. By then, Shen Yueyue, Shi Rue, and several other guests had heard the buzz and came over to check things out. And honestly, it really was fun. Seeing Ning Xiaoyu posing with the ants, Shen Yueyue shouted loudly, "Xiaoyu, you're amazing!" The ants doted on Ning Xiaoyu constantly, calling her sweetheart every other sentence. After a few photos, they started offering her drinks and snacks. "Sweetheart, don't be shy. I made this dried squid myself. It's healthy and nutritious. Sweetheart, this is homemade dried wonton. Eat up. Sweetheart, thirsty? Have some lemon water?" Overwhelmed by their kindness, Ning Xiaoyu ended up being fed a good deal of snacks. Coincidentally, she was actually feeling a bit hungry. And truth be told, the ants' homemade treats were delicious. Since they were made without too many additives, they really were healthier. When Lu Shuyi and Ning Yue arrived, this was the scene they witnessed. Instead of the bored, horse-averse Ning Xiaoyu they imagined, they saw her completely surrounded by a group of doting ants. At that moment, she looked like a cherished mascot, smothered in love by a group of enthusiastic elders. Not far away, Lu Jingdu wore a slight smile as he continued to capture the lovely moment with his camera. And Gu Xian, who had been riding with Lu Shuyi earlier, stood nearby with his arms crossed, watching the scene with great interest. When Lu Shuyi saw Gu Xian standing there, arms folded while watching Ning Xiaoyu take photos, her princess syndrome flared up. She immediately ran over and shouted, "Brother, what's so interesting about this? She's wearing that gaudy floral jacket. It's hideous. Such tacky colors, absolutely tasteless." Lu Shuyi had no idea where Ning Xiaoyu found the courage to wear something so country and outdated. As soon as she said that, the ants were visibly upset. Though their outfits were indeed flashy and colorful, mostly bright puffer jackets and cotton coats, none of them were wearing floral jackets. Lu Shuyi's words were too pointed and anyone could tell she was targeting Ning Xiaoyu. Unacceptable. In an instant, the ants, each with formidable fighting spirit, turned their firepower toward Lu Shuyi. Chapter 72. Lu Shuyi was suddenly surrounded by the group of middle-aged women. "What's wrong with you, young lady? Is that how you talk? This outfit is festive. What's wrong with it? Look at what you're wearing. Does it even look good?" There was no denying that the battle strength of the ants was fierce. Lu Shuyi was scolded until her face turned pale and her eyes brimmed with tears. She looked completely flustered, at a loss for what to do. It was the first time she had ever been ganged up on like this. Yu Xian quickly stepped in front of her. "Alright, that's enough. Please stop talking." Because Gu Xian stood up for Lu Shuyi, it was obvious the two of them were on the same side, so the ants extended their scolding to him as well. "What are you trying to do, young man? Planning to lay hands on us? Help! Someone's about to hit an elderly woman. Help! Call the police, quick!" One of the ants even flopped straight to the ground, pretending to be injured, clearly thinking that if Gu Xian dared make a move, they could demand an outrageous amount of compensation. It was the first time Gu Xian had encountered something this frustrating. When faced with a group of relentless ants, even if you were in the right, you couldn't get your point across, let alone when you were actually in the wrong. After all, Lu Shuyi had spoken inappropriately first. Gu Xian knew when to yield. "I'm sorry." Even after apologizing, the ants didn't let them off the hook so easily. "What use is it if you apologize to us?" "Yeah, you should be apologizing to this girl." "Exactly, and your apology means nothing unless that little miss apologizes too." The ants were not only sharp-tongued, they were relentless, one more outspoken than the next. Left with no choice, Lu Shuyi, eyes full of unwilling tears, turned to Ning Xiaoyu and forced out an apology. Only then did the ants finally let her go. though not without offering comfort to Ning Xiaoyu. Sweetheart, don't listen to her. What does she know? Exactly. She doesn't even dress well herself. The aunts were so enthusiastically protective that Ning Xiaoyu had to thank them several times before she and Lu Jingdu managed to retreat gracefully from the scene. Before parting, they even exchanged contact information. The aunts promised to send Ning Xiaoyu a copy of the photos they had taken. Shan Yue gave her a big thumbs up, as expected of the salted fish queen. With the aunts charging the battlefield for her, she had effortlessly won this round by doing nothing. Just look at Lu Shuyi after that attack, she seemed seriously shaken. Even Gu Xian looked a mess, covered in dust and defeat. Against a group of fierce ants who had nothing to lose, who you couldn't hit and couldn't out-argue, what else could you do but apologize? Because of that unexpected episode, Lu Shuyi lost interest in horseback riding. Coincidentally, the next day happened to be Halloween. And that evening was Halloween Eve. The production team decided to let the guests unwind with a trip to the amusement park. Of course, even in relaxation, there were still tasks. The guests were asked to paint their faces for Halloween and go around asking strangers for candy. The director enthusiastically announced, just in time. A well-known domestic chocolate brand reached out to our show. Whoever collects the most candy, meaning whoever ranks first, will receive a year's supply of chocolate from the brand. As much as you want for gifting for fans or just for yourself. While the guests certainly didn't lack money for chocolate, the idea of unlimited free chocolate was still somewhat tempting. After all, free stuff always tasted better. After all, it cost nothing. After all, it could be shared with their beloved fans. That brand is my favorite. Go Weiwei. I want it too. Brother, do a giveaway when you win, okay? Unlimited? Can you send one to every fan then? The director continued, same as before, you'll act in pairs, 2 people per team, freely formed. After hearing the instructions, the guests dispersed to prepare. When it came time for makeup, many of the guests had their own professional styling teams. Ning Xiaoyu, however, did not. Ning Xiaoyu had once offered to find her a team, but she had refused. Hiring a team would mean paying salaries. But most of the time she didn't need makeup. And those salaries were monthly, so it just wasn't cost-effective. Though she was already a little rich lady, she still didn't want to spend money unnecessarily. So while the other guests were surrounded by makeup artists, Ning Xiaoyu picked up a brush and started painting her own face. During the process, she received messages from Lu Jingdu, Shan Yue, and Shi Rui. They all asked if she needed help, but she politely turned each of them down. LMAO. Shan Yue literally turned her face into a pumpkin. Shi Rui's makeup artist is amazing. She looks like a proper ghost now. Lu Shui became a cute ghost. I declare I've seen the most handsome ghost in my life. No one else comes close. The most handsome clearly referred to Lu Jingdu. Even though the other male guests also looked good after makeup, they lacked that haunting, seductive, ghostly vibe. But Lu Jingdu was different after putting on the makeup. His entire aura shifted. His look leaned toward that of a vampire, pale and melancholic, with intricate black patterns etched onto his face and deep, mysterious eyes. His lipstick was artfully smudged, as if he had just fed, giving him a dangerously alluring charm. He wore a tailcoat styled after the European aristocracy, subtle and somber. With that outfit, the vampire prince persona was complete. Please bite my neck. My lord. Don't hold back. Rare blood type reporting in. Should be tastier than the others, right? This look is totally my kink. Only a castle can match your aura. Compared to the others, Ning Xiaoyu's makeup was quite plain. But it was clever. In terms of creativity, she was undoubtedly the most original. In terms of detail and execution, she was the worst. At the very least, she had put on some makeup. After all the guests finished their makeup, they boarded the show's chartered bus together and headed en masse toward the amusement park. Half an hour later, the bus pulled into the amusement park's parking lot, and the group of guests got off one after another. The amusement park was especially lively today, filled with visitors dressed in all sorts of quirky costumes. There were all kinds of makeup looks and outfits. Still, the moment Lu Jingdu appeared in his vampire makeup, he immediately drew plenty of attention. The production crew handed each guest a small bucket, which they would use to ask passersby for candy. Generally speaking, anyone holding this kind of bucket was instantly understood by others in the park. Seeing that Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu had teamed up again, Ning Yue deliberately remarked, "You two are so well liked by the crowd. Have you ever considered splitting up?" The intricate black markings on Lu Jingda's face looked even more enchanting and dangerous under the lights. Hearing Ning Yue's comment, Lu Jingdu replied in his deep, magnetic voice, "No, they earned their popularity fair and square, so why should they split up? I just love seeing the two of them together. No reason needed, it's just eye candy." After the guests scattered, Ning Xiaoyu found a wooden bench and sat down right away. She placed the bucket next to her. Those who got it would get it for herself. She closed her eyes to rest. Snapping photos with the ants that afternoon had been physically exhausting. Too lazy to run around asking for candy from random strangers, she had decided to go with the Grand Duke Zhang fishing let the willing take the bait strategy. Those who wanted to give her candy would do so. If they didn't, then so be it. Lu Jingdu came over and sat down beside her. After a while, he seemed to hear steady breathing nearby. Turning his head slightly to glance at her, he said, "You." At first glance, Lu Jingdu thought Ning Xiaoyu was awake, but with a second look, he realized he had been mistaken. Ning Xiaoyu was clearly asleep with her eyes closed. She had drawn eyes on her eyelids, and the illusion was so realistic it could easily fool someone at a glance. Lu Jingdu chuckled quietly. This was just like Ning Xiaoyu, that if she could sit, she would never stand. If she could rest with her eyes closed, she would never bother to keep them open. "Xiaoyu hasn't blinked in ages. Is upstairs, stupid?" Xiaoyu's eyes have been closed the whole time. Closed? Look closely, really look. Oh, now I see. Soon the new viewers who hadn't seen Ning Xiaoyu's makeup process discovered the secret of the salted fish. Queens looked at, and no doubt about it, this was peak salted fish style, and no matter the time or place, she never forgot to slack off in the most reasonable way possible. Roya, meanwhile, the other guests were diligently trying to ask passersby for candy. Everyone on the amusement park street tonight was in some kind of costume. While the guests' makeup looked good, it wasn't particularly striking. Unique and outlandish makeup was everywhere. Although the cameramen were following behind, not too close, not too far, the park was too crowded, and no one could tell who exactly they were filming. So when guests without any celebrity aura tried asking strangers for candy, they could still succeed every time, but the strangers were very stingy. Most only gave 1 or 2 pieces at a time. Lu Shuyi looked at the small number of candies in her bucket and complained, "They're so stingy." When she had celebrated this holiday abroad, she had placed a huge tub of candy by the door for kids to take freely. Now that it was her turn to ask for candy, all she got was this tiny amount. And she had even put on cute ghost makeup and acted all adorable. Although Pei wasn't teamed up with Lu Shuyi, he had been following her around. He consoled her, saying, "Don't worry. Ning Xiaoyu's team hasn't even started yet." Lu Shuyi sounded doubtful. "Really?" Pei said confidently, "Of course it's true." Upon hearing that Ning Xiaoyu's team hadn't made any progress either, Lu Shuyi felt somewhat balanced inside. But in truth, there was a reason Ning Xiaoyu's team hadn't started. The spot she had picked was especially out of the way. Very few people passed by. And since there were no crowds, no one saw Lu Jingda's vampire makeup. It made sense that they were being ignored. But soon the handsome, pale and brooding vampire prince was finally noticed. Once people spotted the bucket in front of him, they eagerly tossed in loads of candy. "Can we take a photo together?" Let's take a photo, please." The crowd of passersby grew noisy. Ning Xiaoyu furrowed her brows and shifted her position again. First, the group of tourists thought Ning Xiaoyu was awake. Slowly, some began to realize she hadn't opened her eyes at all. When this truth dawned on them, quite a few people were startled. Still, her makeup didn't dampen their enthusiasm. "Vampire photo, please. You look even hotter than the vampires in XXXX. That tailcoat looks amazing on you." More and more visitors surged toward them, and before long, both Lu Jingdu and Ning Xiaoyu's buckets were overflowing with candy. The crowd kept asking Lu Jingdu for photos. He slightly parted his lips, revealing 2 sharp, stylized fangs. They were just props, pointy looking but completely harmless. Still, the screams from nearby tourists nearly blew the roof off the park. At that moment, Lu Jingdu subtly shifted his body to shield most of Ning Xiaoyu from view, leaving only her sleeping head exposed. Then, he bowed his head slightly and leaned toward her neck. It was an extremely clever use of perspective, and in reality, Lu Jingda's mouth was still several centimeters away from Ning Xiaoyu's neck. But from the angle of the onlookers, it looked exactly like the vampire prince was bestowing the first embrace one, the act of a vampire turning a human into a vampire upon the human girl in his arms. Chapter 73. It was not the tourist screams that woke Ning Xiaoyu. but the ceaseless chatter of the love system. It's so sweet. I'm dying from the sweetness. Girl, it's really too sweet. Ning Xiaoyu blinked open her eyes in a daze. The first thing she saw was not the surrounding scene but a black earring that looked low-key yet mysterious against the night. Was there someone next to her wearing an earring? She blinked again. And only then did she see clearly who was in front of her. Seeing that she had woken up, Lu Jingdu lightly pinched the bridge of his nose and said, "Sorry that I in the darkness and at such a close distance." His face appeared even more dangerously captivating. Otherwise, how could he be called a movie king? This kind of scene truly felt like stumbling into the set of a vampire movie. After all, there was a castle in the amusement park. Quite a few tourists wanted to take pictures with Ning Xiaoyu, and some even tried to touch her eyelids, wanting to physically feel the eyes drawn on them to prevent the tourists from disturbing her. Lu Jingdu had no choice but to turn sideways to block them. Yet, it seemed to have little effect. She had still been woken up. Once Ning Xiaoyu fully woke up, she realized that a large crowd of tourists had gathered around them. She's awake. I told you the eyes on her face were painted. So obvious and you guys still mistook it. Can we take a picture with you too? Ning Xiaoyu turned her head and glanced at Lu Jingdu. Seeing that he had no objections, she nodded and said, sure. She had deliberately found a secluded spot to slack off. It was usually deserted with barely anyone passing by, so how had she still been discovered? Because there were so many visitors, several of them joined together for group photos. During a break, the staff also took the opportunity to swap their buckets for 2 empty new ones. Even while posing for photos, Ning Xiaoyu blatantly continued to slack off. She closed her eyes, finding it much more relaxing than keeping them open. Wasn't that the essence of resting with eyes closed? Occasionally, she would crack one eye open just a sliver to sneak a peek at how many more tourists were waiting to take pictures. The salted fish queen's signature move. One-eyed slit peek. With this eye makeup, the effect is absolutely phenomenal. The salted fish queen really knows how to slack off. Special technique of lazy peeking. Meanwhile, Lu Shuyi, knowing that Ning Xiaoyu's side had already filled 2 buckets, looked down at her own bucket, which barely had a single layer of candy, and couldn't help throwing a princess tantrum. So annoying. She grumbled. It wasn't like she couldn't afford candy. Why did she have to beg for it from others? And these people were being so stingy too. Ji Yuxian patted her head gently. Be good, don't make a fuss. Lu Shuyi looked up at him pitifully. Brother, I want to win first place. It wasn't that she cared about eating the candy. She just wanted to win first place. As for why she wanted first place, it wasn't because she was obsessed with winning itself. She simply wanted to beat Ning Xiaoyu for once. Ji Yuxian tilted his chin slightly. Alright, they had both done Halloween makeup today. Why should Lu Jingdu be the only one getting praised for being handsome? He took out his phone, glanced at his reflection on the screen and scoffed softly. He wasn't bad-looking either, was he? Today Gu Xian had put on a charming jester look with meticulous makeup, far more detailed than Ning Xiaoyu's casual effort. He had dyed his hair silver. This hair color was popular both in the two-dimensional world and in real life. His lips curved into a slight smirk, giving off a mischievous villain vibe. How could a jester not be fun? Weren't they better than a cold-blooded vampire? Determined to snatch first place, Gu Xian and Lu Shuyi found a lively spot in the amusement park and began actively attracting passers. Gu Xian grinned roguishly at a group of passing female high school students and said, "Trick or treat. High school girls? Ah, he's so greasy. Let's go, let's go. Let's head to Zone C. I heard there's a vampire prince over there." Gu Xian? Lu Shuyi pouted in frustration. What's wrong with them? Don't they have any taste? Gu Xian hadn't expected his first attempt to fail so miserably. Forget it, let's try someone else. At that moment, a group of male high school students walked by. Lu Shuyi reluctantly shouted, "Trick or treat. Give me candy." High school boys? What the heck? We don't owe her anything. Why should we give her candy? Let's go. The group of male students also quickly left. Fuming, Lu Shuyi threw her candy bucket onto the ground with a loud thud. "I'm not doing this anymore." With that, she stomped off in one direction. And Gu Xian had no choice but to put down his bucket and follow her. Roya meanwhile, Ning Xiaoyu remained seated the entire time, not even bothering to change her posture. Every so often, she would crack one eye open slightly to check how many tourists were left, then go back to resting. Thanks to today's makeup, even with her eyes closed, it didn't dampen the tourists' enthusiasm in the slightest. After all, If one did not look carefully, it would seem as if she had been keeping her eyes open the whole time. By the time the park was about to close, the crowd of tourists waiting to take group photos had finally dispersed. Meanwhile, the staff had already changed the buckets for Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingda's team several times, and in the end, there was no need to count the number of candies to determine which two had won first place, and no suspense whatsoever. LOL. Did the little princess next door think she would be treated like royalty wherever she went? Can't agree with that attitude. Probably only those 3 people beside her could endure her princess temper. The moment Ning Xiaoyu received first place, she immediately posted a Weibo update. Thank you all for your support. Follow me and repost this. I will randomly select 100,000 people to each receive a box of chocolates. Winners will be announced the day after tomorrow. Hosted via Weibo lottery platform. 100,000 people. Xiaoyu really doesn't treat us like outsiders. 100,000 chocolates. Brand sponsor, don't ask. If you ask, you'll regret it. I bet even the sponsor didn't expect the first place winner to be this generous. She's actually giving them away 100,000 boxes. Sponsor, you once said you would give out as many as needed, don't you dare go back on your word. Not long after Ning Xiaoyu posted, Lu Jingdu also made a Weibo update. Eat 1 chocolate every day and let life be a little sweeter. Follow me and repost. And I'll randomly select 100,000 people to send a box of chocolates to. Winners announced the day after tomorrow. Hosted via Weibo lottery platform. Another 100,000 boxes of chocolates here. Sponsor. Terrified, sponsor. Another one. This is the first time I've seen such huge lotteries. I feel like my chances of winning chocolate are really high this time. Let's go, everyone. Fans, this is too sweet. Xiaoyu is giving out 100,000 chocolates to fans, and now you too, brother? Shouldn't it be 200,000 from you then? A crowd of fans flooded the comments, joking and celebrating. No matter what, these 200,000 chocolates were real. Since there was a lottery, there would definitely be winners. Moreover, with such a huge amount, the chances of winning were very high. Taking advantage of the buzz, the official Weibo of the chocolate brand quickly interacted with the two of them. Chowka official flagship store V. Being a fan of Teacher Ning and Teacher Lu is truly a blessing. Our little brand here is also a true fan of both. Eating chocolate every day while watching their live streams is the sweetest thing ever. For the first time, Ning Xiaoyu replied under the official post. Ning Xiaoyu v. Too many fans. Giving out just this little isn't enough. Today's wave is just the first batch. I'm planning a total of 6 waves. Wow, Xiaoyu really spoils her fans. She must be worried that most fans won't get anything, so she's working hard to get us more giveaways. Sponsor again? 1 wave isn't enough, now 6. Lu Jingdu. Movie King, what do you say? It wouldn't be fair if you only gave out 1 batch, right? Lu Jingdu. Movie King, come on. Lu Jingdu v. Yes, keeping pace with Teacher Ning no matter what. Tonight was destined to be a carnival for the internet. Even though not everyone would win, there was always a chance. After all, it was 200,000 boxes of chocolates. And this was just the first wave, there were still 5 more to come. The brand Chowka was a very famous chocolate brand in the country. Their chocolates were rich and flavorful, and the promotion this time featured dark chocolate. Although dark chocolate tasted a little bitter, it had lower calories, so even eating a few pieces would not bring much guilt. Roya, when Ning Xiaoyu finished interacting with the fans, the group had more or less returned to Friendship House. It had been a long time since Ning Xiaoyu soaked her feet, and she planned to enjoy a nice foot soak tonight. After all, winter was the perfect season for it. Just then, Lu Shui made a phone call, and not long after, people began carrying large cans of milk into the room. At first glance, it was startling. Lu Shui had actually ordered 10 whole cans of milk. Moreover, they appeared to be fresh milk without any brand labels, so it was impossible to tell where they were from. Ning Xiaoyu was still wondering what Lu Shui intended to do with so much milk when she saw Pei carry over a foot basin for Lu Shui. Then both Pei and Pei Xian helped open the milk cans, continuously pouring the milk into the basin. Seeing Ning Xiaoyu's confused look, Lu Shui smiled lightly and said, I like soaking in milk baths. I usually enjoy soaking my feet in milk too. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Wouldn't it be better to donate that money instead? Although that comment above sounds a little like moral coercion, I also feel like Lu Shui's behavior is too wasteful. Wasting resources is shameful. So many people can't even afford a full meal, and here you are wasting milk like this. Perhaps seeing these kinds of comments, Lu Shui calmly explained, "This milk comes from my family's own ranch. It's only for our family's daily use and has never been sold to outsiders." In other words, it was her own family's milk, so she could use it however she pleased. Although it was indeed a little wasteful, since the ranch had been established solely for the family's needs, and her personal preference was milk baths and foot soaks, there was nothing others could really criticize. Perhaps worried that some viewers still wouldn't understand, she added, to be more specific, "I love soaking my feet in milk. Since buying milk regularly was inconvenient, my father specially bought a ranch for me. It raises a lot of cows. It's not for profit, just to meet my small preference." And no wonder there were no brand labels on the milk cans. Her father really dotes on her so much. Compared to this, our poor Xiaoyu really has it tough, with such an unreliable father. Comparison truly is the thief of joy. Lu Shui has a doting father, so it's no wonder she turned out so spoiled. Our salted fish queen doesn't have a father who spoils her. No wonder she grew up to be such a salted fish. Sigh. Roya, many people in the livestream room saw the comments flashing across the screen, including the person involved, Ning Xiaoyu, Ning Xiaoyu and Zhang Shui. After seeing how other fathers treated their children, Ning Xiaoyu felt even more ashamed of his past self. Other people had been competent fathers, but he had only dragged down Ning Xiaoyu. Back then, why had he been so stubborn? Why had he seen nothing but romance, ignoring everything else? Ning Xiaoyu happened to be there today as well. Lately, he had heard some rumors about Zhang Shui persistently trying to find out where Ning Xiaoyu was. To be honest, both he and Old Master Ning shared the same view. They did not want Ning Xiaoyu and Zhang Shui to have any further entanglements. Ning Xiaoyu had already been entangled with Zhang Shui for most of his life. He had been betrayed, cuckolded, gotten into a car accident, and spent 7 years in a coma. For the rest of their lives, it would be best if the two of them never met again. But judging by Zhang Shui's recent behavior, she clearly had no intention of giving up on Ning Xiaoyu. After all, given her current situation, she could not find anyone better than him. While peeling an apple for Ning Xiaoyu, Ning Xiaoyu spoke with a hint of meaning. "It's not too late even now. It was never too late to start treating someone well. Especially when that someone was one's own daughter. As long as one carried a heart full of the desire to make amends, what was there to fear?" Ning Xiaoyu gave a bitter smile. All right, he did not know whether Ning Xiaoyu still needed the fatherly love of a useless man like him, but after being wrong for so many years, he hoped he could at least do a little to make it up to her. Ning Xiaoyu casually added, "I heard CEO Shun is getting a divorce." Ning Xiaoyu instinctively looked at him, his voice hoarse. "CEO Shun?" Ning Xiaoyu finished peeling the apple, cutting it into small pieces. He smiled faintly and said, "Yes, the CEO Shun you're thinking of." Ning Xiaoyu did not ask further, however. Ning Xiaoyu did not drop the subject. He continued, "It's pretty much confirmed. The news has been circulating in the circle for several days now. I heard CEO Shun has a new young lady by his side, very pretty and very young. The girl is still in college, just a little over 20. CEO Shun hasn't lost his charm after all these years. Shan Ku had already found a new companion and was publicly appearing with her at all sorts of events, without the slightest regard for his current wife's feelings. Zhang Shui must have been having a rough time lately. For someone like Zhang Shui, who was so vain, having everyone know she had been cheated on was certainly not something to be proud of. Yet Shen Ku had made sure the entire social circle knew about it. The saying went, "Those who betray others are destined to be betrayed." Once you cross certain moral lines and abandon basic decency, retribution was almost inevitable, and no wonder Zhang Shui had been frantically trying to find Ning Xiaoyu lately, nearly driven to madness. Ning Xiaoyu opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but in the end, he chose silence. He knew that the more he said, the more mistakes he would make. It was better to say less and be less wrong. After slicing the apple into neat pieces, Ning Xiaoyu handed Ning Xiaoyu the bowl with a fork stuck in it. After undergoing rehabilitation, Ning Xiaoyu could now eat on his own with his right hand. Though his movements were slow, at least he was making gradual progress compared to when he first woke up. His physical condition had improved significantly. This also proved that Ning Zikin's earlier judgment had been correct. Ning Xiaoyu needed a quiet, undisturbed environment to recover. A peaceful environment was essential for his recovery. If Zhang Shui had been constantly disturbing him during this time, Ning Xiaoyu definitely would not have recovered to this extent. Ning Xiaoyu disliked Zhang Shui, but since this matter concerned Ning Xiaoyu personally, he had the right to know. Considering Ning Xiaoyu's recent improvement, Ning Xiaoyu deliberated for a moment before saying, Ms. Zhang has been trying to find you. Upon hearing that, Ning Zhan let out a bitter laugh. What does she want from me? He lifted his head slowly. The once sunny and handsome face was now marked with the weariness and hardship life had carved into him. He was now just an ordinary middle-aged man. There's nothing left for me and her to talk about. Ning Xiaoyu was quite satisfied with that answer. His second uncle had already fallen once in the same place. There was no reason for him to fall again. In fact, he wanted to ask Ning Zhan about his opinion of Ning Yue. After all, no matter what, Ning Yue was Ning Zhan's biological daughter. It seemed likely that once Zhang Shui and Shan Ke divorced, Ning Yue would come back to seek out her wealthy father again. In the past, they had not known the truth. But now, seeing Ning Xiaoyu living so well, holding shares and properties in her hands, how could they not be tempted? However, since they had already discussed Zhang Shui today, Ning Xiaoyu felt it would be unwise to rush things. He decided to hold back for now. Still, from the perspective of a junior advising an elder, he added gently, no matter what kind of relationship it is, it needs to be mutual. Only then can kinship or friendship last. If only one side keeps giving, that's not deep affection, that's just naivety. Ning Zhan had never expected that even at over 50 years old, he still needed a nephew in his early 30s to teach him the principles of life. How much of a failure did that make him as an elder? Even now, he still needed his daughter and nephew to worry about him to stop Ning Xiaoyu from imagining further. Ning Zhan said lightly, transfer all the assets under my name to Xiaoyu. That was what Ning Xiaoyu deserved for himself. He no longer needed these worldly possessions. If, after he was left penniless, Ning Yue was still willing to acknowledge him as her father, then he would be willing to give his youngest daughter another chance. If she was not willing, then their father-daughter bond would be severed. He only wished not to drag Ning Xiaoyu down. She still had a bright future ahead of her. Ning Xiaoyu was also greatly shocked by Ning Zhan's decision. After suffering through so many years of hardship, Ning Zhan had actually decided to continue living in hardship. Ning Xiaoyu asked incredulously, all of it? Ning Zhan nodded forcefully. That's right, all of it. Just leave me a few thousand yuan in cash. The rest, give it all to Xiaoyu. There's no need to make this public for now, and no need to tell Xiaoyu either. We can wait until the procedures need her signature. Roya meanwhile, Ning Yue was still unaware that her good father had decided to transfer all his assets to Ning Xiaoyu. Once the transfer was complete, Ning Zhan would once again be a penniless pauper. A poor man with nothing but a second-generation rich kid's title was clearly not what she and Zhang Shui needed. However, since that information had not been disclosed yet, she and her mother were still focused solely on finding the place where Ning Zhan was staying, hoping to meet him in person. After all, she was Ning Zhan's biological daughter. As long as their blood ties remained, she refused to believe Ning Zhan would truly be so heartless toward her. After all, Ning Zhan was different from Zhang Shui. He had always been soft-hearted. Thinking of that, Ning Yue smiled and said to Lu Shuyi, Shuyi, I want to soak my feet too. Lu Shuyi responded generously, sure, you can use the milk freely. There are no preservatives added and it'll spoil by tomorrow anyway. When the footbath heated the milk to the right temperature, Lu Shuyi comfortably placed her feet into the water. Afterward, she pulled out her phone and posted on Weibo, Lu Shuyi V. Thank you all for your support. Today I'm holding a giveaway. Just follow me and leave a comment for a chance to win a box of Fanchao chocolates. Limited quantity. 100,000 boxes. Test your luck. Hosted via Weibo lottery platform. Lu Shuyi generously showed off her wealth. Ning Xiaoyu had given away 100,000 boxes of chocolates to fans, and so could she. She paid out of her own pocket. It was just a small amount of money, barely a drizzle to her. She had thought she would be praised for her generosity, but instead the comments were full of people calling her a fool. Xiaoyu is giving away chocolates with someone else's money. You're spending your own. Honestly, you're just a rich fool. Since you're so rich, how about giving some to me? I've seen silly people but never anyone this silly. You're so generous. Does Fanchao know? How much did Fanchao give you? Xiaoke will give you double. Lu Shuyi was so angry she nearly threw her phone. If it hadn't been impossible to revoke the giveaway, she would have cancelled it right then and there. Still, among the commenters, there were true fans who tried to comfort her. Lu Shuyi's mood gradually calmed down. At that moment, the air was filled with the scent of milk. The raw milk, unprocessed, did not smell pleasant, but its skincare benefits were undeniable. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoyu had also prepared hot water for a foot soak. Just as she was about to dip her feet in, Lu Jingdu appeared with a small bottle of essential oil and asked, "Want to add a couple of drops? It helps with sleep and wellness." If it had only been for sleep, Ning Xiaoyu would have rejected it immediately. But since he also mentioned wellness, the salted fish queen, addicted to health maintenance, nodded her head. Thus, Lu Jingdu added 2 drops of essential oil into her foot bath. Instantly, the pleasant fragrance of essential oil filled the living room, overwhelming all other smells. Since Lu Jingdu rarely used essential oils himself, he simply gifted the bottle to Ning Xiaoyu. Shen Yue, who knew a thing or two about such products, glanced at the bottle and exclaimed in shock, "Isn't that the royal exclusive essential oil from F country?" Lu Jingdu gave a soft Shen Yue was even more stunned. "That is royal exclusive. How did you get it?" Lu Jingdu answered casually. "A friend of mine happens to be a member of the royal family. He gave it to me. I couldn't finish it anyway." Royal family. No choice but to admit it. The movie king pulled off another smooth flex. Chapter 74. After soaking her feet comfortably for a while, Ning Xiaoyu felt her body relax and her sleepiness surge. The love system chirped sweetly, "Girl, is this merely essential oil? No, this is clearly love." In the past, the movie king never involved himself in other people's conflicts, first because it was unnecessary and second because he disliked it. But tonight, he had taken the initiative to help Ning Xiaoyu slap someone in the face. So what if the other side had milk from their own farm? They did not even need to put in the effort. The royal family personally delivered the essential oil to them sometimes, even though the guests looked so high and mighty, whether they were big-name celebrities or rich heirs. When it came to childish antics like slapping someone's face, they were really no different from ordinary people. After soaking her feet, Ning Xiaoyu returned to her room. Just as she was about to grab her pajamas and take a shower, there was a loud knock at her door. She thought it was a staff member, so without much hesitation she opened the door. But standing outside was not someone from the production team, it was Gu Xian. At that moment, Gu Xian was dressed especially provocatively. His shirt was only buttoned in the middle with 2 or 3 buttons, leaving the top and bottom loose and open. His pants were also hanging loosely on his hips. Compared to the first day they met, the playboy vibe around him had only grown stronger. Perhaps it was because Lu Shuyi had been around before, which forced him to restrain himself a little. Now that Lu Shuyi was not there, he could finally act however he wanted. Seeing Ning Xiaoyu open the door, Gu Xian flashed a flirtatious smile and said, "Shall we have a good talk?" Love system? Love system. Self-recommending oneself to the bed? Is he trying to infiltrate and make peace? Ning Xiaoyu. There was no need to overthink it. The love system muttered resentfully, "At such an ambiguous hour, and dressed like this, if Gu Xian isn't up to something bad, I won't believe it. This is definitely not a good sign. Where is movie king? Someone is trying to throw themselves at the salted fish queen." Ning Xiaoyu felt a little impatient. She was really sleepy now and only wanted to take a shower and go to bed as soon as possible. But Gu Xian blocked the entrance to her room. She tried to close the door, but he deliberately leaned in to prevent her from shutting it. With a deadpan expression, Ning Xiaoyu asked, "Talk about what?" Gu Xian gave a roguish smile. "Anything you want. At this hour it's perfect to talk about life or the future." Ning Xiaoyu truly had no patience to deal with him. She casually glanced at him and said with an utterly calm face, "You have belly fat. Your body isn't good enough to you, Xian." The love system screamed with excitement, "Yes, yes, yes. He doesn't even have the movie king's clear-cut six-pack abs. How dare he show off in front of you? Your jawline isn't sharp enough either." "Yes, yes, yes. His jawline can't even be mentioned in the same breath as the movie king's. Your face looks greasy." "Yes, yes, yes. He didn't even bother to wash his face before coming. He's really greasy. And the way you talk is so slimy and insincere." "Yes, yes, yes. He's nowhere near as proper as the movie king. This guy is just a playboy who's fooled around with plenty of women." While Ning Xiaoyu and the love system were roasting him one after another, Gu Xian began to falter to this ambiguous hour. He had indeed come with a few flirtatious intentions. He had originally planned to get closer to Ning Xiaoyu first, and then bring up the matter concerning Lu Shuyi. Lu Shuyi had been spoiled and had a bad temper. Not long after joining the show, Lu Shuyi had already been angered by Ning Xiaoyu. He had hoped the two of them could get along harmoniously. Occasionally, when Lu Shuyi threw a tantrum, he wished Ning Xiaoyu could be a bit more tolerant. But who would have thought that the conversation had barely started before it was on the verge of collapsing? Gu Xian slightly restrained the roguish charm from earlier and said, "Miss Ning, perhaps you have some prejudice against me." Ning Xiaoyu replied with a blank expression. "Is your face not oily right now? Just touch it with your hand and you'll know. I have nothing to talk about with you." Talk about life? Talk about the future? What could she possibly have to discuss with Gu Xian? At that moment, a slightly cold voice came from behind Gu Xian. "It's late. CEO Gu, you're still not resting?" Gu Xian shrugged, hands in his pockets, and said, "I'll be heading to bed soon." Before leaving, he didn't forget to blow Ning Xiaoyu a kiss and said, "Xiaoyu, good night." Just moments ago he had called her Miss Ning, but now with Lu Jingdu's arrival, he deliberately switched to Xiaoyu, clearly intending to provoke Lu Jingdu. The love system fumed. Gu Xian is such a petty man. He's deliberately trying to make the movie king misunderstand and cause trouble between you two. But, girl, you must not give anyone such an opportunity. Right now you can explain directly and tactfully, tell the movie king you wouldn't even spare Gu Xian a glance. B. Act coquettishly towards the movie king and have him slap Gu Xian's face. C. Strongly hint to the movie king that he could learn a thing or two from the oily king Gu Xian. If he could offer himself to you, that would be even better. Ning Xiaoyu. After the system upgrade, there seemed to be no big changes, but there were definitely some small ones. For example, it had become even more bold and unrestrained, even daring to suggest phrases like offer oneself. Would it next start throwing out phrases like ultimate passionate entanglement? Ning Xiaoyu glanced at the three options, pondered for 2 seconds, and finally chose option A. That's right. Among the three choices, option A was relatively the most normal. Of course, that was only relatively speaking. At that moment, Gu Xian had only taken 2 or 3 steps. He deliberately walked slowly, occasionally turning back to glance at Ning Xiaoyu. His mouth curled into a roguish smile. From the very first day of the variety show, when he had worn a pink shirt with buttons undone in the freezing winter, most of the audience had already gotten a good idea of what kind of person he was. Ning Xiaoyu had been too lazy to bother before. After tonight's incident, she had gained a bit more understanding of Gu Xian. She opened her mouth and explained, "He said he wanted to talk about life and the future." Lu Jingdu responded lightly. The love system eagerly prompted in a whisper, "There's more to explain. You must express your feelings. Let him know you absolutely won't even spare Gu Xian a glance. Give the movie king enough security." Ning Xiaoyu added, "I don't like oily kings." Probably because the term oily king had appeared in the system's option C, Ning Xiaoyu subconsciously used Gu Xian, who was still within earshot and could hear her words. Love system. Lu Jingdu. Lu Jingdu chuckled softly and said, "All right, I understand." Chapter 75. It was merely a knock at the door late at night. Yet Gu Xian had already earned the nickname Oily King. He instinctively wanted to reach up and touch his face, but just as his hand was about to make contact, he let out a soft laugh and quickly withdrew it. Since he's a man, it didn't matter how he looked. After all, he wasn't relying on his face to make a living. At that moment, Shan Yueyue, Shi Rue, and the others, who had just finished their late-night snack and were preparing to return to their rooms, happened to pass by. Following behind them were 2 cameramen. The scene unfolding before them was captured perfectly by the audience. What are 2 men doing crowding around the Salted Fish Queen's door in the middle of the night? It's not surprising to see the movie king, but what's CEO Gu doing here? Look at CEO Gu leaving first with that dejected look. Did he get eliminated? Lu Shuyi. Danger. Did Lu Shuyi just grow a green patch on her head? Sure, we see it, but don't say it. Shen Yueyue laughed aloud a couple of times and quickly stepped in to help smooth things over. After bidding the movie king good night, Ning Xiaoyu promptly shut her door, cutting off the rest of them outside. Roya, however, the matter didn't simply pass. Lu Shuyi soon learned about it from her friends. Hadn't Gu Xian said he had a video conference that night? Why then had he appeared at Ning Xiaoyu's door? Later, Lu Shuyi also saw the barrage of comments in the livestream suggesting that her head had turned green. Though she and Gu Xian hadn't officially confirmed their relationship, in her heart, she believed it was only a matter of time before they would be together. Gu Xian showing up outside Ning Xiaoyu's room in the middle of the night had truly hurt her. But Lu Shuyi didn't choose to confront Gu Xian. Instead, she decided to attack Ning Xiaoyu early the next morning. "Teacher Ning sure is popular at night," she said. "What does that mean? Why does it sound so strange?" Ning Yue chimed in, "Otherwise why would she be called Teacher Ning?" The love system was furious, smoke practically puffing out of its head. "Girl, what do they mean by that? What else could it mean? Obviously, they were accusing her of stringing along several men at once." The love system fumed, but Ning Xiaoyu calmly opened the system mall and bought 2 truth talismans. Recently, she had racked up quite a few love points without anywhere to spend them. She hadn't expected them to come in handy today. After purchasing the talismans, she used them on Lu Shuyi and Ning Yue simultaneously. Each talisman would last for a quarter of an hour. Very soon, the 2 girls started blurting out the truth uncontrollably. Lu Shuyi said, "What's so great about Ning Xiaoyu anyway? Isn't it just because she has a good grandfather?" Lu Shuyi looked completely baffled. She had indeed thought that way in her heart, but she had no intention of actually saying it out loud. Why had she just spilled her innermost thoughts like that? Exactly. The salted fish queen can't count on her unreliable father, so she can only rely on her grandfather. Not to be outdone, Ning Yue quickly added, "That's my grandfather too. My own grandfather." Gossip alert. It's so explosive this early in the morning. One ear ready. I'm listening carefully. Ning Yue's mouth continued to rattle on. "If you hadn't introduced my mom to CEO Shan, part of the assets Ning Xiaoyu received before would have been mine." After blurting that out, Ning Yue hastily covered her mouth, panic flashing across her face. What was happening? Why couldn't she control her thoughts or her mouth? There's a lot to unpack in that sentence. So Ning Yue's mother connected with CEO Shan through Lu Shuyi. That's what it sounds like. But how old was Lu Shuyi back then? Are rich people always this precocious? Lu Shuyi fuming snapped, "And now you're blaming me? Weren't you the one constantly complaining to me, saying how miserable you and your mother were, and how useless your biological father was? If not for that, would I have introduced your mother to someone rich? Can you even say you didn't hope to swap for a new father back then? What, you regret it? Now that you found out your real father was a true second-generation rich kid, and your grandfather is the founder of Ningface, you're regretting it?" Seeing the conversation getting more and more outrageous, Gu Xian hurriedly tried to intervene. "Shuyi, that's enough." Pei also sat down beside Lu Shuyi and said, "Shuyi, maybe you're too tired. How about going back to your room to rest?" Lu Shuyi wanted to shut up too, but her mouth didn't obey her. She couldn't help it. She wanted to scream, wanted to run, but at this moment, her urge to vent outweighed everything else. Only 5 minutes had passed out of the 15. She continued, revealing one secret after another. "Your biological father had been in a coma for 7 years. Did you or your mother visit him even once? Not once. Now you want to lay claim to your grandfather's money? Based on what? Your thick skin? Wow." Ning Yue turned out to be so heartless. That's her real father, and not even one visit in 7 years. So Ning Yue and Ning Xiaoyu are truly biological sisters. One named Yue, one happiness. One named Xiaoyu, two little fish. Even the favoritism shows in their names. Ning Yue refused to back down. "You say I have a thick skin, but what about you? Aren't you the most favored daughter of some entertainment company CEO? But when you show off, isn't it all thanks to your men? How many good things have you taken from them? A handbag today, a car tomorrow, a property the day after. Haven't at least 3 different men given you properties? And you dare say you haven't taken much? We're both money lovers. Neither of us is nobler than the other. Holy crap, what's happening? Are heiresses always this savage when they fight? I'm dying laughing. Look at CEO Gus' face, it's completely green. So CEO Gu is just a walking wallet? Or one of the wallets? CEO Gu. Just a heartless ATM. That if what Ning Yue said was true, then the two of them were really the same. Neither had any right to look down on the other. Tears filled Lu Shuyi's eyes. She pressed her hands tightly over her mouth, not wanting to say another word. But the words still kept spilling out uncontrollably. So what? Being able to get things from them proves my skills, doesn't it? Unlike you, who looks glamorous on the surface but is dirt poor underneath. At that moment, Gu Xian stood up and left early. It was only then that he finally understood that, in Lu Shuyi's eyes, he had been nothing more than a convenient ATM. And worse, he wasn't even the only ATM. Although he had always known that Lu Shuyi got along well with the Pei brothers, Pei Yi and Pei Xen, Whether she accepted expensive gifts from them was another matter entirely. He didn't mind Lu Shuyi having many male friends, nor did he mind them hanging out together often. But he did mind that she accepted properties from others. If it had only been handbags, he could have let it slide. But the Pei brothers had even given her properties. What kind of relationship would make someone casually gift a property? After Gu Xian left, Lu Shuyi and Ning Yue continued exposing each other's scandals. Eventually they even revealed how, back in high school, they had teamed up to bully another girl. The audience didn't really understand what had gotten into the two of them, but gossip was gossip. Who cared about the details? I never would have thought Ning Yue and Lu Shuyi could be so vicious, and no wonder they had been best friends for so many years. Poor Xiaoyu. Stuck with a sister and mother like that. Oh, and a SHY father too. But Xiaoyu will definitely live a better life from now on. 15 minutes later, the effects of the truth talisman wore off. By then, both Ning Yue and Lu Shuyi were already in tears. Their faces full of panic. They knew they were screwed. They had spilled all their dirty secrets right in front of a live audience. Lu Shuyi let out a sharp scream and bolted, while Ning Yue fainted from fright on the spot. Friendship House fell into complete chaos. Very soon, Ning Yue and Lu Shuyi's self-exposure, along with keywords like rich families, shot up the trending searches. Although CEO Shun and CEO Lu immediately tried to suppress the trending topics, plenty of gossip-hungry onlookers still managed to feast on the freshest drama tea that moment. Mujejia, who had quit the show after being bitten by a snake, posted a message online. Mujejia, Teacher Ning Xiaoyu, I'm truly sorry. Also, thank you for back then. Anyone who had been following the show could instantly understand the message. Mujejia had previously teamed up with Ning Yue to target Ning Xiaoyu, so she was apologizing. And Ning Xiaoyu had once saved her life, so she was expressing gratitude. When Ning Xiaoyu saw the post, she simply smiled and let it go. Whether Mujejia was trying to ride the wave of public opinion or genuinely wanted to thank her, Ning Xiaoyu didn't care, nor would she respond. Whoever had been bitten by the snake that day, she would have helped regardless. But she and Mujejia were destined never to be friends. Roya following Mujejia, Ning Yue, Lu Shuyi, Pei Xian and Pei Yi all quickly announced their withdrawal from Hai Mai. Friend the director, sighing and groaning, had no choice but to announce the news to the audience. The viewers, already stuffed from eating so much drama, weren't surprised at all. After such a huge scandal, how could those people possibly continue staying on the show? Counting today, there were barely 2 days left before the show ended. Originally, the director had hoped to wrap everything up nicely for a perfect ending. He never imagined that just when filming was about to finish, a massive scandal would explode. He could only swallow the bitterness alone. With 4 guests gone at once, Friendship House suddenly felt much emptier. The director gave a bitter laugh and forced himself to perk up as he said, "Dear guests, the show is nearing its end, but your friendships can last forever. Please spend the last days strengthening your bonds. Show your passion and let your friends feel the beauty of friendship." Just as the director finished speaking, the voice of the love system immediately followed. "Girl, the annoying flies have finally left the stage. No more disturbances. Although there are still a few guests left around, it doesn't matter. You can now be bold and unrestrained. At this moment, you can gently caress the side of the movie king's face. B. Lift the movie king's chin with your hand. C. Knock the movie king out with money. Show off your rich lady style." Chapter 76. When Ning Xiaoyu received the love mission, Shan Yue was beside her, discussing farewell gifts with Shi Rue. Everyone had spent more than a month together on the variety show. As they were about to part ways, they naturally needed to prepare heartfelt gifts. These gifts could not be too expensive, nor could they be too generic. Ideally, they should touch the recipient's heart. After spending so much time together day and night, they more or less knew what the other guests liked. While Shan Yue and the others were chatting, Ning Xiaoyu stroked her chin, scrutinizing the 3 options displayed in front of her. "Are your options getting more and more?" Touching his face and lifting his chin. "What kind of things were these?" The love system chimed in sweetly. "Aren't they getting bolder and more intimate? Girl, this is normal. Don't you want to kiss and touch the movie king?" Ning Xiaoyu, "Oh, not really." Were options A and B not borderline harassment? Love system, girl, the show is about to end. How could you think that way? At worst, you could just try it and see if the movie king thinks you're harassing him. Naturally, Ning Xiaoyu had no intention of following the love system suggestion. If she tried, it would be falling right into the system's trap. Casually, she chose option C. After making her selection, Ning Xiaoyu used her love points to exchange for several bundles of Y Country cash in the system mall. Cash was the cheapest item available in the system mall. A single love point could be exchanged for ALOT.AS. For why she chose Y Country cash, it was because according to the exchange rate, Y Country currency was currently the most valuable. If she was going to splurge, she might as well splurge a bit more. After deciding, Ning Xiaoyu pulled open her heavy down jacket and took out several bundles of cash from inside. With an air of extravagance, she stuffed them all into the movie king's arms and said, "Buy whatever you like." Shan Yueyue and Shirue, who had been discussing gifts, Shi Chao, Su Cheng, Ling Zijie, and the others who were chatting nearby. The spectators? Lu Jingdu stared at the cash in his arms, momentarily stunned. "Rich lady, look at me. Why currency? How much is that bundle worth?" "Roughly estimating you could buy a house on the outer ring." Lu Shui, "Brothers gives me real estate." Salted Fish Queen, "I give brothers real estate." The Salted Fish Queen's vision just widened tremendously. So, the Salted Fish Queen already has enough money to carry around so much cash. Not to mention others, even Lu Jingdu himself was stunned. It was the first time someone had been so generous to him. In fact, it was the first time Ning Xiaoyu had been so generous to anyone too. It wasn't that she was foolishly rich. She wouldn't be generous to just anyone. Ding. It was the mission completion notification sound. So, had the movie king been knocked out by her money? The love system said sweetly, he wasn't knocked out in the literal sense. You could say he was overwhelmed with happiness and surprise. Ning Xiaoyu, it isn't that serious. Love system. Girl, this move is amazing. You truly displayed your rich lady flair. Ning Xiaoyu, it isn't that serious. Love system. No, it is. Don't you see everyone's expression? They are all dazed. At that moment, Shan Yueyue walked up to Ning Xiaoyu and carefully inspected her down jacket. "Xiaoyu, you had that much money hidden in your clothes?" "She's a rich lady, understandable. Rich beyond words. Ready to throw cash around any time. If I had Xiaoyu's kind of money, I would do the same." Although none of the guests were short on money, honestly, seeing the Salted Fish Queen casually carrying so much Y Country currency, and being so generous to the movie king directly gifting enough for a house made them, well, it made them a bit envious too. Who would ever complain about having too much money? Who wouldn't want a friend like this? Shan Yueyue continued. Ning Xiaoyu fished out another small bundle of cash from her pants pocket and handed it to Shan Yueyue, saying, "An early gift for you. Cash is the most practical gift. Buy whatever you want." Exactly, sometimes getting an expensive but unwanted gift is really distressing. The cash Ning Xiaoyu gave Shan Yueyue was clearly not on the same scale as what Lu Jingdu received, but it was enough for Shan Yueyue to buy a handbag she had been eyeing for a long time. She hugged Ning Xiaoyu tightly and laughed, "Thank you, Xiaoyu." The other guests weren't as close to Ning Xiaoyu and naturally couldn't shamelessly ask for gifts. Still, it was obvious Ning Xiaoyu was the first to complete that day's friendship task. After such a big pile of cash, how could friendship not improve? After the chaotic morning, the director had no energy left and only assigned this one task. Roya, when it came to dinner time, Ning Xiaoyu headed toward the kitchen to pick something to eat. But she discovered that aside from raw ingredients, there was nothing prepared. What was going on? Had the chef gone on strike? "What do you want to eat?" A familiar voice came from behind her. Ning Xiaoyu turned around. "What's going on today? The kitchen has no cooked food." Lu Jingdu responded with a hum. The chef had something urgent and asked for leave. Ning Xiaoyu glanced around. "Then what about everyone's dinner?" "We have to settle it ourselves." As soon as Ning Xiaoyu heard that sentence, she prepared to head back to her room and order takeout. But then Lu Jingdu asked again, "What do you want to eat?" Ning Xiaoyu casually said, "Sweet and sour fish, braised pork, and stir-fried vegetables. 3 dishes. 3 dishes are enough." "All right. Wait for me in the living room." Ning Xiaoyu? Love system. "Ah girl, the movie king is going to personally cook for you. He's personally cooking. So sweet, truly so sweet." Compared to the excitement of the love system, Ning Xiaoyu felt no girlish excitement at all. Her first thought was, can he even cook? After all, when Lu Jingdu first arrived, he was still eating meals specially prepared by a 5-star hotel, carrying himself with the air of a young master. Could such a young master really cook? Ning Xiaoyu didn't believe it, and just as she expected, Lu Jingdu indeed did not know how to cook, but it wasn't a big problem. There were 6 of the latest automatic cooking machines in the kitchen, all expensive, and the dishes they produced tasted quite good. All one needed to do was prepare the ingredients, set the temperature and time according to the menu, and when the timer went off, the dish would be ready. That afternoon, the movie king had impulsively bought 6 automatic cooking machines, enough to prepare 6 dishes at once. Ning Xiaoyu, as expected, love system, but the dishes will still be washed by the movie king, the ingredients will still be chopped by him, and the rice will still be rinsed by him. That still counts as personally cooking for you. Well, that was true. Ning Xiaoyu had originally wanted to help, but Lu Jingdu didn't need any assistance. Since that was the case, she happily idled around. Although she had only requested 3 dishes, Lu Jingdu ended up making 6, not letting a single cooking machine rest. The machines had just been bought that day and were immediately put to full use. Compared to Ning Xiaoyu lazing around, the kitchen was a scene of busyness, both with Lu Jingdu and the 6 machines working non-stop. Finally, all 6 dishes were finished around the same time. The 3 extra dishes were stir-fried tomatoes and eggs, sweet and sour pork, and glass noodles with minced pork. It had to be said, for such pricey machines, the taste truly lived up to expectations. Ning Xiaoyu ate very happily. Meanwhile, the love system wouldn't stop babbling in her ear. Woo, the movie king is so domesticated. You gave him so much country currency, and he only used it to buy automatic cooking machines. Ning Xiaoyu, oh. Once she gave Lu Jingdu the money, of course it was up to him how he wanted to spend it. Roya, the next day was the final day of filming for Hi My Friend. When Ning Xiaoyu came downstairs, she found several unfamiliar faces in the living room. These strangers all shared a few traits. They looked young and handsome, dressed sharply, and had an outstanding air about them. The show was about to end. Why had the director invited so many guests now? As Ning Xiaoyu was wondering that, the group stood up as soon as they saw her and introduced themselves one after another. Xiaoyu, hello, I'm Wang Kong Xiaoyu, I'm Li Sikong. Xiaoyu, I'm Ning Xiaoyu. At that moment, the one who looked the most mature and steady stood up with a smile and explained, Xiaoyu, it's like this since the variety show is ending today. Grandpa Ning asked us to come help out. The others quickly added, yeah, help pack up and move some luggage, that sort of thing. Ning Xiaoyu frowned slightly and walked off to the side to call her grandfather to ask what was going on. After hearing her question, old Master Ning said in a relaxed tone, didn't that girl from the Lu family bring 3 sidekicks to the show? Don't worry. Grandpa found 4 helpers for you. Ning Xiaoyu said, Grandpa, that was so many days ago. Lu Shuyi, Pei and the others had already withdrawn from the show, and now her grandfather was sending her 4 male sidekicks? Old Master Ning answered, oh, Grandpa's a bit slow on the uptake. I only found out about it last night, he really was a bit behind. Old Master Ning cheerfully said, Xiaoyu, they are all good kids. Get to know them. If you like someone, great. If not, we'll swap them out. Unexpectedly, though, old Master Ning's mindset was quite modern. Ning Xiaoyu simply answered, got it, and hung up. When she returned to the living room, the place was already lively. Shanyue and the others were eyeing the 4 rich heirs with curiosity. So, you're the son of the real estate tycoon of Green Rate Group. Yes, but my father doesn't really count as a tycoon. Young Master Wang, we've heard so much about you. Wang Tsong responded politely, no need to be so formal, just call me Xiao Kong and you are. Li Sikong answered gracefully, my father made his fortune in steel. The guests all responded with oaths of understanding. Ning Xiaoyu sat down on a sofa a little distance away from the crowd. Wang Tsong was a rather proactive person. When he saw her sitting there alone, he took the initiative to sit over and said, Xiaoyu, what do you want to eat for breakfast? Wang Tsong did not deliberately sit too close to Ning Xiaoyu, instead keeping a comfortable social distance. It was clear that Wang Tsong had a high emotional intelligence and did not have the bad temper common among typical rich second-generation kids. The other 3 also came over and sat down at this time. Their attitudes were warm, and with their young, handsome faces they smiled brightly like the sun. Xiaoyu, do you want some seafood porridge for breakfast? Do you prefer milk, soy milk, or orange juice? Would you like some fruit? Is this the treatment reserved for a rich lady? Who wouldn't love a rich lady? While the few of them were trying to please Ning Xiaoyu, Lu Jingdu walked out expressionlessly, holding a bowl of freshly made tomato and egg fried noodles. Xiaoyu, want some noodles? Compared to dealing with these 4 strangers, Ning Xiaoyu naturally preferred eating the noodles made by Lu Jingdu. She hurriedly got up and said, I do. After speaking, she prepared to walk over to Lu Jingdu. At this moment, The mischievous voice of the love system sounded in her ear. Girl, although the movie king looks calm on the outside, he's actually feeling a little jealous inside. After all, for high-quality rich second-generation kids just appeared out of nowhere, circling around you, serving you, flattering you, and they even have an advantage over him because they're very familiar with old Master Ning. How could he possibly have no reaction? At this time you can, tell him, baby, even though many people like me, the one I love the most is still you. B. Show him through actions that you're just playing along with others, but he is your true preference. C. String them along and hint to the movie king that they are just the men your grandfather forcibly shoved onto you. Ning Xiaoyu, who was looking at the three options. Subway grandpa looking at his phone. JP, no wait, the movie king is jealous? Oh, but jealousy isn't the point, the real issue is. Are you sure these scummy lines are actually okay? Chapter 77. The love system's eyes sparkled with stars. Girl, the old you wouldn't have cared whether the options made you look like a scum to the movie king. Ning Xiaoyu. Honestly, the current her didn't care either, she just didn't want to look like a jerk, that's all. As the countdown ticked down, Ning Xiaoyu still hadn't made her choice. The love system offered a suggestion. Girl, you've only been punished twice before. Actually, it's fine if you don't choose anything. While you're at it, you can enjoy the new punishment plot from the system upgrade. Better not. Between doing a punishment and doing one of the multiple choices, she would rather pick a suggested option. With that in mind, Ning Xiaoyu casually went to pick option C. But just as she was about to tap her choice, the guy named Li Sikong suddenly came over and patted her on the shoulder. His voice was full of enthusiasm. Xiaoyu, I know a great place with amazing breakfast. Who cares about noodles? Let's go eat there instead. Because of that interruption, Ning Xiaoyu, who had been ready to pick option C, suddenly tapped option A instead. Ning Xiaoyu. Li Sikong, suddenly sensing a wave of murderous intent? He asked carefully. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Ning Xiaoyu took a deep breath. Nothing. I think noodles taste just fine. After speaking, she grabbed the noodle bowl from Lu Jingda's hands and buried her head in the food. After choosing option A, the salted fish queen found herself unable to say something so scummy in front of such a large crowd. Even if it was supposed to be a joke, she could say it, but she didn't have to. Since that was the case, she chose to accept the punishment instead. With that thought, the salted fish queen completely gave up resistance. At that moment, the countdown hit 0. And Ning Xiaoyu received her third punishment from the love system. The love system's eyes sparkled again. Girl, how can this be a punishment? It's clearly a sweet date. In the next second, Ning Xiaoyu felt her consciousness flicker. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in a dark, secluded place. She couldn't see clearly, and only the faint glow from a luminous pearl lit up the surroundings. It looked like some kind of underground chamber, dark and damp, but the presence of the luminous pearl made Ning Xiaoyu suspect it wasn't set in modern times, as so was this script an ancient setting. Just as Ning Xiaoyu thought that, the system's voice echoed in her mind. You are the only daughter of the sword sect leader on the Jiuzhou continent. You've fallen for a new outer sect disciple who has no power or status, and you want to enter dual cultivation with him. However, this disciple is proud and refuses you. He won't agree to dual cultivation. So, you came up with a plan and kidnapped him. Even after being taken, he still resisted. With no other choice, you gave him a dose of soft bone powder. Right now the disciple is under the drug's effect. He can't move, but he's fully conscious and aware of what's happening. Please stay in character and continue the following intimate scene. Hee. The more intimate hee, the better. Ning Xiaoyu, so the so-called system upgrade, what exactly did it upgrade? Other than the system mall, was this kind of content really all it added? She could accept the original CEO drama script. Even the runaway pregnancy trope was fine. But now there's soft bone powder. Do you even know this kind of thing would get you thrown into the censorship dungeon? Ning Xiaoyu knew that the poor guy lying beside her, trapped in the same storyline, was the movie king. But since they had been through punishment scenes before, he probably had some idea of what was going on now. Ning Xiaoyu wanted to let him know that she was playing the role of the sword sect leader's daughter this time, and that he didn't need to worry. Relax. She wasn't going to do anything to him. If it were someone else, she couldn't say for sure. But since it was her, she had full confidence in her self-control. Unfortunately, she couldn't speak or communicate this time. With no better option, Ning Xiaoyu simply lay down beside Lu Jingdu. She folded her hands over her stomach, face peaceful. Let whatever happens happen. There was no way she was going to play along with this plot. Not in this lifetime. This kind of script wouldn't even pass censorship in the real world. As she lay down like that, Surely he could understand her intentions and feel at ease. Just as Ning Xiaoyu thought that, a weak voice suddenly came from beside her. Ning Xiaoyu pretended not to hear. She kept her eyes shut, refusing to look at the man beside her who, despite his disheveled state, exuded a certain cold and broken beauty. Yes, that's right. The classic cold and broken beauty. As overused as the term was, it truly fit the moment perfectly. One had to admit, the love system really knew how to cater to a girl's tastes. Liu Jingdu, lying next to her, had a face that could stop hearts. He looked like he'd stepped right out of an ancient painting. At the moment, he wore the tattered robes of an outer sect disciple. His clothes were torn and dirt-stained, making him look helpless and powerless, with occasional glimpses of his bare abdomen peeking through. His eyes were closed, brows faintly furrowed, and a few beads of cold sweat glistened at his temples. He looked utterly wrecked. Helpless. Powerless. Completely at someone's mercy. To a glance, Ning Xiaoyu couldn't help but mutter in her heart. A beauty who brings disaster. Anyone else in her shoes might have long since lost control and started touching the movie king all over. But only the salted fish queen could lie beside such a stunning man and remain completely unmoved, not taking the slightest advantage. Could anyone else manage it? Anyone at all? Just as Ning Xiaoyu lay there, motionless as a mountain, she suddenly felt a light peck at the corner of her lips. Ning Xiaoyu? So much for peace. She opened her eyes immediately and looked at Liu Jingdu beside her. His face was pale and a strand of long hair was sticking to his cheek. However, his beautiful eyes were unusually bright. It was only then that she realized something she'd missed before. She hadn't been punished many times. The first time the room had been pitch black and there was not even a single light. She hadn't even seen Liu Jingdu's face. Back then her voice had been altered, so she was certain he didn't know who she was. The second time, she hadn't broken her cover either. This time she finally realized that the outer sect disciple in front of her, the one who had been brought there, was wearing Liu Jingdu's face. Did that mean she was currently wearing her own face as well? And considering how she had lain straight down on the bed the moment she arrived, did Liu Jingdu already know who she was? Were both their identities revealed to each other? If he knew who she was, then what exactly was he doing? Just as Ning Xiaoyu was puzzled, another kiss landed softly on her cheek. Warm breath brushed against her skin, bringing with it an undeniable sensation, and the extremely quiet environment. She could hear Liu Jingdu's breathing. He looked somewhat tired, as though he lacked the strength to keep going, which made sense after all. His current setting was that he had taken bone-softening powder, so he shouldn't have any strength left in him. And yet, despite being so weak, he had struggled to support himself and made the first move. Was it because he realized he couldn't rely on her to complete the mission this time and had no choice but to act on his own? Soon after, that kiss landed between her brows. Ning Xiaoyu, she couldn't keep lying down anymore. And she definitely couldn't stay calm. Hey, what is this? This was getting out of hand. She instinctively parted her lips to say something, but just then, a soft sorry came to her ears. Then, a kiss landed gently at the corner of her mouth once again. Ning Xiaoyu. All right, fine. But was this really necessary? She prepared to sit up and dodge him, lest he go even further. But just as she opened her eyes again, she had already returned to reality. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop talking? Xiaoyu, are you mad? Actually, if you don't want to go. It's fine. Li Sikong was still chattering beside her non-stop. Ning Xiaoyu snapped back to her senses. When her consciousness had been in the system space just now, her body outside must have been unresponsive, looking a bit dazed. Thankfully, only a few seconds had passed, and she had only been silent for a brief moment. It was no big deal. They probably hadn't noticed anything off. Ning Xiaoyu opened her mouth and said, "I'm eating noodles." At that moment, the movie king brought out another bowl of noodles from the kitchen and began to eat silently. From the looks on their faces, no one could tell what had just happened. The love system was stunned for a long time before it finally reacted. It turned into a full-blown squealing chicken. Hey, girl, that was too sweet. Today is seriously too sweet. It kept gushing. What just happened between you two? The movie king really went from zero to explosive, huh? The love system was so overwhelmed by sweetness it couldn't tell north from south anymore. He kissed you so many times just now in the system space. Wow, was it 3 times? No, 4. Clicking its tongue with satisfaction, the love system continued. He kissed your cheek, your brow, the corner of your mouth, just exploding with sweetness. This is the happiest day of my entire existence. Ning Xiaoyu pressed her lips together. Thinking of Lu Jingda's initiative just now, she took a deep breath and said, "He was just completing the punishment task." The love system hummed in dissatisfaction. If it was anyone else, there's no way the movie king would even complete the task. By the way, girl, did your heart skip a beat? He kissed the corner of your mouth. Ning Xiaoyu's heart did skip a beat. She pressed her lips together again, about to respond, when the love system continued in a dreamy tone, "Girl, it was supposed to be you taking the initiative in this plot. But in the end, the one who had taken soft bone powder still mustered the strength to lean in and kiss you to complete that hee-hee task. The movie king must have completely figured out your personality, which is why he took the initiative." Ning Xiaoyu responded with a half-hearted, "You're right. If only you can be more normal, that will be even better." What kind of storyline was that? If she didn't already know that yelling at the system was pointless, she really would have cursed it out by now. Girl, so what if you're a passive salted fish? As long as someone else takes the lead, it's all good. Recalling what had just happened in the system space, Ning Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, what storyline did he receive? The love system replied, pretty much the same as yours. He's just playing the role of a pretty male cultivator who got kidnapped. Just like you, completing the he scene counts as completing the task. Because she hadn't taken the initiative, Lu Jingdu had no choice but to do so himself. So did he really get the effects of soft bone powder just now? Of course. The movie king was definitely in a weakened state earlier. But even so, he still worked hard to support his upper body. Ning Xiaoyu didn't want to respond to that anymore. With a perfunctory tone she said, maybe he thought if he didn't take the lead, we might never finish the task. The love system giggled. It's impossible not to finish. It'll always be finished eventually. Even after taking soft bone powder with no strength left, you still have enough energy to give kisses. After all, how much effort does a kiss really take? Ning Xiaoyu thought of that incredibly soft sorry. So what exactly had Lu Jingdu been thinking just now? If he had known it was her from the beginning, couldn't they have just discussed it and figured out a loophole to finish the punishment task? Wasn't exploiting loopholes a good thing? Why did he go along with it so directly? Wasn't that just playing right into the love system's hands? Totally unnecessary. Really. Roya after breakfast, the guests said their goodbyes. Ning Xiaoyu hugged Shen Yueyue tightly, and Shen Yueyue gave her a gift, a parting gift. Open it after you get home. Okay. When it was the others' turn, she shook hands with each of them. The director was full of emotion. More than a month passed in a flash. After today, everyone will return to their own lives. But please remember, friendship endures. No matter how much time or space separates you, this month-long experience will stay in your heart for a long time. Take care, everyone. I hope we'll meet again someday. After the farewell speech, the guests headed for their respective nanny vans. The others walked ahead, while Ning Xiaoyu had 4 assistants helping with her luggage. Though she didn't really need them, the gentlemen sent by old Master Ning were polite and enthusiastic as they loaded her luggage into the car. Ning Xiaoyu got in. Once she was inside, Lu Jingdu immediately closed the door for her, not giving anyone else the chance. Soon Ning Xiaoyu's nanny van drove off, leaving the 4 men behind staring at each other. Lu Jingdu gave a slight nod and said, well then, goodbye. Chapter 78. After the variety show ended, Ning Xiaoyu enjoyed an exceptionally peaceful period. She didn't need to do any love missions or interact with other guests. She could eat whenever she wanted, drink whenever she liked, and sleep as much as she pleased. Life couldn't have been more wonderful. But the peace didn't last long. The love system, unwilling to stay silent, soon assigned her a new task. The love system spoke in a tone of heartbreak and frustration. Girl, you stay holed up at home all day doing nothing but eating and sleeping. You haven't even interacted with the movie king. How are you two supposed to create new stories like this? Lu Jingdu had sent her a few messages after the show ended. But now that she was no longer bound by any professional obligations as a second-line celebrity, Ning Xiaoyu naturally couldn't be bothered to reply. No matter how much the love system roared beside her, she simply pretended not to hear it. Girl, you haven't interacted with the movie king for 3 days now. People your age aren't usually this lazy or reclusive. You're so idle, even I can't stand it anymore. Other people your age spend their youth going to movies, eating together and dating non-stop. The really sweet ones? They're having fun in hotels every day. But you? You just stay home every single day. Right now you can A. Send the movie king a message telling him you miss him. B. Send the movie king a message saying you're interested in auditioning for the female lead in Palace Schemes. C. Call the movie king to check in on him and see what he's doing right now. Ning Xiaoyu stared at the three options with the same blank expression as that famous grandpa on the subway looking at his phone. Option A was automatically ignored. The salted fish life was just too enjoyable. If the love system hadn't been pestering her daily, she probably wouldn't have remembered Lu Jingdu at all. Of course, occasionally, just occasionally, she did think about Lu Jingdu's face. After all, Lu Jingdu's looks were basically the pinnacle of male beauty in the entertainment industry. Humans were naturally drawn to beautiful things, and Lu Jingdu was beauty itself. The love system complained bitterly, "Girl, he kissed you during that punishment task. You two were so sweet together, and now you've already forgotten him? Heartless." Ning Xiaoyu acted as though the love system didn't exist. Option A was out. As for option B, what's Palace Schemes? The love system hurried to explain it's a major IP, girl. I've read the script. Both the plot and the female lead's character arc are top tier. Suits you perfectly. If you take the role, you'll become famous. Ning Xiaoyu replied, thanks, but I'm not that career-driven. Compared to her, the love system clearly had much more ambition, far more, in fact. Girl, you haven't even made it to first line yet. How can you stop now? No, you must not stop at second line. You have to stand at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry to have a love that matches the movie king's level. Hi, my friend, was only the launchpad for your career. But Palace Schemes, that's the project that will establish your place as a top-tier actress. Ning Xiaoyu hadn't expected the love system to hold Palace Schemes in such high regard, especially considering that before today, she had never even heard of it. The words went in one ear and out the other. She hesitated briefly over the three options. Since she had no interest in options A or B, she might as well choose option C. With that thought, she directly called Lu Jingdu. The phone barely rang twice before he picked up. Ning Xiaoyu took the initiative. What are you doing? Reading a script. He replied with a soft laugh. There's a role that feels perfect for you. Want to give it a try? Ning Xiaoyu had a hunch and asked, is it a role in Palace Schemes? Yes. As expected, it was the Palace Schemes that the system had mentioned earlier. What role? There was a 2-second pause before he replied, the Salted Fish Empress. Salted Fish Empress. Ning Xiaoyu said, thanks so much. First it was the love system, now it was Lu Jingdu. She hadn't expected that while she remained indifferent, so many others were deeply invested in her career. Ning Xiaoyu had never been particularly ambitious. And now that she had become a little rich lady, no longer short on money, she naturally had even less motivation to work. Lu Jingdu asked, want to audition for fun? Just as she was about to refuse, the love system assigned another mission. Girl, the best kind of love isn't when one partner freeloads or when one has no ambition. At all times, sharing a career and having common interests are the best preservatives for love. The Salted Fish Empress role truly suits you. This empress just lazes around in the harem, eating and drinking while the other concubines scheme against each other. She remains unshaken like a mountain and ends up having the last laugh. Just be yourself. It won't be hard to play this role at all. Right now you can say yes to the movie king and tell him you'll go find him right away. Be a little tsundere. Act like a princess and make the movie king come pick you up. C. Reply with a coy and delicate tone, asking him, what do you think? Ning Xiaoyu said. The one being coy isn't me. It's you, system. The love system hummed and mumbled. These days the flirty little diva persona is really popular. Acting a little spoiled now and then is every girl's privilege. As a textbook steal straight girl, Ning Xiaoyu couldn't grasp the love system's logic at all. The love system continued, girl, I know you'll pick option A, but that's fine. As long as you go audition, there'll be more sweet moments in the future. The moment she heard that, Ning Xiaoyu understood everything. Lu Jingdu was definitely acting in Palace Schemes too, most likely as the male lead. But did the love system say she would choose option A? As the host, how could she possibly let the love system predict her next move? Ning Xiaoyu chose option C without hesitation. Then, wrinkling her nose and quirking her lips slightly, she spoke in a calm and emotionless voice, what do you think? But due to her subtle expression, her voice sounded a bit different from usual. Giving off a rather, the love system roared, was that your attempt at being coy? Ning Xiaoyu countered, wasn't it? The love system snapped, that was totally crooked-mouthed Dragon King behavior. It was a surfing-savvy system, after all, well aware of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King meme. Ning Xiaoyu reasoned with it, But compared to my usual expressionless self, that was an attempt at acting coy. The love system paused. That was fair, so even this counted as being coy. It began to reflect on why was it that no matter which option it designed, it still couldn't outplay its utterly unmotivated salted fish host? Chapter 79. After saying "What do you think?" she quickly received a response from the other end. "Then he'll come pick you up." After hanging up, the love system spoke sweetly. The most wonderful thing in this world is when the host only chooses one option, but ends up achieving the effect of both. Brilliant. A few hours later, Lu Jingda's car pulled up downstairs at Ning Xiaoyu's apartment building. When she got in, the car was already warm from the heater. Lu Jingdu himself was driving. He had put on some soothing in-car music, while Ning Xiaoyu was flipping through the script he had brought. In truth, the moment she saw the line "Palace maid number 1 fans the Empress, number 2 massages her legs, number 3 peels grapes, and eunuch number 1 tells her jokes," Ning Xiaoyu already felt a flutter in her heart. No, it was more than just a flutter. This kind of luxury was something she could only openly enjoy in a television drama. In real life, as a rich woman, she could absolutely afford to hire people to do the same. Hiring 5 or 6 people at once meant nothing to her financially. Because she was that wealthy, she could very well spend a fortune to hire 5 or 6 incredibly handsome men with top-tier looks and physiques to serve her alone. But doing so felt a bit excessive, not because she was stingy, but because it felt like bringing a smutty story into real life. But if it were set in a different era, everything would fall into place naturally. In ancient times, imperial power reigned supreme. It was only fitting that the Empress, with her noble status, would be attended by a large entourage. Plus, this was just acting, which made it even easier to enjoy with a clear conscience. With that thought, Ning Xiaoyu felt even more pleased with the role. Perhaps sensing her cheerful mood, Lu Jingdu glanced over while driving and asked, "How's the role?" Ning Xiaoyu nodded. "Very good. I'll do my best to get it." Lu Jingdu wasn't surprised at all. He let out a low chuckle. First, Ning Xiaoyu didn't quite understand the meaning behind Lu Jingda's laughter. It wasn't until she arrived at the audition site that she heard from the director that her performance in the variety show Hi, My Friend matched the Empress persona very well. So she only needed to go through the motions, just a symbolic audition, and the female lead role was hers. After getting the part, Ning Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure this is okay?" Lu Jingdu said it's fine. The role had gone unassigned because it had been reserved for Ning Xiaoyu all along. Suddenly Lu Jingdu said, "Later in the series there are some intimate scenes. Is that okay with you?" Despite the grand title of the drama, it was essentially a fluffy romance. Naturally, there had to be intimate scenes between the male and female leads. Otherwise, how could the audience be satisfied? These days, who doesn't enjoy watching sweet romantic interactions? Ning Xiaoyu hadn't finished reading the script yet, but she wasn't too concerned. After all, anything too explicit wouldn't pass censorship anyway. She figured it would just be some light romantic scenes. Now that she had secured the role, she would of course act professionally and treat the character seriously. So she nodded calmly and said, "No problem." Both leads reacted with composure. The only one who wasn't calm was the eavesdropping love system. Girl, happiness came too fast. I can't handle it. Oxygen. I need oxygen. Oxygen. Ning Xiaoyu, you're a system. Why do you need oxygen? Roya. On a certain major entertainment forum, this piece of gossip was quickly picked up and shared. Did you hear? Looks like Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu are going to co-star in some big-budget historical drama. The thread quickly filled with replies. Why some drama? Do you mean palace schemes? Didn't the movie king always stick to movies? Would a big-screen actor like him really consider a TV series? Hi, My Friend just wrapped up not long ago, and now they're teaming up again. Looks like the movie king is eyeing the television crown now. Eyeing the television crown? I feel like he has other motives. Anyway, he's definitely playing the male lead, right? But what about Ning Xiaoyu? The original poster soon replied, who else could it be? Of course it's Ning Xiaoyu. This rich woman was now officially a top-tier resource magnet. Die-hard fans of Ning Xiaoyu who saw the thread felt a rush of pride, like their girl had finally made it. Chapter 80. After the costume photoshoot was completed and the launch ceremony was held discreetly, Palace Schemes officially began filming. Ning Xiaoyu didn't have many scenes at the start, so she could afford to sleep in at the hotel. The love system sighed beside her. Do you know what a palace drama really means? Ning Xiaoyu had already woken up, but she wasn't ready to get out of bed. She lazed under the covers and replied lazily, harem conflict plus imperial power play. The love system responded gloomily, no, that's not the point. After a pause, it let out a heavy sigh. The point is, the emperor's harem is filled with beauties. That 3,000 concubines line isn't just a saying. Besides the empress, there are noble consorts, concubines, and more. Ning Xiaoyu had read the script and naturally knew that the emperor in palace schemes was surrounded by many beauties. She said, Lu Jingdu is in for a visual feast. The love system roared, but I don't want to watch my favorite CP get torn apart by irrelevant women. I don't want to see the movie king in the same frame with other women. I don't want it. They're all flashy harlots. Ning Xiaoyu. As an outstanding actor, Lu Jingdu naturally had to perform opposite female leads. The love system understood the logic, but it simply didn't want to hear it. Just didn't want to. After breakfast, Ning Xiaoyu strolled slowly to the set upon arriving. Her attention wasn't first drawn to Lu Jingdu dressed in imperial yellow robes and a beaded crown, exuding an aura of cold, detached authority. Instead, she noticed 3 actresses dressed in elaborate palace attire enthusiastically doing aerobics. Accompanied by a well-known male pop singer's music, their movements actually looked quite rhythmic and coordinated. Ning Xiaoyu? A production intern noticed her confusion and came over with a smile. They've been at it for 15 minutes already. They said they're doing a full hour. Ning Xiaoyu thought back. She didn't recall any scene in the script involving palace concubines doing aerobics. And filming shouldn't require that much physical exertion either, so what were they doing? Just then the love system piped up excitedly, girl, do you see that? This is how intense the competition is. Those actresses are already trying to lose weight first thing in the morning. Girl, you should be eating less too. Lose weight. Ning Xiaoyu looked over the 3 actresses' slim, flawless faces one by one and couldn't help thinking they're this thin and still think they need to lose weight. She couldn't be blamed for not guessing they were trying to slim down. None of them had anything remotely to do with the word fat. The 3 actresses panted as they encouraged each other. Keep going. We can totally slim down. I'm so fat lately I have to get down to 88 caddies. The one who claimed she was so fat, Ning Xiaoyu honestly couldn't see where. The other party's palace costume hung loose on her thin frame. From afar, she looked like a skeleton holding up clothes, lacking even a trace of lush beauty. Ning Xiaoyu found a shady spot to sit down, pulled a handful of melon seeds from her pocket, and snacked while watching the show as the 3 palace beauties lifted their legs, squatted low, and switched from left to right limbs. Ning Xiaoyu found her melon seeds tasting even better. The actresses worked hard on their aerobics, and Ning Xiaoyu munched contentedly. Clearly, their routine followed a progressive structure. It wasn't mindless training. The further it went, the more intense it became. They were dripping with sweat while Ning Xiaoyu had her seeds and fresh orange juice. Keep it up. We got this. Ning Xiaoyu took a sip of her juice and encouraged them cheerfully, you've got this. Unfortunately, her voice was drowned out by the music and none of the actresses heard her. The love system was so furious its voice cracked, look at them. Then look at yourself. Ning Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, don't try to gaslight me. I'm not even a little fat. They can hustle if they want. A laze around. We're not bothering each other and that's great. Ning Xiaoyu had always been on the thin side. Even after eating a bit more lately, she still had a naturally slim build. As she lounged with her legs crossed, enjoying her seeds, someone suddenly sat down beside her. Give me some. Just from the voice, Ning Xiaoyu immediately knew who it was. She grabbed a handful of seeds from her pocket and handed them wordlessly to Lu Jingdu. Her eyes still fixed on the fascinating aerobics show in front of her, from stubbornly refusing to spare him a glance while eating seeds, to falling asleep beside him, and now to being more interested in others jumping around than even looking his way. After so many instances, Lu Jingdu had grown used to it, but the more he got used to it, the more he doubted himself. Did he really hold not even the tiniest bit of appeal in Ning Xiaoyu's eyes? Maybe the joy of munching seeds made time fly. What felt like a moment to Ning Xiaoyu passed quickly, and soon the 3 actresses wrapped up. Ning Xiaoyu remarked, 45 minutes passed just like that. The love system grumbled, you got addicted to watching them, huh? Sweating like that feels great. An hour of this and I probably lost half a caddy. Half a caddy? Girl, you're not even heavy enough for that. Get real. As they wiped their sweat and walked back, the actresses chatted casually, until they unintentionally spotted Ning Xiaoyu sitting in the shade, sipping fresh orange juice and saw Lu Jingdu seated right beside her. Compared to their sweat-drenched bodies, the two looked way too fresh and carefree. In that brief moment when their eyes met, the love system felt that the expressions on the three actresses were exceedingly complicated. In reality, though the three actresses were sweating profusely, they didn't look disheveled at all. They had cleverly worn waterproof nude makeup. Despite the sweating, not a trace of their makeup was ruined. And instead of body odor, they carried a faint, elegant scent of camellia. Whoever made the perfume, it really worked wonders. One of the actresses, namely Lu, beamed and said enthusiastically, "Teacher Ning, so you're up. Since you've been here for a while, why didn't you join us?" Toward the end of her sentence, her tone took on a sweet, girlish coquettishness. Before Ning Xiaoyu could react, the love system already exploded with rage. "Girl, this woman is trying to throw you under the bus in front of the movie king. She's making it sound like you're lazy. Sure, you did wake up late and you are a bit lazy and chill, but it's not her place to throw shade. And why are they doing aerobics here of all places? Who knows what they're scheming? This woman plays the role of a noble consort in the drama second only to you, and she's clearly ambitious. Looks like she wants to climb up the ranks off screen too. Right now, as the empress, you need to put her in her place. After all, once you call yourself this palace for a day, she can only remain a concubine. This time you can, let your emperor defend you like a clever empress would. B. Strike back yourself and show her your empress aura. C. Stay salty and slack off." After reading that whole long liadin, Ning Xiaoyu only wanted to say, "System? Dear, I think you're getting way too into character." Chapter 81. Ning Xiaoyu didn't think there was any need to hesitate. Of course she would pick option C. After picking it instantly, she looked puzzled. "Why should I join you?" The three actresses exchanged glances. "Well, spring is just around the corner. And spring is the season for weight loss." Lu hurried to explain, "Of course we're not saying you're fat. It's just that." Ning Xiaoyu suddenly looked enlightened. "It's fine. I like being lazy and eating well." The actresses, love system, "As expected of you, girl. I should have known. In the entertainment industry, who else could say they're lazy and gluttonous so boldly? Who else but Ning Xiaoyu?" The actresses forced polite yet awkward smiles. Aside from Ning Xiaoyu herself, Lu Jingdu remained the calmest person on set. After the women left, Ning Xiaoyu stretched lazily as she stood up. She had a plan in her heart. One she hadn't told anyone yet, but she had already started preparing for it herself. Heading back to the hotel to rest? Ning Xiaoyu shook her head. "No, I'm staying here to watch you film." "Alright." The male lead in Palace Schemes played a workaholic so much so that he didn't even have time to visit the harem. 3,000 beauties waited in vain. Unlike the other consorts who schemed endlessly, the empress simply focused on eating and drinking. She accidentally won the emperor's favor in the end, becoming the biggest winner. This role was the very definition of a happy accident. Ning Xiaoyu propped her chin in her hands and watched Lu Jingdu nail a scene in one take. The imperial aura radiated from him vividly, but the love system complained, "Why does Li Lu have so much screen time?" The noble consort played by Li Lu was either making soup or delivering soup, never missing a chance to leave an impression in front of the emperor. Off-screen, Ning Xiaoyu had already witnessed Lu Jingdu's charm firsthand. She had even once helped him down a drink that had been tampered with. Who would have thought, even in character, his lady magnet skills remained top tier. Just after noble consort Lu brought her soup, consort Shu arrived. And then more beauties came one after another. Unlike the jealous love system, Ning Xiaoyu found it amusing. Lu Jingdu truly was blessed with beauties flocking to him both on and off screen. She was just enjoying the show when her phone rang. It was a call from Ning Xiuchen. Come to think of it, they hadn't been in contact for quite a while. "Xiaoyu, brother. Today is your dad's birthday. We're planning a small celebration at the sanatorium. Will you come?" Before Ning Zhen had awakened, Ning Xiaoyu had visited him every week without fail, rain or shine. After he woke up, though, she stopped going. She felt no urge to see him again, even though she had remembered it was his birthday still. He had raised her. And since Ning Xiuchen had personally called, Ning Xiaoyu didn't hesitate. "Oh, go." Ning Zuchan's voice softened slightly. "Your dad has been thinking about you lately." Ning Xiaoyu understood what he meant. He wanted to mend their relationship. But for some things she knew what she should do, she just had no desire to do them, she couldn't let it go. Since she didn't have any scenes that day, there was no need to ask the director for leave. As she was getting ready to leave the set, Lu Jingdu walked over and asked, heading back to the hotel. Ning Xiaoyu shook her head. No, I'm going to the mall. Shopping. Buying a birthday gift for my deity. Lu Jingdu's brows rose slightly. It's your dad's birthday today. Yes. His expression shifted. Then I'll go with you. Since I know now, I'd like to give him a gift too. The love system gushed. TSK. The movie king is taking the initiative to meet his future father-in-law. This route is so hard to clear. So he must be trying to win over the old man first. Ning Xiaoyu ignored the love system. She only asked, but what about your scenes? I'll take a leave. Ning Xiaoyu fell silent. She felt like she was leading the professional movie king astray. As far as she knew, Lu Jingdu almost never took leave from filming. And now his perfect record was about to be broken. The love system was about to faint from joy. He broke his no-leave streak for you. His first time is yours, Ning Xiaoyu. Was it necessary to phrase it in such an easily misunderstood way? Roya. When they arrived at the city's largest mall, Ning Xiaoyu picked out a thick gold chain that radiated the aura of sudden wealth. Beneath the chain was a pendant engraved with the words happiness and peace. It was a tacky gift, but it held its value and carried a good meaning. Ning Xiaoyu felt it was quite suitable. Unlike her casual pick, Lu Jingdu carefully selected his gift. The lady on the counter was still wrapping it up. Lu Jingdu explained, no man, no matter his age, thinks he has too many watches. The watch he chose wasn't extremely expensive but not cheap either. Given his current relationship with the Ning family, he couldn't offer something too lavish. It would be inappropriate. Considering the man's age and status, Lu Jingdu had picked a tasteful and steady-looking timepiece. Ning Xiaoyu responded with a simple "oh." She wasn't particularly interested in the gift, since it wasn't for her anyway. As they neared the sanatorium, Ning Xiaoyu stared expressionlessly out the car window. At that moment, the love system issued a new mission with great enthusiasm. Girl, the movie king came with you to the sanatorium. To avoid you carrying two people's gifts alone to see your father, here is your task. You can invite him using a statement. B. Invite him using a question. C. Invite him using an imperative. If your language grades were bad, you'd be stuck even knowing how to phrase a mission task. Luckily, Ning Xiaoyu had done decently in language class. She casually picked option B and said, will you go in with me later? Lu Jingdu looked slightly surprised but quickly responded, sure. If the love system had hands, it'd be covering its blushing face. He's so handsome, when he's scared you might change your mind. Ning Xiaoyu brought Lu Jingdu into her father's room at the sanatorium. She had been in a good mood before entering, but upon seeing Ning Yue, her expression immediately cooled. Even though Ning Yue had never once visited their father during his coma, and had even called other people dad on a reality show, Ning Zhan still couldn't let her go. Ning Xiaoyu found it laughable, though she didn't chuckle out loud. She simply found a comfortable spot, plopped down, and embraced her laziness, not even bothering to greet anyone at the very least. Since Lu Jingdu was her guest, she remembered to say, sit wherever you like. Ning Zhan saw Ning Xiaoyu and softly called, Xiaoyu. She pretended not to hear it. If Ning Yue could appear there as if nothing had happened after all she had done, then what did Ning Xiaoyu's years of hardship mean? They were a joke. Ning Xiuchen also ignored Ning Yue and focused on hosting Ning Xiaoyu. He hadn't expected Ning Zhan to invite Ning Yue to be honest, after "Hi my friend" ended, he stopped paying attention to this cousin of his. He didn't expect her to shamelessly show up there. Then again, only someone shameless could do something so disrespectful to their family roots. After giving the gift, Ning Xiaoyu was about to leave, but Ning Xiuchen earnestly asked her to stay. Xiaoyu, it was my mistake today. Stay for dinner, please. I promise she won't show up at occasions like this again. As for other settings, he couldn't guarantee it, but at least in this kind of gathering he still had control. Out of respect for her cousin, Ning Xiaoyu stayed. She and Lu Jingdu were used to the spotlight. No situation could rattle them. Even though the atmosphere at the table was a bit awkward, both of them maintained a calm and natural demeanor. They treated Ning Yue like a complete stranger. The love system was in tears. This CPI stan really looks like a married couple. The movie king is such a real one. He saw your stance and firmly took your side. From the way Lu Jingdu had carefully picked out his gift, it was clear he wanted to get on Ning Zhan's good side. But when he realized the tension between Ning Xiaoyu and her father, He kept his distance appropriately and didn't try to ingratiate himself, which Ning Xiaoyu appreciated. After a hasty meal, Ning Xiaoyu went out to the balcony for some air. The others were still at the table. Leaning on the railing, she gazed up at the star-filled sky. Just as the peaceful moment settled in, a jarring voice broke the stillness. "Seeing me with Dad just now, were you super pissed?" Ning Xiaoyu didn't turn around. If you were pissed, good. That's exactly how I felt seeing you. Ning Xiaoyu turned, her face blank. If we're both pissed, then why are you even talking to me? A flicker of something strange crossed Ning Yue's eyes. Because Ning Xiaoyu didn't catch the rest. She had a bad feeling. Her inner alarms blared and her guard shot up to maximum. She had no idea what Ning Yue was planning. Whatever it was Ning Yue was about to do, she wouldn't be surprised. However, she had no intention of giving Ning Yue the chance. What's she trying to do? Love system? Sorry girl, this system may be powerful, but it's not omniscient. For the first time, the salted fish queen felt genuinely irritated. Then what's the point of having you? Love system. My job is to push you into romance. Ning Xiaoyu snapped, get lost. As she kept a wary eye on Ning Yue while preparing to leave, Ning Yue suddenly tapped a button on her phone. The next second, the railing behind Ning Xiaoyu and the tile beneath her feet vanished. Her entire body dropped from the second floor to the first in an instant. The dull thud sound immediately drew the attention of the people at the dinner table. Liu Jingdu was the first to rush over. Xiaoyu, what happened? Ning Xiuchen followed closely behind. What was that noise? When they saw the wrecked balcony, both men immediately realized what had occurred. Liu Jingdu's face turned cold as he glanced at Ning Yue. Then said to Ning Xiuchen, restrain her. Don't let her get away. Then, using professional technique and swift decisiveness, he jumped straight from the second floor to the first. For the first time, Ning Xiuchen lost his composure. He roared, what did you do? Why are the tiles and the railing gone? Ning Yue burst into crazed laughter. Her face twisted with mania. Arrest me. Go ahead, arrest me. I'm not afraid. I'm just rubble, but she's porcelain. This time I came out ahead. Ning Zhan hobbled over with his crutches from inside the room. In just a short time, he had aged significantly. His voice came out hoarse. So the modifications you had done to the railing before were for this? Ning Yue kept laughing hysterically, to the point of madness, tears running down her face. Yes. You didn't expect that, did you? I was only able to pull this off thanks to you, my good father. The moment she finished speaking, Ning Zhan's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot in a fit of rage. People rushed to resuscitate him while others called the police. The scene descended into chaos. Roya Ning Xiaoyu woke up to the strong scent of disinfectant in the air. Her entire body aching. To make things worse, a noisy voice kept babbling in her ear, driving her to the brink of irritation. The love system sobbed. Girl, this time it's my fault. I let you suffer. But my CP is seriously the sweetest in the world. It's too sweet, I'm crying. Do you know? Liu Jingdu actually jumped straight from the second floor just to save time. He didn't even hesitate, just leaped. He rushed to your side as fast as possible. This is a totally dependable boyfriend. When things go down, he steps up. This is what perfect love looks like. So when are you two getting married? Tell me. I'm still waiting for wedding candy. When Ning Xiaoyu opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Liu Jingdu's stunningly handsome face. Even in the entertainment industry, his looks were top tier. Maybe it was the harsh ceiling light, or maybe it was just seeing that face so suddenly, but Ning Xiaoyu felt momentarily dazed. Liu Jingdu grabbed her hand. Xiaoyu, are you feeling unwell anywhere? He called her Xiaoyu. And he was still holding her hand. Ning Xiaoyu thought for a moment. You Liu Jingdu. I'm here. Do you want some water? She wanted to shake her head, but her brain felt foggy and even that small motion was too much. Without thinking she replied, no water. I just wanted to ask something. Liu Jingdu responded with a soft hum. What is it? If she wanted to ask about Ning Yue or Ning Zhan, he could give her a clear answer. Ning Xiaoyu let out a faint "oh" and said calmly, someone asked when we're getting married. Liu Jingdu? The someone Ning Xiaoyu mentioned? Chapter 82. Liu Jingdu examined Ning Xiaoyu's expression more closely and noticed that she didn't seem to be joking. He asked in return, what do you think? Ning Xiaoyu thought for a moment and asked, how long have we been together? Instead of answering, Liu Jingdu responded with another question, do you remember what you've been doing before this? Ning Xiaoyu let out a soft "oh." crossed her hands and placed them peacefully in front of her, adopting a thoroughly lazy posture. I don't remember. Why? Seeing her familiar salted fish gesture, Lu Jingdu felt a bit relieved. It's nothing. Then what do you last remember? Before Ning Xiaoyu could answer, that annoyingly loud voice rang in her ears again. The love system exclaimed, "Girl, no way, no way. You lost your memory? You actually forgot, and you even forgot your most beloved boyfriend." Hearing that voice again didn't scare or unsettle Ning Xiaoyu. Instead, two things floated through her mind. Airhead. Easy to fool. She asked Lu Jingdu, who was beside her, "Do you hear something?" Lu Jingdu reached out and gently touched her forehead. "No. Wait a moment, I'll go get the doctor and your cousin." Lu Jingdu left. That voice kept babbling in her ear. "Girl, you even forgot me. But it's okay. I'm strong, I don't mind, I'll just cry quietly behind your back. You even forgot your dear Dudu. I rank after Dudu, so it's normal for you to forget me too." The over-the-top tone and exaggerated lines, though Ning Xiaoyu couldn't recall what this thing was, she trusted her former judgment. Yep. Airhead. Easy to fool. She didn't fully believe what it said, but during this amnesiac period she figured listening a bit wouldn't hurt. "And you are?" The love system answered solemnly, "Girl, I'm your system.o system. You just said he's my most beloved boyfriend." The love system replied with a cheeky tone, "Of course. Before coming to the hospital, you brought him to meet your father, and you celebrated your father's birthday together. He even carefully picked out a watch worth several $100,000 for your father. Your father was so pleased." A flood of thoughts raced through Ning Xiaoyu's mind. First, her father had woken up? Today really was her father's birthday. Second, she recalled how she felt when she first saw Lu Jingdu. Aside from being amazed by his looks and presence, she hadn't felt any particularly strong emotions. If what this unknown system said was true, then she might be a scumbag, someone who had faked deep affection to deceive Lu Jingdu. Out of some sense of guilt, when Lu Jingdu came back in, she treated him more kindly. Ning Xiaoyu. What happened there while he was gone? Ning Xiaoyu didn't completely trust what the system said, so she asked Lu Jingdu, "Did you give my dad a watch today?" Lu Jingdu nodded. Yes. He had originally wanted to add that her father liked it very much, but considering Ning Zhan had indirectly caused harm to Ning Xiaoyu, he chose not to say it. "We celebrated his birthday together." Yes, so the system hadn't been lying. Their relationship had already progressed to the point where they were celebrating her father's birthday together. Could it be that they were really close to getting married? Lu Jingdu sat down beside her and asked, "Did everything come back to you?" Ning Xiaoyu shook her head and didn't mention the system. "No, I only remembered a few fragments." After an examination, the doctor concluded that Ning Xiaoyu had temporary amnesia. At present, her memory seems to have returned to a year ago. It might have been caused by hitting her head when she fell from the second floor. Fortunately, losing just a year of memory won't have too much of an impact. Ning Xiaoyu stood with his hands on his hips, his face tinged with anger. Muddle-headed. Totally muddle-headed. Everyone but Ning Xiaoyu understood who he was referring to. Lu Jingdu said, "No matter what, let's let Xiaoyu rest well for a few days first, and make sure nothing else is wrong besides the memory loss." Ning Xiaoyu had no objections to that. He forced a smile. "Xiaoyu, you probably don't recognize me again. I'm your cousin. You can trust me." Then he turned to Lu Jingdu. "There are still some matters I need to deal with. I'll leave my cousin in your care for now." "All right." During the conversation, no one deliberately kept anything from Ning Xiaoyu. After hearing everything, she appeared thoughtful. From the looks of it, Lu Jingdu had already gained the approval of this cousin of hers. Once the doctor and Ning Xiaoyu left, Lu Jingdu sat down beside her again. "Do you want to eat something?" Ning Xiaoyu hadn't eaten much at the table earlier, and now she was actually hungry. "Yes." "How about some small wontons?" "Yes." Seeing how cooperative she was, Lu Jingdu let out a soft laugh. Before long, the wontons were delivered. Just as Ning Xiaoyu was about to sit up and eat, a transparent screen suddenly appeared in front of her. "Girl, at a moment like this, injured, weak, needing comfort and pampering, it's the perfect time to act like a spoiled little darling. Right now you can open your mouth and wait to be fed. B. Use gestures, eye contact, or subtle movements to hint that you want your boyfriend to feed you. C. Just say directly, 'Feed me.'" After reading the three options, Ning Xiaoyu's feelings were a bit complicated. "You used to assign me missions like this. The love system quickly responded, yep. Afraid she might quit on the spot, the system added quickly, girl, you and him were almost at the point of getting married. You forgot, so you don't know, but in front of everyone else you were the ultimate steel straight girl. Only in front of your darling would you show your soft and shy side. If you don't believe me, just try picking any of the options and see if Lu Jingdu gets surprised. Ning Xiaoyu's stomach let out a loud rumble. She didn't think too hard. Following her salted fish instincts, she decisively chose option A. Then she slowly sat up from the hospital bed, crossed her hands in front of her belly, and like a salted fish sprinkled with salt slightly opened her mouth, waiting to be fed. Chapter 83. Ning Xiaoyu had always considered herself quite salty, but in Lu Jingdu's eyes, this scene looked entirely different. She had closed her eyes, slightly parted her lips, and obediently waited to be fed. Her eyelashes looked especially long and for some reason made her seem so well behaved because of her injuries. Her face looked a bit pale, and her lips were light in color, lacking the usual liveliness and lazy charm. Instead, there was a fragile and quiet air about her. This time, she had truly suffered a serious ordeal. Lu Jingdu felt a pang of heartache. Without saying anything, he scooped up a small wonton with a spoon, gently blew on it until it cooled, then brought it to Ning Xiaoyu's lips. The love system screeched so loudly it almost pierced her eardrums. Girl. The movie king is so good at this. You didn't say a word, just opened your mouth. And he fed you right away, and he even cooled the hot wonton before putting it to your lips. He must been wanting to do this for ages. You gave him the slightest hint and he immediately took the bait. This boyfriend is so worth it. The movie king really was a bit too considerate. She used to think he was cold inside and out. After all, he always seemed so distant. Since his debut there had been zero rumors. For a while, she had even speculated that he might be asexual, liking neither men nor women, so how on earth had she managed to rope him in? Her mind drifted back to a year ago. Back then, she and the movie king had absolutely no connection. Their levels in the industry were miles apart, completely different worlds. Yet within just a year, they had somehow ended up together. The love system chuckled smugly. Girl, a lot can happen in a year. For example, during this year, you bound yourself to me and joined a variety show called Hi, My Friend. That's where you and the movie king met and fell in love. And now, you're no longer an 18th line nobody. You and the movie king, you're a match made in heaven. Ning Xiaoyu didn't feel too emotional about no longer being a small-time unknown. After all, she never had much ambition to begin with. She preferred to drift along. What really intrigued her was how exactly had she managed to flirt her way into the movie king's life. The love system answered sweetly, love's one of those things, who can explain it? Fair enough. And so, Ning Xiaoyu contentedly continued accepting her delicious feeding. Each small wonton was tender and flavorful, and she ate them one by one. Halfway through, she sneakily opened one eye. She had originally intended to steal a glance at Lu Jingdu's expression, but the moment her eye opened, she got caught in the ACL. Lu Jingdu paused slightly. Full already? Caught red-handed. Ning Xiaoyu didn't feel particularly embarrassed. Mostly because she had a thick skin and a carefree heart. She replied honestly, nope. I've got a big appetite. I want more. Lu Jingdu chuckled softly. Okay. She was injured and needed nourishment anyway. Eating a bit more wouldn't hurt, and small wontons were easy to digest. After finishing the wontons, Ning Xiaoyu lay down to rest again. This life of eating and sleeping was simply a salted fish's dream. Most importantly, she had a caring boyfriend to look after her. Ning Xiaoyu used to think having a boyfriend was synonymous with trouble. Especially after witnessing her parents' relationship, she'd lost all hope in love. But now having a boyfriend didn't seem so bad. Just as that thought crossed her mind, Lu Jingdu gently wiped her lips with a wet wipe. This level of aftercare was absolutely flawless. The love system was practically howling with joy. Why is the movie king so amazing? Girl. You're the luckiest person in the world. Even I'm jealous now. I feel like I've just eaten 10 lemons. For the first time, Ning Xiaoyu was genuinely amused by the silly antics of the love system. Though her body ached from multiple sprains and occasional bursts of pain, time didn't seem so hard to endure anymore. The next day, Ning Xiaoyu woke up around 10 in the morning. She had just sat up, thinking about brushing her teeth and washing her face, when Lu Jingdu had already brought over the wash basin, and the basin were a toothbrush preloaded with toothpaste, and a rinsing cup filled with water. Ning Xiaoyu. Love system. Not gonna lie girl, even I wanna fall in love now. Ning Xiaoyu stared blankly for a few seconds before asking, aren't you busy? Lu Jingdu responded calmly, I took leave from the crew. The love system squawked excitedly, what he really means is that filming isn't as important as you. Oh my gosh, what kind of divine boyfriend is this? The system kept calling him her boyfriend so much that it almost believed it itself that Lu Jingdu was her actual official boyfriend. Heavens, let Ning Xiaoyu keep her amnesia just a little longer. Let the sugar rush go on even stronger. Ning Xiaoyu pursed her lips. She began to realize that what was truly good wasn't the so-called boyfriend, it was Lu Jingdu himself, so this was what it was like when the movie king fell in love. He looked so aloof and indifferent, but in truth, he was attentive and patient. She felt like she had struck gold. She felt a little guilty that she hadn't been more flustered when she first saw him yesterday and silently resolved to treat Lu Jingdu even better. Seeing her not move for a while, Lu Jingdu understood. He picked up the electric toothbrush and patiently said, be good. Open your mouth. Ning Xiaoyu? What? There was really no need for him to be this considerate. Although Ning Xiaoyu was injured, she wasn't crippled. Nor was she a 3-year-old. But just as she opened her mouth to speak, Lu Jingdu had already inserted the toothbrush and began brushing her teeth for her. By the time Ning Xiaoyu reacted, he had nearly finished. Oh well, she thought just this once. She could afford to indulge. Love system. The days of indulgence are addictive. Once Ning Xiaoyu finished freshening up, Lu Jingdu picked up a bowl of lean meat and vegetable porridge from the side and began feeding her again. The love system secretly squealed over the sweetness. It would never complain about too much sugar. Sure enough, all its previous efforts and patience had paid off. The overwhelming sweetness it had hoped for had finally arrived. Lu Jingdu truly was someone worth loving in this world. Ning Xiaoyu reached up to scratch her chin. With such an exceptional boyfriend, she had become even lazier. She was already like a salted fish most of the time. And now that her boyfriend was this thoughtful, feeding her and everything, she might as well become a wind-dried salted fish. Although that didn't sound all that bad. Lu Jingdu helped her with all 3 meals, but when it came to using the restroom, a female caretaker had to assist. When the caretaker was helping her to the restroom, Ning Xiaoyu accidentally overheard a conversation between a few young nurses outside the door. If I hadn't seen her medical report with my own eyes, I'd have thought her arms were injured too. We can't compare, we just can't. Some people are born lucky. Ever since entering the entertainment industry, Ning Xiaoyu has rarely been envied by others due to a lack of good resources. In fact, she used to be so insignificant that people barely noticed her. It had been a long time since she'd experienced what it felt like to be envied. The love system began establishing lofty ambitions. Girl, situations like this will only happen more and more often. You might as well start getting used to it now. After finishing in the restroom, Ning Xiaoyu went back to bed. Since there was nothing else to do, she pulled out her phone and began casually browsing through it. That was when she noticed several messages from Shenyu. Girl, she's a good friend you made over the past year, and no wonder the concern in those messages felt so genuine and heartfelt. She replied to a few messages, reassuring her friend. Then Ning Xiaoyu happened to glance at her message inbox. Like most people nowadays, her phone's text messages were filled with junk ads and billing notifications. She was about to exit when something caught her eye. Her bank account balance. She counted 123, so many zeros. Had she just gotten rich overnight? That's right, girl. Your father is actually a second-generation rich kid. Your grandfather has loads of money and gave you a massive inheritance. Well, what an unexpected delight. Ning Xiaoyu figured she must have gotten excited about it once already before losing her memory, but now she got to be excited all over again. Speaking of her father, she realized that despite her being hospitalized for so long, he hadn't come to visit her. Was it because he didn't know? Or because he couldn't? At the mention of that topic, the love system scoffed. Tsk. Your father fainted from anger after being provoked by your cheap sister, Ning Yue. Whether out of guilt or something else, he didn't stay at the same hospital as you. He's been awake for a while and is in decent health, but he still hasn't come to see you. From the system's words, Ning Xiaoyu pieced together the whole story. To her surprise, she felt very calm. Perhaps she had long since been disappointed in her father, though he held the title of father. He had always been a love-struck fool, weak and lacking in responsibility. The fact that he hadn't dared to contact her first already showed he had no decisiveness or courage. Ning Xiaoyu smiled faintly. Maybe the bond between us as father and daughter was just too shallow. These things can't be forced. If he wasn't coming, so be it. Since she was still recovering, she wouldn't go visit him either. The love system eagerly added, Exactly. This is what we call losing in family, winning in love. Roya. A few days later, Ning Xiaoyu had nearly recovered. She and Lu Jingdu returned to the film set together. As soon as she arrived, several fellow actors came over to check on her. Teacher Ning, I heard you were injured. Are you all right now? Teacher Ning, please take care of your health. Teacher Ning, are you sure you don't need a few more days of rest? Surrounded by concerned voices, Ning Xiaoyu finally realized just how far she had come. It looked like she had truly made it big over the past year. After thanking everyone one by one, Ning Xiaoyu headed to the makeup room to get ready. She had scenes to shoot today. As an actress, she finally thought of interacting with her fans. Pulling out her phone and opening Weibo, Ning Xiaoyu saw her follower count, which was over 20 million, and couldn't help falling silent. Love system girl, surprised? Excited? Someone like you is the perfect match for the movie king. After a few seconds of silence, Ning Xiaoyu posted a quick update. Ning Xiaoyu v back to work. Chapter 84. Playing the Empress was truly effortless for Ning Xiaoyu. She only needed to act as herself. At this moment, she was dressed in an elaborate and ornate palace robe, lazily lounging in the imperial garden while feeding koi fish. The koi in the pond surged toward her, each one frantically fighting over the food. The surface of the water was completely crowded with red and golden koi. The head palace maid looked worried. Your Highness, His Majesty hasn't visited you in a long time. While the palace maid was nearly fretting herself into a fever, the Empress herself remained utterly indifferent. She brushed the crumbs from her hands and reclined lazily on the lounge chair. Speaking with a drowsy tone, I am tired. Another palace maid asked obsequiously, would your Highness like some lychees? They just arrived today and are still very fresh. The afternoon sun was warm, making people drowsy. The Empress, half asleep, gave a faint in response. The maid eagerly began peeling the lychees, intending to feed them directly to the Empress, but whether it was from nerves or clumsiness, the young actress playing the maid mangled the peeling so badly that lychee juice dripped onto Ning Xiaoyu's chin. Cut. The director called out. Why are you so clumsy? The actress Han Xiaoxiao immediately apologized with fear and panic. I'm sorry, Director Li. Holding a megaphone in one hand and placing the other on his waist, the director snapped, am I the one you should be apologizing to? Han Xiaoxiao quickly turned to Ning Xiaoyu and said, I'm sorry, Teacher Ning. I was too nervous. Ning Xiaoyu waved it off. It's fine. She had thought playing the Empress would be a relaxing role, a chance to loaf around openly. But who would have guessed things would turn out like this? It didn't seem relaxing at all. After witnessing Han Xiaoxiao's awkward performance, Ning Xiaoyu couldn't help but think of her boyfriend. While she was in the hospital, Lu Jingdu took care of all her meals. When it was mealtime, she only had to open her mouth and wait to be fed. No effort was required on her part. Because of her injury, she had to eat more fruits to boost her nutrition. Being fed by Lu Jingdu had been a kind of pleasure. So why was she suffering now? The love system burst into gleeful laughter. Girl, now you know just how meticulous the movie king is, right? Apples, he sliced them and fed you with a fork. Oranges, he peeled and segmented them. Honeydew, he cut out the seeds for you. Lychees, he peeled and removed the shells before feeding them to you. TSK. Only through comparison can you see someone's worth. No wonder netizens always said comparison brings pain. Some sayings really did hold truth. Lychee juice was sticky. Ning Xiaoyu had no choice but to ask the makeup artist to remove the makeup on her chin and reapply it. That little delay ended up taking a long time. By the time she lay back down on the lounge chair again, she suggested, how about we change the fruit? Lychees were too juicy, and cleaning up after them was a hassle, so they switched to dainty little cherries. Ning Xiaoyu thought this time they would surely get the scene done instead. Not only did the director call cut again, but she herself nearly choked on a cherry. Whether it was clumsiness or sabotage, Han Xiaoxiao stuffed the whole cherry into her mouth, and Ning Xiaoyu choked on it. She quickly sat up, spat the cherry out and coughed violently, nearly tearing her lungs apart. Just then, a pair of hands gently patted her back, and a glass of water was placed in front of her. Thank you, Ning Xiaoyu said. and instinctively drank from the hand holding the glass. The other person cooperated, feeding her water directly. She had seen these hands countless times during her hospital stay, and some actions had become pure instinct. After finishing the water, she finally felt better. When she straightened up again, she noticed the other actors staring at her in shock. What was going on? The love system grabbed its own philtrum as if trying to keep itself together. Girl. You drank water directly from the movie king's hand. That's a very intimate act. Ning Xiaoyu realized what had happened right away. She and Lu Jingdu had been in a secret relationship. Besides the two of them in one non-living system, no one else knew about it. The love system went full drama mode, its entire tone steeped in emotion. Girl, you've never wanted to give the movie king an official title. You think being with him is too troublesome, dealing with fans, dealing with the media. You hate trouble the most. So after getting together, you both kept your relationship hidden. The delivery was so sincere the system nearly fooled itself. It wasn't true that she didn't want to give him a title. Nor was it true that they had deliberately kept their relationship hidden, but it was true that she hated trouble. That's why the most convincing lies were always a mix of truth and falsehood. Ning Xiaoyu listened and thought that it really did sound like something she would do. She genuinely hated dealing with complications. Cough cough. As for whether she and Lu Jingdu were really hiding their relationship, she decided she'd ask him directly later. She didn't like keeping things bottled up. She preferred going straight to the point. If she forgot, then she'd just get the truth from her boyfriend. Lu Jingdu calmly handed the glass to his assistant and said in an even tone, "Change the feeding scene to a leg massage. Replace the palace maid." Han Xiaoxiao hastily said, "I'm sorry, Teacher Lu. I really didn't mean it. I was just nervous." Lu Jingdu didn't respond. Once was forgivable. The second time the excuse no longer worked. As the saying went, 3 strikes and you're out. Whether Han Xiaoxiao was nervous or malicious, the outcome was the same. She had caused Ning Xiaoyu to choke. The crew had no use for such clumsy, unprofessional actors. And naturally the director had to give Lu Jingdu face, so the palace maid was swiftly replaced. Maybe it was because of this incident, but afterward the actors all acted with extreme caution, performing their scenes with care. Even during the leg massage scene, they were so gentle that their touch was almost imperceptible. Before filming began, Ning Xiaoyu had assumed she would enjoy the perks of being fed by palace maids and having her legs massaged by palace maids. In the end, she didn't get to experience any of that. Still, Ning Xiaoyu didn't push for anything more. Once her scene was over, she finally let out a long breath of relief. The love system rubbed its virtual hands together. Feeding? You've got the movie king for that. Leg massage? Just don't expect it at noon but evening. The movie king's got you covered. Ning Xiaoyu. That laugh was really unnecessary. Once she finished that day's scene, Ning Xiaoyu got to slack off again. The rest of the time she simply stayed nearby to watch Lu Jingdu film. Unlike the empress, who acted indifferent, the concubines were all trying their best to get the emperor's attention. What started with offering food had now evolved into waiting along the emperor's regular paths, pretending to be weak and delicate, and hoping to fall into his arms. Of course, none of those schemes succeeded. Emperor Jing, well versed in the way of a heartless monarch, was the very definition of emotionally obtuse. It had to be said that the character of Emperor Jing overlapped with some aspects of Lu Jingdu's real-life personality. Ning Xiaoyu had just unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, and was about to sip while watching the shoot when another screen popped up in front of her. Girl, even though it's just acting, the movie king has been faithfully following the tenets of male virtue. He didn't flirt with the concubines or have any physical contact with them. He's given you, his girlfriend, a full sense of security. Male virtue is very good. So, shouldn't you give such a virtuous movie king a little reward? At this moment you can, feed the movie king lychee.b. Give the movie king a shoulder massage.c. Fan the movie king with a folding fan. Ning Xiaoyu stared at the 3 options, lost in thought. The love system knew that the old Ning Xiaoyu would never have chosen anything. She might have even pulled a reversal and made the system take the hit instead. But the Ning Xiaoyu now wasn't the same heart-sealed intimate version of herself from before. This Ning Xiaoyu had lost a year's memory. She was Niuhuryu now. She was someone slowly being melted by the movie king's patience and care. Seeing her hesitate, the system couldn't believe its eyes. It jumped into action. Its performance worthy of a top-tier actor itself. The love system earnestly performed. Girl, you said you'd treat the movie king better. He's stayed by your side without a proper title. helped you keep your relationship secret, and may even have to cooperate with you to hide your marriage in the future, all while quietly supporting your rise to fame. He's gone this far for you. What are you still hesitating about? The system pulled out every trick in the book for this moment of sweet payoff, and even its own fake lines were enough to move itself. As for Lu Jingdu, well, this was as far as the system could carry him. Ning Xiaoyu recalled how Lu Jingdu had protected her, how he had offered her water, and how meticulous had been in taking care of her before. If she said they weren't in a relationship, even she wouldn't believe it anymore. But whether the situation was really as the system claimed, she'd find out soon. She was going to ask him directly. Having a boyfriend didn't seem to be that much trouble after all. If the system was telling the truth, she might as well enjoy it. If it was lying, well, The love system suddenly felt a chill for no reason. With that thought, Ning Xiaoyu chose option A. It wasn't so much about feeding Lu Jingdu lychee, but was mostly because she wanted to eat some herself. To accommodate filming, the crew had prepared plenty of lychees. Even after handing out a good amount to the staff, a lot remained. Ning Xiaoyu asked a staff member for a bowl, a pair of gloves, and a fork. Then she got to peeling. Watching Lu Jingdu peel lychees had made it seem easy, but when it was her turn, she realized it was a bit of a hassle. Especially removing the seed while keeping the flesh intact and visually appetizing. It wasn't simple at all. The ones she messed up, Ning Xiaoyu ate herself. The ones that still looked decent, she saved for Lu Jingdu. When he finished filming and came over, Ning Xiaoyu stabbed a piece of lychee with the fork and fed it to him. Lu Jingdu, seeing his stunned expression, clearly caught off guard, Ning Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder how the old her had treated him. How badly must she have behaved for a single lychee to shock him this much? It seemed she really had been insincere with him in the past. But that was exactly the kind of thing she would have done. Thankfully, Ning Xiaoyu, lazy as she was, still had one redeeming quality: she believed in reciprocity. If others were good to her, she'd return the favor. If others were bad to her, she'd take back her kindness. To put it simply, she had a strong sense of justice. And if that other person happened to be Lu Jingdu, well, it didn't seem to be such a bad thing. Ning Xiaoyu glanced around and saw that there was no one nearby but the two of them. Since they were alone, saying something private wouldn't be a problem. Thinking about how Lu Jingdu had been quietly dating her in secret, she lowered her voice and said, "I'll treat you better from now on, Lu Jingdu." Lu Jingdu. A pie falling from the sky. Lu Jingdu, okay. Ning Xiaoyu thought for a moment and tentatively said, "Then how about we go public with our relationship in a few days?" Love system, what? Chapter 85. After Ning Xiaoyu asked that question, the one most affected was, unsurprisingly, the love system. Its host truly never played by the rules. Most people, when faced with such a situation, even if they suspected deep down that they were being deceived and this was nothing more than a beautiful dream, would still be afraid to poke at it and shatter the illusion. They would simply want the dream to last a little longer, just a little longer. But not its host. She feared the dream wouldn't break fast enough, and actively reached out to shatter it herself. Lu Jingdu had a feeling that Ning Xiaoyu might have misunderstood something. After a brief pause, he answered honestly, "Xiaoyu, we have no romantic relationship to make public." No romantic relationship to make public. In other words, they weren't a couple. Then the so-called hidden relationship that the love system spoke of didn't exist at all. Ning Xiaoyu felt both surprised and unsurprised. On one hand, Lu Jingdu behaved better than most boyfriends, and their relationship had indeed left her confused. On the other hand, the system was a chatterbox, and she only ever believed half of what it said. As expected, a boyfriend who was too patient and meticulous could lead one into ruin. She actually found herself missing those earlier days when she just lazed around waiting to be fed and served. That must have been the ideal lifestyle of a salted fish queen. But since that wasn't the case, just as she thought that, Lu Jingdu spoke again. "But before you lost your memory, I was pursuing you." He had gone as far as following her to her father's inpatient rehab facility, brought him a birthday gift, and even celebrated his birthday with her. Surely he had made it quite obvious. "Ning Xiaoyu? So may I have the honor of continuing to pursue you?" Love system, sob. Although the fake relationship has been exposed, this kind of sincere emotion is also pretty touching. This was probably what they called a dramatic reversal. Perhaps it was because of the time he spent taking care of her in the hospital, but Ning Xiaoyu unexpectedly didn't dislike Lu Jingdu's pursuit. She lazily nodded. "Do as you like." Lu Jingdu chuckled. "That's wonderful." After the air had been cleared between them, the love system felt both sour and sweet. "Girl, shut up." The love system poked its fingers together in grievance. I was only doing it for your own good. Ning Xiaoyu let out a casual "oh" and said, don't teach me how to live my life, got it? Love system. Indeed, the old host had returned, but something had still changed. Roya, after the day's shoot ended and she returned to the hotel to rest, Ning Xiaoyu received a call from her cousin. Xiaoyu, I heard you've been discharged and are back on set. I didn't get to see you off yesterday because I was busy with Ning Yue's situation. Is your body fully recovered? Ning Xiaoyu gave a soft hum. I'm all better. Thanks for the concern. That's good. I called to let you know that Ning Yue's case is serious. She'll be sentenced to more than 10 years in prison. At the mention of Ning Yue, both of them fell silent. No one had expected Ning Yue to become so deranged as to attempt to kill Ning Xiaoyu. The truth was, Ning Xiaoyu had never wronged Ning Yue, nor had she ever wronged Zhang Shui. What destroyed them was their own greed. If your father says anything to you, don't take it to heart. Ning Xiaoyu frowned slightly. What would he say to me? Just as she had that thought, Ning Zukan's phone was snatched away by Ning Zhan. In just a few days, Ning Zhan's voice had aged noticeably, and his entire presence had withered. He spoke cautiously. Xiaoyu, if your sister goes to prison, her whole life will be ruined. How many 10 years does a person get? This time it was indeed her fault. I'm begging you, please, I promise she won't hurt you again. Hearing his voice made Ning Xiaoyu's forehead throb. One ghastly image after another flashed through her mind on Ning Zhan's birthday, the smug smile on Ning Yue's face like that of a victor, and her harsh, triumphant voice when Ning Xiaoyu had stepped out to the balcony for some air after dinner. The memories she had lost from the blunt force trauma to her head were returning. Little by little Ning Xiaoyu held her aching head, then suddenly burst out laughing. She laughed so loudly that tears fell. Xiaoyu? Tears from laughter still clung to her face, but she had completely calmed down. Dad, this will be the last time I call you that. If I had known this day would come, I wouldn't have wished so hard for you to wake up. If he had never woken up, she could have gone on deceiving herself, thinking she still had a father's love. If it hadn't been for the binding of the love system, he wouldn't have woken up at all. Ning Zhan understood that he had broken his eldest daughter's heart. But during those years in a coma, the moments he was conscious were fleeting. The pain, the hardship, he hadn't felt them deeply enough. He had once deeply loved Zhang Shui, and thus he loved her favored daughter, Ning Yue. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing while Ning Yue was sent to prison. Xiaoyu? I'm sorry. I love both of you. It's like choosing between the palm of my hand and the back of it. I really am torn. Ning Xiaoyu looked out at the starlit sky. The stars had remained unchanged through the ages, silent and full of acceptance. She saw the fresh buds sprouting outside the window and realized that the cold winter had indeed passed. Spring had long since arrived, and it was time for her to leave the past behind and welcome a brand new future. Still looking up at the stars, Ning Xiaoyu spoke clearly and slowly. Because of you, I used to be afraid of love. I'm afraid I'd follow your path and end up with nothing. But now I understand that I'm not you and I never will be. You and I are not the same. Your failures are no longer my shackles. As for Ning Yue, her judgment will be decided by the LAW in the future. I'll make sure your allowance is deposited into your account on time every month. But as for anything beyond that, I'm afraid I'm also very torn. She deliberately threw his earlier phrase back at him with that. Ning Xiaoyu decisively hung up the phone. She suddenly found it all quite laughable. Why had she once allowed herself to be trapped by Ning Zhan's failures? She and Ning Zhan were clearly two completely different kinds of people. Why should she block her pursuit of happiness because of someone who had lived a failed life? Seeing that Ning Xiaoyu had figured things out on her own, the love system let out a long sigh of relief. Its host was indeed nothing like Ning Zhan. Ning Zhan was selfish and cowardly. He had thrown everything away for love, an utter romance-obsessed fool. But its host, despite appearing laid-back, was actually clear-headed and sharp. When it was time to be decisive, she never hesitated. Roya, the next day on set, Lu Jingdu felt that Ning Xiaoyu had changed. The change wasn't in her appearance, but in her state of mind. Lu Jingdu chuckled and said, "Something good happened." Ning Xiaoyu shrugged. Yet Lu Jingdu grew more interested. "Oh, what kind of good thing?" Ning Xiaoyu clasped her hands behind her back. "Spring has just begun. All things are reviving and life is surging with energy. Isn't that a good thing?" She had removed her shackles and said a complete goodbye to her past self. Wasn't that a good thing? Lu Jingdu rested his chin in one hand. It definitely is. Roya filming days passed quickly. In palace schemes, the relationship between the emperor and empress had finally progressed beyond just a little. That day, Ning Xiaoyu was to shoot a scene where the empress prepared a birthday gift for the emperor. The empress rested her chin on both hands and lazily asked the head palace maid beside her, "Tell me, what kind of gift should I prepare?" The palace maid covered her mouth with a smile. "Whatever your highness prepares. His Majesty is sure to like it." The empress yawned. "What time is it?" Replying to your highness, "It's already the hour of high one, the period of the day from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. You should get some rest." The empress was startled. "It's that late already?" At that moment, another palace maid entered carrying a wooden basin of hot water. "Your highness, let this servant help you wash your feet." The empress gave a lazy hum in response, then lowered her feet. Hiss, that was Ning Xiaoyu's instinctive reaction, and this season, the water was too hot at that temperature. The director was just about to yell cut, when the emperor, who had just reached the doorway, stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Let me do it." The palace servants all looked at each other in shock. This wasn't in the script. But when they saw that the director hadn't called for a cut, they paused for a few seconds before hurriedly dropping to their knees. In an instant, the entire room of servants had knelt in a wave. The emperor asked someone to bring cold water and slowly added it into the basin. "How's the water now?" Ning Xiaoyu lowered her head to look at him. "Just right." Watching the emperor personally wash the empress' feet, the head eunuch blurted out in shock, "Your Majesty, leave us." "Yes." Everyone lowered their eyes and quietly filed out. Acting as if they hadn't seen a thing, Ning Xiaoyu pursed her lips, then smiled lazily and teased, "Your Majesty is more attentive than the maids." The emperor washed her feet clean and then dried them carefully with a towel. Playful cut. The director burst out laughing. "You two really got into character." The rest of the dialogue had been improvised, but the final take turned out surprisingly well. Their performance was so natural that the director couldn't believe there was nothing going on between the two. Ning Xiaoyu didn't say anything. She was currently being pestered by the overly excited voice of the love system. "Girl, this wasn't just the emperor washing the empress' feet. This was the movie king washing your feet. How are you feeling right now?" Ning Xiaoyu yawned. "Didn't I already say how I felt?" He was more attentive than the maids. That's it. Lu Jingdu really had been more thoughtful than the maid actresses. Of course, there had been some other feelings too, but those little moments of heart fluttering weren't worth reporting to the noisy love system. While Ning Xiaoyu was drinking water and taking a break, Li Lu bit her lip and came over to ask, "Teacher Ning, are you together with Teacher Lu?" If they weren't, then why would the movie king? Ning Xiaoyu glanced at the other party. "Not why at Li Lu bit her lip again." "Okay, I see." With that, she turned and left. After the Ning Yue incident, the love system had become rather jumpy. "Girl, do you think she's going to cause trouble?" Ning Xiaoyu thought for a few seconds, then said, "No." Li Lu did have a few scheming thoughts, but she was smart enough not to ruin her own future. She was different from Ning Yue. Ning Yue had once faced a vast treasure mountain yet inherited nothing in the end. Her mental imbalance led her to see Ning Xiaoyu as a thorn in her side. But Li Le's career was still on the rise. She and Ning Xiaoyu had no unresolvable conflict, and Lu Jingdu had never given her any hope. Chapter 86. After the brief incident with the hot water, nothing unexpected happened afterward. Ning Xiaoyu's life began to follow a routine. She was either filming or sleeping in the hotel all day. A few days before palace schemes wrapped up, Ning Yue's case finally went to trial. This time, no one with a death wish came to disturb her mood. Ning Xiuchen called and said he would give her a live update from the courtroom. Ning Zhe no longer tried to play the family affection card. What surprised Ning Xiaoyu even more was that after Ning Yue got into trouble, Zhang Shui had not reached out to her even once. Perhaps it was because the other party was too busy trying to save herself, or perhaps she knew that seeking help would be pointless, so she simply didn't bother wasting the effort. Ever since Ning Yue lost her value, Zhang Shui seemed to have forgotten she once had a favorite younger daughter, and began actively pursuing her third spring. Although Zhang Shui had aged quite a bit lately, she still retained some charm. And a few wealthy businessmen even showed a little interest in her. However, they all knew that she had once cheated on CEO Shun, so none of them seriously considered marrying her. They were just in it for fun. After learning that Zhang Shui hadn't visited Ning Yue even once, Ning Xiaoyu suddenly felt a sense of release. She had never been loved by Zhang Shui. But then again, Ning Yue hadn't fared much better. In the end, Zhang Shui only ever truly loved herself. Once Ning Yue became useless, hadn't she also been cast aside? On the day of the court hearing, Ning Xiaoyu didn't attend in person. She had scenes to shoot that day. Love system. Girl, today you're going to give away your very first on-screen kiss. Ning Xiaoyu. As the emotional bond between the Empress and the Emperor deepened, it was only natural for them to have romantic scenes. Love system. He kisses. It's time for kisses. Ning Xiaoyu? Can you act normal for once? While getting her makeup done. Ning Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask it, so when are you leaving? The love system immediately burst into dramatic wails. Girl, are you actually trying to get rid of me? I won't go. As long as you and the movie king are alive, I'll be here to ship your romance. As long as you both live, I'll keep shipping. I'll ship until your very last breath. So it would only leave when she and Lu Jingdu passed away from old age. This was the first time Ning Xiaoyu had met something so obsessively dedicated to shipping a couple. Such persistence was rare. If it were applied to something else, it probably would have long become a champion system by now. But a human lifespan was no more than a drop in the ocean compared to the systems. The love system said with hands on its imaginary hips, girl, as long as you and the movie king stay sweet together, I am a champion system. Fairy tales always end the moment the prince and princess get together, so even if the host and her CP ended up together someday, it still wouldn't leave. Only when they both kicked the bucket and it confirmed there was no more sugar to ship, would it roll away quietly. It wanted to witness, with its own eyes, that even after the prince and princess got together, they would truly stay together for the rest of their lives. Ning Xiaoyu finished applying her delicate makeup and, dressed in her elaborate palace costume, made her way to the Imperial Garden. Action. At the director's command, the scene officially began shooting. Aside from the director and the crew, all the other idol actors had gathered around to watch. At least dozens of people were standing there spectating, because everyone in the crew knew that today the male and female leads of palace schemes were going to share their very first kiss on screen. Neither the male lead nor the female lead had ever filmed a kiss scene before. A once-in-a-century spectacle like this, how could anyone bear to miss it? Roya the Empress leaned limply against the edge of the pond, her whole body seemingly boneless. She absent-mindedly fed the koi swimming in the water below. Love system. Yay! The kiss is about to happen. Ning Xiaoyu, the person involved, hadn't reacted much, but the love system, just a bystander, had already been excited for half the day. She didn't know what other people felt during their first kiss scene with a male actor. As for her, perhaps it was because the love system kept messing around, she felt nothing except mild exasperation. There wasn't even a trace of nervousness. Just as Ning Xiaoyu calmly told the love system to chill out, a low and lingering voice suddenly sounded behind her, beloved consort. The tone was far too tender, and it made Ning Xiaoyu's ears tingle instinctively. What followed seemed to happen in slow motion. As if time itself had been deliberately stretched, he carried her in his arms and then he lowered his head to kiss her. Before Ning Xiaoyu could even react, her first on-screen kiss was already gone. His lips were warm and soft. In a daze, Ning Xiaoyu suddenly recalled a trending video template that went, "In whose arms will I feel something? On love-filled nights, I find myself missing you. One Bad Girl" by Su Liang. She hadn't expected him to lift her so effortlessly, so she really wasn't fat at all. Cut. The director looked at them with a teasing expression. How long are you two planning to keep kissing? What, too good to stop? The surrounding crowd burst into loud laughter. For the first kiss scene between these two actors to last so long, what a feast for the eyes. Ning Xiaoyu kept her deadpan expression. Liu Jingdu also maintained his refined, aloof demeanor. After the director's teasing, both of them managed to hide their slight embarrassment quite well. At that moment, the love system seized the opportunity to release another love mission. Girl, the director's face totally says you two are so pure. Have you even kissed before? Now's your chance. Ride the momentum and calmly make your presence known. Show them you're the type who doesn't give a damn even when being teased. Right now you can admit straightforwardly, yeah, the movie king is pretty kissable. B. Regretfully say, too bad the movie king didn't go all out. C. Show eager anticipation for spicier scenes and ask, when's the second kiss scene? Chapter 87. Ning Xiaoyu felt that the greasy vibe of the love system was probably something that couldn't be scrubbed off. She asked, do you have any strong cleaning agents? The love system sounded confused. Girl, what do you need a cleaning agent for? Ning Xiaoyu replied with a blank expression, to wipe off your grease. You're practically lacquered. What the hell was option B? It made her seem like she was desperate for that. Ning Xiaoyu pinched the bridge of her nose. Torn between options A and C, she followed her heart and picked option 8 at the next second. She said calmly, "Yeah, the movie king is pretty kissable." Normally in these situations, the more flustered the person involved was, the more riled up the onlookers got. But if the person acted composed, the crowd's enthusiasm would cool down just as quickly. However, one of the people involved this time was Lu Jingdu, someone who couldn't be measured by common sense. The spectators gasped in unison and instinctively glanced at the movie king's lips. His lips were plump and full, looking, well, very kissable indeed. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Jingdu chuckled softly. "Thanks for the compliment." The director let out 2 hearty laughs. "Well, as long as the 2 of you are comfortable kissing, that's great. After all, there are still several more kissing scenes coming up." Love system. Yay! Roya, the wrap-up for Palace Schemes was drawing near, and the intimate scenes between the Emperor and Empress were now on the schedule. Fortunately, to pass censorship, the visuals wouldn't be too explicit. In the end, the bed curtains on the imperial bed would be drawn, shrouding the room in romance and leaving plenty to the imagination to shoot these intimate scenes well. The director usually encouraged the leads to get comfortable with each other off-camera first. But Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu didn't interact much in private. Soon they began shooting. The Empress, stripped layer by layer of her elaborate palace robes, wore only a chest wrap as she was pushed onto the bright yellow imperial bed by the Emperor. Her black hair fanned out on the bed, messy and seductive. Their gazes met unexpectedly in the air. Ning Xiaoyu didn't know if it was the intimacy of the scene or the atmosphere on set, but she felt a little warmed that Lu Jingdu didn't seem to be doing any better. Because they were so close, she could even see the fine sheen of sweat on his forehead. The love system didn't dare make a sound. Afraid of disrupting their immersion, it didn't care about the characters at all. In its eyes, this was just Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu. The 2 of them were lying together now. That was it. The Empress turned her face away and blinked softly, as if she was both willing and unwilling. Her pale profile, under the flickering candlelight, looked delicate and vulnerable. The Emperor let out a gentle sigh. "My beloved consort, am willing to dismiss the entire harem for you. Are you satisfied?" A glimmer of light lit up in the Empress' eyes. "Your Majesty's words are as good as gold. You can't go back on them. That I won't. At that moment, the golden bed curtains were drawn down by the crew, leaving only a few red candles flickering inside the room. Their figures overlapped from the outside. The scene appeared incredibly intimate, but in truth, the 2 still kept a respectable distance. This approach left just enough space for the audience's imagination. "Cut," the director called. Through the curtain, Ning Xiaoyu heard movement. Staff members outside were packing up the candles and props, but no one had yet come to lift the bed curtain. That it was bustling outside, but inside silence reigned. Ning Xiaoyu had just opened her mouth to ask Lu Jingdu to get up, when suddenly a love mission popped up in front of her again. "Girl, how can you not throw in a few flirty lines at a sweet moment like this? Right now you can compliment the movie king. Nice abs. B. Take the initiative. Not getting up. What, want to kiss me? See? Act shy. They're still outside." Ning Xiaoyu? What kind of nonsense was option C? That line didn't suit her personality at all. The love system let out a mischievous giggle. Option C is called playing hard to get. The subtext is, if no one were outside, then he could do whatever he wanted. Ning Xiaoyu let out a flat O, and said expressionlessly, "You get lost." Love system. Woo. Option B seemed a bit too bold. In the end, Ning Xiaoyu, still expressionless, chose option A at nice abs. Her tone was utterly flat. Since it was an intimate scene, the dragon robe on the Emperor's body had already been half undone. To highlight a hazy sense of beauty and to pass censorship, his upper body was still loosely draped in the robe. This almost but not quite undressed look was actually more appealing to the audience, with how close she was to Lu Jingdu. Ning Xiaoyu had a front row seat to admire his well-toned figure. He looked a little surprised at her compliment. He raised an eyebrow slightly. "You like them?" Ning Xiaoyu gave a little Who didn't enjoy an attractive sight? It wasn't like she was some emotionless saint. She was just an ordinary person with emotions and desires. Someone who could feel happy or sad. Then, Ning Xiaoyu noticed that Lu Jingdu had taken her hand. He placed it right on his clearly defined abs. Love system. No warning at all. Seriously, no warning. Just because you like them, he let you touch them. TSK. The movie king really knows what he's doing. Ning Xiaoyu felt that the space inside was getting hotter and hotter. Wearing a deadpan expression, she praised, not bad. His muscles were taut, and to the touch, they felt full of strength. Liu Jingda's chest vibrated as he laughed aloud. Thank you. That moment the staff finally remembered them. When the bed curtains were lifted, there was a full meter of distance between them, and no one knew what ambiguous scenes had just played out behind the veil. Roya after the Emperor and Empress happy ending. Palace Schemes also wrapped up filming. The director laughed heartily. I've booked a private room at the hotel. Tonight, no one leaves sober. Everyone cheered. Okay. By the time filming for Palace Schemes ended, it was already May. A few months had passed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps the days of filming had been too pure, but during this time, Ning Xiaoyu hadn't thought once about those who had made her unhappy. It wasn't until she followed the crew to Jingyue Grand Hotel that she unexpectedly saw Zhang Shui in the lobby, struggling with a middle-aged woman. Zhang Shui had always cared about her appearance. Every time she appeared in public, she was impeccably dressed, with delicate makeup and an elegant demeanor, but now, her long hair was being yanked by that middle-aged woman. Both sides of her face were swollen, her clothes were torn, and she looked wretched and helpless. This was the first time Ning Xiaoyu had ever seen Zhang Shui in such a sorry state. You dared to be the other woman. And you picked my man. The middle-aged woman who was beating Zhang Shui looked average, but was sturdy and strong. She wore gold jewelry from head to toe, with a gold ring on each of her 5 fingers. She looked like a nouveau riche woman with money to burn. Oh, you have any idea that Zhang Futsai got to where he is today thanks to me? And you had the nerve to seduce him? Even went to a hotel with him. I swear I'm going to ruin that pretty face of yours today. Once elegant and refined, Zhang Shui now resembled a madwoman, hair disheveled, clothes in tatters. The surrounding gossip and her disgraceful state made her want to disappear. Just then, her sharp eyes spotted Ning Xiaoyu walking calmly into the lobby. It was like a drowning person suddenly spotting driftwood. Desperation flashed in her eyes. Just as she opened her mouth to plead for help, Ning Xiaoyu had already looked away indifferently. She turned to Liu Jingdu beside her and said, "Let's go." Okay. The two of them walked away without looking back. As if they didn't know Zhang Shui at all. Zhang Shui stared at Ning Xiaoyu's retreating back, stunned. Ning Xiaoyu just walked away like that? She actually walked away. She didn't care about her mother at all. She shrieked hoarsely, "Ning Xiaoyu, you heartless little wretch!" The middle-aged woman beating her looked around. Ning Xiaoyu? Who's that? No one answered. The woman let out a cold laugh, then slapped Zhang Shui again, hard. Barking like a dog. Thought you had backup, huh? Turns out you were bluffing all along. Zhang Shui sank into utter despair. Zhang Futsai had already fled the moment he learned his wife was coming, and no one knew where he'd gone. He had left Zhang Shui alone there to face his wife's wrath, and no one knew how much time had passed before the police finally arrived in response to calls from bystanders. Both Zhang Shui and Zhang Futsai's wife were taken away, but Ning Xiaoyu neither cared nor felt curious about what happened next. What goes around comes around. Zhang Shui's downfall was her own doing. No one else was to blame. After entering the private dining room, the rest of the crew more or less guessed what had happened, but no one was tactless enough to bring it up. The director laughed heartily and raised his glass. Come on, cheers. Hey, race to Palace Schemes breaking records in viewership. To breaking records. Everyone echoed. Glasses clinked all around. Ning Xiaoyu remained calm the entire evening, quietly eating and drinking as if nothing had happened. In truth, nothing had affected her. She had long since stopped yearning for familial affection. Once she had truly let go, she realized it wasn't that hard after all. The love system comforted her. Girl, you will definitely be happy in the future. Ning Xiaoyu took a sip of her drink. She had more money than she could spend in a lifetime. Of course she would be happy. Just as that thought crossed her mind, the hand she had resting under the table was suddenly gripped tightly by someone beside her. A warm touch spread gently into her palm. She instinctively turned her head and glanced at Liu Jingdu. Liu Jingdu was calmly toasting others, his expression composed. The person across from him was laughing brightly, trying to cozy up to him. No one could tell that his other hand, the one under the table, was entwined with hers, fingers interlaced, quietly offering her comfort. The love system squealed with delight. The movie king is too smooth. Indeed. Under the table was the perfect place for subtle moves. Sneaky and secretive. All the more thrilling. Ning Xiaoyu didn't pull her hand away, partly because she didn't feel like it, and partly because she realized she didn't dislike Lu Jingdu holding her hand. His hand was clean and warm, and holding it didn't feel bad at all. Chapter 88. When the dinner gathering finally ended, no one in the crew had any idea what had just happened under the table. The love system was so excited it practically rubbed its hands together. Like a door to a brand new world had opened, it deliberately lowered its voice and said, "Girl, actually there's something quite nice about not confessing. Secret flirtations can be pretty thrilling." Oh, it wasn't quite a secret relationship yet. It was more like a reign of ambiguity. Ning Xiaoyu. Once the rap party was over, naturally, everyone went their separate ways. By the time the group reached the entrance of the hotel, the night sky was already filled with a blanket of stars. It was late. The streets were mostly empty, with only a few pedestrians scattered here and there. The streetlights cast a lonely glow. The director lifted his wrist to check the time and let out a surprised sound. "It's almost midnight already." The meal had dragged on longer than expected, and he had drunk a fair bit at the table. As he spoke, he exhaled a strong scent of alcohol with a slightly slurred tongue. The director asked, "You all have assistants coming to pick you up, right?" A few young actors raised their hands. "Director, I don't have anyone picking me up. Me neither." The director rubbed the stubble on his chin. "At this hour the subway's already closed. You're all good-looking, so taking a taxi isn't exactly the safest option." He turned to a few of the male actors nearby. "Could I trouble you to see them home?" The actors who had nanny vans waiting for them quickly agreed. After all, giving a fellow cast member a ride home was no big deal, and it left a good impression, so why not? The director looked at Lu Jingdu. "Any issue, Teacher Lu?" Lu Jingdu had both hands in his pockets. Under the suggestive glow of the night, he seemed to be bathed in moonlight, elegant and mesmerizing. "I have no issue either." The director turned to the few hopeful-looking actresses. Then Lu Jingdu interrupted him directly. "I'll take Teacher Ning home." The director let out a surprised noise. "Teacher Ning doesn't have anyone picking her up?" Ning Xiaoyu was silent for a few seconds, then answered honestly, "I don't." Maybe it was because she had grown used to being alone. She hadn't told anyone about the rap today. Back when she wasn't popular, she had no assistant and no manager. Now that she was popular, she still had no assistant and hadn't signed with any agency. Naturally, no one would go out of their way to pick her up. Of course, if she wanted, there would be plenty of people happy to do so. Even Ning Xiaoyu would probably be more than willing. But she couldn't be bothered to go through the hassle. The director responded with an "oh" and then said, "All right then, Teacher Ning, Teacher Lu will take you home later." After that, he turned to the others and said, "Everyone go get some rest. You've all worked hard these past few months. Take a good break." Roya. Those without a ride climbed into other actors' cars, while Ning Xiaoyu got into Lu Jingdu's. The driver was his manager. The night was quiet. The car stereo was off, perhaps because of the late hour. No one spoke. Lu Jingdu lowered his voice, "If you're tired, go ahead and sleep a bit." Ning Xiaoyu also had a few glasses of red wine at the dinner table. At this hour she really was tired. She closed her eyes, and before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. When she woke up, only a dim light was on inside the car. The driver's seat was empty. She didn't know if Lu Jingdu's manager had left for good or just stepped away. She blinked, instinctively turning her head, only to see Lu Jingdu looking down, playing a mobile game on his phone. The moment he realized she had woken up, Lu Jingdu put down his phone and explained, "Sorry. I didn't know your address, so I had my manager bring us to my place first." The love system screamed madly, "Aya, already staying over at the movie king's house? Oh my, straight to cohabitation. So shy. Should we be adding a mosaic or two now?" Ning Xiaoyu was quiet for 2 seconds. "Wouldn't that be a bit inconvenient?" "It won't be. There are plenty of empty rooms. Take your pick." Right now, Ning Xiaoyu only wanted a nice hot shower and to go straight to bed. She really didn't feel like fussing over details. "Then it'll trouble you." "It's no trouble." Just as Lu Jingdu had said. The large villa he lived in had many unoccupied rooms. Although he had been away filming for a while, the house was spotless, likely thanks to regular housekeeping. Ning Xiaoyu picked one guest room herself. It was a good distance away from Lu Jingdu's master bedroom. The love system wailed in frustration, "Why so far? Girl, you're being too polite with the movie king." Ning Xiaoyu pulled some clean clothes from her suitcase to get ready for a shower. But the guest room didn't have a bathroom, so she had no choice but to go ask Lu Jingdu where she could bathe. When she approached, Lu Jingdu had just finished his own shower, droplets of water still clinging to his hair. Hearing her question, Lu Jingdu pinched the bridge of his nose lightly. Sorry. I forgot the guest rooms don't have bathrooms. You can use mine. Everything you need is inside. Ning Xiaoyu ignored the love system screaming in her ear and asked, are there no bathrooms in the other rooms? There are. But they've been unused for a long time and are filled with clutter. Lu Jingdu led Ning Xiaoyu to the bathroom in the guest room. Just as he said, the space was indeed piled high with miscellaneous items. Judging by the state of it, the bathroom hadn't been used in years, yet oddly, the showerhead and fixture still looked brand new. Without hesitation, Ning Xiaoyu took her change of clothes and headed straight into the master bedroom's bathroom. Lu Jingdu had just taken a shower, so the air inside still carried the scent of peppermint body wash and a light mist of steam. The sink countertop was filled with Lu Jingdu's personal items. There's a toothbrush, toothpaste, shaving razor, men's facial cleanser and skincare products. Everywhere she looked there were traces of Lu Jingdu's life. The love system chirped TSK TSK TSK. If you round it up, it's basically like taking a shower together. It's so sweet, seriously sweet. Ning Xiaoyu. Go clean the grease off your system interface. She had brought her own lemon-scented body wash and shampoo, so she didn't need to use any of Lu Jingdu's products. When peppermint and lemon blended together, they formed a new scent, fresh and unexpectedly pleasant. By the time Ning Xiaoyu finished her shower, changed into pajamas, and opened the bathroom door, her body carried a soft, refreshing mix of lemon and mint. It felt as though the entire room had taken on that scent. Lu Jingdu was lying on the bed playing on his phone. He had turned on the bedside lamp and under the warm glow, his features looked even more refined and handsome. The love system sighed. This scene really looks like a husband waiting for his wife to finish showering so they can sleep together. Girls, seriously, you're both adults. Throwing in a mosaic at this point wouldn't be a big deal. When he saw she had finished showering, Lu Jingdu took the initiative and said, Xiaoyu. Good night. Good night. Ning Xiaoyu was just about to leave when, perhaps because water had dripped from the ends of her hair onto the floor, the tiles became slippery. By sheer bad luck, she stepped right on the small puddle. Her foot slipped and she lost control of her balance, falling directly into the bathroom doorway. The whole incident happened in mere seconds. A muffled grunt escaped her lips. Xiaoyu? Lu Jingdu immediately got off the bed. He rushed over and scooped her up in his arms, placing her gently onto the bed. Did you twist your ankle? Ning Xiaoyu frowned slightly. I think so. Having filmed many action scenes, Lu Jingdu was familiar with common injuries. He could tell the difference between a sprain and a fracture. After carefully checking her foot, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's not broken. Wait here. I'll go get the first aid kit. Lu Jingdu kept an emergency medical kit at home, which included medicinal oil specifically for treating sprains and bruises. As he went to fetch it, the love system burst into a gleeful cackle. Hee, rounding it up again, you two are basically sleeping together now. Sure, they had both laid on a dragon bed during filming, but that one was used by dozens of actors. Just a prop. But this bed was the movie king's personal bed. That's a whole different story. Ning Xiaoyu, do you realize you're cackling like some creepy old monster right now? Love system. Then it continued to cackle. Girl, just be honest, this bed's super soft, right? Comfy, isn't it? Ning Xiaoyu ignored it completely. When Lu Jingdu returned, he carried a compact medical kit. He took out a small bottle of medicinal oil, poured some into his palm and said, this might sting a little. Bear with it. The smell wasn't pleasant, but judging by his expression, it was likely quite effective. He rubbed the medicinal oil between his palms to warm it, then gently placed his hands on her injured ankle. He controlled the pressure as he massaged the area. Does it hurt? Ning Xiaoyu, who was never one to whine, frowned slightly and replied on instinct. No. Lu Jingdu glanced at her expression and said, if it hurts, you can say so. Does it hurt now? She inhaled softly, then answered honestly, a little. Lu Jingdu eased up on the pressure. He continued to massage her ankle for quite a while, working the medicinal oil deep into the tissues until its effect was fully absorbed, and truthfully, after the treatment, the pain in her ankle had eased considerably. The love system cackled again. Sure, the oil helped, but don't forget that the movie king just gave you a full 30-minute massage. Girl, that was the movie king's massage. You've hit the jackpot. After he finished, Lu Jingdu didn't immediately leave. Thinking of how Ning Xiaoyu had been getting injured quite frequently lately, he raised his head and looked at her. Then suddenly, he spoke. Xiaoyu, maybe the timing right now isn't perfect. Maybe this place isn't the most romantic. But I still want to ask, will you give me a chance to take care of you? Ning Xiaoyu? Love system. The love system cried finally. After all this time, the movie king finally confessed. The future looks promising. Chapter 89. If the love system had been allowed to influence the host's decisions, then at this very moment it definitely would have issued a love mission, something along the lines of, girl, after you got injured, the movie king not only applied medicine for you but also confessed his feelings with deep emotion. At such a thrilling moment, why are you still hesitating? You must know that opportunity waits for no one. Life is about seizing the moment. Right now you can be so touched that you cry. B. Of course, say yes to him. C. Be direct and say okay. Unfortunately, it couldn't issue a task like that. All it could do was issue missions that promoted the development of feelings between them, but it was not allowed to directly push them into a relationship. To put it plainly, it was just a catalyst. So now, just like the movie king, it could only wear a stiff expression and wait anxiously for Ning Xiaoyu's response. At that moment, the love system suddenly understood what the word empathy meant. It grew nervous when the movie king was nervous, hoped when he hoped, and cared about the things he cared about. The love system felt it was shouldering too much. Just when the system thought it was about to overheat from anxiety, Ning Xiaoyu finally spoke, unhurried and calm. It's too sudden. The air fell silent for a brief second. Although she didn't say it outright, those words amounted to a gentle rejection. The love system couldn't help but cry internally. The couple it had been shipping couldn't be together. And the most heartbroken one wasn't even the people involved, it was the loyal shipper. After all, it was the one in this world who most wanted them to live happily ever after. At that moment, Lu Jingdu also processed what had happened. Though Ning Xiaoyu had turned him down, he didn't feel particularly disappointed. In fact, he felt a little happy. He already knew that Ning Xiaoyu had regained her memory. If it had been the old Ning Xiaoyu, faced with his confession, she would have rejected him outright. He could even guess what she would have said. Nothing more than, sorry, I'm not interested in you, or maybe, oh, I don't plan to date, and I don't want to date you. The salted fish queen was always that blunt and straightforward. But a gentle refusal like this? It meant he wasn't without hope, sure. A sense of occasion wasn't necessary. But when appropriate, it mattered that he had indeed acted impulsively just now. Lu Jingdu stood up and said, sorry, it's getting late. Are you going to sleep here, or should I carry you back to your room? The love system inwardly cackled. Whichever option she chose, they were both wins. No matter what Ning Xiaoyu picked, this was a sweet moment in its book. And now it would just sit back and enjoy the sugar. Ning Xiaoyu asked, there's no third option. Though her ankle was sprained, technically, she could still hop her way back. Lu Jingdu nodded. There is. Ning Xiaoyu responded with a soft, oh, what is it? The love system burst out laughing wildly. If it had a physical form, it would have been rolling on the ceiling by now. The third option, of course, is that the movie king sleeps here with you. One bed, one quilt, two people. Rhymes beautifully, doesn't it? The love system boasted. Girl, hasn't my literary flair improved a lot lately? Ning Xiaoyu. At that moment, Lu Jingdu said, the third option is, I'll carry you on my back. Maybe because she had just been exposed to the system's greasy version of the third option, Ning Xiaoyu chose Lu Jingdu's version without hesitation. Compared to the system's cringeworthy option, getting a piggyback ride felt refreshingly natural. And come on, if someone was offering to carry her, why on earth would she struggle and hop back on her own? The salted fish queen was best at conserving energy. Roya. This was the first time since reaching adulthood that someone had given Ning Xiaoyu a piggyback ride while she was injured. In her memory, the only person who had ever done that was her father when she was very young. But after Ning Yue was born, that kind of treatment all but vanished. She didn't have Ning Yue's sweet tongue, nor her ability to act cute. And since she was several years older, most of the time, Ning Zhen would carry Ning Yue, the one who pretended to be tired and refused to walk as the older sister. She had always been expected to yield to her younger sibling. She never imagined that something she hadn't experienced since the age of 6 would happen again, and this time with Lu Jingdu, her memories of her father's back had already grown faint. But Lu Jingdu's back was broad and warm, providing a strong sense of security. Every step he took was steady and firm, With barely a jolt, the love system swooned. Girl, this must be what they call Pacific Ocean-wide shoulders. Ning Xiaoyu felt drowsy. She was exhausted, maybe it was the comfort of his broad back, but she really did fall asleep. After reaching the guest room, Lu Jingdu set the hairdryer to the lowest setting. Even with the whooshing sound, Ning Xiaoyu didn't stir. That alone showed just how tired she was. After drying her hair, Lu Jingdu finally tiptoed out of the room to by then. It was almost 4:00 a.m. Roya the next day. When Ning Xiaoyu woke up, it was already 10:00 a.m. She yawned lazily, a trace of drowsy tears welling at the corners of her eyes. I think I overslept again. The love system had long anticipated the salty slackness of its host. It stayed silent for a few seconds, then said, I'm already used to it. Every time Ning Xiaoyu fell asleep, it had nothing to do and got extremely bored. In those moments of boredom, all it could do was relive the sweet moments between her and Lu Jingdu. Other than that, it really had no other interests in a way. The love system was like a little puppy raised by Ning Xiaoyu, whose world revolved around its host and her sugary love life. After that, it got excited again. Girl, do you know that in the wee hours of the morning the movie king blow-dried your hair? He was afraid of waking you, so he even put the hairdryer on the lowest setting. So, did you have a sweet dream? Ning Xiaoyu gave an oh and said, I slept through the night without dreaming, love system. As expected. It was the familiar tone of its host, utterly unromantic. While Ning Xiaoyu was washing up, Lu Jingdu had just finished making breakfast. By the time she was done, the two could sit down together to enjoy their brunch. It had to be said that Lu Jingdu's culinary skills were impressive. Even with simple ingredients, he could make delicious meals. While they were eating, Lu Jingdu asked, now that filming's done, do you have any plans next? Ning Xiaoyu slurped her plain noodles and replied between mouthfuls, nope. The coming days with no work meant she could lie around at home like a salted fish every day. The love system rubbed its hands, secretly guessing that the movie king was definitely about to invite its host to go somewhere with him. Sure enough, the next second Lu Jingdu took a sip of water and casually asked, since you don't have any plans, how about taking a vacation abroad? Ning Xiaoyu looked up at him, a bit of soup still clinging to the corner of her lips, making her look casual and adorably unguarded. Lu Jingdu's face lit up with a smile, like a spring breeze rippling across a still lake, gentle and vivid, full of life and color. Shall we go together? The love system clutched its metaphorical heart. Too unfair. The movie king suddenly smiling like this is cheating. Right after, it immediately issued a mission. Honestly, it felt that its host was way too lazy. Even though she was no longer opposed to falling in love, she still dragged her feet about everything. So salty. Clearly, someone had to give her a push. And that someone was it. Girl, the movie king invited you to go on a vacation abroad. How can you miss such a golden opportunity to grow closer? Besides, no one will recognize you two overseas. You can stick together all you want. Stick close. Just stick close. Maybe that's why he chose to go abroad with you in the first place. At this point you can, show interest and ask him about travel preparations. B. Of course. Just agree right away. C. A trip together is clearly urgent. Express your excitement and say, let's head out right now. The love system added, come on girl. For Ning Xiaoyu, a mission like this couldn't be simpler. She stared at option C for a long time. Just when the love system was buzzing with excitement, she faked it out and chose option A instead. Such a long-winded choice, there was no way she'd pick it. For some reason, the love system felt like it had just been toyed with. Suddenly, it thought of that viral short video. Now let's welcome Pan XX. Pan XX, 20-something years old, graduated with a master's from XXX University. One from the show The Strongest Brain. A meme to mock overly formal introductions for mundane or absurd actions. It realized its host was getting better and better at messing with it. Ning Xiaoyu did indeed show some interest and asked directly, are we going Dutch? Love system? It was shocked, speechless. Girl. At such a romantic and heartwarming moment, how could you bring up such a worldly, money-stinking question? Please revive your girlish heart. Thank you. Ning Xiaoyu shrugged. Better to ask now than end up in a financial argument later. It was a practical concern. Lu Jingdu didn't even hesitate before replying, no HM. Since I'm the one inviting you, of course I'll cover all the expenses. All you need to do is have a good time. Then he added with a playful smile, just give this poor man a chance to swipe his card. Alright, rich lady. The love system felt that line hit it right in the heart. "Girl, the movie king's getting too good at this." It noticed that the movie king had started talking much more lately and seemed to have become more extroverted too. The old Lu Jingdu had been cold and taciturn, like there was always a wall between him and the rest of the world. But honestly, it made sense. How could a silent man win over his girl? One mute and one lazy, it was a doomed combo. Someone had to take the first step. Even male peacocks in the wild knew to fan their feathers to attract mates. Once the movie king put his heart into it, he definitely wouldn't hold back. High up flowers on cold peaks were destined to be lonely. He had to come down from that mountain himself to find real love. Since Lu Jingdu had lowered his stance, Ning Xiaoyu wasn't the ungrateful type. She nodded and said, "All right, Roya." Now that they had agreed to take a vacation abroad together, neither of them delayed. They immediately booked flights to a country that offered visa on arrival. By the early hours of the next day, they would already be in that beautiful and romantic destination. As it was summertime in that country, and full of islands, Ning Xiaoyu packed a few sets of summer clothes and swimsuits. The love system chuckled mischievously again. "Girl, I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, this isn't just a vacation but a honeymoon. Charge ahead. Begin your sweet honeymoon, you're being chased love trip." Chapter 90. By the time Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu reached the moat, young people from all over the country were already having a blast. From what Ning Xiaoyu knew, the gender ratio in Y country was heavily skewed, with significantly more women than men. As a result, the water splashing festival also had a nickname, the Courtship Festival. Sometimes love blossomed at first splash. Perhaps influenced by the joyful atmosphere, Ning Xiaoyu relaxed completely. She joined the crowd, lifted her water gun, and sprayed Lu Jingdu. Lu Jingdu quickly responded in kind. And then the love system watched them play like immature schoolkids with their water guns. It was silly, yes, but the happiness was genuine. After watching for a while, the love system felt completely satisfied by the sugar rush. Technically it was a group game, and they could have splashed anyone else. But the two of them only focused on each other, as if no one else existed. Of course, there were people who tried to join in, but they soon took the hint and left. Not that they had a choice. Honestly, it was laughable how they were completely ignored. By the end of the afternoon, Ning Xiaoyu had enjoyed herself thoroughly. Like Shed recaptured the pure joy of childhood, Lu Jingdu wasn't far behind. He too had a great time. When they were ready to head back to the hotel, they noticed walking elephants available at the roadside. For a small fee, one could ride on their backs. Naturally, the cost meant nothing to them. Ning Xiaoyu turned to Lu Jingdu and asked, "Wanna try it?" Sure to. So for the first time in her life, Ning Xiaoyu experienced riding an elephant. Elephants had coarse, bristle-like hairs, so there were special seats strapped to their backs. Riding an elephant turned out to be a surprisingly novel experience. The two of them decided not to rush back to the hotel and instead rode the elephant slowly, circling a large portion of Q City. As Ning Xiaoyu was enjoying this moment of peace, Lu Jingdu, riding another elephant nearby, called out to her across the space, "Xiaoyu, can you take a photo of me?" Ning Xiaoyu gave him an okay gesture. Since they weren't close enough to pass phones, she used her own to take several photos of him. Only afterward did she realize that Lu Jingdu had also taken a few photos of her. If he hadn't said anything, she might have completely forgotten to take any for herself. The love system rubbed its hands gleefully. Time for a couple pic. Naturally, Ning Xiaoyu ignored it. By the time they were done with the elephant ride, their soaked clothes from earlier had more or less dried after playing for hours. They were both getting hungry. Conveniently, there were delicious food stalls nearby, and Ning Xiaoyu planned to grab a bite to tide herself over. Q City was famous for its street food, and most of it was new to her. When Lu Jingdu learned about it, he said half jokingly, half seriously, "We could stay here a few more days." Ning Xiaoyu answered casually, "Sure." She had no upcoming work, so she could afford to stay in Y country for a few more days. As for Lu Jingdu, he had already cleared his schedule for the next 3 months. If they wanted, they could keep vacationing there for as long as they liked. When the food was served, Lu Jingdu handed his phone to Ning Xiaoyu, lips slightly curved. "See if you like these." Thinking of how picky some girls were about their boyfriend's photography skills, Lu Jingdu added with a strong sense of self-preservation, "If not, I'll take new ones for you next time." His photo-taking skills were undeniably good. Previously, when Ning Xiaoyu took a group photo with the elder ladies during a trip, he had been the one helping out. The group had raved about his photos. This time Ning Xiaoyu had no complaints about the photos he took either. To her surprise, She looked pretty good through his lens. The elephant, the vibrant patterns on its body, the lush ancient trees, the azure sky, and herself together, they formed a beautifully poetic image. While admiring the photos Lu Jingdu had taken, Ning Xiaoyu handed him her phone. You take a look too. I took quite a few for you. Lu Jingdu accepted the phone. Alright. The love system cooed sweetly. Girl, the movie king made you look so pretty. Ask him to send you the photos later and post a Weibo update. You haven't been active for ages. Indeed, the last time Ning Xiaoyu posted anything on Weibo was months ago. Back then it had been a simple 3-word update back to work. For most celebrities, such a long absence would have gotten them forgotten or criticized by fans. But Ning Xiaoyu's true fans were used to her laid-back ways and rarely pressured her to post. Mainly because they knew there was no use in urging her. Thinking of her sweet and enthusiastic fanbase, Ning Xiaoyu nodded. Got it. Just as she was selecting photos to post on Weibo, Lu Jingdu, who sat beside her, spoke up hesitantly, "This is me." Ning Xiaoyu was confused. She had taken pictures of Lu Jingdu. Who else could it be? Seeing that she didn't get his meaning, Lu Jingdu cleared his throat lightly. Sorry, Xiaoyu. I didn't mean to look. I was just swiping through the photos and accidentally saw it. Ning Xiaoyu genuinely had no idea what he was talking about. There was nothing inappropriate on her phone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have handed it over so readily. Before she could figure it out, the love system suddenly gasped. I know which photo the movie king saw. Ning Xiaoyu blinked in confusion. Which one? Did she have some other picture of him on her phone? Surely not. Right? No, there really was one. Ning Xiaoyu finally remembered. She did have a photo of the movie king on her phone, however. The photo only showed the back of a dark head. Nothing else. She had taken that picture when she first bound with the love system as part of completing a love mission. After taking it, she forgot to delete it, and so it remained in her photo album all this time. She hadn't expected that, months later, the person in the photo would end up seeing it himself. Since she usually didn't like taking selfies and hadn't photographed much else, it was completely natural for Lu Jingdu to come across that picture while browsing her recent photos. In a way, it was inevitable. Once she realized what had happened, Ning Xiaoyu surprisingly felt calm about it. She admitted openly, "You mean the back of the head?" "Yeah. That's you." Lu Jingdu had never expected to find the back of his own head in Ning Xiaoyu's phone. Ning Xiaoyu truly was different. She didn't photograph anything else, just his back. If it hadn't been him seeing the photo himself, most people probably wouldn't have recognized whose head it was. For a moment Lu Jingdu didn't know what to feel. Was he happy? Maybe a little. Knowing that Ning Xiaoyu had paid attention to him when he wasn't aware of it genuinely pleased him. But he was a bit puzzled too. Why only the back of his head? Was it because his head looked particularly good? Did that mean the rest of him didn't? Lu Jingdu lowered his eyes, a faint trace of confusion softening his refined features. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he gave a light cough and asked casually, "Xiaoyu, when did you take this picture?" At that moment, the street vendor finally served their food. The rich aroma overwhelmed their senses, boldly claiming both their attention and appetite. Even before tasting it, they could tell the food was going to be delicious. While getting ready to eat, Ning Xiaoyu replied, "Oh, I took it when you were swimming." The mention of swimming instantly jogged Lu Jingdu's memory. He had only run into Ning Xiaoyu once while swimming at Friendship House. But back then, hadn't she been fully focused on enjoying the massage chair, barely paying attention to him at all? Supporting his forehead with one hand, Lu Jingdu seemed to recall something. He couldn't help but let out a quiet chuckle. In the entire entertainment industry, there probably wasn't a second person quite like Ning Xiaoyu. He asked, "Why only take a picture of the back of my head?" To that, Ning Xiaoyu had a ready answer. The rest involved privacy. It wasn't appropriate to photograph. At the time, they barely knew each other. If she had taken a full picture of the movie king swimming and kept it, it would have made her seem like some creepy pervert. Lu Jingdu nodded in understanding. As he took the food from the vendor, he said, "It's okay. I don't mind. Feel free." Love system TSK. Girl, the movie king is basically saying you can take as many pictures as you want now. Whatever you want to shoot, go ahead. Satisfied with its interpretation, the system gave itself full marks. Most of the time, Ning Xiaoyu couldn't be bothered to respond to the love system. Right now, she was too busy enjoying the delicious food in Y country to pay it any attention. The system didn't mind being ignored. It continued entertaining itself, joyfully imagining all sorts of scenarios. Roya after finishing the meal, the two returned to the hotel. Once back, Ning Xiaoyu took a long, comfortable hot shower. Earlier, they had played around during the water splashing festival for several hours. Though her clothes had dried by now, she still felt a little uncomfortable. She emerged smelling like body wash and was just about to flop onto the bed like a salted fish when a soft splash suddenly reached her ears. It sounded exactly like someone falling into the water. Coincidentally, there was a pool right outside her room. Since neither of them lacked money, they had booked the entire pool area for themselves, which meant that aside from her and Lu Jingdu, no one else had access to the pool. So that splash just now had come from Lu Jingdu. Then the question was, why make such an obvious noise when he could have quietly walked down the steps into the water? The love system spoke sweetly. Girl, of course it's to get your attention. Ning Xiaoyu, still with her deadpan expression, muttered, maybe he just wanted to try diving. The system was getting impatient and urged her, girl, go out and look. The movie king is definitely swimming right now. It was still riding the high from his earlier comment during dinner, I don't mind. Feel free. The implication was already obvious. Just taking a photo of the back of his head? Not enough, right? Love system. Girl. Ning Xiaoyu, annoyed by the nagging, told it to shut up as she got up from the bed and went to the door. Directly opposite the hotel room was the pool. The moment she opened the door, she saw the crystal clear blue water and Lu Jingdu swimming freestyle. His strong arms sliced through the water, his legs kicked powerfully, and the light muscles on his arms created rippling waves. Even without the aura of a movie king, the sight alone was more than enough to please the eye. Lu Jingdu's muscles were lean and defined, not exaggerated, but clearly attractive and powerful. It just so happened to be the exact body type many girls favored. Before Ning Xiaoyu could react, the love system had already issued a new love mission. Girl, the movie king silently lured you out here not just for a swim, you know. Last time he swam, all you did was snap a picture of the back of his head. Now you can naturally take a photo of body part. B. Switch to video mode and preserve his graceful figure forever. C. Wait until he comes out of the pool and take a full body shot. Ning Xiaoyu? What's with all these pauses? Chapter 91 Spicy. Ning Xiaoyu wore a deadpan expression. Degreaser. Ever heard of it? The love system let out a sneaky giggle. If systems had colors, it would have been flushed bright yellow, one having pervy or naughty thoughts right now. Ever since it had stumbled upon that flower market to site of attractive or risque content, whenever it had nothing better to do and no sugary romance to swoon over, it would go there to play. After being bound to Ning Xiaoyu for so long, it had inevitably been influenced. From now on, the choices it generates might become increasingly unsuitable for children. Ahem. Ahem. The love system beamed. Go for it, girl. Ning Xiaoyu looked at the three options and said lazily, these aren't easy to choose from. The love system had long been held in the iron grip of the salted fish queen. The moment it heard those words, it instinctively assumed she was about to go on strike again. After all, it wasn't the first time its host had wanted to strike. Whenever faced with a romantic choice she didn't like, she'd rather take on a punishment task than make a selection. The love system lamented in despair. Was it doomed to miss out on this sweet, delicious moment of romantic sugar? But this time it had guessed wrong. Now that Ning Xiaoyu had shaken off the emotional chains left by her father's failed relationship and was no longer afraid to explore love, these options didn't seem like trouble to her anymore. She followed her heart and picked option B. Then she pulled out her phone and shot a short video of the movie king, who was currently releasing excess energy in the swimming pool. She had to admit that his stamina was really something. They had gone out early that morning to attend the water splashing festival. Afterward, they'd spent half the day riding elephants around. Ning Xiaoyu was now in full salted fish mode, ready to collapse, but the movie king still had the energy to swim. Judging by the way he was going, he wasn't about to stop anytime soon. Ning Xiaoyu stood on the balcony, both hands resting on the railing, happily watching the scene before her. Lu Jingdu's swimming form could rival that of professional athletes. His tall frame gave him a clear advantage. Each swing of his arms carried powerful momentum, slicing through layers of white splashes. Especially impressive was the way he turned his head to breathe. It was textbook perfect. His breathing rhythm was so precise and his every movement carried grace. It looked like swimming was probably his favorite sport. Even if not the absolute favorite, it was definitely among the top. After several laps, Lu Jingdu finally grabbed the handrail and slowly climbed out of the pool. Since the stairs were right on the side of Ning Xiaoyu's room, the first thing she saw was his chest and abs, glistening with water droplets, and his powerful thighs slightly tensed beneath his swim trunks. The love system let out a whistle. Now that's eye candy. This time Ning Xiaoyu didn't refute the system, because honestly, it was eye candy. A stunning view did no wonder. He was considered the visual peak of the entertainment industry. He was indeed a feast for the eyes. Ning Xiaoyu quickly pulled out her phone and took several photos of Lu Jingdu from different angles. Naturally, there were some close-ups too. The love system was stunned by her actions. Its virtual face was frozen in disbelief as it stammered, "Girl, you're Ning Xiaoyu said slowly, only kids make choices. Adults? We choose all of them A, B, and C. Otherwise wouldn't such a beautiful scene go to waste?" After getting out of the pool, Lu Jingdu grabbed a dry towel from the side and began to wipe his hair. His hair and body were still damp. His fair skin glistened with water droplets, radiating a subtle sensuality. It was true that when a man exuded that kind of allure, there was really no room for anyone else. After drying his hair, Lu Jingdu seemed to finally notice Ning Xiaoyu. He slightly tilted his head, revealing a slender neck and a well-defined Adam's apple. His lips curved in a small smile. "Xiaoyu, wanna come down and join me?" Ning Xiaoyu wasn't interested in that suggestion. Swimming together? No thank you. But she could show him the photos on her phone and see if he liked them. With that thought she said him coming down. She was dressed in loose casual pajamas. Grabbing her phone and room card, she went to find Lu Jingdu. By the time she reached downstairs, the sky had started to darken. The hotel's brilliant lights illuminated the pool area. The water's surface reflected a warm glow, making Lu Jingdu's eyes shimmer even more dazzlingly. The love system sighed. After seeing the movie King's Eyes, even a sky full of stars pales in comparison. Ning Xiaoyu, who would have thought the love system would suddenly spout such cheesy pickup lines? Lu Jingdu handed her a glass of freshly squeezed juice. "Want some?" Ning Xiaoyu nodded and took a sip. It was apple juice. As soon as she drank it, a fresh fruity sweetness spread through her whole being. Summer fruit tea, a starry sky, a blue swimming pool and the person beside her. Ning Xiaoyu felt a long-lost sense of peace. It was a kind of spiritual tranquility. Away from the noise of the city, she felt herself becoming calmer. With a sigh, she spoke inwardly to the love system. "This kind of leisurely life is actually pretty nice." The love system eagerly added, "Besides tranquility, there's also romance. And in the future there will be blessings." Ning Xiaoyu, lately the love system's thoughts always drifted toward that. "You really need some degreaser." They both sat down on the loungers by the pool. Ning Xiaoyu sipped her juice and handed her phone to Lu Jingdu. "Take a look. I just took these for you." Lu Jingdu accepted it easily. Honestly, he was quite curious about what he looked like in Ning Xiaoyu's phone now. Then he opened the gallery and the first photo that popped up was a close-up of his chest. Lu Jingdu. He wasn't exactly offended, just surprised and amused. After seeing the photo, he couldn't help but let out a low chuckle. He really could never predict Ning Xiaoyu's moves. Ning Xiaoyu saw him laughing and leaned in curiously. "What, was it a bad shot?" Lu Jingdu quickly shook his head. "No, it's great." It had completely captured all of Lu Jingdu's restraint and desire in the photos. Even though these pictures couldn't compare to the work of professional photographers, they weren't bad at all. It had to be said that Ning Xiaoyu truly had an eye for beauty. After finishing the first photo, he continued flipping through the rest. The more he looked, the more surprised he felt. Each one was a close-up. Clearly, whatever she found aesthetically pleasing. She had deliberately zoomed in to take close-ups, so it turned out she liked his collarbones too. Her likes and dislikes had always been so straightforward. If she liked something, she made it clear, took close-ups. If she didn't even bother to pay attention. Lu Jingdu looked at these few pictures. He couldn't help thinking that sticking to his workout routine every day had clearly paid off. Ning Xiaoyu licked away the lingering apple juice from her lips and said, "You're the one who told me to do as I please." Lu Jingdu's lips curved slightly. "Right." Then he added, "I'm very satisfied with these photos. Could you send me a copy?" "Of course. Just open WeChat and send them to yourself." Ning Xiaoyu's phone held no secrets, so she didn't mind Lu Jingdu looking through her WeChat. Besides, she believed he wouldn't snoop on her private messages on purpose. Liu Jingdu looked surprised but not really surprised. Ning Xiaoyu was always this candid. A one-year-vacant existence in the entertainment industry after all, she sat in front of him back then, focused entirely on eating melon seeds without the slightest care for anything else. There had only ever been her. After forwarding the video and photos to his own account, Liu Jingdu handed his phone to Ning Xiaoyu. The photos I took of you this afternoon, I haven't sent them yet. Want to do it yourself? Ning Xiaoyu waved him off. Too much trouble. Just send them to me directly. He already had his phone in hand. Wouldn't it be easier to just send them himself? Why make things complicated? The love system cried out in frustration. Girl, the movie king is trying to let you look through his social feed, so you can get to know him better. And you just flat out rejected him like that. Ning Xiaoyu replied casually, no need. If they ended up together, she'd get to know him sooner or later. If they didn't, then knowing more wouldn't make a difference compared to scrolling through his phone. She trusted her own eyes and instincts more. Either way, following her heart was the right call. After she took the phone, it didn't take long before Liu Jingdu sent over all the pictures he had taken of her that afternoon. Ning Xiaoyu picked a few that she was most satisfied with, arranged them into a 9-grid collage, added the word vacation and posted it directly. Liu Jingdu lifted his phone slightly. Then I'll post mine too. Ning Xiaoyu responded with a lazy sure whatever. If it were someone else, two celebrities going on vacation to the same place might act all sneaky, terrified that fans would pick up on the clues. But Ning Xiaoyu didn't see it as a big deal. Even if netizens figured out they were vacationing together, so what? Neither she nor Liu Jingdu were idol stars. They had never cultivated a single and available image, nor had they ever made any promises to fans. So what was so strange about the two of them vacationing together? Once she was done working, Ning Xiaoyu set her phone down. Liu Jingdu suddenly asked, want to go for a swim together? Ning Xiaoyu stayed silent for a few seconds before saying, you might not know me that well yet. How could she possibly agree to such an exhausting activity? Amusement sparkled in Liu Jingdu's eyes. Actually, sometimes exercise isn't all that boring and tiring. As he spoke, he reached out and took her hand, his eyes gleaming like stars. Wanna give it a try? Afraid that Ning Xiaoyu would reject him, the love system quickly issued a mission. Girl, what the movie king means is that normal physical activities can be fun too. This is such a perfect opportunity. What are you hesitating for? Hesitation leads to defeat. Never be afraid to try something new. Never stop exploring. If you don't try, you'll never know how much fun the world has to offer. Only when you've experienced it can you say your youth had no regrets. The movie king knows you're lazy, so he's trying to get you to enjoy the sports he loves. Right now you can tell him directly, sure, let's try. B. Let the movie king carry you into the water. C. Let the movie king piggyback you into the water. In truth, even if the system hadn't given her a mission, Ning Xiaoyu would have agreed. It's just that you really didn't have to emphasize normal physical activity like that. The love system chuckled mischievously. I just didn't want you to misunderstand. Ning Xiaoyu, what was there to misunderstand? If anything, it was the system's explanation that invited misunderstanding. Chapter 92. Exercise to most people instinctively felt dull and exhausting the moment they heard the word. For Ning Xiaoyu, her nightmare during her student days had been the 800-meter run. Back then, she carried a label. The top student who barely passed the 800 meters. The feeling of knowing she would have to exercise soon was much like hearing the alarm clock in the morning knowing she had to get up and go to school or work. But now Liu Jingdu claims that exercise can be interesting and not boring at all. Love system. Girl, go for it. Swim with the movie king, hee hee. Ning Xiaoyu glanced at the options. Choosing option B was doable but completely unnecessary. Why couldn't it just be more straightforward? Why did everything have to be so sticky and ambiguous? The love system was dumbfounded. Girl, do you even understand the concept of intimacy between lovers? That line was automatically filtered out by Ning Xiaoyu. Love system. Still, progress in the host was already a kind of victory. It couldn't turn a completely unromantic, steel-straight girl into a passionate lover overnight. As long as she made a little progress each day, that was good enough. In the end, Ning Xiaoyu followed her heart and chose option A. She said to Liu Jingdu, fine, let's give it a try. Then she added, I'll go change into a swimsuit first. She was still wearing pajamas, which weren't convenient for swimming, because Y Country had many seaside areas. She had planned to visit some islands and had brought several swimsuits in advance as she headed back to her room. The love system chattered like a nagging aunt. Girl, you're still so young. Please don't wear those terribly old-fashioned and ultra-conservative one-piece swimsuits in black or navy anymore. Not that I'm saying they're bad, of course. I just mean you could actually try wearing something prettier. But the love system never finished that sentence because it was completely stunned into silence. Just look at what it had seen. It had just witnessed its host carrying a super pretty swimsuit into the bathroom to change. The next few seconds were a long, blurry mosaic time. When Ning Xiaoyu stepped out of the bathroom, the mosaic time ended, and the moment the system saw her swimsuit, it was once again blown away. The love system stammered, "Gee girl, when did you buy this swimsuit?" As Ning Xiaoyu tied her long hair into 2 ponytails, she casually replied, "A while ago." The love system CPU nearly short-circuited. "I can't believe I didn't notice. This swimsuit is actually really cute." Ning Xiaoyu said coolly, "It's this year's bestseller. What do you think?" The love system was genuinely amazed by her transformation. It had thought she would wear that conservative one-piece shed worn during the filming of Hi, My Friend. Unexpectedly, it had misjudged its host again. The swimsuit she wore now was a girlish pink, charming, lively, and subtly sexy. It highlighted her great figure without being too overt. The soft pink tone complemented her fair, delicate skin, giving off a stunning visual effect. And likely, a stunning tactile effect too. When Ning Xiaoyu dressed poorly, the love system felt worried. But now that she looked too good, it also felt a little troubled. That IT stammered again. "Won't it be a bit tormenting for the movie king later?" Who could resist that? Ning Xiaoyu casually threw on a bathrobe and headed downstairs. The place she and Lu Jingdu stayed at was quiet and private. Both disliked being disturbed by outsiders, so only the two of them were in the surrounding area. After she went downstairs, she took off the bathrobe. Before entering the water, she didn't forget to remind Lu Jingdu, 10 minutes. That's my max. When he saw her swimsuit, Lu Jingdu froze for a few seconds. Clearly, like the love system, he had expected Ning Xiaoyu to wear a conservative one-piece. After all, that was what she had worn on the show. After several seconds, Lu Jingdu finally snapped out of it. He cleared his throat to cover his slight awkwardness. "All right. The next 10 minutes won't disappoint you." With that, Lu Jingdu pushed off gracefully from the edge and dove into the pool with a splash. When he surfaced, he wiped the water from his face and extended a hand to Ning Xiaoyu by the poolside. "Xiaoyu, come." Ning Xiaoyu reached out and placed her hand in his. The next second, Lu Jingdu pulled her straight into the pool. The pool exploded with white splashes, waves rippling outward in concentric circles. She crashed into Lu Jingdu's arms like a startled fawn. The summer pool was just the right temperature, not cold, but instead refreshingly cool and comfortable. Lu Jingdu chuckled lightly, the sound vibrating softly in his chest, and asked, "Have you ever watched water ballet?" Ning Xiaoyu let out a soft ah in response. "Yes, I have. Synchronized swimming was an Olympic event after all. How could she not have seen it before?" Lu Jingdu nodded. "Good." The love system shrieked in excitement. "The movie king wants to take you through a water ballet experience." "Probably right." Before Ning Xiaoyu could say anything, Lu Jingdu wrapped his arms around her and dove underwater. Then the two of them spun 180 degrees, ending up upside down, heads down, feet up. It was a standard move in synchronized swimming. Normally, it was incredibly difficult for regular people to perform this, practically impossible. But Lu Jingdu had a solid foundation, and ever since Ning Xiaoyu had bonded with the system, her flexibility and agility had significantly improved. So the two of them managed the pose effortlessly. Even without the system, she might have pulled it off with Lu Jingdu guiding her. Love system. The movie king is giving you a water ballet experience. At that moment, Ning Xiaoyu's mind began to slow, because Lu Jingdu was now spinning them gently in a full 360-degree rotation underwater. She could feel the gentle currents flowing past her, soft and calming. It was, indeed, anything but boring, though a bit too stimulating. The underwater world was quiet. Perhaps because someone was firmly holding and guiding her the whole time, she didn't feel frightened at all. Ning Xiaoyu hadn't worn goggles, so her eyes were shut underwater. After several rotations, when her head began to spin a little, she felt something soft and warm touch her lips. Then, a stream of air passed into her mouth. Love system. Perhaps because of weak underwater signal, Ning Xiaoyu didn't catch what the love system had said. She simply let herself be carried along, muddled and dazed, as they swam underwater. This time it wasn't about fancy water ballet moves. They just swam, plain and simple, beneath the surface. Maybe because Lu Jingdu knew she didn't have much swimming experience. The water ballet didn't last long. The gentle water flowed all around her. Ning Xiaoyu could feel the buoyancy, and the way the water enveloped and kissed her skin. At first, it had felt far too intense, but gradually she began to find some joy in swimming. She felt like a fish, gliding contentedly along the bottom of the pool. Ning Xiaoyu had never tested how long she could hold her breath underwater. Now she had a rough idea. Although the data wasn't exactly accurate because someone had supplied her with air from the outside, by the time she resurfaced and began to gulp down fresh air, the love system was shrieking as if it were about to explode into the stratosphere. Girl, the movie king just kissed you underwater for 9 minutes. 9 whole minutes. Ning Xiaoyu's sluggish mind finally kicked back into gear. She calmed her wildly beating heart and responded with a calm, "It wasn't a kiss. He was just passing me air." Love system. Was there a difference? After being momentarily stunned into silence, the system became excited again, adding in the time he held you upside down underwater. It's exactly 10 minutes. The movie king's control over time amazed the system. He had said no more than 10 minutes and not a second over. Exactly 10 minutes. Any longer, and the salted fish queen might have grown truly impatient. Lu Jingda's breathing was slightly labored. After the intense activity, he radiated a dazzling energy. After a short pause, his lips curved into a small smile. He wiped water from his face and asked, "So? Was it okay?" At first it hadn't exactly been comfortable. Watching others perform synchronized swimming was beautiful, yes. But being upside down herself had been a bit too much stimulation. Still, gradually Ning Xiaoyu had found the joy of playing in the water. As time passed, she even felt that going a little over 10 minutes wouldn't have been such a big deal. Honestly, this experience was pretty good, so she nodded and looked into Lu Jingda's slightly expectant eyes. Answering him honestly, "It was good." Lu Jingdu exhaled lightly. As long as it was good. Just as Ning Xiaoyu was about to swim toward the edge of the pool, she realized Lu Jingdu had already wrapped one arm around her waist. With his other hand slicing through the water, he carried her to the edge. "Ning Xiaoyu?" As he swam, Lu Jingdu explained softly, "You said 10 minutes at most. So for anything beyond that, I won't let you spend an ounce of extra energy." Love system. Ah, the movie king really gets it. He means he'll take care of all the extra effort. So in the future, wouldn't that mean he? Chapter 93. They had agreed on 10 minutes, so every extra second would be on his tab. Since Lu Jingdu had said that, as a true salted fish, Ning Xiaoyu naturally had no reason to refuse. She comfortably enjoyed the full VIP treatment. When they reached the edge of the pool, Lu Jingdu climbed out first. Then he bent down by the pool and reached out, as if to lift her out like a baby. But Ning Xiaoyu was no baby. Even though she had a slender figure and weighed under 100 pounds, she was still a full-grown adult. Under normal circumstances, that pose wouldn't have worked so easily. However, the love system secretly lent a helping hand, greatly lowering the difficulty and allowing Lu Jingdu to effortlessly scoop her up out of the pool. Water splashed as ripples spread across the surface. Before Ning Xiaoyu could even react, she found herself fully cradled in Lu Jingda's arms. The refreshing scent of water, the cool summer breeze tinged with a trace of greenery, and the faint mint fragrance on Lu Jingdu all swept over her at once. It felt to Ning Xiaoyu like she had run headfirst into the heat of summer. Lu Jingdu truly kept his promise. They only did 10 minutes of exercise. Not a second more. The love system clapped like a seal. As expected of the movie king. He always keeps his word. Then it chuckled slyly. "Girl, this position you're in now is kinda sweet." When Lu Jingdu lifted her out of the water, Ning Xiaoyu instinctively wrapped her legs around him. Right now she looked like a koala bear clinging to a tree. Realizing this, she immediately wanted to jump down. But just then Lu Jingdu spoke, "The floor here is pretty slippery. I'll carry you over." Love system. The movie king is too considerate. Could this count as a silent stunner of a move? Turns out when it comes to romance, men were born with it. They just needed to want to use it. The poolside. Lu Jingdu let Ning Xiaoyu sit on a lounge chair. He picked up a dry towel nearby and helped wipe her face. As for other areas, it wasn't quite appropriate, so he handed her the towel for her to do it herself. Ning Xiaoyu casually dried off a bit. After all, they had just gone swimming. She was definitely going to shower again later. She picked up a glass of apple juice from the side and took a sip, tilting her head slightly back, one hand propped at her side. Her eyes reflected the starry sky above. I had a really good time tonight, so swimming really could be fun after all. The love system couldn't help but protest. Swimming wasn't the fun part. It's swimming with the movie king that was fun. Swimming alone wouldn't have led to mouth-to-mouth breathing, right? Hearing her words, Lu Jingdu paused for 2 seconds, then asked, would you like to try something else tomorrow? At that, the love system screamed like crazy. Tonight it had become a total screaming chicken. Only screaming could express its excitement. Only screaming could release its sugar-loving passion. Love system. Say yes. You have to say yes, girl. Water droplets still clung to Ning Xiaoyu's lashes. As she blinked, they trembled, about to fall, lending her an air of curiosity and innocence. Lu Jingdu looked into her clean, clear eyes and felt as if a feather was gently brushing across his heart. It stirred something within him. As for everything else, his gaze dared not wander. Ning Xiaoyu asked, like what? Lu Jingdu gave a soft cough, withdrew his gaze and replied, there are a lot of beaches in Y country. We could go diving, surfing, water skiing, ride a jet ski. Ning Xiaoyu grew more interested. You know how to do all that? More or less. Lu Jingdu replied modestly. But his more or less was pure understatement. As someone from a privileged background, he had been skilled at those activities from a young age. Ning Xiaoyu nodded. All right. Then she stood up and stretched lazily. Let's call it a date. It was getting late, and their afternoon meal had mostly been digested by now. Lu Jingdu offered, shall we have dinner together? Sure. After enjoying a lavish dinner at the hotel, the two slowly returned to their respective rooms. Before closing the door, Lu Jingdu smiled slightly. Good night. See you tomorrow. Ning Xiaoyu replied, see you tomorrow. After showering and lying back on the bed, Ning Xiaoyu fell asleep within seconds. Just before drifting off, she vaguely heard the love system ask, girl, aren't you going to check your phone to see what your fans are saying? Aren't you curious about the movie king's post? Why are you not curious about anything? Please top up your girl heart immediately, thank you. Ning Xiaoyu mumbled, shut up. Don't bother me, and sank into a deep sleep. Roya the next morning, Ning Xiaoyu once again became a refreshed and well-rested salted fish. Even though she had only swum for 10 minutes last night, it had taken a lot out of her. She had slept dreamlessly and soundly after washing up. The love system was still chattering away in her ear. Girl, are you really not going to check Weibo? Without even lifting her head, Ning Xiaoyu replied, nope. She was on vacation. No work talk. Love system, girl, when are you going to top up your girl heart? Ning Xiaoyu drawled lazily, no money. Love system. In the end, Ning Xiaoyu didn't check Weibo, but just as she was about to go out for breakfast, she received a call from Shanyu. Shanyu sounded all mysterious. Xiaoyu, are you vacationing in Y country with movie king Lu? Ning Xiaoyu gave a small Shanyu let out a breath, her tone suddenly turning excited. I knew it. You two posted Weibo pics back to back, and with my eagle eyes I caught the clues in those photos. Plus, the movie king posted the night is beautiful afterward. Totally different vibe from his usual posts. I knew something was up. Looks like he was in a good mood last night. So what did you two do yesterday? At the end, her tone turned teasing. Ning Xiaoyu answered honestly, nothing much. He took me swimming. Shen Yueyue drew out the words, oh. Swimming together, wearing swimsuits together since she had called. Ning Xiaoyu went ahead and asked, what are the netizens saying? Shen Yueyue clicked her tongue. Didn't Palace Schemes just wrap filming? Most of the crew are on vacation now. Li Lu and others from your cast are also in Y country. Coincidentally, they posted 9 grid Weibo pics before you guys, so netizens think you're all just on a group trip. Ning Xiaoyu responded with an oh. Got it. Shen Yueyue didn't ask about Ning Xiaoyu's current relationship with Lu Jingdu. Ambiguity was king, and she understood that well. After hanging up, Ning Xiaoyu opened her door and found Lu Jingdu standing right outside. Seeing her, Lu Jingdu asked, breakfast? Ning Xiaoyu showed a rare look of surprise on her face. When did you get here? They hadn't messaged each other to arrange breakfast, had they? Not long ago. The love system clicked its tongue. Even a child wouldn't believe that. Girl. He must wanted you to see him the moment you opened the door. He didn't message you on purpose, so it'd be a surprise. He's too smooth. Roya during breakfast, Lu Jingdu took the initiative to mention the day's plans. Wanna go surfing later? Or ride a jet ski? Ning Xiaoyu sipped her drink. Let's go surfing. A faint smile rose in Lu Jingdu's eyes as he joked. Still just 10 minutes. Ning Xiaoyu thought for a moment, then held up 5 fingers. You can have 5 more minutes. Lu Jingdu's lips curved slightly. Alright, 15 minutes. Her previous swimming experience had been quite pleasant. Considering what had happened yesterday, Ning Xiaoyu was willing to spend an extra 5 minutes on exercise. If this time turned out to be just as enjoyable, then increasing her workout to 20 minutes in the future wouldn't be out of the question. However, anything beyond that, Ning Xiaoyu would have to refuse. When the love system learned of her thoughts, it was shocked. Girl. Only 20 minutes? Are you looking down on the movie king? Ning Xiaoyu? The system became anxious. At least half an hour, okay? Half an hour. No less. That it truly worried itself sick over the happiness of its host and the movie king. Ning Xiaoyu simply ignored the love system's words. The love system continued, girl, you're really too mean to the movie king. Ning Xiaoyu kept ignoring it. Roya after breakfast, Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu took a car to the beach. She wore a polka dot swimsuit today, a little more conservative than yesterday's, but still eye-catching. It was far trendier than that original one-piece. The love system felt that ever since Ning Xiaoyu had completely given up hope on her father, she had broken free of her shackles and begun to shine more brightly. Compared to her previously sluggish and lazy demeanor, she now radiated a lively charm. To sum it up in one sentence, she had become even more captivating. Because Ning Xiaoyu didn't have much surfing experience, Lu Jingdu opted for tandem surfing again. As before, he took charge the entire time. All Ning Xiaoyu needed to do was stand on the board and hold on to him. She didn't need to do anything else, and she could easily enjoy the sensation of gliding across the sea. Balancing and steering were all handled by Lu Jingdu. Love system. Don't even ask. He's just that good. With the sea breeze in her face, Ning Xiaoyu squinted her eyes contentedly. A gentle wind, a relaxed posture. This vacation thing actually seemed pretty nice. Even the love system, for once, stopped nagging and fully immersed itself in the peaceful moment. At that moment, time felt serene and still. On the shore, a group preparing to set sail noticed the pair surfing together in the distance. Lu shaded her eyes with her hand and observed for a while. Then she pointed and asked, those two, are they Teacher Lu and Teacher Ning? The others quickly looked in the direction she was pointing. On the water, 2 figures held each other closely, looking very intimate. It really looks like them. They had all been on the same set for months, so it wasn't like they wouldn't recognize each other. What a coincidence, running into them even here in Y country. Are they tandem surfing? Now I want to go surfing too. After Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu finished their 15-minute workout for the day, they ran straight into their fellow cast members. The group exchanged greetings afterward. Lu Jingdu politely said, we'll be heading off now. Everyone quickly said goodbye. After they left, a female actress close to Lilu quietly asked, with so many people here today, do you think someone might secretly leak their relationship? She had noticed someone discreetly taking photos earlier. Li's expression was calm. Remembering the scene just now, she asked flatly, do they look like they're afraid of being exposed? The actress thought about it. Given how open and relaxed the two had just been, they really didn't seem like they cared about getting caught. Li used to like Lu Jingdu. After all, with a face like that, who wouldn't? But being in the entertainment industry and seeing so many relationships come and go, she had long grown indifferent to love. If not this one, then the next. Someone would be the right one eventually. In the end, she simply said, let's just worry about ourselves. The actress nodded. True. Then she added softly, have you noticed that Teacher Ning looks prettier now? Lilu had picked up on that instantly. Ning Xiaoyu, who used to be listless and dull, had become vibrant. Perhaps that was the magic of love. Roya after changing clothes and finishing lunch, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The reason time flew so fast was because Ning Xiaoyu had slept in again. Yet again, she had indulged in a nap. Neither Lu Jingdu nor the love system was surprised anymore. After all, what else could one expect from the salted fish queen? Why else would she be called that? After lunch, Lu Jingdu brought up the evening plans. There's a concert tonight. Want to go? Concerts were always noisy affairs, and Ning Xiaoyu had never been a fan. She was used to being lazy, and she wasn't suited for that kind of raucous environment. She opened her mouth just about to politely decline when the love system issued a new love mission. Girl, how do you know going to a concert with the movie king will be boring if you don't give it a try? You used to hate exercising and preferred staying still. But what about swimming and tandem surfing? Didn't those give you brand new experiences? Didn't you feel happy? Just because you disliked concerts before doesn't mean you always will. Be brave, girl. Right now you can give the movie king a chance. B. Say I want to go directly. C. Show obvious interest. Ning Xiaoyu thought about it and felt the system actually made a good point. Looking at the three options, she naturally chose option and then she held up 3 fingers to the movie king. Liu Jingdu raised a brow. 3 minutes. Ning Xiaoyu shook her head. No, 30 minutes. A trace of surprise appeared in Liu Jingdu's eyes. He hadn't expected her to give him 30 minutes. Previously, the most time Ning Xiaoyu had ever agreed to for physical activity was 15 minutes. He didn't expect that this time she was willing to try for 30. Ning Xiaoyu said honestly, I've never really liked concerts. But this time I want to give it a try. A smile spread across Liu Jingdu's face. I'll try not to let you down. Love system. Ah girl, you're amazing. You're actually giving the movie king 30 minutes. I'm so pleasantly surprised. Ning Xiaoyu spread her hands. So how am I being mean to him? I'm being super nice, aren't I? Love system? Its CPU lagged at first. It didn't understand what she meant. Then slowly it remembered what it had said earlier. Wait, it can be interpreted like that? Chapter 94. Since she had decided to attend the concert, Ning Xiaoyu took the time to dress up properly. What used to be a somewhat casual outfit had now become a piece of understated luxury, custom tailored to fit her figure perfectly. The sneakers she used to wear for convenience had been replaced by high heels adorned with glittering sequins. She curled her long hair with a curling iron, creating a look that felt both relaxed and effortlessly stylish. After picking out a matching handbag, Ning Xiaoyu was just about to head out when she received a call from Ning Xiuchen. Ning Xiuchen first asked how she had been. Upon learning that she was currently vacationing in Y country and in good spirits, he then continued. Ning Yue is dissatisfied with the first trial verdict and has decided to appeal. Right now the second trial is still waiting to be scheduled. Perhaps worried that Ning Xiaoyu might feel upset, he added, but there's a high chance the second verdict will uphold the original ruling. Ning Xiaoyu let out a soft "oh," indicating she understood. In her eyes, Ning Yue was merely stalling for time, struggling in vain. But it wouldn't change the outcome. Is there anything else? Ning Xiuchen let out a long sigh. A lot has happened recently. Your father has been in a volatile emotional state, and his health hasn't been great these past couple of days. Do you have time to visit him? Ning Xiaoyu responded flatly, no. I'm still on vacation and won't be returning home anytime soon. Ning Xiuchen wasn't surprised by her answer. He knew that what his second uncle had done before had completely pushed this eldest daughter away. In his opinion, Ning Zhen truly lacked judgment. During the years he had been in a coma, if not for Ning Xiaoyu, who knew where he would have ended up. And yet, in the end, for the sake of that ungrateful youngest daughter, he had completely broken the heart of the elder one. It was a classic case of picking up sesame seeds and dropping the watermelon one to focus on trivial or minor gains while neglecting or losing something much more valuable. Ning Xiuchen wouldn't interfere with Ning Xiaoyu's decision. If he were in her shoes, he would have been furious with Ning Zhen too. Alright then, enjoy your time abroad. After hanging up, Ning Xiaoyu transferred 100,000 yuan to Ning Zhen's bank account. She considered it a nutritional allowance. As for anything beyond that, there was nothing more to give. Nor would there ever be. When Ning Xiaoyu stepped out, she saw Liu Jingdu, who was also meticulously dressed. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing the elegant watch on his wrist. Liu Jingdu didn't wear watches every day, but today he had chosen a men's watch to match his outfit. The look suited him perfectly, elevating his already distinguished aura to an even more unattainable level. The love system chimed sweetly. Going to a concert today counts as an unofficial date between you two. In fact, whether it was the swimming session or the tandem surfing before, those had also counted as dates, but they weren't as official as this one. So why was this one still considered unofficial? Because the two of them hadn't clearly defined their relationship yet. Without that confirmation, it couldn't be called a formal date. Roya on the way to the concert, Ning Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask something she'd been curious about. Has the singer today from Y country? No, he's not. Ning Xiaoyu said casually. To be able to hold a world tour in Y country, he must be a pretty famous singer back home. Liu Jingdu paused for 2 seconds, then replied, he's top tier. Top tier. If it had been any other fangirl in Ning Xiaoyu's place, she probably would have jumped up in excitement upon hearing that. Unfortunately, the one standing there was Ning Xiaoyu, who had never paid attention to the domestic concert scene. Upon hearing that, she only responded with a calm, "Oh, are you close with him?" Liu Jingdu gave a quiet that it was rare to hear Liu Jingdu talk about his friends, so Ning Xiaoyu asked a few more questions. So, we're sitting in the VIP section today. A slow smile spread across Liu Jingdu's face. Of course. Ning Xiaoyu responded with another "oh." If it was a concert by a top-tier celebrity, then the venue would surely be packed and lively. But sitting in the VIP section, maybe they'd be able to find some peace amid the chaos. Ning Xiaoyu didn't like overly noisy environments. Most of the time, she preferred lying quietly by herself. Today, their means of transportation is a bicycle. They had bought the bike after arriving in the area. Liu Jingdu was the one riding it, while Ning Xiaoyu sat in the back seat. Ning Xiaoyu was still trying to guess which top star would be performing today. They arrived at their destination. She had thought the venue would already be packed, but in reality, the place, despite having hosted several large-scale concerts in the past, was completely empty. But how could that be? Unable to hold back her confusion, Ning Xiaoyu turned to Liu Jingdu and asked, "Did you get the time wrong?" Liu Jingdu replied, "No." With that, he strode quickly toward the stage. With a soft snap, the lights in the venue turned on, and the previously dim space instantly lit up in dazzling brilliance. A spotlight landed on Liu Jingdu, making him appear even more radiant. It was only then that Ning Xiaoyu noticed there was a microphone on the stage. "Today, I'm very honored to have Miss Ning Xiaoyu attend my concert." Ning Xiaoyu? She seemed to realize something. With Liu Jingdu's fan base and popularity, he did indeed count as a top-tier celebrity. As for their relationship, well, of course he had a great relationship with himself. And speaking of VIP seats, she was the only audience member in the entire venue. Naturally, she could sit in the best spot with the best view. The love system was already stammering in excitement. "Girl, this is a private concert the movie king arranged just for you. How is he this good? How can he be so good?" Kept looping the sentence "he's so good at this" over and over again. No wonder the movie king said he'd take Ning Xiaoyu to a concert today. As it turned out, there was no one else, just the two of them again. Ning Xiaoyu hadn't expected any of this. Come to think of it, she realized she had never actually heard Liu Jingdu sing before. At this moment, the voice on stage continued. Liu Jingdu's deep, sensual tone echoed through the empty venue. It wasn't loud or jarring, just incredibly pleasant to the ear. "This is my first solo concert, so there may be many imperfections. I ask for Miss Ning Xiaoyu's kind understanding." Ning Xiaoyu picked a comfortable spot to sit down and then looked toward Liu Jingdu on stage. Unlike other concerts, there were no loud cheers and no swarming crowds. There were only vibrant lights and the man on stage, who shone even more brightly than the lights themselves. Liu Jingdu held the microphone. His gaze lowered slightly toward Ning Xiaoyu seated in the VIP section, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Since it's a private concert, naturally, everything should cater to the audience's preferences. "Now then, Miss Ning Xiaoyu, which song would you like to hear first?" Ning Xiaoyu honestly didn't know much about songs. In fact, there weren't even many complete song titles in her head. She couldn't help but ask, "Can you sing all of them?" Liu Jingdu on stage paused for 2 seconds before answering, "I can sing most of the popular ones." But even popular songs were unfamiliar territory for Ning Xiaoyu. The love system already knew her situation well. It immediately issued a love mission and let Ning Xiaoyu choose from the following options. "Girl, the movie king arranged a private concert just for you. A top star is singing for you. This is way too sweet. Naturally, you should request a sweet song to match the moment. Right now you can choose a love you the most, B. Like you the most, C. Loving you." Ning Xiaoyu stared blankly at the 3 choices, face expressionless. So were these 3 songs even really in the repertoire? And even if they were, was there any real difference between them? Chapter 95. As a steel straight salted fish with no musical talent. Ning Xiaoyu looked at the options and felt that all 3 song titles conveyed the same core idea. They were all about expressing affection. As for their more specific differences, she hadn't heard a single one of the 3 songs before, so naturally, she wasn't familiar with them. Ning Xiaoyu raised her hand and said, "Hold on, let me search the songs first." Liu Jingdu was taken aback by her response at first, then slowly smiled. "Sure, take your time." Ning Xiaoyu rubbed her chin. During the song selection segment, she truly had no clue what to pick. Looking across the entire entertainment industry, she was probably the only one so clueless. The Love System clapped like a seal. "Congratulations, host, on gaining an even clearer understanding of yourself." Ning Xiaoyu first searched Love You the Most. It had been one of the most popular pop songs in the first half of the year. The lyrics were beautiful and highly rhythmic. The songwriter had secretly loved a girl for 10 years. From middle school all the way through college graduation. Because of this, the lyrics had a deeply emotional pull and resonated strongly with anyone who had ever experienced unrequited love. As for option B, Like You the Most, its lyrics were bold and explicit, with some lines that were downright provocative. The Love System's eyes lit up in excitement. These lyrics are great. No wonder it's dominated the charts for months. Ning Xiaoyu ignored it and continued searching the lyrics to Loving You. This was the only song of the three in a foreign language. While the lyrics were also passionate and daring, at least it was in a foreign language, so it didn't sound quite as blunt. After a bit of thought, Ning Xiaoyu felt that while the lyrics of Songa were moving, a 10-year crush sounded a bit tragic. She put down her phone and asked Liu Jingdu, who was on stage, "How about the international hit Loving You from this year?" Liu Jingdu recalled for a moment, then found the song from his mental playlist. He nodded. Sure, with that, he turned on the accompaniment, and soft music echoed throughout the concert venue. Ning Xiaoyu looked around and spotted some fan light sticks nearby. She picked up two, one in each hand, and turned them on. Soon Liu Jingdu's uniquely charming voice began to float through the air. Loving You, the line was gentle and romantic, like a lover whispering beside one's ear. Ning Xiaoyu felt like even the night breeze carried a touch of warmth. Then the rhythm gradually picked up. Bolder and bolder lyrics began to appear. "I want to touch." The Love System instantly switched into translation mode. "Wants to touch, shut up." Ning Xiaoyu snapped. She had learned English well, thank you very much. No translation is needed. When the song ended, Ning Xiaoyu applauded, the sound of her clapping masking the slight quickening of both their heartbeats. Liu Jingdu cleared his throat. Now, it's time for the second song request. This time Ning Xiaoyu directly chose a children's song everyone knew. Little Moon, do you know it? Liu Jingdu smiled. I do. The previous song had been too emotionally charged, so switching to a children's tune might help disperse the lingering ambiguity that hung over the concert venue. Children's songs were typically cheerful and lively. Generally, listening to them didn't bring to mind anything remotely romantic. But perhaps it was because the stars were so bright tonight, the night wind so gentle, or Liu Jingdu's voice too magnetic when he sang Little Moon. It somehow carried a subtle tenderness that didn't quite match the innocent lyrics. You're my little obedient moon, little moon, oh little moon. The Love System burst into raucous laughter. Girl, tonight you are the movie king's little moon. Ning Xiaoyu's only response was to wave her light sticks and act like a proper audience member. By the time the two songs were finished, half of the agreed 30 minutes had already passed. The Love System sounded regretful. Girl, you wasted too much time searching for songs earlier. He could have sung at least 3 songs in 15 minutes. Scram. The Love System that was always courting abuse. Just then Liu Jingdu's voice rang out once more from the stage. Next up, we'll invite a lucky audience member from the crowd to come on stage and interact with me. After he spoke, Liu Jingdu pressed something somewhere. Immediately, the dark screen on stage lit up, and the display began to rapidly scroll. Images flashed past empty seats one by one, and in the end, the camera lingered on Ning Xiaoyu's face. There was only one audience member in the entire venue tonight. Who else could the lucky one be? The Love System couldn't stop laughing. In an exaggerated tone it said, Girl, your luck is incredible tonight. You've been chosen as the lucky audience member. Hurry up and go on stage. Chosen as the lucky audience member. Ning Xiaoyu stepped onto the stage. As soon as she got up there, she admitted honestly, I'm not very good at singing. She could barely name any popular domestic songs, so how could she possibly sing them? Liu Jingdu nodded. That's fine. We're not singing. Not singing? Right. As soon as he said that, all the dazzling stage lights went out, leaving only a single spotlight. By now, the sky had grown completely dark. Except for that lone beam of light, everything else was pitch black. Their shadows were elongated by the light, standing out dramatically. At that moment, Lu Jingdu took Ning Xiaoyu's hand and led her into a slow twirl on stage. The love system howled excitedly, "I know this. It's called the Shadow Waltz, isn't it? It's trending everywhere online lately." This was truly the first time Ning Xiaoyu had heard of the Shadow Waltz. Just then a lively and elegant melody began to play. The two of them weren't really dancing a proper waltz. Their shadows looked graceful as they spun. But there was no fixed form to their movements. They simply did whatever felt fun, whatever felt right. Ning Xiaoyu had danced joyfully. After 2 dance tracks, the 30-minute time limit for tonight came to an end as the music faded. Lu Jingdu's lips curved slightly. "Miss Ning Xiaoyu, you're welcome to attend my next concert." Ning Xiaoyu nodded. "Okay." The love system sighed. Happy times always pass so quickly. Tonight's experience reminded Ning Xiaoyu of Cinderella. At the stroke of midnight, Cinderella would turn back into a dusty girl. When the time was up, everything would end. And tonight, when the 30 minutes were over, the concert had ended. But she wasn't Cinderella. Because it was she who had set the 30-minute limit. She could extend it any time she liked. The love system clapped. "Exactly. Absolutely right. Take your time and extend it." It had only been half an hour. Honestly, that was far from enough. Happy moments never felt too long. No matter how much you extended them. Perhaps Lu Jingdu had noticed the lingering excitement on Ning Xiaoyu's face, so he took the initiative to ask, "Xiaoyu, what is it?" In piano recitals and similar events, if the performer did well, the audience could request an encore, and in such moments, a recognized performer would happily oblige and play another piece for the audience right on the spot. Naturally, a concert could have extra time too, that if Ning Xiaoyu asked for more time, Lu Jingdu certainly wouldn't refuse. She glanced at her watch. They had arrived at 7:30, and now it was only 8:00. That's still early. For many city dwellers, nightlife didn't even start until 8:00, so she nodded decisively. "I need more time." Lu Jingdu looked a bit surprised at the request, but quickly recovered. "All right. How much more?" Ning Xiaoyu thought it over. Hosting a concert was physically demanding. It wasn't exactly easy. So there was no need to add too much at once. She held up 2 fingers. "Let's add another 20 minutes. "All right." The love system snickered. 50 minutes now. Looks like there may be more time added in the future. That'll be quite the stamina challenge for the movie king. Ning Xiaoyu said, "Shut up." After she returned to her seat, Lu Jingdu stepped to the microphone and announced, "Now we move into the 3rd segment guest performance." Ning Xiaoyu was slightly surprised. Normally, singers would invite guest performers for concerts, and the guests were usually of similar fame. When a guest appeared, the atmosphere would always rise to a new level. But right now they were in Y country. Could it be that Lu Jingdu's guest was also in Y country? This time though, Ning Xiaoyu didn't guess right at Lu Jingdu had invited a guest, but not physically. Instead, he used a video call. The first guest performer was top star Su Lanhe. He appeared from a dance studio. Before the call, he had clearly been practicing, as a light layer of sweat still clung to his face. As soon as the connection succeeded, Su Lanhe waved at the camera with a bright smile. "Hello to everyone in the audience. I'm Su Lanhe, a friend of Jingdu's. I'm honored to be invited as a special guest for the very first concert of his life." The love system shouted wildly, "Girl, only you can get this kind of treatment." People wouldn't believe it even if you told them that Lu Jingdu would put so much thought and sincerity into a concert just to make Ning Xiaoyu happy. Who else would put in this much effort? Even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to reach this level. After all, Su Lanhe was a top celebrity. Could just anyone invite someone like him? Though Ning Xiaoyu had never been into idol chasing, she had at least heard of Su Lanhe. Even if his fan base was smaller than Lu Jingdu's, he was still extremely popular and had maintained high visibility for the past 2 years. She hadn't expected him and Lu Jingdu to be so close in private. She couldn't help but wonder if she hadn't asked for extra time just now, would this video call segment have been skipped? Lu Jingdu had clearly prepared all of this. Without the extension, it would have gone to waste. Earlier, even when the 30 minutes were up, he hadn't asked for extra time himself. The love system, despite constantly getting scolded by its host, couldn't help poking its head out again during sweet moments. "Love system, so you see, girl, the movie king puts your needs above all. You want extra time? You get it. You don't? Then that's fine too. Everything follows your lead." Ignoring the system, Ning Xiaoyu waved at the cheerful and handsome Su Lanhe. Hello. Su Lanhe laughed heartily. Hello, hello. Tonight, I'll be performing a duet with Jingdu, a song called Love. Hope the audience enjoys it. Though he said he hoped the audience would enjoy it, what he really meant was hoping Ning Xiaoyu would like it. Love was a song Su Lanhe released last year. He had written both the lyrics and music himself. It had topped all the major pop charts for the entire year, a total smash hit. And now Lu Jingdu was teaming up with the original singer, top star Su Lanhe, to perform it live just for Ning Xiaoyu Love System. This level of treatment is insane. Absolutely insane. Girl, if you post this whole experience online with a video, you'll be the envy of every fangirl out there. No competition. Just as the system chattered away non-stop, the backing track began, and Lu Jingdu's deep, melodious voice rang out. After his part, Su Lan's clear and bright voice followed smoothly to a movie king and a top star, singing together, all for the one and only audience member. Love was an upbeat song. And the two even performed a few simple dance moves. It was, without exaggeration, a visual and auditory feast. As the song ended, Ning Xiaoyu clapped enthusiastically. She even picked up the fan support placard she had found earlier and held it up. Once in a while it wasn't so bad being a fangirl. Chapter 96. Ning Xiaoyu held a support sign with Lu Jingdu's name written on it. She swayed the sign from side to side, earnestly enjoying this one-of-a-kind concert. It truly was a small-scale concert. The stage lights shone brilliantly, colorful beams flashing and interweaving to create a stunning visual spectacle. The two performers occasionally waved to the audience below, interacting warmly. The Love System screamed in excitement, "Girl, today is just too wonderful." Amid the Love System's excited chatter, the song gradually reached its conclusion. The moment the final note faded, applause echoed through the venue. Though Ning Xiaoyu was the only audience member present, her clapping was loud and heartfelt. The two on-stage performers gave a slight bow to express their thanks, appreciating the support from the lone spectator. After the performance, just like any major concert, came the guest interaction segment. Su Lanhe wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathing slightly heavily. With a smile he joked, it seems there are no fans of mine in the audience tonight. How disappointing." He had spotted the sign Ning Xiaoyu was holding. His name wasn't on it. Lu Jingdu's lips curved faintly. What a pity. But there was no trace of regret in his tone. Su Lanhe laughed. You know, I've always wanted to invite you as a guest at my concert. Who'd have thought that in the end, I'd be the one guesting at yours instead. So, are you coming to my concert next month? Lu Jingdu nodded. If I'm free, I'll definitely be there. Great, I'll be waiting. After their brief exchange, Su Lanhe blew a kiss toward the audience with a grin. Then I'll make my exit first. Wishing the concert great success. See you. See you. After the video cut off, Lu Jingdu connected to the second guest. The second guest was a well-known young director in the country, surnamed Ling, with the given name Xis. Soon as the connection succeeded and Ling Shi appeared, he smiled and said, "Never thought I'd see the day I could be a guest at my brother's concert." Ling Shi had a striking and refined appearance. Not quite Lu Jingdu's level, but still very handsome. His background looked classically elegant, with the decorations behind him exuding an ancient charm. It seemed he was shooting a drama in a film city. Occasionally loud voices could be heard around him. "Director Ling, what are you doing here?" Director Ling, Sister Xian and the others ordered milk tea. "Yours is with your assistant." Ling Shi waved at them. "Got it." Then he walked a few steps toward a quieter spot, though it was still crowded, and he kept bumping into people greeting him. When someone he knew asked what he was doing, he simply replied that he was remotely attending his brother's concert and would chat later. It wasn't until 2 minutes later that things around him finally quieted down. Lu Jingdu glanced at his watch. "No more small talk. Let's go straight to the backing track." Ling Shi nodded. "All right." As the instrumental began to play, he swiftly said, "It's an honor to be a guest here. Up next, I'll be singing a duet with Jingdu, wishing you happiness. I wish you joy and happiness, and I hope the audience tonight has a wonderful time." The moment he finished speaking, the prelude ended and he began singing seamlessly. The Love System couldn't help but click its tongue in admiration. People in the entertainment industry really are multi-talented. Who would have guessed that such a brilliant director could sing so beautifully? At least the Love System had never seen any news online about Ling Shi singing. Before tonight, it hadn't even known the director could sing. Across the entire entertainment industry, probably only a handful had ever heard Ning Xiaoyu sing live. Now its host was one of those lucky few. Perhaps due to his frequent late-night shoots and loud directing, Ning Xiaoyu's voice carried a raspy, smoky tone. It held a trace of weariness, completely different from Lu Jingda's, yet still deeply compelling. Their coordination was smooth and natural. To an outsider like Ning Xiaoyu, there was no difference between their performance and that of professional singers. She didn't understand breath control or vocal ranges. She only knew that their singing was more than enough to fool someone like her. The love system teared up. They put so much heart into this concert. Yes, it was heartfelt. This was a genuine concert. Aside from the small scale, there was nothing lacking. Whether it was Lu Jingdu or the guests he invited, everyone treated the performance with sincerity. The atmosphere was just right. Ning Xiaoyu truly felt like she was at a real concert. She waved her light stick and started singing along with the two of them. The song Wishing You Happiness had once been popular everywhere, and it happened to be one of the few songs she could hum along to. Even after the song ended, she was still reluctant to let go of the moment. Ning Xiaoyu smiled and said, "The last time I sang this song was years ago. Back then, Jingdu and I had just entered the industry. Who would have thought so many years would pass so quickly?" Liu Jingdu raised an eyebrow. "You're not even old and you're already reminiscing." Ning Xiaoyu chuckled, his raspy voice laced with warmth, "Just a little sentimental, that's all. Hopefully, we'll get the chance to collaborate again." Liu Jingdu nodded. "Sure." Ning Xiaoyu glanced toward the audience and joked, "Should I take my leave now?" Then he added, "Actually, I could sing another one, but that would come with a separate fee. After all, even if I sing more, Jingdu won't pay me extra, right?" Lu Jingdu gave a short laugh. It was clear the two of them had a close relationship and loved teasing each other. Ning Xiaoyu laughed heartily and waved. "Just kidding. Jingdu and I go way back. We've been brothers for years. That's not for nothing." Then he waved again. "Alright, goodbye for now. I hope I get to be part of your next concert too." Liu Jingdu made an okay gesture. After ending the call, Lu Jingdu raised his wrist to check the time. Then he looked up slightly, the corners of his lips lifting. Of the 20-minute extension, exactly 1 minute remains. Ning Xiaoyu softly responded, Even if Lu Jingdu didn't hear her clearly, he would know she was replying. Then to close the concert, I'd like to say a few words. Liu Jingdu paused briefly, then slowly said, "I'm really glad you came to my concert tonight, and if there's a next time, I hope I'll see you again in the audience." As the final word fell, the 20-minute extension came to an exact end. Only then did this unique concert officially come to a close. Roya on the way back with Lu Jingdu, Ning Xiaoyu still hadn't calmed down. Though she wasn't the type to chase idols, tonight she had truly experienced the joy of fandom. And this joy had been a gift from Lu Jingdu. Her mood felt light, her heart beating just a little faster. Trying to distract herself and slow her pulse, she curiously asked, "Just now, was there anyone else at the venue besides us?" Lu Jingdu replied, "There was a work team. About a dozen people." Ning Xiaoyu wasn't surprised by the answer. The concert had been well organized and full of thought. It was impossible to pull that off without staff. What did surprise her was that she hadn't seen a single one of them. Liu Jingdu explained. They were all behind the scenes. The lighting, the background music, everything required people to operate it. But on the surface, Ning Xiaoyu had only seen him. And that was enough. She only needed to see him. Roya by the time they returned to the hotel, it was already 10 p.m. Ning Xiaoyu had just finished showering when she received the late-night snack Lu Jingdu had ordered for her, along with a short video clip. The video showed the two of them dancing the shadow waltz. Though the shadows didn't reveal who they were, the atmosphere between them was harmonious and beautifully captured. Ning Xiaoyu was surprised. Was this filmed by the staff? Neither she nor Lu Jingdu had taken out their phones to record, so the only possibility was the staff. The love system chirped cheerfully, "Yep." Ning Xiaoyu hadn't noticed at the time, but the love system had. Quite a few staff members had been quietly working behind the scenes. Though the concert looked simple, it was anything but ordinary. Every detail had been carefully planned. Ning Xiaoyu saved the video as she prepared to sleep. She remained unaware that a piece of gossip was rapidly spreading through the industry. The rumor was that movie king Lu had held a small concert tonight. And not just that, he had even invited top star Su Lanhe and rising director Ning Xiaoyu as special guests. It was an impressive lineup. While everyone was still reeling from this news, Another rumor surfaced. It claimed that this unique concert had only one real audience member, that the entire event had been held for this one person. Every gossip-loving bystander? Seriously. Who was this person with that kind of face value? People scrambled to investigate. They were determined to find out who the lucky audience member was. If not, they probably wouldn't sleep tonight. Chapter 97. There were no secrets in the industry. In just half an hour, half of the entertainment circle had heard the rumor. Some believed it, and of course some didn't. In their impression, Lu Jingdu was cold and reticent. A man so indifferent and unromantic, would he really hold a concert for someone? Was that even possible? What's more, he had even invited Su Lanhe and Ling Xi as guest performers? What was going on? Had this human iceberg suddenly learned how to melt? While many were still speculating on whether the rumor was true or not, some kind-hearted person suddenly released a video clip. The video was shaky, clearly recorded with a phone while walking. In it, Ling Xi faced the camera and sang with heartfelt sincerity. Viewers had three immediate reactions upon seeing the video. First, Ling Xi sounds amazing when he sings. Second, could the concert really happened? Third, who had the clout to invite Ling Xi to perform? After the first kind-hearted person, a second followed, then a third, a fourth. After all, there were plenty of actors and tourists in the film city. Even though Ling Xi had picked a relatively quiet spot, that didn't mean he was completely alone. In fact, every move he made that evening had been observed by others. He simply hadn't realized how many people were watching him, so he didn't go out of his way to hide. Very soon, longer video clips began to surface. It's an honor to be a guest here. Up next, I'll be singing a duet with Jingdu, wishing you happiness. I wish you joy and happiness, and I hope the audience tonight has a wonderful time. This new clip was steady and with a high resolution, capturing every dazzling moment of the night. It even revealed the identity of the person who organized the event. Once again, some kind-hearted person uploaded a video on Weibo. In no time, hashtags like star-studded concert and concert for one shot up the trending list. When fans saw the first trending topic, they wondered which big celebrity was throwing a concert lately. Then they saw the second one. A concert for one person? Seriously. Who could possibly command that kind of attention? Nervous and anxious, fans clicked on the trend, praying, please don't let it be our idol. As they watched, Ling Xi's voice and well wishes rang out. Damn, even director Ling was singing. Only movie king Lu could make something like this happen. But still, why call it a concert for one person? This video didn't prove it. Just then, a staff member secretly posted on Weibo. Yes, the concert held by the movie king was real. Inviting top star Su and director Ling was also real. And having only one audience member? Still real. As a humble crew member doing odd jobs tonight, I've been completely overwhelmed by the feels. The post included two images. One was of Lu Jingdu and Su Lanhe video chatting. The other was a processed, blurred photo showing a lone figure from behind in a completely empty venue. There was only one occupied seat, making the person in it all the more conspicuous. It was a wide shot, and the figure was tiny, clearly a woman. Directly in front of her stretched a magnificent stage. But who she was, no one could tell. The photo had been deliberately blurred, so it was impossible to identify her. Still, the angle of the image gave it a strangely immersive feel, as if the viewer themselves were the only audience member. Fangirls swarmed in, crying about how sour they felt. It was like being force-fed lemons. They were too bitter to sleep. Then some different voices popped up in the comments. Netizen, the movie king has been in Y country lately. Our Lele is also in Y country. That silhouette kinda looks like her, doesn't it? Netizen B, hardcore Lele fan here. It really does look like her. Netizen C, our Cece is also in Y country. And even though the picture's blurry, you can tell the girl has slightly wavy hair. Everyone knows Cece always wears loose waves. Netizen D, everyone knows Lele recently collaborated with the movie king on palace schemes. Did your Chin C ever work with him? As the debate heated up between the two fan groups, the two women being speculated about rushed to respond, their survival instincts kicking in hard. I love you. Thanks for the concern. The girl in the photo isn't me. Honestly, I was super envious when I saw the picture. Chin CV. I wish that was me in the photo, but unfortunately it's not. I'm just another person watching the drama unfold online. Feeling extremely sour right now. Their swift denial only fueled greater speculation across the internet, Netizens became even more curious. Who was the lucky girl that night? At this moment, Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingde CP fans quietly began celebrating, and no need to guess, it's definitely our Xiaoyu. Yup, Xiaoyu and the movie king forever. But this conclusion was quickly refuted by fans of Hi My Friend. LMAO, the salted fish queen is way too lazy to date. Yep. Dating is such a hassle. The salted fish queen would never. Salted fish queen. I shine solo. Don't me. For a while the online discussion exploded in all directions. Just as the speculation was reaching new highs, the whistleblower staff member posted again, this time cryptically. Sometimes what you think is impossible might actually be the truth. It sounded like nothing, yet somehow said everything. Gossip-hungry netizens. No way could it really be what they thought. Meanwhile, the very subject of the heated online frenzy, Ning Xiaoyu, had already drifted into a peaceful sleep. Roya the next morning. As soon as she woke up, the love system excitedly blurted out, "Girl, countless fangirls are jealous of you right now." Ning Xiaoyu rubbed her sleepy eyes, yawned, and asked, "What are you talking about?" The love system quickly filled her in on everything that happened online. Unfortunately, though, the video's already been taken down, and the trending posts deleted. You won't be able to see them. Ning Xiaoyu gave a short "oh" and said she understood. While eating breakfast, Lu Jingdu immediately apologized. "I didn't know Ling Xi had been secretly filmed and that someone uploaded the video. I had no idea it would end up trending. As for the staff member who leaked it, that was a mistake on our end. I didn't expect her to ignore the NDA she signed." Ning Xiaoyu blinked at him. After thinking for a moment, she said, "It's okay. I don't mind." Hearing that, Lu Jingdu breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't officially together yet, and he didn't want outside noise influencing her decisions or her mood. If they were going to be in a relationship, it should be about them. There was no need for external interference. Luckily, yesterday's events hadn't bothered Ning Xiaoyu. At Roya after breakfast, Ning Xiaoyu decided to head to the supermarket to buy some snacks and fruit. Y Country had an abundance of fruit, which were cheap and delicious. She planned to stock up on a few durians this time. It was peak durian season. After that, they wouldn't taste as good. Once at the supermarket, Ning Xiaoyu made a beeline for the fruit section. Lu Jingdu pushed the cart behind her, while she kept tossing in things to eat, drink, and as she browsed. She told him, "If there's anything you want, go ahead and grab it. I'll just be here picking fruit." Lu Jingdu happened to need something, so he headed over to the cold goods section. Just as Ning Xiaoyu finished picking out some pineapples, she caught a glimpse of a small box on the edge of a shelf. These boxes were stacked across an entire rack. Despite their suspicious appearance, they didn't contain that. They were just transparent disposable gloves. The love system couldn't help but comment, "These days even glove packaging is misleading. At first glance they totally look like you know what." Ning Xiaoyu silently agreed. The packaging was plastered with foreign words. When she scanned them for translation, the phrases read, "Bring you joy" and "Dating essential." Who wouldn't misunderstand? The back of the box, though, was a little more normal. "Must have gloves for eating fried chicken. Fried chicken is more fun together. Perfect for dates. Each person gets a glove so you can enjoy hand-pulled chicken side by side." Ning Xiaoyu didn't even like hand-pulled chicken, but she had bought a lot of chicken feet, and she needed gloves for peeling durian. Looking around, she saw no other glove options nearby. Too lazy to search elsewhere, she simply picked 2 boxes with rose scent and tossed them into the cart. She'd use them soon anyway. The love system was astonished. "Girl, never thought I'd see the day gloves came in flavors." Ning Xiaoyu hummed in agreement. On second thought, she figured she should get different scents. Maybe a neutral one if possible. So she swapped one rose box for a milder mint-scented one. Just then, Lu Jingdu returned with frozen steak in hand. When he spotted the box she had thrown in the cart, his steps faltered slightly, and he gave a light, awkward cough. "Ning Xiaoyu?" She keenly noticed that the tips of Lu Jingdu's ears seemed to turn red. She glanced at the items in the shopping cart and was just about to explain when the love system let out a sly chuckle and issued a new mission. "Girl, these are just 2 ordinary, simple boxes of gloves. But the movie king seems to have misunderstood them as something extraordinary. At this moment you can let the movie king pick 2 more boxes. B. Ask if he needs them. If not, put 1 box back. C. Casually say you can use them together." Actually, there was nothing wrong with picking out gloves. Option A, which was to let the movie king pick more, made sense. Maybe he needed them for making steak too? As for option B, that was fine as well. Maybe he didn't like using gloves and preferred eating with his hands? Then there was option C, which was sharing gloves. What was wrong with that? Nothing at all. The love mission itself was quite ordinary, but once the love system presented those choices, it became anything but. It made the whole thing feel ambiguous. With a deadpan expression, Ning Xiaoyu gave a dry remark. You're something else. The love system cackled weirdly. Flattered, flattered. Chapter 98. Looking at the three options, Ning Xiaoyu casually picked option A. After all, the three choices were more or less the same. They essentially meant the same thing. She opened her mouth and said, "Do you want to pick 2 more boxes?" Lu Jingdu was slightly taken aback, then nodded. "All right. What kind do you like?" "Up to you. As long as you like them." In any case, it was going to be Lu Jingdu using the gloves in the end. Lu Jingdu made a fist and placed it against his lips, giving a light cough. "Okay, I'll pick then that I." In the end, Lu Jingdu chose 2 boxes of fruit-scented ones. After tossing them into the shopping cart, Ning Xiaoyu asked instinctively, "Why do the 2 boxes you picked look a bit different from mine?" Lu Jingdu didn't really understand Wai Country's language. He could only make out a few scattered words. After thinking for a couple of seconds, he guessed, maybe I picked the largest size? The sizing L, XL and so on was universally understood. And he could read those. Ning Xiaoyu glanced at his well-defined knuckles and nodded in agreement. You definitely need the largest size. His hand was a size bigger than hers. Lu Jingdu had long since grown used to Ning Xiaoyu's straightforwardness, yet every time she still managed to surprise him, receiving such praise in this particular area. Lu Jingdu's lips instinctively curved slightly. Thanks. After the conversation ended, Ning Xiaoyu went off to another section to pick out snacks. At that moment, the love system sneakily popped its head out and reminded her, "Girl, take note. Gloves are usually one size fits all." Wait a second, that actually sounded true. But maybe gloves in Wai Country played by their own rules. After thinking for a few seconds, Ning Xiaoyu simply pulled out the box Lu Jingdu had chosen. Then, she used a translation app to scan the words printed on the package. Oh boy. She wouldn't have known if she hadn't translated it. But after she did, she finally realized this thing was the real deal. It wasn't just some glove with a fake package. So why the heck were actual ones mixed in among boxes labeled as gloves? Was that even reasonable? While Ning Xiaoyu was deeply pondering this issue, the love system erupted in excitement. Fate. This is fate. Destiny has spoken, girl, just lie down and enjoy it. Perhaps seeing that she'd been holding the box for a bit too long, Lu Jingdu gave a soft cough and asked, "What's wrong?" Ning Xiaoyu casually tossed the item back. Nothing. She wore a deadpan expression, looking as nonchalant as ever. Lu Jingdu also maintained a completely normal expression beside her. Only the love system could pick up the subtle awkwardness hidden in their micro-expressions. It chuckled twice, then faded into the background, quietly taking credit. Roya. After returning to the hotel, Ning Xiaoyu immediately put on a pair of gloves and started opening a durian. Soon, the entire room was filled with the sweet fragrance of durian. She ate the fruit and sorted through the items she'd bought that day. Her gaze landed on the gloves. She couldn't help but recall the awkward little incident from earlier. Fortunately, being the salted fish queen meant she not only lived lazily but also had thick skin. Something that would be socially mortifying to others didn't really count as a big deal in her book. She wasn't about to flee the planet over it. The love system was the most excited of them all. "Girl, your compliment to the movie king today sounded so sincere. The movie king is very pleased." Ning Xiaoyu replied, "Well, thank you. Honestly, she'd just been telling the truth. It was just that she'd accidentally directed it at the wrong part." "Love system, it's not the wrong part. They're all huge anyway." "Ning Xiaoyu, please go wash your face. You're way too greasy. Seriously." She sent a few pieces of durian to Lu Jingdu, deliberately not including any gloves. Let this matter rest in peace. As for the other items she bought, they probably wouldn't go to waste. And even if they did, she wasn't short on money. Roya. That night, Ning Xiaoyu unexpectedly received a call from the director of Hi, my friend. After some small talk, the director finally got to the point. "Xiaoyu, are you currently single?" Ning Xiaoyu replied with a single. "Why?" The director let out a long sigh of relief on the other end. Well, I recently took over Heartbeat 100 Season 2. Right now, 2 guests from Season 2 got caught up in a scandal and had to withdraw early. We're short 2 people, so I wanted to ask if you're interested. Ning Xiaoyu let out a simple "oh" and answered bluntly, not interested. The director wasn't too surprised by that answer. After all, he had a general understanding of what kind of person Ning Xiaoyu was. But he still couldn't help but try to persuade her. Xiaoyu. The show only has 5 days left, at most 5 days. Then I'll be over. It's basically just like being a temporary guest. It won't take up too much of your time. Even with that, Ning Xiaoyu refused without hesitation. The director had no choice but to express his regrets and hang up. The love system was heartbroken. Such a perfect chance to fall in love in front of the whole nation, and you just gave it up. It was devastated and sobbing. Ning Xiaoyu couldn't be bothered to respond. She had already done one variety show, now another one. Sure, the last one was a friendship-themed show and this one was a dating show, but to Ning Xiaoyu there was no difference. A variety show was still a variety show. After rejecting the director, she thought the matter was over. She didn't expect that later that evening, Lu Jingdu also brought it up. It seemed the director of Hi, my friend, had extended an invitation to Lu Jingdu as well. Lying on the couch, Ning Xiaoyu nibbled on durian as she replied, too much hassle. Filming variety shows was a hassle. Putting on a public persona was a hassle. Everything about it was a hassle. She wasn't short on money right now, so why bother giving herself extra trouble? After a moment of silence, Lu Jingdu finally spoke, choosing his words carefully. Xiaoyu, can you give me 2 days? Let's go on Heartbeat 100 together. If after 2 days you still don't like it, well, quit. The love system went wild. From 50 minutes to 2 whole days. Girl, 2 days isn't long at all. Just give it a try. Ning Xiaoyu looked at Lu Jingdu and saw a glimmer of hope in his eyes. It was only 2 days. They would fly by in a blink. Even if it dragged on, 5 days was the maximum. Thinking that, Ning Xiaoyu decided to give him a chance. She nodded. Okay. Lu Jingdu's lips curved up ever so slightly. Inviting Ning Xiaoyu to join a dating show was something Lu Jingdu had thought through carefully. Romance wasn't something he was eager to display in front of a nationwide audience. But lately he had a hunch that Ning Xiaoyu intended to retire from the entertainment industry. He had no concrete proof, just a gut feeling. In his view, it wasn't that Ning Xiaoyu lacked talent or didn't like the industry, she was just used to being a salted fish, and all she wanted was to retire early and chill. But youth was short. He wanted to make more memories with Ning Xiaoyu. So, he decided to make an effort and help her rediscover her passion for the profession. Since they'd made a last-minute decision to join Heartbeat 100, they prepared to return to the country the next day. It just so happened that Ning Xiaoyu had pretty much played her fill in Y country, and had been thinking of returning anyway. Once they got back, they signed the contract with the production team and were ready to join right away. The show had already been filming for 24 days. The other guests were well acquainted by now. 2 couples were clearly paired up, and 2 more were still in the ambiguous phase with new guests joining. Technically anyone had the chance to ask them out on a date. Everyone could shoot arrows of affection freely. After all, no one had confessed yet, and no official relationships had been formed. Everyone was single, so what was there to hold back? That was the main appeal of a dating show. You could go on a date with someone today, and with someone else tomorrow. Live viewers loved the emotional chaos. When news broke that Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu were joining this season, a lot of fans flocked to the livestream early. To welcome the new guests, the director had prepared several interactive minigames. The games included but weren't limited to You Act, I Guess, of course, Heartbeat, Thump Thump Thump, and Truth or Dare. According to the show rules, all guests were required to participate in the game, so no one could opt out. Even just for screen time, they would play along. The director brought out a big box filled with slips of paper with game names on them. Whatever game a guest drew, they had to play. If 2 people drew the same game, they would automatically be paired up. Since Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu were the new arrivals, the director gave them special privilege and let them draw first. Ning Xiaoyu stepped up first. She drew, of course, 2. Lu Jingdu followed next up. By sheer coincidence, he also drew, of course, 1. The director looked genuinely surprised. Wow, what a perfect match. Hearing that, the love system once again took quiet credit behind the scenes. As mentioned earlier, drawing the same game meant the 2 guests could immediately begin their interaction. Since Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu drew the same game, it was time to start. Before they began, the director explained the rules. Of course, game, as the name implies, one person asks a question, and the other can only respond with of course. The first guest who refuses to continue answering loses. The winner gets to make a reasonable request of the loser, and the loser cannot refuse. The first to begin is the one whose number comes first on the slip. Dating shows were just like this. They pushed the boundaries and let loose completely, and the level of boldness far exceeded that of the previous show, Hi My Friend. Because of this, the viewership of this show was also several times higher than that of its predecessor. Thrilling, so are they going to ask some over-the-top provocative questions? The other guests are all pretty wild. These two new ones seem a bit aloof though. Before Lu Jingdu and Ning Xiaoyu joined, Heartbeat 100 had featured 10 cast members in total. After 2 of them withdrew due to a scandal, 8 remained as regulars. These 8 included a rising actress with tens of millions of fans, a second-generation rich kid whose family owned mines, and an heir to an old, prestigious family. In short, none of the guests were ordinary. They all had great chemistry for variety shows and weren't afraid to go all out. The audience had already developed a taste for their bold antics. Once they understood the rules and got ready, Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu began the round of games. Lu Jingdu had drawn the slip with the number 1 on it, so he started first. He paused for 2 seconds, then the corners of his lips lifted slightly. You meant what you said when you praised me yesterday, right? Ning Xiaoyu. The love system burst into cackling laughter. As expected. Men really care about this sort of thing. Unlike the love system, the viewers were completely confused. Praise? What praise from yesterday? Feels like the two of them are hiding some secret we don't know about. What the heck happened? Why can't they just explain clearly? Ignoring the mischievous laughter of the love system, Ning Xiaoyu replied, of course. Then it was her turn to ask. She noticed the deepening smile in Lu Jingdu's eyes and instinctively looked away. You won't accept a date invitation from any other guest besides me, right? Lu Jingdu didn't even hesitate. Of course. Then it was his turn again. You won't accept a date invitation from any other guest besides me either, right? Ning Xiaoyu pressed her lips together. Of course. The audience, why do I feel this is a little sweet? Same here. Even though it's just a light game interaction, I took it seriously. The others are disqualified from dating rights directly out. Chapter 99. After saying of course, it was Ning Xiaoyu's turn to ask a question. That moment, the wealthy heir Sui Yin smiled and said, no dating? Is that real or fake? If it's real, then he'll be very disappointed. Ha ha ha, this game really depends on whether the guest can handle it. The essence of this game is that words must be kept. If you say it, you do it. While the online discussion was in full swing, Ning Xiaoyu thought for a moment and continued, the little yellow you bought earlier, you won't be using it, right? Little yellow referred to the 2 boxes of condoms Lu Jingdu had picked out earlier. Even though their outer packaging was a pure sky blue and white, the brand name was strikingly down-to-earth and blunt. Just Little Yellow, a playful reference to adult content in Chinese slang. This was something Ning Xiaoyu had only discovered after scanning the brand with a translation app, and clearly, Lu Jingdu knew it too. After she said that, the audience waited expectantly for the signature line. Of course. But it never came. Instead, they only got a brief, I admit defeat. Audience? The viewers were stunned. Wait, how many rounds had it even been? It was already over. And also, what exactly was Little Yellow? It sounded suspiciously like a nickname for an electric scooter. Some girls named their scooters things like Little Blue or Little Yellow. But if Little Yellow really was just a scooter, the movie king wouldn't have surrendered so quickly. With the first round ending in a flash, the audience grew even more curious. Just what kind of mysterious item was this Little Yellow that could make the movie king give up immediately? A whole wave of netizens transformed into amateur detectives, picking apart every clue in search of the truth. What we know so far. Little Yellow is something to be used. And it seems the movie king really likes it or wants to use it. So what kind of thing could meet those conditions? As the online viewers kept speculating, the other guests began drawing lots for the next round. Female guest number 1 and male guest number 3 drew. You act, I guess. Since the male guest drew a lower number, he had to act while the female guest guessed. However, this particular male guest had gone abroad in middle school. He didn't quite understand many idioms himself, so naturally he had no idea how to act them out. After a whole minute, the pair only managed to guess one idiom. Tragic. Truly tragic. Why couldn't it have been male guest number 2 instead of male guest number 3? Female guest number 1 and male guest number 3 just aren't a good match. Soon after, the other 2 guest pairs completed their own couple games. Then it was time for the second round of games. Unlike the first round, which required pairing by lots, the second round was a free-for-all. All the guests could participate at once. The game. The timeless classic Truth or Dare. The staff helped spin a bottle. The person at the bottle's mouth would ask the person at the bottle's base, Truth or Dare? They've played this twice before, and each time it's gotten spicier. Hope this one's no exception. TSK TSK TSK. Old as this game is, it's never boring, truly. The joy of watching drama unfold is a staple of every bystander as the audience watched in eager anticipation. The first round of Truth or Dare began to be why coincidence. The bottle pointed to Suyin, while the bottom landed on Lu Jingdu. Other guests. Suyin smiled and asked, so Truth or Dare? Lu Jingdu nodded slightly. Truth. All right then. Suyin said, getting straight to the point, what is Little Yellow? Audience. Oh. Now this is spicy. No guest ever holds back with these questions. Perfect. Xiao Su asked the exact thing we all wanted to know. But Lu Jingdu didn't answer. Instead, he simply handed over 3 love tokens. Each guest started the show with 10 love tokens. To earn more, they had to complete challenges or win games. Unlike typical Truth or Dare, in Heartbeat 100, if a guest refused to answer a question, they didn't have to drink, they just had to give up 3 love tokens. And 3 tokens wasn't a small amount. That was enough for a basic hot pot meal on the show. Suyin rubbed his chin, amused. It's getting more and more interesting. Female guest number 1, Shi Jing, smiled and said, next time I'll ask. Though by then, Lu Jingdu might choose Dare instead. Because of the mystery surrounding Little Yellow, the audience's curiosity had reached its peak. For the first time since the show aired, the live viewer count surpassed 5 million. Usually, peak traffic barely reaches 2.6 million. The director, seeing the numbers, couldn't hide his satisfied smile as expected. Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu's pairing was the ultimate traffic magnet. Still, what was Little Yellow? Even the director himself was dying to know. Unfortunately, in the next 4 rounds of Truth or Dare, the bottle's base never landed on Lu Jingdu. Nor did it land on Ning Xiaoyu. The bottle's mouth did point to Lu Jingdu once, but that time the base pointed to male guest number 1. Lu Jingdu, clearly disinterested, leaned on one hand and asked, Truth or Dare? Male guest number 1 gave a hearty laugh. Dare. The challenge cards were all in a box, he just had to pick one at random. He drew, act like a gorilla? The production team is too much. Ha ha ha, making a handsome guy act like a gorilla. I'm dying. Ever since the movie King joined, the previously popular pretty boy can only play side roles now. The guests on this show were all good sports. As soon as he read the card, male guest number 1 clenched his fists and beat his chest, perfectly mimicking a gorilla. He spread his legs wide and mimicked a gorilla's gait, even grunting animal-like sounds from time to time. The other guests applauded enthusiastically. 2 of the female guests burst into laughter, and the audience watching the live stream were in stitches. After the 4th round ended, the 5th round of Truth or Dare began. This time the bottle mouth landed on Lu Jingdu again and the base pointed to Ning Xiaoyu. A smile crept across Lu Jingdu's lips. His deep gaze fell on Ning Xiaoyu. Truth or Dare? She chose truth. Compared to something physically demanding like pretending to be a gorilla, she'd much rather answer a question. It only took a few words. After all the for giving up and paying 3 love tokens? Out of the question. Heartbeat 100 had fantastic meals. A basic hot pot costs 3 tokens, while a deluxe hot pot or a western feast costs 8. Anything labeled deluxe required 8 tokens. 3 meals a day at the basic level already meant 9 tokens. So she wasn't about to give any up. Besides, surrendered tokens didn't go to Lu Jingdu, but were confiscated. If he got them, she might have considered it. After she picked truth, Lu Jingdu paused for 2 seconds and asked, out of the 5 male guests here, is there one who's made your heart skip a little? Love system. TSK TSK crafty movie king. He got rejected once and now he's testing the waters again, hoping for a clearer answer. Ning Xiaoyu nodded without hesitation. Lu Jingdu let out a long breath of relief. Since her previous response had been a gentle rejection, he would have been even more cautious about confessing again. But her simple yes gave him a bit of hope. After several rounds of interactive games, the live stream for the day finally came to a close. The clock had already struck 10. It was getting late, and the guests needed to rest. As they returned to their rooms, the hashtag #WhatIsLittleYellow had skyrocketed to the top of the trending list. Fueled by curious viewers, Never underestimate the power of gossip-hungry netizens. When it came to something unknown and mysterious, their curiosity knew no bounds. There were all kinds of guesses. Some clever netizens had even correctly figured out the answer. Unfortunately, without proof, their guesses were ignored and didn't get enough upvotes to appear near the top. Most of the top-voted guesses were wrong. Some thought it was a new vehicle, others guessed new clothes. One netizen saw the guesses and left a comment while sighing. Everyone's being way too reserved. Why is everyone still wearing pants? Had this discussion taken place somewhere else, the comments would probably have been even wilder. What a pity. While the internet buzzed with activity, Ning Xiaoyu at the center of it all was busy unpacking her things. Though she would only be on the show for at most 5 days, there was still a lot to bring, like face masks, skincare products, pajamas, underwear, changes of clothes, and so on. Then, as she organized her bags, she found 2 boxes of little yellow. Ning Xiaoyu blinked. Why are these here? The love system knew the answer and replied immediately, you accidentally packed them while organizing your clothes earlier. Why didn't you tell me? The system let out a weird cackling laugh. What was there to say? They would need them eventually anyway. Roya Ning Xiaoyu finished packing and took a shower. At that moment, someone knocked on her door. And the one knocking was none other than Lu Jingdu. Ning Xiaoyu was wearing her signature salted fish-style loungewear. When she opened the door, she asked, "It's so late. What's up?" Lu Jingdu got straight to the point. Besides the room card, the production team should have also given you a key, right? Can I have it? Ning Xiaoyu lazily let out a yawn. What do you need the key for? Lu Jingdu gave a soft chuckle, his smile gleaming even under the dim hallway light. I'm worried you won't wake up tomorrow morning, so I thought I'd offer a personal wake-up service. Ning Xiaoyu, well, even so, since she had already joined the show, she wasn't the type who couldn't get up on time. She still had that much professional integrity. Meanwhile, the love system let out a giggle and quickly issued a love mission. Girl, look how thoughtful the movie king is. He's even considered the possibility that you might not wake up in time, and has sweetly offered to personally wake you. Girl, there's no need to be shy. After all, how can a salted fish queen not be salty? At this time you can invite him to stay the night, so he won't need to come again tomorrow morning. B. Tell him that if his personal wake-up service doesn't satisfy you, he can forget about entering your room ever again. C. Say then you'd better be careful tomorrow morning, and don't let anyone else see you. Ning Xiaoyu. Option B actually sounded somewhat normal. As for options A and C, just how perverted was this system to come up with such perverted options? Love system. Girl, I feel offended. With a deadpan expression on her face, Ning Xiaoyu said bluntly, you're seriously perverted. After the snark, she went ahead and selected option B. Did she even need to think about it? The wording in option C was just too shady. Telling someone not to let others see made it sound exactly like something shady was going on. With a flat tone, Ning Xiaoyu said, if your personal wake-up service tomorrow morning doesn't satisfy me, don't bother coming into my room again. Upon hearing that, Lu Jingdu gave a low chuckle. Understood, Your Royal Highness. I'll do my best to please you tomorrow morning. The love system, upon hearing that line, couldn't help itself. Its system heart went wild, screeching, Your Royal Highness. That's way too swoon-worthy. After Ning Xiaoyu shut the door, the love system continued chirping away without pause. It only reluctantly quieted down after she told it to shut up. Personal wake-up service, huh? What exactly would the movie king do to wake Ning Xiaoyu up tomorrow? Even though she was in a new environment, Ning Xiaoyu slept deeply that night. The only downside was the faint, indistinct sounds in her ear. Annoyed, she tried to roll over. But just then, a soft, warm sensation landed on her lips. It was a familiar touch. Something her subconscious felt safe and close to as her awareness slowly returned. Ning Xiaoyu realized that the annoying voice earlier had actually been the love system. Love system. Girl. He woke you with a kiss. A kiss, I say. Ning Xiaoyu wasn't normally grumpy upon waking, but today, she had been roused more than 3 hours earlier than usual. She was absolutely exhausted. After Lu Jingdu pulled away, she lightly pressed her lips together and couldn't help but yawn. Seeing her bleary-eyed and still half asleep, Lu Jingdu chuckled softly. Good morning, my sleeping beauty. Chapter 100. Although Lu Jingdu had provided a personalized wake-up service, Ning Xiaoyu still slept 3 or 4 hours less than usual. After being roused in a daze, she mumbled a couple of complaints and tried to lie back down. She felt utterly exhausted and terribly sleepy. Half asleep and half awake, Ning Xiaoyu felt her mouth being sealed again. Unlike the previous brief contact, this time it was longer, and a refreshing mint scent overwhelmed her, engulfing her entire being to be why the time her body was completely infused with the minty fragrance. Her drowsiness had vanished entirely. Seeing her sit up with her hair in a mess, Lu Jingdu reached out to touch her hair and asked, "Awake?" Ning Xiaoyu rubbed her eyes. "Awake." The love system chimed sweetly, "Girl, starting the morning with sugar. What a wonderful way to begin the day." Ning Xiaoyu took a change of clothes and headed to the bathroom. When she came out after washing up, she discovered that Lu Jingdu still hadn't left. "Why are you still here?" she asked. But before she could follow up, she noticed something in Lu Jingdu's hand. Little yellow Lu Jingdu turned around, amusement flickering in his eyes. "I can't believe you actually brought it. In truth, it really had been an accident. She had only discovered it by chance last night. But in this situation, any explanation would only sound like a cover-up." Ning Xiaoyu thought about it and decided not to explain at all. Then she watched as Lu Jingdu casually slipped one of the boxes into his pocket. The love system clapped its hands. "You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Likewise, the boxes can't be with just one person. What if you forget to bring it and things get out of hand? Problem solved now, ye Ning Xiaoyu." "That's not how that idiom works. If you don't understand it, just don't say anything. Love system. As long as you get the point." After tidying herself up, Ning Xiaoyu headed to the meetup point for breakfast. She didn't ask whether Lu Jingdu would leave or not. She knew once she left, he'd follow anyway. Just as she opened the door and stepped out, female guest number 1, Shi Jing, happened to be walking past her room. "Teacher Ning, you're also going to breakfast." She hadn't finished her sentence before she gasped. "Teacher Lu." Well then. The scene of Lu Jingdu exiting her room had indeed been witnessed. Shi Jing covered her mouth in shock. Why is Teacher Lu here? It was so early in the morning. This kind of scene was bound to cause misunderstandings. Just as Ning Xiaoyu was about to casually explain, the love system once again started stirring trouble behind the scenes. "Girl, what a coincidence. The movie king got caught in your room. At this moment you can casually answer her. As you can see. B. Say he just came to get little yellow. C. Say he came to provide a certain service." The first option was reasonable enough. The second was cliché. Little yellow had already made it onto the trending list, and bringing it up again would just be tiresome. "Ning Xiaoyu. Explain option C." The love system chuckled mischievously. "Girl, am I wrong though? Anyway, it knew its host wouldn't pick that one. It was just being cheeky. Fine." Under the love system's dumbfounded gaze, Ning Xiaoyu instantly chose option C. "Don't even try to predict her moves." Her move was having no move, she calmly replied. "He came to provide a certain service." Shi Jing's pupils visibly trembled on the spot. Her shocked gaze shifted to Lu Jingdu standing behind Ning Xiaoyu. Was the entertainment industry this competitive now? Even movie kings had to. Her expression grew more and more complicated. Had she just learned a secret she wasn't supposed to know? Lu Jingdu, receiving her gaze, looked completely unbothered. That only shocked Shi Jing even more. Just as her emotions seesawed wildly, Ning Xiaoyu added casually, "Wake-up service." Shi Jing. "Oh, so it was a wake-up service." Ning Xiaoyu asked calmly, "What did you think it was?" "So it was just a wake-up service." Shi Jing, beyond the awkwardness, even felt a bit of disappointment. Nothing. Since they'd run into each other anyway, the three of them went to have breakfast together. Ning Xiaoyu spent 3 love tokens on a rather hearty breakfast. After all the guests had finished eating, the director appeared with a visibly excited smile. Suyin grinned. "Looks like the director's planning a big move." The director nodded. "That's right. Today, our production team borrowed the latest innovation from Hua Group, a heartbeat index machine. This device can display your heartbeat index in real time." "That sounds insane." As expected of Hua Group. Forever supporting CEO Hua. "Wait, can you fake being love-struck?" Seeing the barrage of comments, the director quickly explained, "Affection can be faked, but a genuine heartbeat can't. Whether it's acting or real emotions, this device will give us the clearest answer." Damn, they're really going this far. "Wait, my favorite CP isn't going to flop, is it? I'm scared to watch now. What should I do?" The director laughed heartily. "As always, this game is voluntary. Whether to participate or not is your choice. Just do it. Any guest who's afraid to play must be hiding something. So how exactly does it work? The director elaborated the device has 6 levels of color. Based on the degree of heartbeat, the color deepens. The deeper the red, the more your heart is moved. Light pink means minimal reaction. This device will expose any fake affection. So, are you in? Don't chicken out. LOL. Suyin just instinctively took a step back. Poor Xiaoyu. She's going to be heartbroken. When the audience was engaged in a heated discussion, a staff member arrived holding the heartbeat index device. The netizens had never seen this small gadget on the market before. Could it really be as magical as the director claimed? The director signaled for the staff to place the device on the table. So, will any guests come on stage? After exchanging hesitant glances, the first to step up were Shi Jing and Li Zigao. They had shown clear interest in each other before, and countless viewers believed they would get together once the show ended. The two stood face-to-face beside the device. Then the machine began to light up. The first beam was deep pink. The second beam was also deep pink. Oh wow, the same colored. So what does that color mean? Amid the audience's curiosity, the director cleared his throat and explained, as I mentioned earlier, this device has 6 levels. The lowest, light pink, means there's barely any heartbeat, just friendship. Deep pink suggests a slight crush, a bit of romantic interest between them. Light red-orange indicates fondness, deeper than a mere crush. Deep red-orange means they strongly wish to be together. Light red represents intense heartbeat, while deep red means that if they can't be with the other person, they won't be able to move on for the rest of their life, and are likely to remain alone forever, so they only have a slight crush on each other? No way. They were so sweet together before. I thought they'd definitely end up together after the show. This show's guests are really showing us what life as a performance means. It's pure acting. Never expected all of them to be acting royalties. Their skills are mind-blowing. You can fake affection, but no matter how well you fake it, the device can't be fooled. Shi Jing quickly spoke up. Director, this device hasn't even hit the market yet, right? Its accuracy might not be reliable. And what does it base the heartbeat index on anyway? Measuring attraction sounds a bit far-fetched. Sometimes that type of heartbeat is just a fleeting moment. The director explained it's based on a combination of heart rate monitoring, hormone secretion levels, and various other data. Then he shifted his tone and added, of course, the authenticity is up to personal interpretation. If you believe it's real, then it is. If you think it's fake, then it's fake. After all, this is just a small game segment of our show. Good, the director gave them a graceful way out. Otherwise what? We were shipping them with genuine feelings. And now the device tells us it was only a minor crush? Who would dare emotionally invest again? So all our feelings were wasted. But hey, the guests only spent about 20 days together. Getting deep pink is already decent. So any other brave souls willing to go on stage? Soon the second pair of brave guests stepped up. They were Suyin and Xiaoyu. The moment the two stood beside the device, 2 beams of light flashed. The one on Suyin's side was deep red-orange, while Xiaoyu's side showed light red-orange. Wait, Suyin likes Xiaoyu this much? Why did he back off earlier then? I thought the device was about to expose his cold-hearted nature. And this is the result? Really? This is wild. I always thought he was just a playboy here for fun, and that had eventually returned to resume his rich air life. Turns out I shouldn't have judged a book by its cover. He's the most affectionate one so far. Suyin really surprised me. The result stunned the audience. Xiaoyu had appeared so devoted to Suyin, but her side only showed light red-orange. It was better than deep pink, but far below the deep affection she had shown. This device is basically a demon-revealing mirror. But it might not be accurate, right? And what if a fleeting moment of that type of heartbeat doesn't affect the data? The director once again explained, this device uses the latest technology. It's far more complex than what I just described. Its design involves intricate principles I can't fully explain right now, and some parts relate to proprietary tech that I definitely won't disclose. But I can tell you that the concerns you have aren't actually an issue. And of course whether you believe it or not is up to you. Seeing his side show deep red-orange while Xiaoyu only displayed light red-orange, Suyin didn't look disappointed. He knew he couldn't demand the same depth of feeling from the other party. In his eyes, light red-orange wasn't bad either. Xiaoyu, however, looked genuinely surprised, just like the audience. Suyin liked her that much? Out of fear of investing her feelings into someone who didn't reciprocate, she had always held herself back. Now that she knew, maybe she'd be braver moving forward. Soon, the third pair of guests stepped onto the stage. For them, one beam was deep red-orange, and the other was deep pink. So no one got red yet. Red? Do you think falling in love is that easy? Honestly, getting deep red-orange is already impressive. The fourth group of guests came up quickly as well. This time the machine showed light pink for the first time. LOL, they're the most genuine pair so far, truly consistent in words and actions. Right. They've always acted indifferent toward each other on the show, and turns out they really are indifferent. Zero embellishment. Now I'm starting to think this device might actually be pretty accurate. Very soon it was time for the two new substitute guests to take the stage. It's the movie king's turn now. What do? I'm suddenly so nervous. They were honestly really sweet when they first arrived yesterday. Honestly, even if the reading on his side turns out to be light pink, I wouldn't be surprised, considering his flawless acting skills and how he's already won all kinds of major awards. I'll accept whatever color shows up. Time to see if this relationship is real or plastic. Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu stepped up to the device at the same time. Very soon, two beams of light lit up on the machine. On Ning Xiaoyu's side, the light was light red. On Lu Jingdu's side, it was deep red. Love system. Oh ho! Chapter 101 Red appeared for the first time, and it was with Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu pair. The audience was stunned, the guests were gossiping, and the director was overjoyed. Just as the director had anticipated, the appearance of the light red and deep red colors pushed the show's traffic to a new peak. Before the red appeared, this was how the audience reacted. Red is practically impossible if this machine is even remotely accurate. If I were still 16, maybe I could have a deep red, heart-fluttering reaction for someone. But sadly I'm 23 now. After several relationships, it's rare for me to feel moved. Let's be real. It's hard to experience such pure and passionate feelings after 24. Unfortunately, the guests in this dating show are all between 25 and 27. In other words, they're all veterans. So it's totally reasonable for only deep red-orange or light red-orange to appear. If it were me and my girlfriend, at best we'd only show deep pink. The love system scoffed at those comments. Age? What about it? Who decided that heart-fluttering feelings were limited to people under 24? No one. It hadn't even started speaking yet. Feelings were never confined by age. Then, after the red appeared, the audience's reaction instantly shifted to, "Oh my goodness, I believe in love again. You two not ending up together would be such a waste. I'll be the first to enjoy this sweet moment. Acting can be honed, but true feelings can't be faked. All I can give is blessings, nothing but blessings." So true feelings exist even in the entertainment industry. I was too narrow-minded before. Let me say sorry first. The two beams of red light in varying shades truly shocked a lot of people, including Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu themselves. Lu Jingdu hadn't expected that Ning Xiaoyu felt the same way toward him. Ning Xiaoyu hadn't expected that the aloof, seemingly otherworldly Lu Jingdu would be the most affectionate person in the entire group. Without a doubt, after their eyes met briefly, they quickly looked away. The love system chuckled sneakily. "Girl, your heart rate is slightly accelerating. It means your mood right now isn't as calm as you appear." Ning Xiaoyu said, "Oh." She already knew that herself. Did the system really need to point it out? The love system, always outmaneuvered by its host, love system, can never guess the host's reaction. JPG. The real clown is me. JPG Roya. After the first minigame, the guests were visibly a bit unsettled. The director smiled and said, "Since everyone's mood seems a bit shaken, why don't we get some proper exercise and get those hearts racing even more? To make things more fun, we'll split into two teams for a competitive game. The activity is basketball. There just happened to be 10 guests on the field." The guests drew lots. Numbers 15 were one team and 610 the other. The teams were quickly formed. Ning Xiaoyu, Lu Jingdu, Shi Jing, Sui Yin and Xiao Wu ended up in one group. The others formed the second group. Before the game began, the director reminded them winning or losing isn't that important. It's all for fun, so let's keep things friendly. Everyone responded that they understood. Once the director acting as referee blew the whistle, the guests sprang into action. Amid the shuffle, a sudden thud drew the attention of several guests on the court. Xiao Wu noticed the object on the ground and quickly called out, "Pause for a second. Movie King Lu dropped something." Because this round was just for fun. The guests hadn't changed into sportswear and were still in their regular clothes. They had a few personal items on them, and it wasn't unusual for something to fall out during movement. The director stepped forward and saw that it was a key. He immediately called out, "Teacher Lu, you dropped your key." Yu Jingdu replied with a quiet He was about to bend down when Xiaoyu spoke again. "Wait, I remember Teacher Lu lives in 206, right?" Hearing that, a few guests echoed her. "Yeah, he's in 206. I live next door, so I remember it clearly. I am across the hall from him. It's 206, I'm sure." "Xiaoyu, why did you ask that?" Xiaoyu stared at the key on the ground, then looked at Lu Jingdu. She bit her lip and asked hesitantly, "Teacher Lu, did I do something wrong?" Lu Jingdu had already bent down but straightened back up when he heard her. With a calm expression he said, "It's fine. It's not a big deal." "Not a big deal? Then what was it? Wasn't it just a key? Why did it sound like something more serious?" At that moment the director and avid gossip couldn't resist getting a closer look. And he immediately noticed something off. "This key is for 216. The movie king clearly lived in 206, so why was he carrying a key to 216? Just one digit apart, but a huge difference in meaning." The guests exchanged looks. The person staying in 216 Wasa name sprang to mind for all of them. "Ning Xiaoyu." The director clicked his tongue and deliberately raised his voice. "Teacher Lu, care to explain why Teacher Ning's key is on you?" "What?" The movie king was carrying the salted fish queen's key. No wonder it was deep red versus light red. If nothing's going on between them, that's what would shock me. Still, it's kind of surprising that he's carrying her room key, so they're already sharing a room. "You two kept this from us? I've said it before, put a camera by the rooms already. We can't miss any sweet moments." While the audience was buzzing, Shi Jing spoke up. "Actually, it's completely normal for Teacher Lu to have Teacher Ning's key." Xiaoyu looked at her with curiosity. "Sister Shi Jing, you know something?" Shi Jing nodded. She had personally witnessed Lu Jingdu coming out of Ning Xiaoyu's room that morning. She was well qualified to speak. "Actually, Teacher Lu was offering a certain kind of service early this morning." "Guests? Audience? A certain kind of service? What kind? You've already brought it up. Can't you give a little more detail? Just be clear." Although Shi Jing had used the vague phrase "a certain kind," everyone instinctively jumped to that kind of conclusion, and no one expected the movie king to be that kind of guy. Just as the viewers' thoughts were going wild, Shi Jing slowly added, "A wake-up service. Guests, audience, why didn't you just say that earlier? And stop with the dramatic pauses. That's it? Seriously? I thought it was something else. Sorry, I misunderstood. That's on me." To Shi Jing. Perfect. The emotional roller coaster she went through that morning? Now everyone else had gone through it too. She felt satisfied. Ning Xiaoyu spoke unhurriedly. "I can't get up in the morning, so he came to wake me." Well, that was a letdown. Still, if he's giving personal wake-up calls, they must be quite close. That I ship it. I really do. The love system practically sparkled. Great. Finally, I'm not the only one obsessed with this couple, so CP fans were even more enthusiastic than it was. Because of the earlier incident, the director reminded the guests, "Anyone carrying personal items, please place them aside. Staff will provide baskets for each of you." Shi Jing giggled. "I'm not carrying much." Sui Yin said, "I don't mind if you see what I have. Even if something falls out, it's fine." Xiaoyu confidently walked toward the staff. "I brought lipstick. Better take it out now before it breaks if I drop it." Several guests with keys and other small items went to hand them over to the staff. Just then, Ning Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that Lu Jingdu was carrying more than just her key. That morning, he had also taken a box of little yellow from her. Had slipped it into his pocket before they left, and he hadn't returned to his room since, nor had he had a chance to take it out, so? The love system clearly remembered it too. It rubbed its hands together, eyes gleaming. "Girl, this is exciting. There are cameras over by the staff." Ning Xiaoyu looked at Lu Jingdu. He immediately caught her gaze. She walked a few steps toward him. "Aren't you going to put your stuff over there?" Lu Jingdu thought for a moment. "No. It wouldn't be appropriate for the viewers to see." "Then you let me borrow your brooch." Ning Xiaoyu happened to be wearing a decorative brooch that day. She had only worn it for style, but now it had an unexpected use. Lu Jingdu used the brooch to pin shut the pocket of his trousers. That way, the item inside couldn't possibly fall out. The sharp-eyed audience quickly noticed this detail. Using a brooch to pin the pocket? Other than the key to room 216, could there be another secret inside? Feels like a case of there's no silver buried here. The harder you try to hide it, the more suspicious it looks. So, is it something that can't be shown under the camera? He would rather sew it shut than take the item out in front of the crew. What do I do? I'm dying of curiosity. Guys, is there a chance that the thing inside is? Chapter 102. Can the person upstairs stop pausing like Xi Jing? Just say it already. What is it exactly? Alright, I'll continue the story now. Everyone listen up. Guys, is it possible that the thing is Little Yellow? Little Yellow? That didn't sound entirely impossible. That netizen's comment, though casual, instantly stirred the curiosity of the livestream viewers. Lately, Little Yellow had been popping up frequently in chats. Everyone had heard the rumors about it, yet no one had actually seen it in person, except for the two people involved. No one truly knew what Little Yellow was, so this time would they finally get the answer? Hurry up and drop it. Drop it, drop it. Drop it. 1. The phrase drop it started flooding the screen. Even some guests subconsciously turned their eyes toward the movie king's pants pocket. But since the pocket was in rather close proximity to the guests' expressions looked a little greasy. It is almost like a bunch of creepy crotch-staring cats. I am dying of laughter. Lu Jingdu actually turned away. Why are these guests so unrestrained? Even the movie king can't withstand those stares. Why are they all such gossips? But I like it. The enthusiastic and nosy guests stared with shining eyes, eager to uncover the truth behind Little Yellow as a fellow man. Suyin had some thoughts. He really wanted to just reach in and find out himself. But Lu Jingdu was someone he genuinely didn't dare to mess with. So the idea of reaching in stayed just that, an idea. The director noticed their eyes and gave a heavy cough. Tone it down, all of you. Even he felt uncomfortable looking at those stares. Because of the mystery surrounding Little Yellow, when the basketball match began, most guests kept glancing toward Lu Jingdu's pocket. The director had told them to restrain themselves. They wanted to, really, but their eyes simply wouldn't listen. The movie king's pants are high quality. The pocket doesn't even have a hole. If it did, the item would have fallen out by now. The match has been going on for several minutes. Why hasn't Little Yellow shown up yet? I'm literally dying of curiosity. 5 minutes into the game, most guests looked distracted. Winning or losing? Who cared? Was it more important than this juicy gossip? Just as Ning Xiaoyu was about to go for the ball, the love system suddenly released a new mission in protest. Girl, they're all staring at the movie king's pocket. A few glances were one thing, but it's been 5 whole minutes and they're still sneaking peeks. I can't believe they're trying to steal your benefits. At this moment you can, of course, help the movie king out of the situation. B. Tell them if they keep staring you'll get mad. C. Just tell them the answer. Ning Xiaoyu's gaze paused briefly on option C. A few seconds later, she slowly looked away. After all, the way to end others' curiosity was to strip the secret of its mystery. Saying the answer outright was the solution, but under the hopeful gaze of the love system, Ning Xiaoyu quietly chose option F. The next moment, millions in the live stream and almost a dozen guests on site heard her calmly say, Little Yellow is something he uses when providing a certain kind of service. Love system? Love system. Used when providing a certain kind of service. No lies detected. But to be fair, this service referred to something in the future, not the present. After all, the movie king hadn't provided that kind of service yet. Its host was really bold. Upon hearing her words, Lu Jingdu slowly followed up. She missed 2 words. It should be, when providing a certain kind of service to her. Love system. He even paid attention to that detail. So sweet. It's too sweet. I'm going to die from the sweetness. Because of the previous wake-up service incident, many guests and viewers had their minds led astray. What kind of service needed Little Yellow? Could it be an alarm clock? Or pepper spray? No, pepper spray was too extreme. That couldn't be it. Some guests, upon hearing the explanation, clearly lost interest. But Suyin shot a meaningful glance at Ning Xiaoyu. He hadn't been so easily fooled. What kind of wake-up service requires a tool? Unless it was that kind of service. And he wasn't alone. A few other guests caught on too, so that was it. Damn. They just got force-fed a mouthful of dog food. After learning the answer, they didn't keep staring at Lu Jingdu's pocket. To keep staring now would just be rude. But why did they call it Little Yellow? Why do I feel like the guests already know the answer? What exactly is Little Yellow? This is a dating show, not a detective program. Can you stop stringing us along? It's for providing a certain kind of service. What else could it be? Xiaoyu already made it clear. Wasn't it supposed to be a wake-up service? What would you even need for that? They did say it was a wake-up service. Did I miss something? Some of you are just too pure. Sure, we know the truth, but let's not say it out loud that if the love system had fingers it would have given her a big thumbs up. Girl, you're incredible. That answer could advance or retreat. It gave something. Yet gave away nothing. She had said something but also said nothing at all. In short, it was all just speculation on others' part. But if half the guests had figured out the answer, the other half were still completely in the dark. The ones who hadn't figured it out were determined to find clues. They grabbed the ball, ran around, and pulled feints, all just to make Lu Jingdu move more vigorously. The more he moved, the better. Taking advantage of one such feint, the male guest who had previously mimicked a gorilla kept hovering around Lu Jingdu, trying to make his presence felt. Finally living up to expectations, the inner lining of Lu Jingdu's pocket tore at it tore. Those pants worth several thousand yuan still couldn't withstand the scorching stares of the other guests, and the next second, accompanied by the crisp clatter of a key hitting the ground, a box of Little Yellow tumbled out after it. Love system, oh ho. All the guests present. Oh ho. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the live stream comments exploded like crazy. Little Yellow has finally made its legendary appearance. Ah, we finally know what Little Yellow is. So satisfying I could cry. Thank you livestream, this gossip was worth it. So this is who you really are, Movie King. So this is who you really are, Movie King 12. While the audience in the livestream wanted to jump with excitement, Lu Jingdu calmly picked up the item and placed it into another pocket. The love system laughed wildly. Excellent, girl. Now everyone knows the Movie King has designs on you. Just then Shi Jing boldly asked, Teacher Lu, can I ask why is it called Little Yellow? Lu Jingdu replied casually, that's the brand name, so that was it. Everyone instantly understood. It was just that their worldly experience was too limited. After uncovering the truth about Little Yellow, the guests completely lost interest in playing basketball. As it turned out, gossip knew no gender, no age, and no profession. Now they only wanted to ship this couple. By the time the basketball match ended, no one cared who won or lost. Everyone's eyes kept drifting deliberately or not toward Lu Jingdu and Ning Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, the two main characters of the Little Yellow incident were as composed and calm as could be. In short, they were completely unbothered. Ordinary people would at least feel a little embarrassed. Maybe not social death, but surely awkwardness. But these two? Not even an extra facial expression. What else could they say? Only this. No wonder one's the Movie King and the other's the Salted Fish Queen. Ordinary folks couldn't even compare. Roya. After the morning activities ended, the guests returned to their rooms in groups to take showers. Ning Xiaoyu walked back slowly, distracted by the love system's constant babbling. The love system chirped sweetly, girl. Ever since Little Yellow showed up, the internet has gone wild. Once netizens discovered that the cool and aloof Movie King turned into a teddy one, an online term used to describe a man who becomes excessively clingy, affectionate, or lustful, especially in contrast to his usual cool or reserved persona. The moment he met the Salted Fish Queen and even carried Little Yellow around, well, they were truly hooked. Ning Xiaoyu. Oh. The love system's voice nearly cracked, girl. Little Yellow is almost sold out on Taobao. Everyone wants to buy the same one you and the Movie King have. Ning Xiaoyu. Oh. The entire way back it was basically the love system talking to itself. Ning Xiaoyu just kept replying with simple O's. Finally, she reached her room and swiped her card to enter, only to find Lu Jingdu already inside. It wasn't surprising he could be there. After all, he had a key. But she hadn't expected him to skip his own room and come straight to hers. Ning Xiaoyu looked at him. Slightly puzzled, Lu Jingdu leaned casually against the wall. I came to provide a certain service. Love system. Ah. Ning Xiaoyu hadn't expected that answer. After thinking a bit, she asked, does it involve using Little Yellow? Lu Jingdu froze slightly at her bluntness. He let out a soft chuckle. Depends on whether you want to use Little Yellow. I'm fine either way. Love system, girl. At a moment like this, a true warrior would answer yes. I want it. I really want it. Ning Xiaoyu ignored the system. After a few seconds of silence, she asked, what if I say I don't want to use Little Yellow? Lu Jingdu answered smoothly, then I'll just give you a leg massage. The love system shrieked in delight. The movie king is so thoughtful. He noticed you haven't exercised in a long time, and after a sudden burst of activity, your legs would ache the next day. So he came specially to massage them for you. Ning Xiaoyu was also caught off guard by his answer. She thought about it and said, "Actually, you don't need to go through that much trouble. You'll have sore legs the next day. Walking will be uncomfortable." Just then someone knocked on the door. Teacher Ning, are you there?" It sounded like Shi Jing. Ning Xiaoyu went to open the door. Shi Jing was in pajamas. As soon as the door opened, she quickly said, "Teacher Ning, my body wash leaked. I didn't notice earlier and now it's all gone. Do you have a spare?" Ning Xiaoyu nodded. She didn't ask why Shi Jing hadn't asked the production team for body wash and had come straight to her. She happened to have a spare bottle and didn't mind giving it away. While Ning Xiaoyu turned around to fetch it, Shi Jing suddenly realized that there was a whole movie king standing right there in the room. She blurted out instinctively, "Teacher Lu, you're here again." That again hit just the right spot. Shi Jing scratched her head, then joked, "Did you come to provide a certain service?" Lu Jingdu answered with a simple as expected. Shi Jing was shocked, thrilled, and curious all at once. Truly worthy of the title movie king. He's so poised and unapologetic. After all, love and desire were natural things. Nothing to be ashamed of. Besides, after handling such a huge little yellow incident with composure, this kind of scene was nothing for him. However, the director had said they'd regroup for the next activity in half an hour, and 10 minutes had already passed. So 20 minutes, was that enough? Would they? Just as Shi Jing's imagination ran wild, Ning Xiaoyu returned with a new bottle of body wash. "This is the only kind I have." Shi Jing quickly took it. "No problem, I like this one." Then she pursed her lips, ready to leave. But just as she was about to step out the door, Lu Jingdu said to Ning Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, come over. We don't have much time." Ning Xiaoyu responded, 2 minutes per leg is enough." The salted fish queen wasn't greedy. A light massage would do. Shi Jing, having caught the keywords with eagle precision, froze in her tracks. What was that? She turned around with a look of shock. Leg massage? Ning Xiaoyu glanced at her, puzzled. Yeah. Why? Shi Jing quickly waved her hands. Nothing. She watched as Ning Xiaoyu sat down on the sofa, revealing her 2 fair calves, and Lu Jingdu rubbed essential oil onto his hands, clearly getting ready to massage Ning Xiaoyu's legs. It was her fault, all her fault. Her mind was in the gutter. Ever since she had personally witnessed that moment when Little Yellow fell to the floor, she had been utterly addicted to shipping the two. Unable to stop fantasizing, her thoughts were constantly filled with ha. Just now she had caught a sharp glimpse. The plastic seal on Little Yellow was still intact. Looked like Little Yellow hadn't fulfilled its mission yet. Really? It was the production team's fault for being so inconsiderate. The break time they gave was just way too short. Chapter 103. When Lu Jingdu was massaging Ning Xiaoyu's calves, a certain gif began spreading like wildfire across various group chats. Soon enough, that short clip alone rocketed its way onto the trending search list. The title of the trending topic was especially sensational and attention-grabbing. A real man always carries Little Yellow. Some netizens who didn't follow the dating show were completely baffled by the phrase. What did being a real man have to do with Little Yellow? And what even was Little Yellow? Could it be a little yellow dog? Did real men really need a dog to boost their courage? With those questions in mind, the majority of curious onlookers couldn't resist clicking on the trending topic. And the moment they did, they saw that GIF, the very one that had gone viral across countless QQ and WeChat groups in mere minutes. In the high-resolution GIF, a certain movie king had dropped a set of keys. Immediately after, something else tumbled out, a brightly packaged item. Faced with this unexpected mishap, the movie king simply picked up both items calmly and coolly placed the second one into another pocket. The whole thing lasted no more than 3 seconds, but in those 3 seconds the implications were so loaded that onlookers were left slack-jawed. Asked Little Yellow, "What I think it is?" "You're absolutely right. But why is it called Little Yellow?" The movie king explained it himself. It's the name of the brand. How did something like that even fall out? Maybe the netizen's thirst for gossip was so strong that it pierced right through his pocket. Perhaps because his expression was just too composed, or maybe because of the aura that came with being a movie king. Viewers didn't feel any secondhand embarrassment. They just thought that life was like a drama. How could something this coincidental actually happen? Save it. This must be saved. From that day on, many couples began greeting each other with, "Did you bring Little Yellow today?" And for those boyfriends unwilling to carry it, their girlfriends would counter, even the movie king carries it. What's your excuse? Riding the wave of viral fame, Little Yellow soared sky high, becoming the hottest selling product in its brand line. In gratitude to the movie king and the salted fish queen, the company began sending them several boxes every year, ensuring they would never run out. But that was another story for another time. Roya after the massage, Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu each took a hot shower before heading to the gathering point. They weren't late per se, just the last ones to arrive among all the guests. They had cut it rather close. When they arrived, the other guests were chatting. Everyone had already seen the infamous Little Yellow. Seeing the pair arrive last, the others couldn't help letting their imaginations run wild. Suyin, in his heavily accented Mandarin, joked, "You two were just a few seconds away from being late." That Xi Jing, who had always been on the front lines of gossip, felt the need to chime in. She remarked casually, "The movie king was just providing a certain service. The guests? The viewers?" At this point it didn't feel like a dating show anymore. It felt more like a gossip feast. Ever since the movie king and the salted fish queen joined, viewers have been treated to fresh, juicy drama every day, and no wonder they barely made it in time. I can't sit still from excitement." Just as the guests were about to lose the ability to speak from sheer shock, Xi Jing added slowly, "He was giving a calf massage to prevent teacher Ning's legs from getting sore tomorrow." Afraid of being misunderstood, she deliberately emphasized the word calf. Surely they wouldn't get the wrong idea now? The guests. The viewers. That's it. That's all. After that brief episode, the atmosphere at the scene turned warm and lively. Before long, the director arrived and brought with him a new task. "The show is nearing its end, and every date from now on is one less chance. I believe each of your remaining dates will bring unique experiences. Today, each guest will randomly draw an outfit to be worn for the next date. But take note, what you draw won't be for yourself, but for your date to wear. In other words, what your partner ends up wearing tonight depends entirely on your luck." Interesting. Let's get to the draw already. The draw was conducted using the classic paper box method. When Ning Xiaoyu stepped up to draw, the love system practically rubbed its virtual hands in glee. "Girl, if you could draw a spicy set, that'd be perfect. Let me broaden my horizons." Ning Xiaoyu, not happening. You can stop dreaming right now. Even though Heartbeat 100 was known for pushing boundaries, there was no way it'd go that far. If that kind of set actually made an appearance, the live stream would probably get shut down instantly. Even if the production team dared to go that far, she absolutely wouldn't let the system broaden its horizons. The love system was already greasy enough. If it did broaden its horizons, it'd probably become so oily that it'd slip right through her fingers. Roya before Ning Xiaoyu went up, the four female guests had already taken turns drawing their lots. The first to draw was Xi Jing. She got the non-mainstream outfit. This meant her date for the evening would have to show up at the restaurant with a head of colorful, frizzy hair, and an eccentric outfit straight out of the non-mainstream fashion playbook. Her date? Li Zigao. Thanks to the earlier Deep Pink incident, the two of them had earned a new title: Plastic CP. Deep Pink. It was just a flutter of interest, nothing more. Slightly closer than strangers. And that was all. When Xi Jing drew the non-mainstream outfit, Li Zigao let out a wail. "Xi Jing, you'll ruin my image." Xi Jing quickly apologized. "Sorry, I didn't know my luck would be this bad today." The audience, however, found it all quite entertaining. Everyone looked forward to seeing Li Zigao in his over-the-top get-up that evening. The second to draw was Xiao Wu. She got the animal pajama outfit. Upon learning that he'd have to go to a restaurant in an animal pajama, her date, Suyin, stiffened visibly. This young master had only ever heard of animal pajamas before and had never actually worn any. But since things had come to this, he had no choice but to agree. Even though he knew the pajamas would tank his cool factor, he had to bite the bullet. He wasn't the type to back down from a challenge. The third female guest drew the elderly outfit. In other words, her date had to show up dressed like an old man. When her date found out, he burst out laughing. No big deal. Consider it an early preview of the future. The fourth female guest drew the winter outfit. Upon seeing the result, her date couldn't help but make a pained expression. In the middle of summer, and I'm supposed to wear winter clothes? People might think something's wrong with my brain. As he spoke, he tapped his temple. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying. Didn't expect this dating show to be such a crackfest. Li Zigao clicked his tongue. What are you afraid of? I'll be right there with you. Maybe people will think I'm even more messed up in the head than you are. The two of them were brothers in misfortune. One would be in a non-mainstream outfit, the other in a winter coat. They could only console each other in tears. The production team clearly knew how to stir things up. Then it was the fifth female guest turn, Ning Xiaoyu. She had good luck and drew the sexy outfit right away. The love system screamed in excitement. Girl, it's actually the sexy outfit. How sexy could it be? Looks like you're in for a visual treat tonight. Ning Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Did you rig it? The love system rushed to deny it. I swear on the system heaven I didn't. It had known from the start that the sexy outfit was in the box, but there were over a dozen different options, and it had no idea which one the host would draw in the end. To be honest, it had secretly been hoping she'd draw the spicy outfit. That's right, the production team wasn't just daring, they were wild. The mystery box really did include a spicy outfit. Too bad she didn't pull it. And no, the system hadn't rigged anything. It was just fate, the destined bond between the movie king and the salted fish queen. After the female guests had drawn their lots, it was time for the male guests to take the stage. The first up was Li Zigao. His luck wasn't great either. He drew the rebellious schoolgirl outfit. When he saw the note, he laughed heartily. Shi Jing. I guess you get to live vicariously through me now, huh? Miss Shi Jing had attended elite schools all her life and had never worn anything as bad girl as an outfit with skulls and chains. She was clearly dissatisfied with the result, but since she had drawn the non-mainstream outfit for him earlier, she couldn't really complain. They had already done their damage to each other. There was no point in whining now. Still, a non-mainstream guy and a rebellious schoolgirl kind of matched in a way. The second to go up was Su Yin. He had better luck. He drew the pure white flower outfit. When he saw the words, he couldn't help clicking his tongue. This really suits you. He meant it literally, just a straightforward observation. Xiao Wu had a sweet, innocent look, the classic first love kind of face. She really was the perfect match for the white flower outfit. Animal white flower? This is the whole point of random draws. Keep it going. The third male guest stepped up and drew the winter outfit. This was the first duplicate draw. One of the female guests had already drawn the same elderly outfit in winter clothes. I can't. They're going to turn heads for sure. Congrats, another certified oddball joins the ranks. The fourth male guest got the Lolita outfit. His date happened to be the oldest among the 5 women. When she saw the result, she chuckled. Looks like I'll be playing cute tonight. Cute is good. Cute is magical. Big sis, you're too modest. You already look super youthful. Go big sis. The fifth and final male guest was Lu Jingdu. Finally, it was his turn. Under the expectant gaze of the audience, Lu Jingdu stepped up and drew a lot. And what he got was the high school uniform outfit. When the result came out, the love system went completely nuts. High school uniform? Yes, please. Schoolgirl versus mature sexy billionaire. Girl. This CP has always been a fan favorite. Looks like you two are in for a magical night. Chapter 104. Half an hour later, all 5 guest couples had finished changing outfits and were about to head to a nearby Western restaurant for their dates. The moment Li Zigao appeared, many viewers couldn't help but burst into laughter. A purple afro, exaggerated smoky eye makeup, and an utterly unconventional outfit. He looked absolutely hideous. Li Zigao let out a sigh. My image is completely ruined. Shi Jing couldn't help but laugh mockingly. You're such an eyesore. Li Zigao snorted. As if you're any better. Thinking of the bizarre outfit she was wearing, Shi Jing's smile froze, and she found herself unable to laugh anymore. Forget it. Neither of them was in any position to mock the other. It was better not to cause mutual damage. Among the 5 couples, Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu had the most normal outfits. Upon seeing what Lu Jingdu was wearing that day, Ning Xiaoyu looked genuinely surprised and couldn't help asking, "This is the sexy outfit?" The other guest chimed in. Doesn't look like what I imagined at all. Since when did the production team get so conservative? This is it? Are they chickening out? The director only gave a mysterious smile without saying a word, as if everything had a hidden meaning. What does that mean? Is this some benefit only for the salted fish queen? So the audience doesn't get to see it, is that it? The director's smile looked super shady. The director said nothing publicly, but he quietly pulled Ning Xiaoyu aside and told her there's more beneath. That sentence carried an extra weight of meaning. As for what exactly was beneath, only she could know. Even the director couldn't see it. The love system couldn't hold back and began screaming, "Aya! Girl, this is a benefit only for you. You're not like anyone else." Roya at the restaurant. Ning Xiaoyu looked through the menu and ordered the dishes she liked. After handing the menu to Lu Jingdu, she instinctively glanced at his outfit again. He wore a simple white short-sleeve shirt and a pair of light-wash jeans. Though the clothes didn't come cheap, the entire look really had nothing to do with the word sexy. But once you recalled the words "there's more beneath," everything started to make sense. The love system chuckled slyly, repeating like a broken record, "There's more beneath." The restaurant had been booked entirely by the show, so while Ning Xiaoyu was eating, she could hear the laughter and chatter of the other guests from afar. Compared to the liveliness elsewhere, their side remained quiet. Ning Xiaoyu focused on eating, while Lu Jingdu occasionally picked up food for her without saying much. After the date, the guests prepared to return to the show's accommodation point. Two of the couple seemed to have additional plans, so they didn't go back with them. The love system cackled mischievously. "Those who know know." "Know what exactly?" "Ning Xiaoyu, I've got a degreaser ready. When are you showing up so I can clean you?" The love system immediately fell silent. Roya after returning, if Ning Xiaoyu wanted to get to her room 216, she had to pass by room 206. Before they reached 206, Lu Jingdu asked, "Wanna come in for a bit?" Ning Xiaoyu hesitated only for a moment before agreeing. This time she didn't even need the love system to issue a mission. She made the decision on her own. As soon as they entered the room, Lu Jingdu took off his white shirt, revealing his bare, alluring back. Unlike before, this time there was a tattoo on his back. It was likely a temporary one. The tattoo depicted a budding blue rose, with petals dewy and fresh. The stem and leaves extended downward into the waistband of his pants, disappearing from view. It carried a sensual allure that hinted at something more. To be honest, this seductive flower gave Lu Jingdu a different kind of vibrant charm, and no wonder the director said there was more beneath. But soon enough, Ning Xiaoyu realized that more beneath didn't stop at just the tattoo. She had to admit, the production team really knew how to play the game. This time, facing such visual temptation head-on, she experienced quite the shock. Love system. The movie King's beauty has always been top tier. This sexy outfit definitely added points, but it's just icing on the cake. Girl, it's your heart that has changed. True enough. If this same Lu Jingdu had stood before the old her heart probably wouldn't have stirred. But now, her heart fluttered just a little. Lu Jingdu noticed the look in her eyes and smiled faintly. "Xiaoyu, it's almost been 2 days. Are you satisfied with this dating journey?" Ning Xiaoyu nodded. She had enjoyed these past 2 days. A variety show she once thought was a waste of time didn't seem so boring anymore. At that moment, the love system issued a mission. "Girl, there's wind, there's moon, and there's him. Such a beautiful night. How can you let it go to waste? Right now you can hint to the movie king to be a bit bolder. B. Reach out and touch the movie king's tattoo. C. Do happy things with the movie king." Ning Xiaoyu had never been the shy type. She was always straightforward about her likes and dislikes. Since that was the case, she decided to follow her heart. She decisively chose option A and said directly, "If you confess to me now, I'll say yes." Love system. "Aya. Girl, that was so sudden. I wasn't ready." Ning Xiaoyu. "What kind of preparation do you need?" Love system. "Obviously, I need to get ready to enjoy this sweet moment." Turns out even option A could be this sweet. The host was clearly hinting to the movie king to stop beating around the bush and just confess directly. Lu Jingdu didn't disappoint her. He responded quickly, "Xiaoyu, I like you. Be my girlfriend." Okay. What happened next? Even the love system wasn't sure how it all unfolded. But everything felt perfectly natural. Because of the confidentiality agreement, some scenes were censored by the system. The audio was muted, and the visuals were pixelated. All it knew was that Little Yellow had succeeded with its mission twice. Even though it hadn't witnessed those scenes firsthand, it knew its host had completed all 3 options A, B, and C last night. Not a single one was missed. It was simply sweetness overload. Roya the next day, when Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu appeared at the meeting point at the same time, Su Yin keenly sensed that something had happened between them. With just a little thought, he figured last night's sexy outfit must have worked. What a pity that the onlookers had absolutely no idea what that sexy outfit actually entailed. Only the people involved knew the truth. But judging by the outcome, it must have been quite something. Soon the director showed up with the day's romance game. Today's game required the guests to connect with their friends. The twist? Each friend had to expose a major piece of gossip about the guest. Of course, the friend could also choose not to expose anything. But if they didn't, the guests would have to accept a punishment from the production team. Exciting. Ready to watch some drama? So does Major have a standard? If it's just some insignificant little story, I'm not accepting it. Naturally, what the audience thought of was exactly what the production team had considered. The director grinned and said a major scoop means something outsiders don't know, and once it's exposed, it'll cause a stir. Things like the guest wetting the bed as a child count as minor stuff. If a friend shares minor gossip, the guest still gets punished. But the punishment will be lighter. Some of the guests subconsciously touched their chins upon hearing the rules. Was the show really going this far? Such boldness was rarely seen. Then again, they probably didn't have anything too shocking to expose, right? Before long, under the eager gazes of the audience, the game officially began. The first to connect was Su Yin's friend. And his friend came in hot with a bombshell. This guy used to like one of his dad's girlfriends, and managed to turn her into his ex-girlfriend. It was a bit of a tongue twister, but the audience understood. In other words, Su Yin once liked his father's girlfriend, ended up dating her, and then broke up with her not long after. Wealthy folks really knew how to play. Su Yin merely shrugged when he heard it, unfazed. When that ex-girlfriend had been with his father, he hadn't done anything shady behind his father's back. Their official relationship had started only after she and his father had broken up. Plus, his father knew all about it. Their breakup hadn't been his fault either. The gossip only sounded dramatic. It was just a normal relationship in the end. He shrugged again and asked, "Does this count as major gossip?" The audience all typed at once, "It counts." The director saw the flood of "it counts" and laughed. All right, Su Yin passed this round. Next. Unfortunately, the next few guest friends didn't deliver anything nearly as juicy. The audience started getting bored and sleepy. Why is everyone playing it so safe? Can someone take a page out of Su Yin's friend's book? Drop the bomb right at the start. Just give us someone bold, please. Soon, the crew connected with Lu Jingda's friend Su Lanhe. The moment Su Lan's handsome face appeared, his fans in the livestream room went absolutely wild. What a surprise, it's he. The production team didn't leak a single hint beforehand. He showed up out of nowhere. I'm a Su Lanhe stan and am losing my mind. Brother He, I love you. I can't believe Brother He and Movie King Lu are this close. Su Lanhe didn't waste any time on small talk and went straight to the point. He spread his hands and said, he once confessed to a girl and got rejected? Whoa, he came in strong with a major scoop right out the gate. Lu Jingdu got rejected after confessing. Blind guess. This is going to trend for sure. Su Lanhe is a real bro. He actually dropped the dirt. The gossip gang is screaming. I can't believe someone would reject the movie king with that face of his. Who was it? How ruthless. Whoever turned him down is a true warrior. Respect. Honestly, if it were me, I'd have said yes on the spot. Just as the audience was feasting on the gossip, Lu Jingdu spoke calmly. I confessed again last night. The audience? The guests? So impatient. The smile on Lu Jingda's lips deepened, his refined features practically glowing. This time she said yes. Everyone. Chapter 105. Su Lanhe, who had voluntarily come to spill some gossip, never expected to hear that kind of news. He asked instinctively, still the same person? The question seemed abrupt and unclear, but the viewers all understood it. If completed, the sentence would have been, you confessed to the same person as before. Lu Jingdu responded blandly with a question of his own, who else would it be? Su Lanhe nearly cursed out loud that he had come intending to drop a big scoop. Yet the biggest revelation turned out to be one. Lu Jingdu revealed himself. Feeling a little disgruntled, Su Lanhe complained, why didn't you tell me earlier? Were they still good brothers or not? Lu Jingdu remained calm, though there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. I was too busy last night. I didn't have the time to. Su Lanhe couldn't help but click his tongue a few times in his heart. Just look at that relaxed smile and soft gaze. Anyone could tell something good had definitely happened last night. He gave a genuine smile. Congratulations. His good bro had finally gotten what he wanted thanks to that moment. The viewers also began to react as so Lu Jingdu confessed to Ning Xiaoyu. Does this count as an official announcement? There was a confession last night? How come we, the audience, didn't know? Is there anything we VIP viewers can't see? The director was stunned for a few seconds before pointing at Lu Jingdu and Ning Xiaoyu. You two? You're together. Lu Jingdu nodded. Yes. The director laughed heartily. Congrats, congrats. The others also offered their congratulations. Maybe it was because the biggest reveal came directly from the parties involved. But for the rest of the guest Calends, most viewers weren't really paying attention. It wasn't until the program connected to Shen Yueyue that the audience finally perked up a bit. Just now, the movie king's friend had dropped a bombshell. What about the salted fish queen's friend? Surely she had to give them something equally juicy. But the moment the connection started, Shen Yueyue turned out to be the most enthusiastic gossip consumer. What? You two are together? Since when? Why didn't I know? It wasn't until the director gave her a reminder that Shen Yueyue remembered she was supposed to share some inside news. Oh no, I don't think I have anything that big to spill. Shen Yueyue racked her brain before finally thinking of something. Wait, I've got a juicy one. Xiaoyu, it's about a certain actress. Can I share it? Ning Xiaoyu immediately understood what Shen Yueyue was referring to. She replied casually, up to you. Shen Yueyue instantly grew excited. Previously, a certain top actress set a trap for Xiaoyu. Fortunately, Xiaoyu was blessed and lucky, and nothing major happened. The moment that bomb dropped, the whole place erupted in shock. A certain top actress? Could she mean Ning Yue? So Ning Xiaoyu's hospitalization before was because of Ning Yue? I remember now. Wasn't Xiaoyu still filming palace schemes back then? There were rumors that Ning Yue got into some trouble, but the trending topic disappeared fast. Is Ning Yue in some prison now? No wonder she's been out of the public eye for so long. That really was a major bombshell, catching everyone off guard. After the reveal, all eyes turned to Ning Xiaoyu with concern. Teacher Ning, are you alright? How could that person be so evil? Ning Xiaoyu said, I'm fine. Thanks for your concern. Shen Yueyue continued, that top actress has already been punished by the law. You all probably won't be seeing her for a while. That's insane. So satisfying. The wicked always meet their end. Sounds like she got a hefty sentence. After the 10 guest friends had all finished their segments, the viewers were still savoring the juicy gossip they just consumed, and no wonder this dating show was currently the hottest show in the entertainment world. It really delivered. This live stream was definitely worth the watch. Roya, once the morning activities wrapped up and everyone had lunch, the guests headed back to their rooms for ANAPS. They each returned to their rooms. They were surprised to see that Lu Jingdu wasn't going back to his own room. Instead, he followed Ning Xiaoyu into her room. Shi Jing saw this and teased with a laugh, Teacher Lu, not going back to your room? Could it be you're offering one of your signature services again? Lu Jingdu responded openly with a calm With him being so matter-of-fact about it, Shi Jing suddenly felt awkward continuing the joke. Lu Jingdu had previously offered a wake-up call, a calf massage, and probably other services as well. There were so many he could offer that Shi Jing couldn't even guess what it was this time. Carrying that curiosity, Shi Jing returned to her room with a sense of regret. As for what service it was this time, only Lu Jingdu and Ning Xiaoyu knew. Roya, the scene Shi Jing had imagined, one filled with color and innuendo, never happened. This time, Lu Jingdu once again offered a massage, though not of the calves, but of the waist. Ning Xiaoyu's waist had been strained the night before, and it ached slightly to date. As the massage continued, the room's temperature gradually rose. Just as the love system was about to automatically mute the sound and blur the visuals, Ning Xiaoyu received a call from Ning Xiuchen. Xiaoyu. Ning Yue says she wants to see you. Ning Xiaoyu didn't think there was anything worth talking about with Ning Yue. Still, since the other party had made the request, she didn't see any harm in meeting her. She agreed. Okay. I'll go see her in a bit. When she told Lu Jingdu, he offered to take her there. Ning Xiaoyu didn't object. They both requested leave from the director, who looked at them with a gossipy gleam in his eyes. He grinned and said, alright, have fun you two. Ning Xiaoyu didn't bother explaining to by the time they arrived at the women's prison in X City. It was already 3 in the afternoon. The sun outside blazed fiercely, scorching the ground. Inside, however, it was cool and dim. Separated by a barred window, Ning Xiaoyu finally saw Ning Yue. Though it had only been a few days since they last saw each other, Ning Yue looked noticeably haggard. She no longer resembled a glamorous star. Which made sense since she wasn't a star anymore, but a prisoner behind bars. When she saw Ning Xiaoyu, Ning Yue gave a mocking smile. Seeing me like this, are you satisfied? Ning Xiaoyu's expression remained calm. Whether I'm satisfied or not doesn't matter. You only have yourself to blame that I only have myself to blame. That line shattered Ning Yue's fragile composure. She shouted, we're both daughters of the same father. Why do you get to inherit so much? This world isn't fair to me. It's never been fair. I hate you, Ning Xiaoyu, I hate you. As Ning Xiaoyu watched Ning Yue fall into hysteria, she suddenly found her pitiful like a clown. Even from their names, it was obvious how differently their parents had treated them as the older sister. She had always been the one to give in. All these years, she had done nothing to wrong Ning Yue. It was Ning Yue who had never once appreciated her as a sister. Since that was the case, there was no affection left to speak of between them. Why had Ning Yue never once asked herself what gave her the right to inherit anything? Hadn't she called someone else her father? Had she ever visited Ning Zhan on her own initiative over the years? Why was she so heartless? Ning Xiaoyu suddenly felt bored. She stood up and looked down at Ning Yue from above. So what if you hate me? I'll still live well. And you? You're just a failed murderer now. Hearing that, Ning Yue erupted again. She struggled against her cuffs, her face contorted in rage. Ning Xiaoyu, go to hell. Why won't you just die already? In the next second, Ning Xiaoyu's arm shot through the iron bars, and she slapped Ning Yue hard across the face. Even if you die, I'll still live just fine. Better than you, better than Zhang Shui, and better than Ning Zhan. With that, Ning Xiaoyu rubbed her slightly numb wrist and left the prison without looking back. Behind her, Ning Yue's hysterical cursing continued to echo through the hallway. Eventually, those curses turned into desperate sobs. Each cry louder than the last. Ning Yue. Enjoy these last few years of your fading youth behind bars. Roya. After leaving the prison, Ning Xiaoyu felt a bit dazed outside. The sunlight was warm and intense, scattering the coldness and gloom lingering in her chest. And with the blazing light came a hand, Lu Jingda's hand reaching out to her. Xiaoyu. Without thinking, she took his hand. It was clean, warm, and strong, always bringing her a sense of security. Lu Jingdu didn't ask any questions. They exchanged a smile and slowly walked toward the car parked in the distance. Just as Ning Xiaoyu had said to Ning Yue earlier, she would live well from now on, better than all three of them. The love system, having observed everything, couldn't hold back its emotion and released a mission announcement with a hint of sentimentality. Girl, in such a dramatic moment, how could you not get a little emotional? Every now and then, it's okay to vent some of those bottled-up negative emotions. At this moment you can say to the movie king, I'm so glad you're here. B. Let silence speak louder than words. C. Embrace a happy future with the movie king. Ning Xiaoyu glanced at the options and directly chose the most abstract one, which was option C. But just because she picked option C didn't mean she'd stick to only that. Holding Lu Jingda's hand in her left, she suddenly began to run forward, and Lu Jingdu, pulled along by her, instinctively started running too. Ning Xiaoyu tilted her face slightly, her long black hair tracing a beautiful arc in the air. Her lips curved into a faint smile. I am so glad you're here. Let the rotten past be buried from now on. They would walk hand in hand toward a beautiful future. Chapter 106 Extra 1. Even months after Heartbeat 100 had ended, the audience was still savoring every moment of that season. The gif of Little Yellow falling out of Lu Jingda's pocket had practically become a meme, and anyone who frequently browsed the internet had likely saved that image. Out of the 10 remaining guests on Heartbeat 100, excluding the 2 who left voluntarily, 2 couples ended up together after the show. Unsurprisingly, this did not include the 2 big-name stars Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu, because the 2 of them had already gotten together before the show even ended. Because of that, Heartbeat 100 has been hailed as the greatest dating show of all time. No contenders. At this moment, Ning Xiaoyu was accompanying Shen Yueyue to pick out a dress. As Shen Yueyue tried on gowns, she couldn't help but recall the live broadcast from the final day of Heartbeat 100. She burst into laughter just thinking about it. There was no helping it. The show was very entertaining. And with Ning Xiaoyu's participation, it had practically reached top-tier status. That day, the sly director, in an attempt to prove that the show was genuinely full of love and sweetness, brought out a digital scale and made the guests weigh themselves. The director had said, "I'll use the most authentic data to prove that each guest has gained weight during the show." Do you know what that means? That's what we call happy fat. Happy fat, my ass. The audience had looked on with amused disbelief. Still, scenes that revealed the guests' actual weight were always popular with viewers. Everyone had stared intently at the scale, not letting a single number slip by without scrutiny. The first to step on the scale was Xi Jing. Of course, after the new data appeared, the show also displayed her starting weight when the program first began. The comparison showed she had gained 3 caddies. Unlike Xi Jing, who looked both shocked and embarrassed, the director looked smug. See? Participating in our show is just that comfortable. He was clearly laying the groundwork to promote the next season of Heartbeat 100. After all, some variety shows had such tight filming schedules that guests were utterly exhausted. But on this sweet little show, guests just chatted, flirted, and were spoiled with delicious food and drinks every day. If they didn't gain weight, that would defy all logic. The second to step on the scale was Li Zigao. Even though these guests weren't exactly making a living based on looks, weight gain still stung a little. After all, gaining was easy, but losing weight was the hard part. Li Zigao chuckled bitterly and joked, "I just hope I didn't gain too much. It's the production team's fault for feeding us so well." Then he stepped on the scale, and it turned out he had gained 5 caddies. His whole face crumbled in disbelief. That can't be right. How could this happen? How? The director laughed uproariously. That means, for the past 20-some days you've been living happily every single day. That's a good thing. Li Zigao muttered, "I might actually cry." One after another, the other guests also shouted in surprise when they saw they had gained weight. And what did that say? It meant this show really was that relaxing and sweet. So much so that people gained weight without even noticing. The atmosphere on set was lively and cheerful. Then it was Ning Xiaoyu's turn. When she stepped on the scale and her weight was compared to her initial measurement, the audience was shocked to find that she had lost weight. She had actually lost weight while everyone else had been gaining. She was the only one getting thinner. Well, not quite. There was still Lu Jingdu left to weigh in. The director looked bewildered. Stroking his chin, he muttered in genuine confusion, "You've only been here 5 days and you lost 3 caddies? What's going on?" Ning Xiaoyu had been eating well every day, and their catering was top-notch. How could she have lost weight while everyone else gained? After Ning Xiaoyu stepped off the scale, it was finally Lu Jingdu's turn. Under the curious stares of the other guests and millions of livestream viewers, Lu Jingdu got on the scale and the audience saw that he too had lost weight. 2 caddies. Out of 10 guests, 8 had gained weight. Only 2 had lost weight, so what had the 2 been doing these past few days? At that moment, ever gossipy Xi Jing thought of the box of Little Yellow that had fallen before. With a sly grin, she asked, "Maybe they've just been burning a lot of calories every day." As soon as the words left her mouth, the other guests, the director, and the millions watching the live stream all nodded. Yeah, that actually sounded very plausible. How else could one explain why only the 2 of them lost weight? Which raised a very important question: exactly how much exercise were they getting? Were they really spending all their free time? Ahem. The director put on a serious face and said meaningfully, "You young folks, take care of your health." Liu Jingdu remained composed, but the faint flush in his ears betrayed his inner thoughts. "Got it, director." Recalling that moment, Shan Yueyue couldn't help teasing out loud, "Xiaoyu, how much do you weigh now?" The love system cackled. "Girl, you've slimmed down even more since then, especially your waist. It's now the kind of delicate little waist one could hold with a single hand. Say, have you completely fallen in love with working out?" Ning Xiaoyu told the love system to shut up while answering Shan Yueye's question. "I think I lost another 1 or 2 caddies since the show ended." Shan Yueyue clicked her tongue twice. "Xiaoyu, make sure you're still getting proper nutrition." She was eating well and every meal was a nutritious feast. It was just the exercise. There had been a lot of it. Ning Xiaoyu even felt like she could easily run 800 meters now without breaking a sweat. For a regular person, this kind of lifestyle probably wouldn't be sustainable in the long term. But for her and Lu Jingdu, it wasn't a big deal. After all, they had access to all kinds of useful products from the system shop. Besides, her weight had finally stabilized lately. She wasn't losing anymore. The love system giggled. From a 10-minute swim to a 15-minute surfing session to a 50-minute concert, and now to several hours a day, these past few days had been sweetness overload. The love system never expected to be this happy. It used to beg and cry just to get a little sugar. And back then all the sugar had been weird and awkward. Now, every single day was 100 pure sweetness. Roya, after Shan Yueyue picked her dress and paid, she turned to Ning Xiaoyu and asked, "Palace Schemes airs this summer, right? So it's not far off. Looks like you'll need to start being active again." After all, love-themed palace dramas had long-lasting fan engagement. During the airing period, the leads had to be very present online. Even after the show ended, they'd still be expected to stay engaged from time to time. Ning Xiaoyu had already been resting for several months. Of course, so had Lu Jingdu. After Heartbeat 100, aside from a few red carpet appearances, attending some brand events, and shooting a couple of ads, they hadn't taken on any long-term commitments. They'd been mostly inseparable. After dinner with Shen Yueyue, Ning Xiaoyu finally got into Lu Jingdu's cart. He didn't have much going on either. Whenever she had errands to run, he often played the role of her driver. That afternoon, she had just been talking to Shen Yueyue about promotional work for palace schemes, and that very evening she and Lu Jingdu received a notice from the director. The director asked them to host a live stream from home to warm up the upcoming drama. Ning Xiaoyu might be a salted fish, but when duty called, she knew how to get it done. As soon as they went live, fans flooded the room. After so long without seeing their salted fish queen, her fans were practically losing their minds. Xiaoyu. Finally. We thought you'd quit the industry. Has Xiaoyu gotten even skinnier? Xiaoyu looks even prettier now. Can I ask how many classes do Xiaoyu and the Movie King have per week? Ning Xiaoyu's eyes swept across the barrage of comments. That particular class comment must have been repeated a dozen times, so it quickly caught her attention. That question ahem. Just as she was about to pretend she hadn't seen it, the love system shamelessly popped up with a new love mission. Girl. Everyone has curiosity. It's perfectly normal for them to be curious about this. After all, your little yellow moment already happened once. As for that incident, the netizens didn't find it awkward, and neither did you. Everyone's an adult here. There's no need to avoid such questions, right? I'm just saying. Being upfront and relaxed about it is the best. This time you can, tell the truth. B. Compliment the Movie King indirectly. C. Compliment the Movie King directly. Ning Xiaoyu. As expected of the love system, no matter how time passed, it alone remained true to its original self, true to that greasy original self. Chapter 107 Extra 2 Praising someone directly or indirectly felt too deliberate. Besides, it wasn't as if she had never praised him before. Even though it had been Lu Jingdu who prompted it under certain circumstances, it still counted. As always, Ning Xiaoyu followed her instincts. She skipped options B and C, chose option A, and then directly gave a number. 18 to 20. What does that mean? 18 to 20? What are those numbers about? Did I miss something? That number. Xiaoyu, are you speaking in riddles now? Among all the confused comments flooding the screen, only the person who had asked the question understood right away. 18 to 20 classes a week, as expected of you guys. Totally insane. Classes? What classes? Xiaoyu teaches too. Sure, you all don't get it. Woo, Xiaoyu, I love you. Having an idol who spoke so truthfully, what a blessing for her fans. No matter the topic, fans could always expect her most sincere response. Soon the director sent a message to Ning Xiaoyu, asking her to do a quick QA session with her fans. In this session, she could choose to answer or skip a question. But if she chose to answer, it had to be the truth. This little section was considered a perk for the fans. As for what questions would be asked, the live stream would randomly connect with viewers via voice chat. The lucky fans selected could each ask Ning Xiaoyu one question. There would be 3 lucky fans in total. Soon enough, the first lucky viewer was picked out. As soon as the mic connected, the fan blurted out right away, Xiaoyu, can you help me buy Little Yellow? I really need one, thanks. Ning Xiaoyu, no, I don't do purchasing, thank you. The second lucky viewer quickly took over, Xiaoyu, has Little Yellow been retired at your place yet? Not yet. The third lucky viewer, the final one selected, took a long pause before finally asking, Xiaoyu, when will Little Yellow retire at your place? Even the love system had been curious about that question, girl, see? Everyone's gossiping about this. The main thing everyone wanted to know was when little Xiaoyu would finally make her debut. Ning Xiaoyu also paused to think for a moment before answering, not for the next few months. After hearing the 3 questions, the only thought in the viewers' minds was that Little Yellow was super popular now. All 3 questions revolved around it. If that didn't make it super popular, what did? With this session over, Little Yellow once again trended on the hot search list thanks to curious fans. These days there wasn't a single internet-addicted person who didn't know what it was. As for the 2 people involved, they were still deep in their late-night classes. Once it was over, Lu Jingdu gently patted Ning Xiaoyu's back and said, Su Lan's concert is coming up soon. He invited us. Do you want to go? Half asleep, Ning Xiaoyu vaguely recalled who Su Lanha was. Back then, Su Lanha had been a special guest at Lu Jingda's private concert and performed a duet with him. He had been so cooperative then, and now that it was his turn to hold a concert, of course they should return the favor. She mumbled vaguely, "Let's go." Alright. Roya. The next day when Ning Xiaoyu woke up, the love system chirped sweetly. "Girl, ever since you met the movie king, you two really have changed so much for each other. You're the most perfect match in the world." Ning Xiaoyu used to hate lively events like concerts the most, but now she was willing to accompany Lu Jingdu to a top star's concert. And Lu Jingdu, who had once been cold and reticent, someone who exuded no hint of everyday warmth, now had a lot more smiles on his face. The day of Su Lan's concert arrived quickly. As a friend of Su Lanha, Lu Jingdu received VIP inner area tickets. The moment they arrived at the venue, Ning Xiaoyu's ears were filled with the enthusiastic screams of fans. "I love you!" The entire venue was awash in sky blue support lights, dazzling and dreamlike. Ning Xiaoyu sat beside Lu Jingdu, and not long after the concert officially began. Unlike the small-scale concert Lu Jingdu had once hosted, this large-scale concert opened with a much flashier and cooler vibe. Su Lanha descended from above in a bright and eye-catching performance outfit, and bursts of flame suddenly erupted on the wide stage. The stage lights dazzled the eyes, and the atmosphere instantly reached its peak. After finishing a fiery and upbeat dance number, Su Lanha spoke, panting slightly, "Thank you all for supporting me all these years, unwavering as ever. This next song, Gratitude, is for you." All kinds of light sticks began to wave across the crowd. Su Lan's voice was captivating. Ning Xiaoyu could hear fans singing along in unison, and even the sound of a few fans quietly sobbing from emotion at that moment. She felt as if she had become part of this fan community, sharing their excitement and joy. This concert gave Ning Xiaoyu a wonderful experience. It shattered the rigid impression she had of concerts in the past. After performing several songs in a row, Su Lanha went backstage to change outfits. When he returned to the stage, he was wearing an even flashier and more extravagant costume. Holding the microphone, he smiled and said, "Previously, I was invited as a special guest to a unique concert. I'm sure you all know about that, right?" The fans shouted in unison, "We know. Today he's here as a special guest at my concert. Let's welcome my good brother Lu Jingdu to the stage." Amid screams and applause, Lu Jingdu strode quickly onto the stage. The two brothers embraced immediately. Su Lanha glanced in a particular direction in the crowd and smiled. "Next, this song will be chosen by Teacher Ning." Audience? Love system. Girl, you're actually getting to pick a song at a top star's concert. This is straight out of a sweet romance script. Ning Xiaoyu was surprised too. Before they came, Lu Jingdu had never mentioned that she'd be allowed to request a song. Su Lanha wiped the sweat from his chin and made a tactical pause. After a few seconds, he continued, "Teacher Ning, you have 3 options. 1. Baby, I love you. 2. Wife, I love you. 3. Darling, I love you. Which one would you like to choose?" After asking, Su Lanha cleared his throat and added, "No matter which song Teacher Ning picks, I will dedicate that song to all my fans here tonight, and my good brother, he's dedicating it to Teacher Ning alone. Any objections?" "No objections." The audience burst into laughter. "Any objections?" The man headlining the concert had spoken. Of course there were no objections. Chapter 108 Extra 3. At that moment, Ning Xiaoyu's calm face appeared on the large screen at the very front. The fans in the venue all felt a deep admiration for Ning Xiaoyu's composure to remain as unmoving as a mountain in such a situation. Surely only the salted fish queen could manage it. Only Ning Xiaoyu herself knew how shocked she truly was inside. Those 3 song titles were way too tacky. Perhaps sensing the shock in her heart, Lu Jingdu proactively spoke up. "Those 3 song titles were chosen by Lanha." Su Lanha quickly replied, "But you agreed to, didn't you?" The audience burst into good-natured laughter. Was this a blame game over how cringy the song titles were? It was rare to see the two brothers throwing each other under the bus. The fans were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Su Lanha cleared his throat lightly. "Don't judge by the names. The lyrics are actually quite trendy." Whether the general crowd believed it or not was unclear, but Su Lan's die-hard fans certainly did. Smiling with squinted eyes, Su Lanha asked, "Teacher Ning, which one do you choose?" Recalling the 3 options, Ning Xiaoyu suddenly felt like she was doing a love mission. She never imagined that even without a mission from the love system, she'd still be forced to make a choice. In the end, she picked the one that was, relatively speaking, the least cringy. I'll choose number 1, the one with Baby. Liu Jingdu immediately responded, alright, this song, Baby I Love You, is dedicated to the most adorable you. As soon as he finished, Sulanha chimed in, this song, Baby I Love You, is for all my lovely and beloved fans here tonight. The next second, a gentle instrumental intro played across the stage. Just like Sulanha had said, it might have sounded tacky, but the overall vibe of the song was quite polished. The intro began with a soft, husky whisper of "Kiss Kiss" delivered by a seductive baritone. The two superstars on stage both made flying kiss gestures. The difference was that Sulanha aimed his kiss at the crowd of light-stick-waving fans. Liu Jingdu, however, directed his kiss toward Ning Xiaoyu. Surprisingly, neither of them looked cheesy at all. Instead, they seemed refreshingly natural. The love system stared without blinking, its tone elated. This is the bonus effect of high-level looks. Hearing that soft kiss, Ning Xiaoyu felt a tickle in her ear. The love system sneakily asked, do you think the movie king might propose to you on the spot later? Ning Xiaoyu replied with a calm face, he won't. It wasn't that Liu Jingdu wouldn't want to, but rather that Ning Xiaoyu wouldn't like it. A public proposal in front of so many people would place her on too high a pedestal. Having been a salted fish for years, she didn't enjoy situations where she was pressured into making a decision. As a true salted fish, she preferred a relaxed, easygoing vibe. Not a scenario where everyone chanted say yes, say yes. And that Liu Jingdu probably understood as well. The love system let out a disappointed sound. Girl, aren't most girls into grand, romantic proposals? Ning Xiaoyu, still wearing her deadpan expression, said, you said it yourself, most. I just happened to be in the minority. Everyone had their own preferences, and that was completely normal. Ning Xiaoyu didn't like forcing herself into things. Love system. Same familiar host, same familiar flavor. Roya, the stage was wide and glamorous. Liu Jingdu walked left while Sulanha went right. Following the straight path down the stage, Liu Jingdu gracefully approached Ning Xiaoyu's seat. He slightly crouched down and extended his hand toward her. Thinking of scenes from idol fan meetings, Ning Xiaoyu raised her hand and high-fived him in coordination. The love system squealed in delight. Congratulations, girl. You've become the only person in the whole venue to high-five the movie king. Any ordinary fan would probably never wash their hand again tonight. But you're different. You can touch the movie king's hand whenever you want later, can't you? Ning Xiaoyu. When will you ever learn to calm down? After everything they'd been through, she realized the love system still loved to make a big deal out of things. Only the love system would go out of its way to emphasize something as small as a high five. The system chuckled. Calm down? That's impossible. Not in this lifetime. This system will always cheer and applaud for your love story with the movie king. Ning Xiaoyu. Thanks. If it were any ordinary human, they probably wouldn't be able to sustain such high energy or eternally upbeat enthusiasm. But a system was different. It would always rush to the front lines of the sugar-sprinkling battlefield, always wave the flag for Ning Xiaoyu and Liu Jingdu's romance, and always act like a naive fool who'd never seen the world getting excited over the tiniest moment, unable to sleep from sheer joy. In that sense, the love system wasn't entirely useless. At the very least, it was consistently silly and passionate. Roya, as soon as Baby I Love You ended, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. While adjusting his in-ear monitor and catching his breath, Sulanha said, my dear bro worked so hard to make it to my concert. Just one song clearly isn't enough, right? The fans responded with a coordinated, thunderous shout. Right? The wave of sound was so strong, it felt like it might pierce the sky. Alright then, the second song. Ning Xiaoyu didn't hear what Sulanha said next. Because right then, the love system, always eager to hand out new love missions, was back to stirring up trouble. Girl, the movie king just serenaded you on stage with a heartfelt rendition of Baby I Love You. As his baby, shouldn't you do something in return? You know, the best kind of love is mutual. Since he gave you a sweet piece of candy, you should at least offer him a jujube, right? At this moment you can go on stage and give him a bouquet. B. Go on stage and plant a fiery, passionate kiss on him. C. Go on stage and express yourself in a unique way. There was no need to even think about it. Ning Xiaoyu chose option C without hesitation. The love system rubbed its hands together in anticipation. Unique way, unconventional way. So what kind of surprise would its host bring this time? As the second song neared its end, Ning Xiaoyu stepped onto the stage and walked toward Liu Jingdu, who was still singing. By the time she reached him, The song had just ended. Liu Jingdu clearly hadn't expected her to go up on stage. His eyes and expression showed a mix of surprise and delight. Just then a superfan also got on stage to present Su Lanhe with a massive bouquet. At 180 centimeters tall, Su Lanhe almost couldn't hold on to the enormous bunch. It wasn't just flowers but the fans' heartfelt devotion in physical form. The love system was practically bouncing in place, elated about the incoming sweet moment. Girl, if you had chosen option B, you'd be kissing the movie king right now. But alas, you went with option C. Still, good thing you didn't pick option A. If you had, you'd have ended up doing the same thing as Su Lan's superfan. No novelty in that. It's always better to go for something unconventional and exciting. While the love system rambled like a nagging old lady, Ning Xiaoyu calmly reached into her pocket and pulled out a single sweet jujube, handing it to Liu Jingdu. Upon witnessing this, the love system was absolutely shook. The love system's pupils quaked. The love system trembled all over. The love system was so stunned it forgot how to speak. Girl, what just happened? How could you just, when it was Ning Xiaoyu's turn, how could she give just one jujube? Ning Xiaoyu replied unhurriedly, didn't you say I should at least give him a jujube? Look, I just gave him one. Chapter 109 Extra 4. When Su Lanhe walked over carrying a huge bouquet of fresh flowers, he happened to witness the moment Liu Jingdu received a jujube. His eyes widened slightly, and a particularly down-to-earth expression appeared on his face. Surprise. That gift was rather unique. Unlike Su Lan's astonishment, the recipient, Liu Jingdu, remained calm from beginning to end. After all, it wasn't the first time. Even if Ning Xiaoyu handed him a giant winter melon on the spot, he could keep a straight face, let alone just a single jujube off stage. Some fans whispered among themselves, trying to figure out what it meant to give someone a jujube. Could it be a secret code between the salted fish queen and the movie king? Otherwise, why did no one else seem to understand it? Liu Jingdu, who had received the jujube, offered no explanation. He simply lowered his head and took a bite. Then, in just a few mouthfuls, he finished the whole thing. Su Lanhe set down the flowers in his hand and asked with a smile, how does the jujube taste? It's sweet. Clicking his tongue, Su Lanhe said, Teacher Ning is so thoughtful. Why hasn't any fan brought me something to eat? With his light-hearted interruption, no fans thought it strange anymore that Ning Xiaoyu had given Liu Jingdu a jujube. Maybe it was just a bit of fun between a couple. Roya. After Su Lan's concert ended, Palace Schemes finally began airing in the summer primetime slot. From the very first episode, Palace Schemes didn't become popular because of its costumes or set design, but instead soared to fame thanks to the two lead actors' stunning looks. Its viewership ratings exceeded 5, ranking number 1 across all the networks. It stood out like a lone rider galloping ahead among all the period dramas. When Ning Xiaoyu woke up, she had gained 1 million new followers on Weibo. Her comments section was flooded beyond count. Even friends in the industry like Xin Yueyue and others had sent her congratulatory messages. She picked a few to respond to, thanked them all, and even took the rare step of interacting with a few genuine fans. The love system chirped with delight. Girl, this is what it feels like to blow up overnight. Even though you've felt this before. This time it's even bigger, even more explosive. Feels pretty good, right? To be honest, it felt okay. Not overly exciting. Ning Xiaoyu got up and went about her morning routine as usual. She ate the breakfast Liu Jingdu had made. At the dining table, the two of them casually chatted about the audience's feedback on Palace Schemes. The reception had been much better than they originally expected. From that day onward, Palace Schemes only grew more popular by the day, showing signs of becoming that year's breakout period drama. In just 3 days, Ning Xiaoyu gained 20 million followers, becoming the fastest rising star in entertainment history. No one even came close. Liu Jingdu already had a massive fanbase and was one of the top figures in the industry. Over the past few days, while Ning Xiaoyu feasted, he drank the broth. One takes the biggest share of the reward, while the other takes the rest, gaining several million followers himself. Though it wasn't as dramatic as her rise, his increase in followers was also shockingly fast. Just as both of their careers were flourishing, Liu Jingdu proposed as Ning Xiaoyu had predicted. Liu Jingdu's proposal was both high-profile and low-key. He had opened a salted fish-themed restaurant in advance, filling it with all kinds of salted fish-shaped decorations. The restaurant wasn't open to the public and existed solely to satisfy Ning Xiaoyu's palate. All the new dishes she got to try had been perfected. By him in that restaurant. On the day of the proposal, Lu Jingdu brought Ning Xiaoyu to the salted fish restaurant, and under the warm orange candlelight that filled the room, he knelt down on one knee. After a moment of silence, Lu Jingdu said, "Xiaoyu, you already know the basics about me. My father died young. My mother remarried and has been living abroad for the past couple of years with a new family. She won't interfere much in my life. Other than one grandfather, I'm not close to any of my other relatives." At this point, Lu Jingdu couldn't help but think of what had happened to his uncle. Back then, his uncle had bribed a truck driver in an attempt on his life. In the end, thanks to the sachet Ning Xiaoyu had given him, he escaped unscathed. The driver insisted it had been an accident, and due to lack of evidence he was acquitted. Not long after, however, his uncle was involved in a minor car accident that he didn't die. But from then on, he could no longer take care of himself and would have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. After the accident, Lu Jingdu went to visit him once. He would never forget the look on his uncle's face, that mix of regret, hatred, jealousy, and anger. The blend of emotions was so vivid that it betrayed the deep turmoil in the man's heart. Perhaps becoming a cripple was the most fitting end for his uncle. For the rest of his life, he could only live on in helpless hatred. My ties to my family have always been thin, Lu Jingdu said. I know that someone like me isn't exactly an ideal partner in the marriage market. Most women would likely turn away the moment they heard about his complicated family background. After all, being with him used to be truly life-threatening. Fortunately, the greatest threat to him, his uncle, was already half dead and most likely would never be able to stir up trouble again. At this point, Lu Jingdu paused, then continued, "But I want to try my best to be a good partner who can bring you happiness. As Xiaoyu, will you marry me?" Ning Xiaoyu sat on a salted fish-shaped chair, looking at Lu Jingdu kneeling on one knee before her. She smiled slightly and said, "What a coincidence. My family ties are just as faint. My mother remarried early too. My father is still alive, but he's unreliable. Aside from a grandfather and a cousin, I don't have any close relatives either. So we're actually a good match." A faint light sparked in Lu Jingdu's eyes. "You mean Ning Xiaoyu was never one to be long-winded?" She nodded directly and said, "I do." Lu Jingdu. After Ning Xiaoyu accepted Lu Jingdu's proposal, no one was more ecstatic than the love system. My CP is getting married. They're getting married. They're finally getting married." Perhaps influenced by the system's excited emotions, even the usually indifferent salted fish queen felt a flicker of genuine happiness. Yes, she was getting married. She was going to marry the person she loved. She was going to marry someone who loved her. Roya. The next day, episode 16 of Palace Schemes aired. The entire episode was a flashback. In this round of memories, under grand ceremonial robes, the male and female leads were married. At the time, the emperor hadn't yet ascended the throne and he was still the fourth prince, not favored by the court. And the empress was not yet an empress. After marrying the fourth prince, she became his princess consort. Back then, the former emperor's favored heir had been the second prince. The fourth prince had been nearly invisible in court. No one could have imagined that the one to ultimately inherit the throne would be the most overlooked of them all. The couple had met at a time of obscurity. Though their love wasn't earth-shattering at first, they always supported each other in silence. The flashback immediately stirred up even the quietest fans. That look in the movie king's eyes when he lifted the veil was unreal, as expected of the movie king and the salted fish queen. Their chemistry is insane. Woo-woo. One of the four great joys in life is the wedding night. This is such a huge moment. How come the two leads aren't online yet? Unacceptable work ethic. Suspicious ideological stance. Get online immediately. As fans cried out for the leads to do their job, Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu lived up to expectations and showed up exactly as the fans wished. Ning Xiaoyu posted on Weibo first, followed quickly by Lu Jingdu's repost. Ning Xiaoyu v. We got married picture. Lu Jingdu v. That's right, we got married picture. The first picture was a screenshot from the drama of the male lead lifting the female lead's veil. The angle of the shot was perfect, radiating overwhelming sweetness. The second picture was a real-life photo of them registering their marriage. In the photo, the two of them were smiling brightly, looking absolutely well-matched. After seeing the photos, the unprepared fans were first completely confused. What was going on? What did that second picture mean? Was it what they thought it meant? It felt just a bit too sudden. Very quickly, their confusion turned to shock. Good heavens! They could only exclaim in shock. They had started out just wanting to ship the Emperor and Empress in the drama. Who would have thought the leads would be so reliable? Delivering not only the on-screen sweetness but the real-life couple content too. Chapter 110 Extra 5 None of the netizens had expected to be served such a huge piece of gossip. Let alone them, even those who were close to Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu hadn't seen it coming that a few of their close friends quickly sent them messages. Shenhua. Xiaoyu, this is so you. Getting your marriage certificate without a word. Congrats. If you need a bridesmaid, no need to be polite with me. Xijing. Congrats, congrats. Let me bask in your happiness. I hope my own fate will arrive soon, Sulanha. Whoa, good one, really good one. You sure know how to make big moves silently. And one of the groomsmen, don't forget. Lingxi, when's the wedding? The groomsman is already in position. Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu both replied to their respective friends. Ning Xiaoyu replied to Shen Yueyue. He proposed to me yesterday and I said yes. Since I agreed, we figured we might as well go get the certificate today. Shenhua. Classic you. The speed at which you got married is insane. Lu Jingdu messaged his two close buddies with the wedding date and officially invited them to be his groomsmen. The internet was buzzing with excitement, and the shocking news kept many netizens awake all night. But the couple themselves slept soundly. After they got their marriage certificate, Little Yellow started appearing much less frequently. The love system remarked with a sigh, the manufacturer really has no sense, sending you so many Little Yellow. In truth, the manufacturer just wanted free advertising. It wasn't like they actually expected them to be used. One day, Ning Xiaoyu had a dream. In it, a chubby, adorable little boy looked at her earnestly and asked, "Excuse me, will you be my mommy?" Even in the dream, Ning Xiaoyu remained her usual laid-back self. She casually replied, "Do you have any requirements for your future mom?" The little boy counted on his fingers and said, "She has to take care of me all the time, be nice to me and be patient with me." After hearing that, Ning Xiaoyu thought it over. It sounded like a bit too much. There was one condition she probably couldn't meet. She said, "I have a few conditions too. Hear me out first. If you don't need me to worry too much, if you're obedient and sensible, if you can grow up quickly, and if you'll be able to take care of yourself when you're older, then I might be able to meet about a third of your expectations." That was already a very sincere answer from the salted fish queen. She treated the 3-year-old boy as an equal and had this honest conversation with him in a completely straightforward and equal manner. After hearing her list so many conditions in one breath, the little boy suddenly burst into tears. "I don't want you to be my mommy anymore. I don't like you." Ning Xiaoyu replied, "Oh." She wasn't very surprised. When she woke up the next morning, she still remembered the dream clearly. In the dream, the little boy had cried so pitifully and miserably that she actually felt a rare twinge of guilt for bullying a child. But that feeling didn't last long. She had to admit that what she said in the dream came from the heart. She had been a salted fish for too long. It wasn't just a year or two. She had been this way for many years. Some habits had become second nature and couldn't be changed overnight. The little boy's expectation that she would take care of him all the time was simply impossible. So, since their expectations didn't align, it wasn't a bad thing to lay everything on the table. She and that little boy weren't a good match. It seemed they were fated not to be mother and son. While eating breakfast, she told Lu Jingdu about the dream. Ning Xiaoyu shrugged and said, "Looks like he won't be choosing me, it's just a dream." Lu Jingdu said with a smile, "Don't worry. There'll be a little one who's very obedient someday. No rush." The love system, on the other hand, was absolutely thrilled. "Girl, this is so you. Making a kid cry even in your dream. And only you could say something like, if you can hurry up and grow up so confidently. Well, dreams always reveal the truest self." That was what Ning Xiaoyu thought, so that was what she said aloud. It wasn't like she could lie. And honestly, she really wasn't suited to be that little boy's mother. Even though it was just a dream, she still sincerely wished that little guy would find a mother who matched his ideal. Mothers like that definitely existed in the world. It was probably just rare to find someone like her, someone so content with slacking off and prioritizing her own comfort. The love system clapped its hands. "Congrats, girl, you really do have a clear sense of self-awareness." Ning Xiaoyu's personality had a lot to do with her upbringing. She had been a salted fish for so many years and had no plans to change. After all, lying around really was quite comfortable. Right after that dream, Ning Xiaoyu's period came. She herself wasn't in a hurry. But the love system was more anxious than ever. Girl. Looks like little Xiaoyu won't be coming yet. I've been waiting for little Xiaoyu. Ning Xiaoyu said calmly, waiting for what? Love system. It couldn't trick its host, but couldn't it even trick its host's future kid? Young kids should be easy to fool, right? But of course it couldn't let its host find out what it was thinking. Roya a few months later, palace schemes concluded successfully. The two lead actors each posted their final Weibo messages to officially bid farewell to the audience. Fans were full of reluctant emotion. Don't forget to show up together in the future too. Wu, I can't bear to say goodbye to the Emperor and the Empress. Please be happy together in another dimension forever. Time flies. Every scene from a few months ago is still vivid. And now it's already time to say goodbye. Wishing you both the best. Hopefully. We'll meet again. Just as fans were caught up in their feelings, Lu Jingdu made another post. This time it was just a single photo, an exquisitely designed wedding invitation. On Saturday, May 28, 2022, a wedding ceremony will be held for groom Lu Jingdu and bride Ning Xiaoyu. A banquet will follow. You are cordially invited. Location: Ning Xiaoyu Manor. Time 12 o'clock noon. Lu Jingdu posted it on the 25th, which meant that the wedding ceremony was only a few days away. As soon as they saw his post, fans couldn't stay calm. They got their marriage certificate ages ago. It's about time for a banquet. Does the movie king mean to invite fans to join too? LOL. Even though Ning Xiaoyu Manor is huge, it probably can't seat all the fans. So are we being invited to attend a livestream wedding ceremony instead? After Lu Jingdu shared the good news with his fans, he didn't say much more. As for Ning Xiaoyu, at that moment she was trying on her wedding dress. The pure white gown had been personally designed months ago by a well-known domestic designer. Its design was ornate and intricate, and it had only just been completed recently. Once it was delivered, she tried it on to check the fit. If anything wasn't quite right, the designer could make immediate adjustments on the spot. Besides the wedding dress, all the gowns Ning Xiaoyu would wear on the 28th were custom-made as well. While helping her try on the gown, the designer asked with a bit of concern, "The waist is this tight, is it okay?" Ning Xiaoyu looked at her reflection and at the cinched, delicate waistline and replied lightly, "It's fine." The love system, catching the subtext, laughed heartily. "Girl, you scared the little boy off. If you hadn't, he'd probably be a few months old by now." But that couldn't be helped. What couldn't be done simply couldn't be done. It only meant that she and the little boy weren't fated to be. After all, these things had to be mutual, that if either side felt forced, it would no longer be beautiful. The love system chimed in gossipy tones. "Girl, did you have any similar dreams lately?" Ning Xiaoyu shook her head. No. She had been so busy preparing for the wedding that she fell into deep sleep every night, without even dreaming. The system let out an "oh." Sounded more disappointed than Ning Xiaoyu herself. She ignored it. While she was trying on her gowns, her 6 bridesmaids arrived one after another. They were there to try on their bridesmaid dresses. Each dress had been tailor-made for the bridesmaids, fitting every one of them perfectly. Her deskmate from primary school, with whom she had once been very close, smiled and said, "I never thought my best friend from primary school would become a big star. And now I get to be a bridesmaid. It feels like Xiaoyu hasn't forgotten me." Since entering the entertainment industry, Ning Xiaoyu hasn't kept in frequent contact with her old friends. But neither had she completely cut ties. Her relationship with this deskmate had truly been strong back then. As they grew up, they gradually drifted apart because they went to schools in different cities. Still, the childhood bond remained. Ning Xiaoyu had only invited 3 friends from the industry: Xinyue Shi Jing, and another acquaintance she'd gotten along well with before becoming famous. The other 3 bridesmaids were all close friends from her school days. One of Ning Xiaoyu's high school roommates said, "I didn't expect that out of the 4 of us in the dorm you'd be the first to get married. Usually, celebrities don't marry early." That roommate had thought she herself would be the first one to tie the knot. She laughed and said, "On the 28th, I'm going to do my best to catch your bouquet." Shi Jing, unwilling to back down, said, "I'm going to catch it too." She and Li Zigao had never gotten along. After Heartbeat 100 ended, they had completely cut ties and never contacted each other again. Recently, her family had been pressuring her to settle down. She didn't want to date anyone from the industry, only someone outside of it. If it weren't for that, she probably would have been married by now. But working in entertainment meant she was always busy and surrounded by industry people, so she hadn't found anyone suitable yet. She turned to Ning Xiaoyu's friends from outside the industry and said, If you have any quality male friends, remember to introduce them to me. Ning Xiaoyu's primary school deskmate rolled her eyes. If we had any, we would have taken them for ourselves already. Why would we leave them for you? Her high school roommate, who now worked as a university counselor, added, there are quite a few single masters and PhD advisors at our school. Some of them aren't bad-looking, but I'm not familiar with them. That wasn't a problem as long as she could get a contact. Shi Jing could handle the rest. After all 6 bridesmaids had tried on their gowns, Ning Xiaoyu handed them the bridesmaid gift she had prepared in advance. Shi Jing opened hers and gasped, a full skincare set from the royal brand of F Country. Xiaoyu giggled. You can't even buy this stuff with money. Thanks, Bridetobe. One of Ning Xiaoyu's old classmates suddenly thought of a question. Who are the 6 groomsmen? That question immediately piqued Shenya's interest. So far we know that Su Lanhe and Ling Xi are definitely among them. As for the other 4, no infos leaked out. Shi Jing nudged Ning Xiaoyu and waggled her eyebrows. Hey! The groomsmen will be taking group photos with us and the newlyweds. Come on, give us a little spoiler. To keep the bridesmaids curious and excited. Ning Xiaoyu resisted the urge to reveal anything and only said, you'll find out soon enough. With all the laughter and chatter, time slipped by in the blink of an eye. Soon the 28th arrived. Chapter 111 Extra 6 That day, Ning Xiaoyu got up early and had her makeup done by a professional makeup artist. Her 6 bridesmaids had all arrived at Ning Xilang Manor. Up until that moment, none of them knew who the other 4 groomsmen were. It wasn't until the groom arrived with the full procession of 6 groomsmen that the mystery was finally revealed. Good heavens! Every single one of them turned out to be top-tier celebrities. Well, perhaps that was a bit of an exaggeration. But it was no exaggeration to say that all 6 of them were hugely popular. As expected of the movie king. His entourage was truly grand. None of the 6 groomsmen were ordinary people. If this wedding had been live-streamed, the fans in the chat room would probably have jumped up and down in excitement. Not to mention Ning Xiaoyu's 3 bridesmaids from outside the industry. Even Shen Yueyue and the others couldn't help but get excited. Shen Yueyue even started stammering, what do I do? One of the groomsmen is a senior I really admire. I've always wanted to work with him, but never had the chance. Shi Jing pursed her lips and instinctively pulled out a mirror to check her makeup. Although she had no plans to date someone from the industry, she still didn't want to lose face in front of a group of big celebrities. Seeing how nervous they all looked, Ning Xiaoyu chuckled and said, they're just supporting roles today. Shen Yueyue quickly smacked her forehead. You're right. They're all supporting roles. Today, only you and Lu Jingdu are the leads. Thinking that way, Shen Yueyue suddenly felt that she wasn't that different from those big star groomsmen after all. After the complicated and lengthy wedding pickup ceremony finally ended, the group arrived at the breathtakingly decorated wedding venue. The moment Shen Yueyue laid eyes on the venue, she gasped. This is so beautiful. It truly was stunning. The scene had been transformed into a deep-sea world in shades of dark blue. Among the starfishes and whales, one figure stood out conspicuously, a salted fish. Yes, a literal salted fish. Technically speaking, a salted fish had no place in the deep sea. After all, it was a preserved fish. How could it appear underwater? But who cared? This was the wedding of the salted fish queen. Having a salted fish present made perfect sense. Roya that day. Neither Ning Zhen nor Zhang Shui had been invited by the couple, and in fact, they only learned about the grand occasion through the internet as the father. Ning Zhen hadn't even been informed of his daughter's wedding. Instead, he found out through online chatter. His chest felt tight, and the corners of his eyes stung. The caretaker tending to him sighed when she saw the man's grief-stricken face. If only you'd known back then. Why did you? The rest of her words were swallowed in a long, helpless sigh. Some things were already far beyond the point of no return. For Ning Xiaoyu, those 7 years had been long and real. But for Ning Zhen, they passed in a blink. Aside from the later stages of rehabilitation, he didn't have much awareness of his time as a comatose patient. He knew his youngest daughter and Zhang Shui were heartless, and that neither of them had visited him once in 7 years. But while he could grit his teeth and let go of Zhang Shui, he couldn't bear to give up on the daughter he had loved for so many years. He kept deluding himself, thinking that his youngest daughter wasn't truly bad at heart. She had just been influenced by Zhang Shui. With the right guidance, she could still change. But he had been terribly, utterly wrong. That thought, tears streamed down his face like rain. The caretaker, unable to watch him sobbing non-stop, said, "It's your daughter's wedding day. Why are you crying? You should be happy." Ning Xiaoyu wiped his eyes and stopped crying. He nodded and said, "You're right. I should be happy. Happy that Ning Xiaoyu was stepping into a new chapter of her life. Unlike him, an irresponsible father, Lu Jingdu would probably be a good one. Roya on the other side. Zhang Shui didn't take the news of Ning Xiaoyu's wedding nearly as well. Ever since she had been publicly beaten and Ning Xiaoyu had witnessed it but didn't step in to help, she had completely disowned her eldest daughter. They might have been mother and daughter in name, but in truth they were more like enemies. Her life was now one of destitution, a far cry from her once glamorous days. Her once well-maintained face had wrinkled and she looked visibly older. Seeing Ning Xiaoyu on screen in a white wedding gown, practically radiating wealth, jealousy was inevitable. That was her daughter. She should have been the one enjoying such a grand and happy life. Consumed by resentment, Zhang Shui decided to storm over to Ning Xiaoyu Manor. Even if she couldn't ruin the wedding, she was determined to be a thorn in Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingda's side. There was no reason she should suffer while they got to be so happy. But she didn't even make it to the estate gate before she was surrounded by a group of bodyguards. Faced with the brawny men, Zhang Shui instinctively stepped back. Her voice was shrill and false as she barked, "What do you think you're doing? I'm warning you, if you come any closer, I'll call the police." A middle-aged man who appeared to be the head bodyguard spoke calmly, "Please leave this area." Ever since losing her money, Zhang Shui was no longer the haughty, high-society lady she used to be. Stripped of her polished exterior, she was now nothing more than a hysterical shrew. No longer bothering to maintain any dignity, she raised her voice and shouted, "Who are you to tell me where I can go?" The head of security remained expressionless. "We don't care where you go. But you've already entered the vicinity of Ning Xiaoyu Manor. This area is closed to outsiders today. Please cooperate." The moment she heard the word outsider, Zhang Shui exploded. "Outsider? I'm no outsider. I'm Ning Xiaoyu's mother. I'm the biological mother of the bride getting married at Ning Xiaoyu Manor today." The head of security ignored her screaming and replied in a businesslike tone, "Sorry. Please cooperate with our security protocol. Otherwise we will have to call the police." It was a word-for-word return of her earlier threat. Zhang Shui struggled like a madwoman. "Let me go. I want to go in. I have to enter the estate." But no one paid her any attention. Ning Xiaoyu knew Zhang Shui's character all too well. Today was her big day, so how could she possibly not come prepared? In fact, she had even anticipated Zhang Shui stirring up trouble. She was determined not to let Zhang Shui or anyone else ruin her happiness. Roya, when she walked onto the stage, Ning Xiaoyu had no father to accompany her. She went up alone. But even by herself, she walked with steady steps. Today, the love system had been chattering non-stop. It said, "Girl, don't worry. I'm always here with you. If you don't mind, I can even be your dad." Hearing the first half, Ning Xiaoyu felt a bit moved. But once she heard the second half, the smile on her face faded. With a blank expression she said, "Scram." The love system chuckled. Why be so irritable on such a joyous day? Girl, special day, special treatment. I really don't mind being your dad just for today. After all, normally this part of the walk was one the bride would take with her father. But Ning Xiaoyu was not a qualified father. He didn't deserve to be there. "Shut up." Ning Xiaoyu said, "Oh no, not the whole day. 10 minutes is enough. Even 5 minutes works. Just give up already." Ning Xiaoyu said flatly. With the love system's silly banter in the background, she soon reached the end of that short path. There was no sadness and no sense of loss. None of those emotions crossed her mind. She had only one thought: finally. This part was over. The love system should have also given up on the idea of being her father for 5 minutes. As Lu Jingdu took Ning Xiaoyu's hand, the love system suddenly let out a sigh like an old father. "Lu Jingdu, I'm entrusting Xiaoyu to you now. You two must live well. You must love her dearly." Ning Xiaoyu never imagined the sugar-obsessed love system could say something so sentimental. "Love system? Girl, just what kind of image do you have of me? I have always had your best interests at heart." That much Ning Xiaoyu had never really doubted. Granted, the love missions the system gave were sometimes cheesy, annoying, downright lame, and had even put her in some very awkward situations, but at its core it wasn't a bad system. It was just plain stupid. But being stupid wasn't its fault, right? Surely it wanted to be smarter, but it simply couldn't manage it. That wasn't something it could be blamed for. Love system. After exchanging rings, Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu shared a kiss. Seeing the kiss, the love system immediately forgot all the earlier complaints and happily went back to eating sugar. After all, shipping was the entire reason it existed. Love system. Woo, that kiss was so passionate. So sweet. After the kiss, the ceremony temporarily came to an end. Following the formal meal, the afternoon was reserved for guest interactions. Normally, guests would just find their own ways to pass the time during this break. But today was different. Today, aside from the two extremely popular celebrities, there were many other stars present. While Lu Jingde's 6 groomsmen didn't have his level of fame, they were still considered big celebrities. More importantly, all 6 groomsmen, each handsome and well-built, were single. What did that mean? It meant the single guests there had a real shot. The 6 groomsmen kept a low profile throughout the day, always mindful of their supporting roles and never stealing the spotlight. Not that they could steal it even if they tried. There were 12 people in total, 6 bridesmaids and 6 groomsmen, and aside from 3 outsiders, the other 9 were all from the entertainment industry. Each had a great sense for the camera. And today their photos were being taken by a well-known photographer in the industry. So of course the final images couldn't possibly turn out be idiot. In fact, every photo was stunning. While they were taking group shots, an old English sheepdog suddenly ran onto the lawn from Waknoshire. The dog had been groomed beautifully, its fur long, clean, and a striking mix of gray and white. It sat obediently in front of the newlyweds, and no one tried to chase it away. The guests found it amusing. This clearly wasn't the couple's pet, and yet it had come up to them on its own. Was it because the bride and groom were just too good-looking, and even dogs wanted in on the fun? But Ning Xiaoyu knew exactly what was going on. The love system had temporarily entered the sheepdog's body to join them for the group photos. After several shots, the love system returned. The love system proudly placed its hands on its hips. On an occasion like this, how could I not make an appearance? After it left, the old English sheepdog returned to being just an ordinary dog. It barked happily and ran over to its owner. The owner patted its head, full of affection. "You little rascal, broke free from your leash just now. I thought you were up to something naughty, but turns out you just wanted to soak up some of the newlyweds' good luck. You're pretty clever, aren't you?" The old English sheepdog barked a few more times in its usual silly manner, completely unaware of what had just happened. Even after the wedding ended, it continued to be a hot topic online. Roya, since that little boy had appeared in her dreams. Ning Xiaoyu hadn't dreamed of a child again for more than a year. After the wedding, she and Lu Jingdu had gone on a 3-month honeymoon in F country. Once they returned, they took on a suspense film together, playing the male and female leads. By then, Ning Xiaoyu's fan count had almost caught up with Lu Jingde's. In fact, the title Salted Fish Queen even outshone movie king Lu Jingdu took it in stride. After all, even he was a fan of the Salted Fish Queen. Wasn't it normal for your idol to be better than you? After finishing the suspense film, the two of them began another long vacation. The love system, on the other hand, hadn't changed one bit. Even though it should be used to all the sweet moments by now, it still got overly excited at the tiniest surprise. That night, Ning Xiaoyu had another dream. This time 2 chubby, fair-skinned children appeared. They looked about the same age as the little boy from before, around 3 or 4 years old. The little girl had big eyes, and her long lashes fluttered as she spoke in a soft, syrupy voice. "Will you be my mommy?" Ning Xiaoyu used the same speech that had once scared off the little boy. "If you're obedient and sensible, if you can work hard to grow up, if you can take care of your own things, then I wouldn't be completely unwilling." The little girl clearly hadn't heard anything like that before. Her lips quivered and she was about to cry. How could there be such a terrible mommy? She didn't want her. Just then, the boy next to her gently patted her and said, "Don't cry." The girl immediately held back her tears, looking up at Ning Xiaoyu with pitiful eyes. But the Salted Fish Queen had a heart of stone and wasn't moved. She was an honest person. She would try her best to be a good mother, but there were things she simply couldn't do, and she didn't want to force herself. After all, she had only one chance in this life and she just wanted to be happy. The past years had been too hard. From now on, she only wanted life in easy mode. Zhang Shui had never set a good example. In fact, she had been a cautionary tale. Having never experienced real maternal love, Ning Xiaoyu didn't have much confidence in herself either. But at least she wouldn't treat her children differently after they were born like Zhang Shui had. She would be clear from the beginning. If the children could accept it, great. If not, then it just wasn't meant to be. After finishing her piece, Ning Xiaoyu patiently waited for the children's response. Judging by the little girl's expression, it looked like she might not choose her. So what about the little boy? The boy nodded. I can do it. Ning Xiaoyu looked a little surprised. And what about her? The boy said firmly, she can do it too. Ning Xiaoyu looked at the little girl. Can he make decisions for you? The little girl sniffled. In her imagination, her mommy should have been gentle and kind, not lazy and laid back. But this one didn't seem so bad. And she was honest. She spoke to them as equals. The girl realized she kind of liked her. And maybe she could do it too. Seeing that her brother had already agreed, the little girl nodded and said in her soft, milky voice, I can do it too. Ning Xiaoyu said, oh. When she woke up the next day, Ning Xiaoyu still clearly remembered the dream. She had once told herself that if she ever encountered such a dream again, she must speak more gently, avoid being too blunt and scaring the children to tears. But to her surprise, she had still spoken her mind directly. As expected, the version of her in the dream remained uncontrollable, incapable of learning tact. What she said this time was slightly different from before, but the general meaning was the same, asking the children to be well behaved and grow up on their own. In the meantime, she would do her best to take care of them. Unexpectedly, both of them had agreed. Unfortunately, it was just a dream. While sunbathing that day, Ning Xiaoyu shared the dream with Lu Jingdu and the love system. Before Lu Jingdu could say anything, the love system cried out in shock. Where did those two little angels come from? They're so blinding, Xiaoyu. The love system had meant to say blind, but when Ning Xiaoyu cut in like that, it didn't dare continue. Besides, this was the little Xiaoyu it had waited so long for. With that thought, the love system quickly changed its tone and said, they've got amazing taste to have chosen you. After hearing about the dream, both Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu found themselves fond of the two sensible children. Still, it was only a dream and it didn't mean anything. Yet surprisingly, a month later, Ning Xiaoyu found out she was pregnant. And not just with one child but twins. So was that what they called a prophetic dream, just as in the dream? The two children turned out to be exceptionally well behaved. They caused Ning Xiaoyu no trouble at all, and even the delivery went smoothly. And sure enough, one was a boy, the other a girl. They named the boy Lu Yao and the girl Lu Tian. When Lu Tian was just born, she cried easily. But as soon as little Lu Yao kicked his legs, she would immediately stop crying. Both children were incredibly well behaved, and Ning Xiaoyu hardly had to worry about anything. Or rather, Lu Yao had taken on the responsibilities of an older brother, not only growing up well himself, but also taking excellent care of his little sister in the blink of an eye. They had turned 5. Over these 5 years, Ning Xiaoyu had lived in comfort. The children required almost no extra effort from her. And if something did come up, Lu Jingdu was there to handle it. Truly, they were little angels. And Lu Yao was particularly mature, so mature that sometimes Ning Xiaoyu felt guilty and couldn't help but treat him especially well. Of course, she never neglected Lu Tian either. Little Lu Yao was absolutely adorable, with soft, fair skin that bounced like jelly when poked. After the twins celebrated their birthday, one day the love system suddenly said, Big brother is trying too hard. I want to help him relax a little. Ning Xiaoyu? What does it mean? Love system, girl, I recently split off a subsystem. I'm planning to bind it to Big Brother to help him lighten up a bit. Even after all these years of marriage and now being the mother of 2 children, the love system still called her girl. Hearing that, Ning Xiaoyu quickly said, Don't mess around, love system, I won't mess around. I just want him to have a happier childhood. Having been bound to the love system for so many years, Ning Xiaoyu had come to trust it. If only a little. She took the initiative to ask, so what's this subsystem of yours? The love system shyly replied, salted fish system. Ning Xiaoyu, Chapter 112 Extra 7. Ning Xiaoyu felt that this idea was not appropriate. What if, by accident, they ended up raising a spoiled second-generation rich kid? As the saying went, it was hard to learn good habits, but easy to pick up bad ones. She couldn't let Lu Yao be led astray. The love system declared solemnly, Girl, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. But after it suggested binding Lu Yao to the salted fish system, Ning Xiaoyu immediately took back the last shred of trust she had in the love system. The love system tried to negotiate, Girl, we can just try it out first. If it doesn't work, we can stop at any time, okay? That did seem acceptable. Also, teaching Lu Yao to make choices from a young age didn't sound too bad either. So at the age of 5, while he was still engrossed in his picture books, Lu Yao was forcibly bound to the salted fish system. Hello there, little friend. This is the salted fish system. Look, you've been reading for quite a while now. It's time to relax. Otherwise, you might become nearsighted. At this moment you can go outside and play some soccer to relax. B. Head to the piano room and play for a bit to lift your mood. C. Lie down and rest a while. It's the key to growing taller in the future. Please choose one option to proceed. Lu Yao was stunned the first time he encountered a system. Worried that he wouldn't understand the words, the salted fish system thoughtfully read the message out loud twice. Lu Yao understood it just felt incredibly strange. The salted fish system didn't assign punishment tasks. Its main goal was simply to provide Lu Yao with a more relaxed and happy childhood. This was Lu Yao's first time dealing with something like this. No matter how mature and well-behaved he usually acted, he was still just a 5-year-old child. Faced with a situation he couldn't handle, his first instinct was to go ask his parents. He toddled off with his short legs and found Ning Xiaoyu. She told him to just follow his heart. If he didn't like any of the options, he could simply pick one at random to go through the motions. Love system. You're seriously teaching a child how to slack off. You really are the salted fish queen. Lu Yao didn't fully understand. He picked option B and went to the piano room. He had never used the piano in the room before. His younger sister loved playing piano and singing, but he usually just liked reading. Their parents respected their individual interests and never forced them to learn anything. But this time, Lu Yao sat upright on the bench, placed his delicate fingers on the keys, and when he heard the beautiful sounds that came from them, he suddenly found that playing the piano was actually quite fun. After completing the salted fish mission, he ran up to Lu Jingdu and said loudly, "Daddy, I want to learn the piano salted fish system." It had given option B just to let the boy relax a little. It never meant to increase his class load. Lu Jingdu was equally surprised. "Why do you suddenly want to learn piano?" Lu Yao explained how he had gone to the piano room and played a little, then said it felt really fun. They already had a teacher. Since Lu Yao was interested, Lu Jingdu naturally didn't object. And so, in Lu Yao's childhood, another class piano lessons was added. This made his already limited free time even shorter. In fact, it even reduced how often he could go to the amusement park. The salted fish system was at a loss. The salted fish system was heartbroken. The salted fish system regretted everything. What kind of options had it even been assigning? After learning about it from the love system, Ning Xiaoyu couldn't stop laughing. Why do your good intentions always backfire? The love system had no idea either. That wasn't its original intention at all. Still, if Lu Yao wanted to learn piano, that wasn't a bad thing. It was one more skill he'd have under his belt. Knowing that even 5-year-old Lu Yao could make the system trip over itself, Ning Xiaoyu finally relaxed. Although she did hope he could enjoy a bit more leisure time during childhood, since he genuinely liked it, she was fine with letting him do as he pleased. Roya, the salted fish system problem was resolved, but Ning Xiaoyu hadn't even had time to lie down and rest a bit when something new happened. Recently, Gu Xian and Lu Shuyi had moved into their neighborhood. Though the two families weren't immediate neighbors, they didn't live far apart either. If they hadn't moved in, Ning Xiaoyu might have completely forgotten about them. Gu Xian and Lu Shuyi had married a year later than they did. Their eldest son happened to be the same age as Lu Yao and Lu Tian, also 5 years old this year. Lu Tian was sweet and adorable. One day when she was outside playing in the sand with her playmate, she was spotted by the newcomer, Gu Xiaoqi. Perhaps because he thought Lu Tian looked cute, he went up and kissed her on the cheek, then called her little sister. Taken lightly, it was just kids fooling around. Most people might think that 5-year-olds don't really understand much. Maybe he was just being friendly. Unfortunately, that scene was witnessed by Lu Yao, who adored and protected his sister. Acting like a little adult, he stopped Gu Xiaoqi and told him not to kiss his sister again. He even asked Gu Xiaoqi to apologize to Lu Tian. The son of the original novel's male and female protagonists, Gu Xiaoqi naturally had a temper. He was used to getting his way and was rather hot-headed. The more Lu Yao told him not to do something, the more he wanted to do it. Just as he was about to kiss Lu Tian again, Lu Yao got angry. And so, a group of children ended up in a shouting match. By the time Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu arrived to handle the commotion, among the 4 children present, All but Lu Yao were crying miserably. Liu Yao's small face remained stern. That tender little face carried both anger and helplessness. Ning Xiaoyu frowned slightly. She looked at Gu Shaoqi, who was crying with a red nose and was about to say something, when the long-lost love mission popped up. Girl, Gu Shaoqi is already such a flirt at this age. Unacceptable. He actually kissed baby Tian Tian. How can you tolerate that? And he's so greasy. He really is Gu Xian's son. This father-and-son pair is equally oily. At this moment you can act coy and let your darling husband step in to deal with it swiftly and decisively. B. Whisper sweetly in your darling husband's ear, persuading him to give Gu Shaoqi a serious lesson. C. Step in yourself, throw Gu Shaoqi a 50,000 yuan check, and tell him to stay away from baby Tian Tian. Ning Xiaoyu had been a little angry at first, but upon seeing those options she momentarily didn't know what to say. Liu Tian was only 5, and the love system already wanted Ning Xiaoyu to take on the role of a vicious mother-in-law. And what was with that 50,000 yuan check? Weren't sums in novels usually at least 5 million? Upon hearing Ning Xiaoyu's complaint, the love system retorted confidently, 5 million? Does Gu Shaoqi deserve that much? Chapter 113 Extra 8 Being a wicked mother-in-law? So be it. Among the 3 options, Ning Xiaoyu ultimately chose option C, afraid that she might lack the proper props. The love system considerately provided her with a checkbook and a pen. Ning Xiaoyu directly wrote down the amount of 50,000 on the check, then flung it in front of Gu Shaoqi and said nonchalantly, "Hey, raise 50,000. Take the money and stay away from my daughter from now on." It could be said that Ning Xiaoyu perfectly embodied the aura of a vicious mother-in-law. The love system applauded wildly. Liu Jingdu, Lu Yao, and Lu Tian were all stunned. Sure enough, every day brought them a brand new Ning Xiaoyu. As the son of the male and female protagonists, Gu Shaoqi naturally wasn't lacking in money. But since he was still young, he didn't have much cash at his disposal. Even at his age, he already understood that money was a good thing. Seeing Ning Xiaoyu hand over a check, he unceremoniously reached out and took it. 50,000 was enough to buy that toy he had wanted for a long time. When Gu Xian and Lu Shui arrived, this was the scene they walked in on. Ning Xiaoyu calmly told them 50,000 in exchange for your son staying away from my daughter from now on. Gu Xian. They had never shorted Gu Shaoqi on food or drink, yet 50,000 was enough to buy him off? How narrow-minded. Lu Shui had mixed feelings about Ning Xiaoyu. On one hand she felt envious of her, and on the other hand she also admired her. After all, Ning Xiaoyu's free-spirited and carefree attitude towards life was something most people couldn't emulate. She spoke up, "It's not a bad thing for kids to have more playmates." Ning Xiaoyu responded with a simple "oh" and said directly, "not necessary." On this matter, the family stood united. No one in the household liked Gu Xian and his son Gu Shaoqi. The love system had expressed countless times how greasy they were. It could be said that when it came to raising the kids, the love system, acting as both godfather and godmother, was far more concerned than Ning Xiaoyu. Ning Xiaoyu had never paid much attention to Lu Yao and Lu Tian's development, since Lu Jingdu was always keeping an eye on them. The love system, however, had a lot to say on such matters. It even tried to get involved in Lu Tian's friendships. After dealing with Gu Xian and his son, Ning Xiaoyu and the others went home. As soon as they got home, Lu Yao wore a serious expression and said, "Daddy, I want to learn Taekwondo." Ning Xiaoyu. How had someone as laid back as her ended up giving birth to such a driven and ambitious child? Lu Yao must really be a little angel sent by the heavens. Liu Jingdu thought for a moment, looked into Lu Yao's eyes and asked, "Why do you want to learn Taekwondo?" Lu Yao spoke clearly and firmly, "With strength I can protect my sister and protect our family." The love system whimpered emotionally. If it had tear ducts, it would have wiped its eyes. Ooh, baby Yao Yao is so thoughtful. He's only 5. And he's already thinking about so much. Liu Jingdu placed his hands on Lu Yao's shoulders and said, "If you start learning Taekwondo, you won't have much time to play anymore." "Daddy, I know that." Liu Jingdu confirmed. "Are you sure? You won't complain it's tiring or hard?" "Yes." "Alright. But you won't be allowed to take on anything else after this. Kids still need plenty of rest." "Got it, Daddy." And just like that, Lu Yao's Taekwondo lessons were settled. That night, as they were getting ready for bed, Lu Jingdu said with a smile, "Mrs. Lu was really cool today. The way she tossed that check and lectured Gu Shaoqi was cool. Especially that one line. She nailed it." What surprised Lu Jingdu the most was that Ning Xiaoyu actually carried a pen and checkbook on her. Her pockets really were like a treasure pouch. Aside from melon seeds and jujubes, she seemed to have just about everything. Ning Xiaoyu replied casually it was all right. Just as she was about to take a shower and go to bed, the love system popped up again to assert its presence. Girl, you've only got one tiny flaw, you're too modest. You should know that when it's time to be proud, be proud. Even if you and the movie king are already an old married couple, you can still spice things up with a little roleplay now and then. Since we're already on this topic, wouldn't it be a waste of tonight's beautiful atmosphere not to do something? Right now you can A. Throw a check for 5 million at Lu Jingdu and say tonight let's see what you've got. B. Throw a check for 5 million at Lu Jingdu, and let the movie king interpret it himself. C. Throw a check for 5 million at Lu Jingdu and say I can be even cooler. Ning Xiaoyu, who was faced with the three options. As it turned out, time wouldn't wash away the love system's greasy nature. It only grew greasier with age. 5 million. The love system replied sweetly, of course. The movie king has to have flair. As novels would say, he's bedazzled with diamonds. Ahem. The movie king belongs to that kind of sparkly category. Ning Xiaoyu. She genuinely wondered if Lu Jingdu heard that assessment, would he laugh or sigh? For a moment, Ning Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel curious. Chapter 114-9 The love system had always been blatant in its double standard. This was, surprisingly, one of its few merits. Ning Xiaoyu looked at the three options and chose the most ordinary one among them, option B. As for the lines in the other two choices, they were feasible, but unnecessary. At a moment like this, there was no need for excessive words. Her actions alone were enough for Lu Jingdu to understand. After all, they had been married for years. Such a level of tacit understanding naturally existed between them. After making her selection, Ning Xiaoyu pulled a check from her pocket, the one written with 5 million on it. She had to admit that this particular love mission had been quite considerate, even going so far as to arrange the props for her. And this was a real tangible check. It was truly worth 5 million. It was her own money being spent, but as a rich woman, she didn't care about such a small amount. With a crisp, clean motion, she waved the check in front of Lu Jingdu and then, with a flirtatious gesture, slipped it into the pocket of his white shirt. No matter the time or place, flinging money around always came with its own aura regardless of gender. The love system clapped its metaphorical hands in awe. Girl, you're so cool. Seriously cool. Lu Jingdu took the check out of his shirt pocket. Upon seeing the amount, he was first mildly surprised, then chuckled softly. From the sound of his laughter, Ning Xiaoyu could clearly sense his delight. The very next second, Lu Jingdu stood up and began to undress. He reacted quickly, with remarkable efficiency. He had probably been waiting for this moment for a long time. Years had passed. But Lu Jingdu still had that kind of figure, lean with clothes on, muscular without. His physique was exceptional. The corners of his lips curled into a playful smile as he said to Ning Xiaoyu, tonight, I am at your full service. Of course, Lu Jingdu had always been diligent. He was never slacking or half-hearted, completely different from Ning Xiaoyu, who often coasted through things. But tonight was destined to be unforgettable for both of them. Even Ning Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a tiny bit of anticipation. After a few sly chuckles, the love system very self-consciously activated mosaic mode. 5 million wasn't just any reward, it was premium. At the very least, Ning Xiaoyu felt it had been well worth it. He truly deserved to be dubbed diamond-studded. Roya. After enjoying a night of benefits, Ning Xiaoyu slept straight through until the afternoon the next day. Today, she and Lu Jingdu were to walk the red carpet at the National Drama Awards. Their styling team arrived around 1 p.m., just after Ning Xiaoyu had gotten out of bed. The makeup artist thoughtfully covered all the ambiguous marks on her body with concealer. Naturally, Lu Jingdu was also covered in traces of her handiwork. The makeup artists were full of gossip. Judging by the scene, last night's battle must have been quite intense. During the entire makeup process, the stylists exchanged winks and occasionally stifled giggles. The two people involved, however, remained calm throughout. After all, they were no strangers to big occasions. They'd even endured the little yellow incident. Compared to that, this was child's play. Once both Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu were styled and dressed, they got into the car and headed to the venue of the National Drama Awards. As for the Lu siblings, Lu Yao and Lu Tian, they had been sent to Ning Xilang Manor to be looked after by Old Master Ning for the day. Old Master Ning couldn't have been more thrilled. He wished Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu walked the red carpet every day. That way, he'd get more chances to bond with his two beloved great-grandchildren. When they arrived, Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu stepped out of the car under a storm of flashing cameras. Ning Xiaoyu wore a black velvet slit gown, revealing her fair, slender legs. Her long black hair was unadorned, and when she lazily lifted her eyes, she radiated a languid yet lethal charm. The live stream audience instantly lost their minds at the look in her eyes. So this is the charm of the salted fish queen? I'm in love. I finally understand why she has so many fans. Starting today, her fanbase will gain one more member. Me. Woo, it's only been a few months and Xiao Ye's aura has leveled up so much. The movie king is so lucky. Standing beside her, the movie king wore a black velvet suit, the deep shade making his pale skin even more striking. Tall and elegant, he exuded an unmatched aura. It was obvious they were wearing matching outfits for couples. But even amid all the flashing lights, Lu Jingdu was content to play second fiddle to Ning Xiaoyu. Though he had countless fans and was a male idol in the eyes of many, he was nothing more than a subject under her skirt. After walking the red carpet, signing their names and interacting briefly with the host, Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu finally entered the venue. They sat in the front row. Shortly after, Shen Yueyue and Su Lanhe arrived hand in hand and took the seats next to them. Yes, Shen Yueyue and Su Lanhe were now a couple. They had met at Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu's wedding. They hit it off at the event, got married not long after, and welcomed an adorable daughter the following year. Their efficiency was truly impressive. As soon as they sat down, Shen Yueyue playfully brought up the recently flopped little Ning Xiaoyu. When some newbies debuted and happened to resemble a certain veteran, their company would often market them as little XXX to attract attention. Ever since Ning Xiaoyu had shot to fame, many rookies had tried to ride her coattails. Many newcomers had debuted under the banner of being little Ning Xiaoyu, but fans weren't buying it. Over the past few years, countless rookies had failed and vanished without a trace. Still, these people never seemed to give up on riding Ning Xiaoyu's coattails. No matter how many failed, there were always more eager to jump in, hoping to become the next little Ning Xiaoyu. Perhaps some of them believed they'd be the exception. But Ning Xiaoyu's aura was far too difficult to imitate. Most of the newcomers only managed to copy her appearance, not her essence. Imitators like these were always viciously scolded by Ning Xiaoyu's fans without exception. Ning Xiaoyu herself didn't care that people were trying to copy her. If they could pull it off, then good for them. She had just mentioned that to Shen Yueyue in passing, and when she turned to go to the restroom, she unexpectedly ran into one of these little Ning Xiaoyu types. This particular copycat seemed to have undergone some facial surgery, but the results looked fairly natural. Honestly, she did bear a 70 resemblance to Ning Xiaoyu. Coincidentally or perhaps not, she was also wearing a black evening gown today, although not one made of velvet. Overall, her imitation could be rated at about 70. Ning Xiaoyu went into the restroom directly. When she was about to come out, she heard a voice that sounded strikingly similar to her own. Teacher Lu. Ning Xiaoyu immediately realized it must be Lu Jingdu coming to look for her. The love system clicked its tongue. The movie king is so clingy. You've only been gone a little while and he's already out here looking for his wife. Though exaggerated, it was undeniably true. Ever since their marriage, Lu Jingdu had indeed been the clingy type. If he couldn't see her for even a moment, he'd come searching for her. And before she had even left just now, she told him she was going to the restroom. If Su Lanhe hadn't dragged him into a conversation, he probably would have followed her in the first place. While Ning Xiaoyu was listening to the love system's chatter, another voice came from outside the restroom. Teacher Lu, could I borrow your phone for a moment? Mine's out of battery. A second later, Lu Jingda's slightly cold voice responded, sorry? That's not convenient. The girl outside giggled sweetly. Is it inconvenient because you're afraid Teacher Ning would get upset? Hearing that, Ning Xiaoyu herself didn't feel much, but the love system immediately flared up on her behalf. Girl, the movie king's character is absolutely trustworthy. His love for you is as clear as day and night. But this kind of shameless fly is so annoying. She got plastic surgery to look like you, is trying to cash in on your image, and now she even dares to flirt with your man. This cannot be tolerated. This time you can, go out and act like a green tea. B. Go out and act like a white lotus. C. Go out and act like a rich lady. Ning Xiaoyu crossed her arms and asked, I understand the first two options, but what do you mean act like a rich lady? The love system gave a little gasp. The third one is to show off your fabulous rich lady flair, girl. Secretly, the love system thought. The salted fish queen wasn't just charming in her lazy elegance. When she tossed out a check, her allure only doubled. Who could possibly compare to her? Chapter 115 Extra 10. Seeing the three options, Ning Xiaoyu chose option C without a second thought. Although she didn't really know what acting like a rich lady was supposed to look like in practice, life was all about trying new things. There was no harm in experimenting more. With that thought, Ning Xiaoyu pulled out a check slip she had casually written earlier from her pocket. The amount on the slip was 5 million yuan. Well, the previous experience of spending 5 million had been quite enjoyable, and she didn't mind doing it again at all. So not long ago, under the astonished and excited gaze of the love system, she had filled out another check slip herself. In response, the love system immediately admitted fault. Girl, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I should have prepared countless check slips for you. Ning Xiaoyu had replied that it wasn't necessary, since her assets couldn't handle such reckless spending. As the saying goes, a small stream flows far. There was no need for her and Lu Jingdu to rush things. The love system responded, we've got a long journey ahead. Girl, you did the right thing. As Ning Xiaoyu chatted with the love system, she walked out of the restroom. The moment she emerged, the two people waiting outside immediately noticed her. Little Ning Xiaoyu looked uneasy the moment she saw her. Teacher Ning, don't misunderstand. Teacher Lu and I. The love system watched on the side and commented, girl, look, this is what low-level green tea behavior looks like. That little skill? Not even worth watching. It sneered at the overly dramatic performance, completely unimpressed. That acting, who was she trying to fool? Ning Xiaoyu didn't respond to the other party at all. She didn't even consider suspecting Lu Jingdu. The next moment, she waved the check in her hand in front of Lu Jingdu. Lu Jingdu raised his brows slightly as he took the slip. Immediately noting the amount on it, he smiled faintly and tucked the check safely into his pocket. Upholding male virtue is everyone's responsibility. Let's go, my queen. Even long after Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu had left, little Ning Xiaoyu still hadn't recovered. Upholding male virtue is everyone's responsibility? What the hell was that supposed to mean? The movie king actually upheld male virtue with that kind of face, and he insisted on being virtuous? What a waste. Was this the charm of a wealthy beauty? Just now by chance she had caught a clear glimpse of the amount on the check. A full 5 million. She had been in the industry for a year and hadn't even earned a fraction of that. How was she supposed to compete with Ning Xiaoyu? She couldn't. Not even close. Roya. When Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu returned to their seats, the Golden Rooster Award ceremony was already at its midpoint. Shan Yueyue shot her a wink and said, as expected of the movie king, his moral awareness is top-notch. I'll tell Lanhe to take a few pointers from your guy. Ning Xiaoyu blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Shin Yueyue lowered her voice and spoke 8 words. Upholding male virtue is everyone's responsibility. She grinned mischievously after saying it. Who would have thought the movie king was that kind of movie king? Ning Xiaoyu was a little surprised. She honestly hadn't expected word to spread that quickly. Shen Yu, on the other hand, wasn't fazed. You know how it is. There are no secrets in this industry. Even though it had looked like no one was around when Ning Xiaoyu went to the restroom earlier, there had been plenty of hidden ears. Their entire conversation had been overheard by more than AFEWS for being eavesdropped on. The two involved didn't seem to care. They hadn't said anything scandalous anyway. It was the eavesdroppers who were left shocked. After their chat, the two focused on watching the awards. Just when Ning Xiaoyu was about to nod off from listening to the speeches on stage, Shan Yueyue nudged her excitedly and whispered, Xiaoyu, here comes the main event. Ning Xiaoyu's sleepiness disappeared at once. She blinked and realized they were about to announce the Best Actress award. This segment had nothing to do with Shen Yueyue. After years in the industry, she had never starred in a film as the female lead. Of course, she hoped to win Best Actress someday, but directors hadn't given her the opportunity yet. That said, she didn't really mind. Right now, she was excited on behalf of Ning Xiaoyu. After all, Ning Xiaoyu had recently starred in a film alongside Lu Jingdu. Soon following the host, please take a look at the list of nominees. The large screen at the front began showing the names of several actresses and the titles of the films they had starred in. Liu Fang, Memories of Yushini Yu, and Midsummer. Ning Xiaoyu, who is silent. While Ning Xiaoyu remained calm, Shan Yueyue beside her and the love system in her mind were already nervously praying. Shan Yueyue whispered, yours is a suspense film. It's got more depth and substance. Xiaoyu, I believe in you. Love system. Girl, I believe in your acting. You're the best. Lu Jingdu kept his eyes on the stage, and under the table, he quietly held Ning Xiaoyu's hand. Everyone waited with bated breath for the big moment. The faces of the 6 nominees appeared on the big screen as the crowd watched in anticipation. The male presenter opened the envelope. He glanced at the name and slowly leaned in toward the microphone. The winner of Best Actress at the 72nd Golden Rooster Awards is the guests below the stage, and the audience watching the live stream all instinctively widened their eyes, anxiously awaiting the result. The presenter didn't draw it out or play any tricks. He quickly announced, Ning Xiaoyu. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. The live stream barrage exploded with frenzied comments. Best Actress. Congratulations to Xiaoyu. Movie King Movie Queen CP is the sweetest. If Xiaoyu had started doing films earlier, she might have already been a movie queen long ago. Ning Xiaoyu stood up and hugged Lu Jingdu tightly before gracefully walking up to the stage. After receiving the Best Actress trophy from the presenter, Ning Xiaoyu sincerely said, "Thank you. Thanks to the director, the crew, the fans who supported me, and my husband. If it weren't for him, I probably would have left the industry a long time ago." Gentle laughter rose from the audience. I believe that. Back when Heartbeat 100 aired a few years ago, I already thought our salted fish queen was about to quit the industry. I was surprised when she didn't. Turns out she stayed for love. The salted fish queen stayed for the movie king. True love really is unbeatable. Probably also because the salted fish queen genuinely loves acting. Otherwise she wouldn't have stayed in showbiz just for someone. The guest presenter teased with a smile, "So, are you still planning to quit in the future?" Ning Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, "There will come a day when I retire. But when that day arrives, I imagine it'll be around the time my husband and I are both ready to retire. Looks like we'll get to enjoy Xiaoyu's TV dramas and movies for a long time to come." But she and the movie king haven't released much in recent years. They're really not active with acting at all. As for their works, it's best to go with the flow. Her fans have already gone zen. As long as she doesn't quit, it's all good. What can you do when your idol is a full-time salted fish? You just have to maintain a chill attitude. Every new work is a bonus. After the Best Actress award came the Best Actor award segment. As a singer, Su Lanhe had only taken on a few supporting roles in films recently. The Best Actor award had nothing to do with him, but it did have everything to do with his good friend. Su Lanhe was already getting nervous on behalf of his friend. The presenter was a female guest. After saying, "Let's take a look at the nominees," the large screen behind them began displaying the names of the male actors in their respective films, just like before. Li Fong, A Love Letter, Su Lan Tian, You in Midsummer, Lu Jingdu, Who is Silent. After the clips were shown, 6 images appeared on screen, each showing the face of one of the nominees. They all appeared calm, with no visible signs of nervousness. After all, none of them were newcomers. They all had the poise of seasoned actors. So, who will take home the Best Actor award? The female presenter asked as she opened the envelope. After glancing at the card inside, she announced loudly, "The winner of the Best Actor award is." All 6 nominees looked toward the stage. It was time for the big reveal. It's Lu Jingdu. No surprise at all. Once again, he led the field among the male nominees. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Tonight, the Salted Fish Queen and the Movie King may just be the biggest winners. One movie queen, one movie king, the whole household hit the jackpot. How many Best Actor trophies does Lu Jingdu have? Now, this must be more than 3, right? Indeed. This marked Lu Jingdu's 4th time winning Best Actor. Such an achievement was nearly unmatched across the entire entertainment industry. He hugged Ning Xiaoyu before stepping up to accept his trophy. "Thank you to the director, to the hard-working crew behind the scenes, to the fans who've supported me all this way, and to my wife. I feel truly honored to have her by my side as I continue on this journey in acting. Hope to see more of your works together in the future. Wishing you both all the best." The biggest winner of this year's Golden Rooster Awards was undoubtedly the Who is Silent team, sweeping 6 awards in total. Along with Best Actress and Best Actor, they also took home Best Editing, Best Director, and others. Not to mention Ning Xiaoyu and Lu Jingdu were the night's ultimate power couple. They had a study at home dedicated to displaying the trophies they'd accumulated over the years. Tonight, they added 2 more. 1 Best Actress and 1 Best Actor trophy now sat side by side in the cabinet, perfectly complementing each other. After the hectic award ceremony, Ning Xiaoyu was too exhausted to move. She leaned against Lu Jingdu, unwilling to even remove her makeup. She just wanted to savor the moment. The two of them stayed in the study enjoying their quiet time together. As for the siblings Lu Yao and Lu Tian, they were still at Ning Xiaoyu Manor and wouldn't be coming home tonight. Just then the love system, unable to stay quiet, issued a new mission. Girl, I've given you tons of green tea options before, and you've never chosen a single one. Not even once. Sometimes you've got to embrace your inner flirt. No matter what level your tea skills are at, in this system's eyes you're top-tier green tea. Not your average entry-level stuff. At this moment you can casually remind Lu Jingdu that you spent another 5 million today. B. Use body language to subtly hint at Lu Jingdu. C. Change into a green tea outfit. Ning Xiaoyu, so today you've got beef with green tea types, huh? She had already dealt with one green tea girl this afternoon, and now the system wanted her to become one. Still, when Ning Xiaoyu thought back on it, she realized the system had issued quite a few love missions that included green tea options. And honestly, she hadn't picked a single one. After all, the green tea persona simply didn't suit her salted fish temperament. In real life, she had never played the part of a green tea girl, nor had she done so in any of her acting roles. She had never taken a green tea character. The love system tried to persuade her, hey, you never know, maybe the movie king will like it. Ning Xiaoyu couldn't be bothered to change into some green tea outfit. She didn't even know what that was supposed to look like. Maybe innocent yet sexy? She did have plenty of those kinds of clothes in her wardrobe, but changing was too much trouble. It had nothing to do with her identity as the salted fish queen. So option C was ruled out right away. As for option B, she only wanted to move her mouth, not her body. If she could, she wouldn't do anything at all right now. Given that, there was only one choice left. With that thought in mind, Ning Xiaoyu selected option A, then lazily opened her mouth and said, brother, do you like today's 5 million? The love system rubbed its hands in excitement. Wasn't this the first time the salted fish queen had ever called someone brother? Sure enough, the essence of green tea was calling someone brother. It didn't know what the movie king thought, but it was thrilled. It was the host's first time calling out brother. Lu Jingdu was also slightly surprised when he heard her call him that. He chuckled lightly and took her hand, interlocking their fingers. He said, I thought you were really tired today. The implication being he had assumed she'd want to redeem today's 5 million yuan reward tomorrow instead. After all, in the past, during moments like these, Ning Xiaoyu would usually take a shower and go straight to sleep. They had both been busy for most of the day, and by the time they got home it was nearly midnight. Lu Jingdu wasn't wrong. Ning Xiaoyu truly didn't want to move at all. If the love system hadn't stirred things up, she would have already been in bed by now. Love system, girl, it's fine if you're tired. How about trying the top-level energy pill? It restores stamina instantly with no side effects, and is very affordable. It's totally worth it. Ning Xiaoyu ignored the system's sales pitch and said lazily, I really am tired and I don't want to move at all. But I still want to enjoy the 5 million yuan treatment. Lu Jingdu instantly understood. In fact, Lu Jingdu very much enjoyed doing certain pleasurable things with Ning Xiaoyu. He usually restrained himself only out of concern that he might tire out his salted fish queen. He chuckled. Alright then. Just lie down, I'll handle the rest. The love system automatically activated its mosaic mode. This time, Ning Xiaoyu truly didn't move much at all, fully embodying the spirit of a salted fish. By the end, she lay nestled in Lu Jingdu's arms, murmuring in a sleepy daze that the 5 million had been worth it, and that she wanted to spend another 5 million next time. Lu Jingdu patted her shoulder and chuckled, saying, good girl. Sleep. After all, they still had a whole lifetime ahead of them, isn't that so? And,